Jimmer, welcome back. We've got another day, our first day of action here for Blast Slam 7. Denog, another Blast Slam. Feel like we're racking up a couple many. I know we just had Dream League. You know, we're praising how many Dream Leagues going over there, and now 7 Blast events.
You just want to have more organizers in the scene, right? More tournaments, more Dota is always a good thing, especially when you've got so many games that are still yet to be played, right? I think we've got 66 best of ones to be played across the group stage, which is kind of crazy. 9 on this stream, 9 on the other stream as of today, and it's pretty crazy the amount of Dota that's going to be played. Like we were saying before, 12 teams, there's play-ins as well. You got to be the best of the best if you're wanting to get through to that playoff stage.
Yeah, absolutely. You do indeed. I mean, you see how much prize money is on the line as well. I mean, 1 million all up is the prize pool. First place, of course, you're getting 300,000. There's some team earnings as well. Now, this is currently kind of how everything looks, like you said, you know, with all the best of ones into the play-ins. This is at least the breakdown that we see at the moment with the prize pool and the team earnings as well. So we see all the way down to the bottom position as well. You're still going to be getting a little bit of chunk of change. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, it's only those last 2 positions there that aren't going to get through that group stage. So the top 10 are making it through to the next stage, even if that is just those last chance qualifiers. So just to break it down a little bit for you. So top 2 guaranteed upper bracket semis, 3rd and 4th upper bracket quarterfinals, 5th to 10th need to go through that last chance qualifiers. So seeding really important, especially considering at the previous Blast Slam 6, after the group stage, the top teams, there were 4 of them, were 7 and 4. And then all the way down to 10th place, it was on 5 wins. So it was damn close, and I love to see it because it just means that every single game matters.
Are you expecting that to be a similar case heading into this Blast Slam 7, especially with how competitive the Dota looks at the moment?
Well, just on that, I mean, there's 12 teams here, right? 9 of them either are already directly invited to TI or, in my opinion, should have been. You know, the 2 unlucky ones missing out, PARIVISION and Team Spirit, are no easy beats whatsoever. So to be able to have 9 of the top 12 teams in the world here at Blast Slam 7 is kind of crazy. And you know what, there's a few other teams there as well. OG,
what's going on?
They've had a little bit of form come through OG there as well. Kind of leapfrogging between Western Europe and Southeast Asia. You've also got GLYPH, the roster headed by Arthur as the coach there, and then of course, well, what's this little logo here? What's this LGD? Oh, another Chinese team. No, that is SA, the new roster announced today, which was the old Heroic roster. So
crazy. Keen
to see LGD part of these big events again, even if it's not representing China on this particular stage.
It definitely, like, it feels a bit weird. I don't know, like looking at just seeing LGD, I wish it was the old logo, but seeing LGD definitely, you know, gives me that there is some weird feeling I've got seeing this organization. And then I look and see it's the South American boys, which of course is amazing for them. I love the like supporting the team. Ex-HEROIC in general, but you're just not seeing the China players representing LGD. It's a little bit interesting, but nonetheless, you will see how this how they're able to perform on, you know, now with the backing, which of course is going to be super nice. They weren't your Ex-HEROIC for too long of a period of time, so of course their first series is against BetBoom, which is the second series of the day. For us though, one of the teams that you were mentoring, we got OG versus the top dogs in PARIVISION.
We do indeed, and I'm interested to see how this series pans out, because you couldn't have 2 more opposite sides of the spectrum, right? Let's start with PARIVISION. You know, they're just coming off of a win at Dream League 29, right? They probably should be invited to TI, at least in my opinion. They're not, but that's okay, because I think it should be a relatively simple process for them. But let's just run through a bit of their history over the past year. So they won Dream League 29, they got 3rd place at last year's TI, they got 3rd at Dream League 27, they got top 6 at Valahia, 4th at Birmingham, 1-1-win Essence. Is Valve seeing something that I'm not? I don't get it, Lucky. What's going on here?
I guess it was just the year that happened after TI. Because we did see there was some pretty immediate roster changes from PARIVISION after TI, and they weren't really able to get that success. And then you're mentioning some good results that are finally coming, but who knows if they were a little bit too late. At least regardless, their form is at the best that you're
They're
hoping
peaking
it
at the
can
right
be.
time.
Yes, exactly right. You're peaking at the right time. You have a ridiculously high prize pool event in Blast Slam 7 as well, leading into these further events that are going on. So PARIVISION, we saw how they were able to look in the grand finals. Of course, 3-2 victory over Aurora. Probably, I don't want to say probably, of course they have to be the favorites heading into this event then.
You would imagine so, right? Because there haven't been that many events on the 7.41 patch, and there even have been changes, right? We saw Lone Druid absolutely dominating the patch at the very start. It's received some nerfs. Alchemist, kind of a similar sort of thing. Not really on a lot of teams' radar as that first pick priority anymore. So I'm keen to see how they're going to be able to make it work, because, I mean, you just talked about those grand finals. Ducalis brought out the Witch Doctor in that one. 2 out of the 5 games for 2 wins. So you love to see it. You love to see these newish heroes picked with regards to the meta. You don't want things getting a little bit stale, but one team that did have to sit back during Dream League and see if they were going to qualify to the Esports World Cup, or if a bunch of teams were going to leapfrog them, were OG. And luckily for them, they did still hold on by their fingertips as qualifying for that one there. But that also means that they haven't really played a lot of Dota on this patch. They've only played 8 competitive games on the 7.41 patch. I want you to guess, how many of those do you think they've won?
Well, I don't know if we did the qualifiers together, but yeah, no, I did those qualifiers. They didn't look too good, so maybe they won like 1 map, maybe 2 maps.
They won 2. And the good news is those 2 were against GLYPH, who are also playing here at Blast Slam 7, but they did take losses to Reconyx, Xtreme, and Ivory there. So, clearly they've got a lot of high-end talent. Tim's has been part of the SEA scene for so long. GLYPH, my idol, always there. Skem, he's always putting in a great performance, and I really think he is shining in that position 5 role. Natsumi, I think, has really matured a lot in the most recent years, and then the man that's there front and center, Toronto Tokyo, TI winner. I love just what maturity someone that has reached those heights is going to be able to bring to this roster, because they had some pretty good results for, about half a year, getting top 6 pretty consistently at a lot of events, right?
Well, that is the only reason why we are going to see OG at EWC, because of those 2 decent results. I think it was maybe definitely a Dream League, maybe a Birmingham as well. But like, it's an interesting roster change nonetheless. I know there was some articles getting released, both sides wanting to kind of say your side of what happened. I know 343 said something, maybe even Skem said something. I know Nico came out and mentioned, I think there was some criticisms in regards to like his work ethic. For me personally, like, I really wish there was obviously a different solution to the problem on OG, because like you mentioned, that the first portion of the year, they were having good results. We were seeing them be really, really competitive. Like, not just like, taking some maps off team, actually really being able to compete versus the top and be able to, I mean, I think there were some events that they came like, even higher. I think Blast, we saw even better placement from them. But
top 4,
just to then replace and bring someone in who's not Filipino, is really the big thing for me. Is really the big thing. Like, how much is that actually going to affect the communication? Because I know all these players have been on English teams in the past. Regardless, though, like, this is in Southeast Asia, we always kind of say you stick around with your countrymen.
I suppose so. I think, was it one of the teams that had a majority Russian players, I think, also said, like, they don't speak in Russian because it makes them lazy, I think, or something like that. Like they get too much in the pub mentality, so they speak in English just because that's like their work mode, that's their Dota mode, which I think is good. You want to be able to have that separation between game and relaxation, or just chilling, laying back, because at the end of the day, it's Dota. It's great to be able to play one of the games that you absolutely love for money, but at the end of the day, it is money, it is prestige, it is glory, and PARIVISION, they want to extend theirs, particularly Satanic there, who we're seeing. He had very high hopes going into a few of the big events last year, and he didn't quite reach the heights that he was wanting, but he definitely is one of those players that can just grab a game by the scruff of the neck and just say, this is mine, to be able to carry 1v9.
Yeah, well, it feels like we saw that at of course, the recent Dream League season 29, with getting the victory there for PARIVISION. In particular, what do you want to see out of Satanic and what you were impressed by in that tournament as a whole? Are there any heroes that you feel like he has in his hero pool that are a little bit different to what we're seeing from some other carriers?
Bro, what heroes doesn't Satanic have in his hero pool? That's really the main question. He could play anything, you know. I guess the easiest answer to that is Meepo, right? Like, you always love seeing a Meepo, whether it's going to be Satanic or Yuma or whoever else it is that's going to be playing it. You want to see it come out there, but I'm expecting to see a whole lot more of, you know, the Tiny, the Kez, the Muerta. He's a Weaver specialist as well, Faceless Void. So really is just going to depend on the game. I don't think he's one of those people that's hamstrung to any particular hero, as is 9 Class, who we get a bit of footage of there. You know, played a lot of the Coddle, plays the Nyx, plays the jungle Huskar as well. You know, he's one of the few people still playing the Marcy as well. He innovated the pos for IO, going the Aghanim Scepter Rush. It's not really as much of a thing anymore, but still one of the players that is keeping that as a threat in the draft stage. So keen to see what he's going to be able to bring out for this one.
Yeah, because I mean, there's no one else like a Mr. 9 Class. Everyone is just so uniquely different in their own right. So yeah, we'll see what heroes that he gets to pull out, and we'll see. You know, in general, there was, at least in the grand finals, a lot of Lion from them. 9 Class Lion was something that, you know, was kind of getting some criticism. There's maybe one of the heroes that we don't want to see on him, but you know, they put it out a lot in the grand finals. You mentioned the Witch Doctor, the Io was there. We got some Axe, we got some Pango. So definitely, I think I saw the Kez was, of course, first phase banned in almost all the games. Kind of had to do that, you know, considering the team you're going up against. But really, for me, like, the question mark is just OG. Like you mentioned, what'd you say there was this 8 games they played on this
8
patch?
games, and they've won 2 of them. Yeah.
Yeah, so
not a lot. Not
no
a lot
data
to be able to go.
Zero
no
data
to be able to go. So maybe that's actually going to serve them in good stead, right? They would obviously have been scrimming in this time. And just to touch on that point that you made previously about Nico or Force, or however you want to call him, and his removal of the team, the replacement with Toronto Tokyo, it really does come down to striking that balance, right? Because we've seen with Liquid, they weren't playing enough, and Jabs had to step in and be like, no, you guys are going to play pubs every single day because you're just getting a little bit lazy with it. But then you've got a team like PARIVISION with no one, and he's able to just go, well, you know what? I'm only going to play when I feel like it, and when I'm in a good mindset. Like, I'm not just going to relentlessly queue for no reason. You know, there has to be a purpose behind everything. So that's really going to be interesting to see how OG is going to be able to strike that balance. Because, I mean, you were talking about LGD before as well as one of those organizations that's just synonymous with Dota. OG has to be up there as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this organization as a whole, we've seen, you know, that there's not many you would probably say that rivals OG.
Like Liquid, probably the only other one, right? That's like really up there. Spirit, I guess, as well. That are like specifically Dota organizations. I guess Liquid's been across so many different
it's hard to say.
Games, though, right?
It's hard to say.
Yeah, definitely, you know, the ones that made them, though, in the initial OG and Spirit, you would have to say. Just on these 2 teams as well, I'm really interested to see how these games are going to go, because you and I, when we were casting Dream League, we cast a couple of 107-minute games, so that was really interesting, very fun. And then probably 6 other games that went to like 65 plus. These 2 teams, though, they have the shortest average game times in the entire tournament. And I remember back in the day, they were like, oh, they're a relatively quick team. They'll end games around the 30-minute mark. But for them, it's 38 and 39 minutes. So that really just goes to show how much better teams are at being able to play from disadvantaged positions, because there is a lot of farm on the map. There is a lot of ways to dodge ganks. There is a lot of objectives that you can get. You can't get absolutely everything on the map. There's always going to be something that slips through your fingers, and it's just about how you can best prioritize, I suppose, the farm that you're going to get.
Well, we're going to find out very shortly here. We apologize about the delay, guys. We're just getting everything sorted, but we've got everyone in the lobby and everyone in the draft ready to go. So first draft, first game of Blast Slam 7. We've got OG playing on Dire. They're going to have second pick. We've got PARIVISION, the recent victors of Dream League, on Radiant with first pick.
So first game of the tournament, right? And I know you were mentioning with me on a previous cast that like, oh, you know, there's always these new metas that develop within the tournaments, and I kind of get it, but for the vast majority, I think it stays pretty standard. You know, I think we're going to see a lot of Lone Druid bans still. I think we're going to see a lot of Hoodwink bans still. Like, these are the 3 bans that I would start out with personally. Other ones up there is probably the Pangolier, maybe Kez even reaching to that stage. But I would say if you're the team with first pick, you want to see if you could potentially try and pick that one up for yourself as well, because it does reach this stage where there really isn't too much that the enemy team is going to be able to do against you.
Well, there is that Kez ban. I was just trying to remember, because again, you know, it's been a while since we've seen OG and what they were playing. I feel like if I remember correctly, they were also very big Kez teams. Wind Ranger as well. Of course, that was the previous Wind Ranger we were getting with the no power shot. That's when, you know, Natsumi looked great, OG looked great. I know the Wind Ranger is getting prioritized from some teams in Dream League.
So the Bane ban, huh? I mean, I know that's something that C does generally enjoy, even back to like the Talon days, right? Like, it was the Bane set up for something like an IO or a Dawn or something along those lines, right? Where you can just isolate someone, pick them off, and then get an objective off the back of that. It actually had a surprisingly high win rate at Dream League as well, like 75% or something like that. The only other hero that was in that same echelon was Quap, I believe, with more than 10 games. So, you know, clearly you're able to still do a whole lot with that BKB piercing stun, and I'm a little surprised, to be honest, that Pangolier has slipped this far into the draft.
Yeah, maybe it's just a decision now from OG if they look to get rid of the Batrider. Sorry, if they look to get rid of the Pango. Because that's another hero that I was trying to go to next, is the Batrider. That's also has not been, of course, banned. We're going to see the Coddle, though.
Mm-hmm. What a surprise. I mean, again, anything that has that positional flexibility, always pick it first, right? And the heroes that are really good against the Pangolier are not really being picked all that often, right? Like, we're never seeing Bloodseeker anymore. I guess Faceless Void can kind of be okay against it, right? Like, both Time Dilation, Chronosphere, also good. They've gone ahead and banned out the Bane themselves. So I'd say a very good start to the draft by PARIVISION. Nothing too complicated by picking the Pango, but it's still a reason that it's picked so often. One of the most contested heroes across the entire patch. What I am happy to see, though, Aries, is no Slardar ban in that first phase, because I really think it was over-prioritized in a couple of recent tournaments. Yes, it is very good in the right situation, but I don't think first phase is early enough to be able to prioritize one of those precious picks.
Yeah, so interesting. You know, we at least get these two teams that feel like, yeah, you know, we don't want that hero, but what they do want is the Wind Ranger. So OG will go down this route pretty early. Let's see now what PARIVISION
gives them some flex for sure, right? 1, 2, and 4 that you're able to play the Wind Ranger on, which is always a useful tool to be able to play around with. Primal Beast, huh? I mean, that is very much a Toronto Tokyo specific ban there. Of course, GLYPH can play it in the mid lane as well, but certainly something that is a bit of a Pango counter. They're really setting up this Pango for a lot of success, huh?
Yeah.
Like Doom, Bane, and Primal, all pretty decent Pango counters there. So looking pretty good, and you would have to assume that it's going to be no one playing it, right? Like, he plays it far more than Triple S does, but Notice, but it's still going to be one of these sorts of situations where you have that flex potential, right? Like, just because someone's an absolute expert on the hero doesn't mean it's a guarantee that that's where it's going to be.
And this is, like you mentioned, though, this is a nice thing about how you open up with the Pango on PARIVISION. So you got some flex, but then OG do as well themselves. Think in general with like Wind Ranger versus Pango. I know that we've seen what's the toss ban? Is that the okay?
No, the Wind Ranger specifically against the Pango. Like, it makes me lean into it being more like pos 1 or 2, just because, again, being able to actually focus the Pangolier during the Rolling Thunder, what a useful tool, right? Like, you are going to be able to catch up to him. You are going to be able to deal damage to him, make him not just be able to roll through the team fight with reckless abandon. What I want to see from OG, and what it's going to reveal a lot as to where this Wind Ranger is going to be picked, is are they going to prioritize or pick themselves Shadow Demon or something like that? Because if you're playing this Wind Ranger as a core, you cannot let Shadow Demon through.
Simply just the purge. You feel like this is too important? Okay.
Way too important. Like, you just, even the movement speed, right? Like, let's say you've got the BKB. The movement speed reduction, not being able to just move however you want in a lot of these team fights, is going to be really influential. Clockwork was actually the most contested, by the way, in Dream League. I think 96% pick ban rate, so you love to see that. I think it was Crit that had an interview that said something along the lines of, look, it just makes the enemy team hate their lives, and that's what you love to see about a position 4 or 5, right? Just be as annoying as possible, and I feel like that's something that you're able to do with Clockwork. I feel like that's something that 9 class is able to do in general, which is a big reason why that Huskar ban came out from OG, because they didn't want to let them get away with a jungle farming Huskar.
No, of course, you know, who wants to play into a jungle farming Huskar? That definitely doesn't sound like too fun of an experience.
Definitely not.
Gotta make sure you remove that one. Let's see what PARIVISION follow up with next as well. Of course, we're looking for some supports for them. Hoodwinks in, of course.
I mean, Rubik still hasn't been picked or banned, and you know, that definitely was like the number 2 POS 4 hero behind Hoodwink, leading into a few of the previous tournaments, but it has dropped off a fair amount. So I'm keen to see what they actually look to pick up here. Like, do you just go a Shadow Demon now? No, just Rubik, sure. I'm totally fine with it. You know, it's something that 9 class plays incredibly well. The thing I like about the SD is that you're going to be able to, either from the position 4 or 5, put a lot of impact in, right? Like, either play that super saving style support, be good against the Wind Ranger, protect it if it is indeed a core, or as the position 4, just build up a ton of stacks, because you've already got 2 heroes that are great at being able to take those stacks and pick up some of that flash farm in the Beastmaster and the Pangolier.
Spoink.
All right, Wind Ranger core confirmed. So now comes the question of, do PARIVISION go ahead and pick the SD now with that last pick of this phase? Because OG aren't. They've already got a Clockwork and an Enchantress, unless they're doing some crazy stuff with this Ench, but I doubt it.
Yeah, so now we get to reveal at least the further core for them. We're going to get the snap file. Okay. So very interesting. I know Toronto Tokyo was one of the few people that were experimenting with snap offlane a long time ago, but looks like, you know, also GLYPH, if we go back even further, he was kind of the first person, at least that we saw, you know, implement this snapfire mid to deal with what was Embers back then.
Yes, I mean, the thing is, this exactly matches kind of what we were talking about, right, in the early stages of the preview of this match. Both teams play very quick Dota, and if you're playing a Snapfire, most likely mid, you are playing quick Dota. You know, you want to come online at around like that 20-minute mark, and then just absolutely bulldoze over the map, take all of the objectives, and reduce the space for the enemy team to be able to farm. Of course, an Enchantress is also going to help with that. Clockwork, very good in the early game as well. I just need something else that's just going to make that high ground siege a little bit better, because Rubik, Beastmaster, Pangolier, pretty good at being able to just shove out waves. Of course, it depends on what spell Rubik is able to steal, of course, but you're not easy to push into on PARIVISION's lineup.
No, and this pick could potentially make it even more difficult as well. You know, looking at a Ducalis hero. Actually get, sorry, apologies. I mean, we're going to get the Satanic already. They'll save the support to 23rd, so get Satanics.
Unless it's the
true,
class,
true. You never know. You never know.
He's done it before.
He has. So, you know, Satanic gets his hero. How do we feel about the TB 18th, though? We, of course, have seen this being a very strong position to pick your cause. This is a game winner here for PARIVISION.
Sure. You know, like, Enchantress is going to have a pretty nice time against you, right? Like, almost entirely physical. You can enchant one of the illusions off, which does feel kind of nice, but it puts their own pressure on, which I think is going to be the most important thing, right? Like, again, PARIVISION plays quick, and part of that is just because they're so damn good that the games end early, but also it comes down to the style of heroes that they like to play. You know, we were mentioning before that Satanic does love to play these, well, doesn't really have a preference, I would say, on any sort of heroes, but regardless, it's going to be something that can get active early, outside of maybe the Faceless Void or the Morphling. You know, like, everything else is able to push together with the team to have a high level of impact and do some of his own trading across the map. So let's say OG rotate absolutely everyone to the mid lane. He's probably going to take a tower in the meantime. He's not one to sit back and just passively farm and get absolutely nothing in exchange.
What do you feel like they need to outrun their draft here on PARIVISION? Is there anything you're seeing?
I'm still down for the Shadow Demon, man. Like,
okay.
It still feels all right to me, right? You get engaged upon, you get hook shot, you get shackled, or Wind Ranger commits deep into the fight. Just Demonic Purge him, even with the Terrorblade as well, right? Just more TB illusions. It's never a bad thing.
Never a bad thing indeed. So not much time here for PARIVISION. We'll see if the Shadow Demon is what they end up going down in regards to their 23rd pick or not. Then we get to see OG, of course.
Ooh.
Their potential offlaners to tie it together. We got the Oracle ban.
There's another Purge, I suppose, for the Wind Ranger, which does feel kind of nice.
Nice way to mitigate some of the Mortimer Kisses damage inside some of these early fights, which is probably a lot of what we're going to see from the snap file.
I mean, you would have to imagine that a lot of OG's attention is going to go specifically to that Terrorblade. You know, there's a big reason why PARIVISION went ahead and banned the Darkseer and the Timbersaw, two of the better options to go up against the TB. So I would imagine with OG rounding out this draft, it's going to be something specific that's going to have a pretty nice time against him. The issue is, a lot of those heroes have already been banned out, right? Primal, Doom, Pango's already been picked up, Timbersaw. So what's really left in that offlane that can have a decent time against the TB? I mean, offlane Shaker is a thing that Toronto Tokyo plays, but you know how I feel about Shaker.
Yeah, and also how I feel about offlane Shaker. This is I think this is my problem, honestly, with Toronto Tokyo. From what I've noticed with his transition, I know it's been a while now to offlane, but I feel like a lot of teams his hero gets left to ultra loss. I'm always kind of scratching my head to work out what hero he really has.
Give me a Batrider. Against the Oracle, though. Doesn't make it easy. That's why they're using all of their reserve time up to the very last second, right? Like, you need something that deals with a TB that isn't going to be ruined by the Oracle. Ooh, okay. Give me... Come on, Core Phoenix. Yes, Toronto Tokyo playing it. I love me a Core Phoenix. You know, the amount of output in damage that you're able to do so early on into the piece is enormous. This is the sort of game, kind of like what he did on his Witch Doctor, though, in the Dream League finals. Ducalis can carry this game off of Oracle. They don't have great ways to initiate onto him outside of the clockwork. So as long as you keep an eye on where Tim's might be, Ducalis can reduce so much damage that they're going to be doing into whoever it is, honestly, that gets focused at the start of these team fights. Like, Pango doesn't care about anyone except for the Wind Ranger once she has the BKB. Noticed... he's a little vulnerable for sure, but Satanic in particular, like, as long as you get that Fate's Edict onto him and reduce a lot of the magic damage coming through, there really isn't too much that he needs to be concerned about.
Surely there's got to be some weaknesses with this OG lineup, though, right? Like, we have a off-lane Phoenix. Like, I know this hero, it's very cool to experiment. It's very cool to try it in a different role, but we don't see off-lane Phoenix. So there's got to be some surely weaknesses that are there. You do have your Clockwork is your only melee hero. Surely there's got to be problems that arise because of this as well.
I mean, they don't really have great ability to protect the egg in the middle of these team fights either, right? Like, I'm a big fan of Phoenix mid in particular, just because you get the levels that you're going to need to really start, you know, snowballing the game down. Kind of like what you get out of a mid Tiny, for example, just not as much burst damage coming through. Offlane, though, a little bit more challenging to do that, and I really feel that this was specifically like, right, well, what can we do to be able to have a decent enough time against the TB? Because, you know, Oracle is going to be able to purge off at least one of the fiery spirits, but at least you're going to have a few to follow on to that. You're going to try and slow down the TB a little bit, but I don't know, I just feel like PARIVISION have multiple avenues to be able to win a bunch of these team fights, and OG don't really, and they all are still lacking that ability to be able to go up onto that high ground reliably.
Okay, what ways do they have then to guarantee the team fight? With that, you can see what needs to go right for OG for these fights to look at least ideal.
Tims needs to find a hook shot onto Dakalis' Oracle, and then you need to burst him down with a few Mortimer's Kisses. Then once that's done, you blink in with the Snapfire, do a bunch of burst damage, and hopefully you're able to like cogs them away from the Supernova while Natsumi's doing his thing. It's a lot of stuff that kind of needs to happen all together, but it all comes down to find the Oracle, take out the Oracle, because again, so much of your damage at the moment is based on magic. Like 2 of your cores are basically doing exclusively magic damage, so if you're not able to stop that from happening, that Fate's Edict is going to do so much work.
Okay. Well, let's see. A lot of attention's going to be on Mr. Dakalis here. How much work he's going to output on the Oracle. A lot of attention, of course, just solely onto OG as well. We've not seen this organization again since season 29 closed qualifiers, where we saw them, I believe, I'm almost certain, they dropped out in straight sets, lost the upper bracket, lost the lower bracket series. So, not a lot of data. Not a lot of recent gameplay, which we have seen has been working for a team in particular called Playtime. With how much Dota they've been playing as of late. Just the reps. Everything. Right. Yeah. Looks like
Toronto Tokyo didn't get the bounty.
Doesn't want it.
Dakalis is going to be able to yoink that one away. I mean, sometimes it just comes down to liking the formats of tournaments as well, right? Like OG at Last Slam 6, they got top 4, you know, very good record. We mentioned coming out of the group stage, the top teams were 7 and 4. OG were one of those. So, you know, clearly they've got the stuff, especially in best of ones, where they might be able to have that gotcha style draft. It's just that I don't necessarily think this is going to be one of those.
Well, man, what a way to start, though. Getting this victory over PARIVISION. You know, again, with winning Dream League, this is the team who we're expecting to go back to back with the big tournament. So if OG are able to come out the gate with not a lot of evidence of what they've been playing recently and get a surprise victory over PARIVISION, all of a sudden this could be a lot of momentum. And it's getting to a stage where it's an important time for them to be building momentum, because you take a look at PARIVISION, again, recent success, Playtime, you can use another example with all the games they've been playing. For OG, where is that kind of experience going to come through with all the tournaments leading into EWC and leading into TI?
Here, you know, like there's a lot of money to play for, there's a lot of prestige to play for, and but at the end of the day, it's also just some solid reps, because you've got a bunch of big tournaments coming up as well. You don't want to be too individually focused, so my eyes are going to be on them and how they're going to be able to maneuver out of this early game, because I feel like top lane in particular, Skem is going to be so vital to a lot of the tempo that they're going to have early on, right? Like just by picking the Ench in general, you do reduce the level of impact that Notice is going to have, just off of being able to have the enchant, be able to take away the boars. Certainly slows down a little bit of his impact and allows Natsumi to get big. But my big thing is, like, what impact does Natsumi actually give once these team fights break down? Sure, he might be able to, you know, ruin one of the cores games, but will he be able to do it to multiple? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, how is he going to be able to perform inside these team fights for Natsumi? We'll see what the role is going to be.
That's assuming that you even have been able to control the Oracle as well, right? Like, you focus fire someone, false promise, team fight's over, basically, right? Like, where is the damage coming through from Natsumi beyond then? And, you know, Wind Rangers historically have farmed relatively decently, particularly when they had the whirlwind there, but not as much in recent times, right? Oh, he's even sniping the last hits on Dakalis there with the Purifying Flames.
Well, we do see that mid is very GLYPH favored.
My idol.
Yeah, welcome back. This has been a long time since we've seen GLYPH have these numbers, at least on the Snapfire specifically. We go back to the DPC era. Again, I know we touched on it inside the draft, but we've seen him playing this style of hero and demolishing Embers. He's 18-11 compared to the 9-2 First Blood. Apologies.
Nicely done there by Natsumi to be able to get the First Blood. So important, right, for them to just absolutely dominate this laning stage. Because if they don't, again, I feel like you're going to be in a position where your Wind Ranger doesn't farm quite as well as the TV. You don't have as many options to be able to, you know, have this ghost push happening, shove out lanes. But It's if you get that first blood, if you're able to get into a couple of extra items early, that's certainly going to serve you in good stead.
What do you want item-wise this game here for Toronto, Tokyo?
That's going to be important for him. Wouldn't mind an early Shivas, just for a little bit of that, a little bit of extra team fight control, enabling him to just go into the center of fights. Maybe not super early commit the supernova. Just try and exist for as long as possible first. Wouldn't even hate like a really early Scythe of Ice as well if you can afford to get away with it. Is he gonna die? Yeah.
I don't. It looked like he got body blocked just a little bit by the creeps getting pulled over there from Tim, so a bit of an awkward timing, but man, Satanix's lane continues to be free. This is insane.
Oh,
yes. Still don't know. I mean, he's 37-14. Then the win ranger is 22-3. I guess Natsumi having a kill early helps a lot with the gold.
Again, I feel like this is going to be a relatively passive-ish early game. Of course, once your Page hits on to like his level 7, maybe we start to see a little bit more emphasis around his lane in particular. But again, it's so hard to strike the balance for Skem about controlling the Beastmaster, making sure that the lane isn't being shoved into, while also protecting these stacks from being taken and putting tower pressure on. Like, he has to do so much on this Enchantress this game.
He's early on going to try and play with Yopaj. They've got the Mortimer Kisses, and they do have that time to also make a push if they want to now with the Catapult. Let's see what the call is going to be from PARIVISION. Like, how do you get in the area to protect no one? Maybe he doesn't die, but again, how are you going to mount a defense on the tower?
I don't think you will. You know, without that Rolling Thunder available, he's just not safe to be able to join this, particularly with Tim's here. Maybe Ducalis might be able to hold them back a little bit, but you can see, well, he actually did a pretty decent job just dragging the tower aggro away, killing that siege creep, so not too bad.
We want the kisses, we do. So, looks like by the triangle, 9 class runs into Skem solo, and Yopaj sees a free opportunity to use that Mortimer Kisses, so just gets a kill. Unfortunately, he did get the illusion snipe because he was too late for the power, so, you know, something he lost, but then something was gained.
It's always about that balancing act. So you'd have to say OG are going to be pretty happy with how this start of the game has gone, right? Like, sure, your Phoenix doesn't have the most net worth, but again, probably one of the heroes that doesn't really need all that much to do a whole lot. You're level 5 now, going up against the Terrorblade, just trying to consistently harass him as much as possible, keep these lanes shoved in, and Natsumi's having a great time. Yopaj is having a great time. So in terms of just dominating that laning stage, they've done a great job, even just tanking up a few of these tower hits to keep the siege creep alive.
Oh, we do see a bit of a fight here with the Wisdom. Unfortunately, Tim's not able to push the Oracle out of range here with the Cog, so won't be able to steal the Wisdom, and will give a kill over. So even a Rolling Thunder over towards the triangle. No one intercepting Skem, who's trying to retreat away from Radiant side of the map. They've got the damage. Now Natsumi is even thinking about moving on over as well. We see some problems that start to come through with the Fate's Edict. Once that expires, you just gotta have to hope that he doesn't find the deny, and that won't be the case. So Natsumi able to hit the board for the second time this game.
Liking that impact. But again, PARIVISION are kind of just doing their thing, right? Like, they got a 1-for-1 trade. You didn't really use all that much on no one to be able to get that kill, so he's going to have the Rolling Thunder up in another minute or so. And notice he's now hit up onto his level 6. He's building into that Helm of the Dominator just to keep a little bit more pressure on this top side of the map, because you can't leave this lane as Natsumi for too long. You will lose a lot of your map presence if you do so. Nicely done.
What did what happened bottom? On top as well, not noticed? Okay, easy kill. That there's no real questions there. We see notice a try for the Aurora attempt on the win rage. What happened with the kisses bottom? Did you see that?
Yeah, it didn't hit much of anything, to be honest. That's the reason for the tip.
Just trying to work it out. I'm like, how did this fight even start for the kisses to be used and not in anyone?
Nope. The Icarus dive, a little bit of a movement slow, but it's not that much.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Level
Well, I
6
feel like-
now on the Phoenix, so, I mean, maybe you're in a position to start considering a bit of a play down towards this bottom side of the map. But again, it's always so difficult when you're going up against this Beastmaster, particularly now as well, that he's got the Helm of the Dominator as well. Like, you can get a bit of this ghost push happening just with your creeps. You don't necessarily need to have them at the team fight, which is, again, why it's so important about what GLYPH and what Skem have been doing, just putting so much pressure aggressively on the map.
Seen them once again continue that to be the case. They have to force no one to TP top to defend with the push. And GLYPH and teams are also trying to block no one.
Oh, a little bit off the mark there with some spells, but should be able to get away from this one. Again, though, it's Rolling Thunder expended for a support kill, and you took 2 towers. So
Yeah.
OG happy with that every day of the week.
Yep.
As soon as you respawn here on Skem, I would be TPing down towards the bottom side of the map. Looks like he just wants to get a creep in the meantime. Maybe assist with one of those power runes, knowing how well no one is going to be able to play around that.
Oh,
and they do
man.
get a bit lucky.
Yeah, straight egg on top of the TB.
Yeah.
And Natsumi coming through the portal as well makes it very clean and easy here for OG. They're looking, I don't know, dog. They're looking good. I mean, this 5 to 4,000 lead. You just see what's happening around mid, like Tim's, GLYPH, and Skem, making sure that no one into Carvers can't get to bottom. So this tower will completely go down. This is already every single tier 1 for OG.
Yes. Again, though, I feel like PARIVISION should be able to get something in exchange, right? You just use the egg. You just use the focus fire. Yes, Natsumi is rotating back towards top to try and, you know, stop a little bit of this this push from happening. But you've got the Helm of the Dominator creep. You've got the Siege creep wave. Wonder if they're even in a position to go for a bit of a dive here onto the Wind Ranger. Seems like that might be the case with the smoke coming through. Pangalia, Rolling Thunder 15 seconds away. Oracle, False Promise available as well. So even if the Wind Ranger joins into the team fight, again, you can nullify a lot of that damage coming through.
He's got a good read, though. Natsumi already back into the jungle, so it's actually going to be Skem by the looks of it that they look to try and jump instead. But Skem's quick.
Very cool.
Gets a
hero.
Nature's Attendance out. They won't get the Shackles connecting onto the tree line. No one will still be run down. False Promise along with the Rolling Thunder. So a couple of ultimates that they want to use to fight back. And they'll be rewarded, not just one, but looking for more. They've got also Toronto Tokyo along with the Mortimer Kisses, but they haven't secured
Didn't really land.
a return kill just yet. Yeah, out of range now.
Tokyo is
Toronto
so low.
Tokyo, a super awkward position for him to be in, especially with his stolen power snipe. Now, GLYPH will finally start to funnel into the end of this team fight. He'll get one, and surely Dekalis next as well, but it was a bit dicey, to be honest, here from OG.
It was, but again, it's kind of like what I was saying, right? They didn't have the egg, they didn't have the focus fire at the start of that team fight, and the Mortimer's Kisses weren't completely on target, but they were able to get something in exchange, and they kept control of that tier 1 tower, so they're still protecting a lot of the space that they are farming across the map. The downside, of course, is Satanic didn't turn up to that one. He's just looking to try and pick up a little bit more of his farm so that he can play around that Manta style, around the Demon Zeal as well, just to be that constant presence across the map. You know, it's a 1k net worth lead for OG for sure. That's with them having taken all of these tier 1 towers, which means that there's a lot of space still left on the map for PARIVISION to be able to recover that.
Yeah. When do you want to see them try and recover it, though, on PARIVISION?
At the very least, I want them to have Manta on Satanic, just so that, you know, if you are being chased down a little bit, if you get the enchant used onto you, or you've got something to be able to dispel at least one use of the fiery spirits onto you, even just use your illusions as a bit of ghost push to enable yourselves to take a bit of a better team fight. That's really the objective that I want them to be able to get first. Just get into this Manta, then look to make your move, and for OG, try and keep the pressure up before it can get to that stage.
No. See, 9 cost potentially died. Not going to be the case. Tim's didn't want to lead in with the hook shot.
Damage.
Yeah. Oh yeah, true. Kiss is still on cooldown.
Does have Blink Dagger though on GLYPH, and of course with the Boom Stick innate. Does a whole lot if you're able to get right in on top of the target. Again, one of those heroes that does tend to fall off a little bit towards the later stages of the game. You know, it's such a weird thing, right? Wanting to go so magic intensive early on the Snapfire and then transition into more of a physical damage carry towards the later stages once you've got those tips dead. Little Shredder talents.
is under attack.
So there's options, but doesn't mean it makes it easy.
No, not at all. See, if GLYPH, important for him to evade this gank, and yeah, it does. So misses out on the smoke maneuver from PARIVISION. Gonna kill into a power in along with an objective, which they will still force. With Notice coming over. It's like Skem tries to get out of range, and of course is all of a sudden almost back up to full thanks to NetH's attendance, and they'll actually look to go in. So they use the kisses just for Mr. Tukalis. Tukalis, of course, nuked down with ease. Now no one they're going to consider as well. Natsumi should be able to easily close. Nice timing out of the egg, man. A 0.1 second any longer here, and felt like that shield crash damage would have burst him, but OG, they get 2 kills.
They get 2 kills. Again, it's the question of what is happening while that's happening as well. So Satanic didn't sit back and do nothing. He made sure to put a little bit of pressure into that tier 1 tower bottom. You had Notice still looking to pick up that Helm of the Overlord, just to make sure that you've got that irresistible force, let's call it, of an ancient creep moving into something that the Enchantress isn't going to be able to deal with quite as easily.
How do you like what you're seeing out of the Phoenix in particular with the early game? You know, how he's been playing, the itemization as well?
Yeah, looking real good to me. You know, just having that that extra area of effect is always good. He is building into the Shivas like I was expecting. The Boots of Travel is nice because, again, this is all about the early game for OG. You just need to be undeniably so far ahead that it's hard for PARIVISION's better late game scaling to be able to overwhelm you. But it was just a matter of time, you know, once they've got a little bit of that ability to move up towards the top side of the map, they finally take a tower. They've got a lot of extra space for them to be able to pick up some farm now. So already, despite a 7 to 9 kill score, just 1 tier 1 tower, and I'm expecting to see a whole lot more, even just tier 2 tower pressure coming up towards this top side of the map, especially once Satanic's got another 600 gold for that Manta style.
Very impressed, honestly, with the Wind Ranger farm. But I think, again, like we've kind of touched on previously, I feel like this has been one of Natsumi's better heroes for a while. With the move over towards OG. And class close to Skem getting put up on that high ground. We will still have this fight here. How many Overlord's going to be picked up? But they will not get an engagement. It's going to be the haste rune down bottom for GLYPH.
I mean, OG have played incredibly well, but all it takes is one successful team fight for PARIVISION, and I really feel like they can snowball into a whole lot more, right? Tier 1s to be able to take everywhere. We're approaching the time when you can start to consider setting up the lanes for Tormentors. We have Roshan potential with a lot of the minus armor aspects that they've got. So, just matters where and when they're looking to try and hit the gas pedal.
So, early timing with the Ag shot on Satanic. I don't know if this is early, to be honest, or like when we're normally seeing out of the TV. I know it's prioritized a bit earlier bottom. Well, they're going to get the supernova off to the right side. They secure the kill to Dakalis, which you mentioned is important. It's going to be a further fight, though. It's just no one at the moment. The Cogs along with Egg. I mean, how awkward could it possibly be here for the Pain Clan for that full duration of the ultimate? And he can't even make it away at all.
Is the perfect target to be able to start on, and I really want to commend OG's warding as well. There's basically nowhere that they can move right now on PARIVISION that's going to give them both protection from being able to farm these safe places, plus also being able to maneuver to get these higher value objectives, right? So they're needing to farm in these really safe spots, but not actually getting anything done at the same time. So very nicely done by the C boys.
Yeah. 1,000 net worth lead. Get another kill for them around the mid lane. And now we can be talking about like some objectives in particular as well for OGs, or anything that they're looking at the early stage here.
I mean, they're not great Roche takers, it has to be said, right? Again, until you get later on when, you know, level 25, let's say even, on the Wind Ranger, or maybe level 18 for the Focus Fire being maxed out, you're going to need the Focus Fire to win a team fight. and you're going to need Focus Fire to kill Roshan. So I don't really think that they can look to take that one. Maybe Tormentor, just because it's a little bit less of a commitment there. But it's definitely going to need to be like the perfect storm of events coming through where they just win a team fight off the back of another great combination coming through from the Clockwork, from the Phoenix, and the Snapfire.
All right, well, we've
Like
seen
they
the
wanna
early
try
game.
forcing it though.
Yeah,
I just
okay.
don't know if they can force into this one. I mean, you've got a lot of great team fights, and you've got the ability to scout out with both the Boars, the Ancient Prowler. They're doing some decent damage in here.
It's coming quick.
Quite scouted it out yet, though. Rubik's D? What?
Yeah, wow. 9 Class just running forward. I mean, he gets the Mortimer Kisses out, which maybe PARIVISION can now respond. Yes, it's a 4v5, but no Kisses is pretty important. Satanic will swing over from the west.
No hook shot, though, is also important. No kisses, like you mentioned. No focus fire for at least a little bit. And, well, they ended up popping the Metamorphosis for that one. Sticking around the mid lane for now, at the very least, wants to be able to take this. But how deep is GLYPH willing to commit here? Is he going to blink right on top of the TB? Maybe if they got the stun off there, he would have attempted it.
Yeah, maybe with someone else to follow. Unfortunately, GLYPH not having anyone else, so I don't really know what to say. I mean, you get the kills. OG looking for the D ward as well. Never mind, Titus doesn't even have a sentry, so he's just running by, I guess, to give some information. But now he's just running in without anyone else. And now Skem's also looking to walk up the high ground, but Skem's going to eat a Rolling Thunder pretty shortly. And with the Spirit Vessel out onto the Enchantress, it's going to be another easy kill for PARIVISION, which will continue. Will it be easy? Actually, never mind.
Nope.
It's not even... okay. Skem doesn't
nice
die.
shackle.
And now Natsumi gets the shackle
Perfect,
up to
Natsumi.
2. 9 Class is going to be ran down as well, but this high ground, not your friend at all. PARIVISION, you were doing a solid job through the first opening of that engagement to minimize the effectiveness of that Roche push, but then they just overplay their hand in the end.
And unfortunately for OG, just Roche moving at the exact least opportune time for them, but still should be feeling relatively confident if they did just want to move into it now. I mean, that was the big thing, right? Sure, you give up a couple of deaths there on the Clockwork and the Enchantress, but you get the Roar, you get the Rolling Thunder, you know that the Metamorphosis is still on cooldown. There's nothing stopping you from going into this now.
Alright, first Roche. Don't have to commit too heavily there from OG. So Age is in the hands of Natsumi now. We will see the Mass TP down to bottom.
Getting close to a few big items coming through from them as well, right? Like Phoenix almost has the Ag Shard. You've almost got a BKB on GLYPH. I think BKB is just being delivered to Natsumi now as well. And they've got the Aegis, so they're fight ready.
Apparently,
very impressed by Natsumi this game.
Yeah, it's been a exceptional performance from him, honestly. Now that I remember it, like I was raising it early, like Natsumi Wind Ranger, but I just see him 6-1 and 4, and I feel like, yeah, I feel like he always plays this hero and always has a very good game.
They might even look to get Tormentor here. There's a freebie.
Dire's middle tower is under
Easy.
attack. Radiant are scared.
Nice shot.
Dire's middle
Oh, not the best. Tim's, of course, is great. So I saw Phoenix and autopilot to think that the Phoenix was just support, but no, unfortunately, this is just a core, who does, of course, have his own shard that he's got queued up next, but you're going to get the better one out of Tim's.
Going for their own smoke play, but it's not going to connect onto anything for PARIVISION. Right now, just playing around that power rune, and it is bottom, so
Radiant's top tower.
Pain Rune picked up for no one. Let's see who responds to this, and if they are going to just go for a blind jump here onto the Phoenix, because if they do get that initiation before he can get the egg off, that's a huge portion of OG's team fight that's gone.
9 Class. I'm running Tim first, like we saw previously. So back-to-back engagements here, that 9 Class is going to be the first person that's picked off.
I mean, it is the way that he likes to play, right? But most of the time, it's not on a hero like Rubik that doesn't really have that same level of defensive capabilities. You know, if he's on a Hoodwink or a Bat Rider or a Clockwork or even a Phoenix, Tusk, you can get away from those sorts of gank attempts. Not so much as Rubik, though. Rolling Thunder forced out. No, cancelled. No, re-engaged.
Oh, yes, no, yes, news. All right, no one.
Nothing else is going to happen beyond this, though.
Where are we going with this? We're blinking away?
Maybe he needs to.
Okay. Oh, they're in GLYPH.
Ooh, another tip for GLYPH, you reckon?
Yeah, I was just trying to put Skem in danger. I was like, all right, well, my jump didn't work. Let me put the Enchantress in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, you know, both sides a bit awkward. Rolling Thunder on cooldown, BKB on cooldown for your Page.
Oh,
we
don't
don't
need
know
to
what
show that
happens.
again. Come on, don't do it like that.
And then the cookie. Your crazy replay, the best of the mechanical gameplay from your Page. You know,
Yeah,
we've
get a
always
load of
praised
this
his
guy.
mechanics, but you know,
Dire's bottom tower
his mid snap is just it's too deadly.
Mm-hmm.
You blink and you'll miss it.
Doing a pretty good job here on No One just to be able to get something out of this. Doesn't look like they'll be able to TP back in time, but another tier 1 tower goes. So suddenly, even with all of OG's dominance so far, towers are matched. You know, Natsumi looks to try and do something about that with his move up towards the top-hand side of the map, level 17, minute and a half left on the Aegis, BKB available for him, and trying to push into this tier 2 tower.
Again, Iron Class steps a bit too far forward. Looks like he was trying to steal. Honestly, 3 out of the 4 abilities are great to steal for the Rubik. Unfortunately, you got the one, which you don't want in Little Shredder. And that pick-off
Damn.
might... we see top's gone now.
They've waited a long time to glyph for this one as well, so they could have just wiped out the creep wave and made Natsumi at least have to second guess whether he commits in there with the win run, but not going to be the case. Feeling a little jittery, it seems, on PARIVISION here. OG, no slouch by any stretch, but they've got their number for now.
Bottom now, no one. Nice response. Ag shot into the roller. Show mid lane, notice. We'll be able to get the jump over towards the win range. Of course, has the Aegis, but killed that first life very quickly.
Toronto Tokyo's here, though.
We'll lose Tim's, though. I mean, the illusions pretty much did all the damage.
They commit too deep. They still need to worry about that supernova, though, right? Like, he's maxed out Sunray, Fire Spirits, Icarus Dive, 2-point supernova, Shivas, plus the Aghanim Shard. This Phoenix is doing a lot at this stage of the game.
That he is. But I don't know, man. This is your recent Dream League winner in PARIVISION and Satanic, and I see his top net worth 012. Not much involvement, but this guy is farming up a Storm here, and this is a bit of a problem for me. It's Satanic TB. I don't know.
It is always a bit of a concern, for sure. My big thing with OG is they've got basically at around the... in about 4 minutes, let's say. Let's give them. Maybe a bit less than that. They're going to need to try and put the foot on the throat.
Well, but the Phoenix TP'd onto the Skeleton, so didn't have the greatest help to be able to confirm the teleport. And now it's just
Thunder
Natsumi
available.
running him down, but Tokalis, they can either Sunder, they can False Promise, they can do whatever they want. Now Dive will still respond. Finally, we're going to get a hook shot with surely a supernova that's not used just yet. They need that little bit of extra damage to confirm the kill onto Satanic, and they will get it
so
now
annoying.
from OG. And even Notice is going to be run down next as well. So finally, we get a bit larger of a skirmish. And again, it's going to go OG's way. 9-20 is the kill count.
God, this must be so annoying. Like, you do everything right on OG, and still your top wave is being pushed into by this bloody ancient black dragon from the Helm of the Overlord, right? Like, no one basically didn't have any involvement in that one previously, but couldn't have been a much better start for the team fight for them, despite not even having the Phoenix's involvement at the very beginning there.
Well, back live, they did still kisses with the cubes and Rolling Thunder. But there'll be a return kill on the Tims. So making sure they can at least get rid of some slight advantage that OG had. So 4K lead, of course.
But like I said before, I'm a little concerned that OG... I don't want to say have missed their timing. They absolutely haven't. But even just going this Aeon disc on Toronto Tokyo as opposed to the Scythe of Ice, which he was queuing up previously, I wonder if that's a little bit too passive. You know, like they're almost about to buy a gem on the clockwork. That's great. They've got the Kaya Sanj about to be finished up by GLYPH, and he'll be level 18. Great. You've got Ags finished on Skem. Fantastic. And might be able to get into one more item here on Natsumi before the next Roshan. But really beyond that, I'm not seeing these huge power spikes coming from that point forward, right? Like you've already got the BKBs, you've already got those big power spike items. You don't really get that much bigger at like your level 20 and all that sort of thing. Whereas PARIVISION, complete opposite, right? Like you've still got Skadi to go into, you've still got this massive right-click carry in the Terrorblade, you've still got Aura potential coming through from Noticed as well. Pango really hasn't had that much of an impact so far, and he's now got his Ags. So I'm just wondering if it's just going to be a little bit too little too late, and if they've been able to stall this one out for just long enough on PARIVISION. If they catch out Satanic though, yeah.
I mean, this would be massive if they're able to run into Satanic. Looks like unfortunately not going to be the case. So Satanic is just narrowly able to avoid that. He will lose the Torment. Oh, sorry, he will lose the Wisdom. So Europage is able to get that. Level 18 now.
They go for a smoke of their own. They know exactly where they are.
So got the kisses. Maybe for
And
another
when
20
Roche is
seconds.
up as well. Just TPing down to that tier 2 bottom. Oh, they're going to try and yoink this one. Not a bad strat at all. Although, where are you going, Roche?
Yeah, what's going on?
Oh my god.
What's Roche doing?
Well, luckily for PARIVISION, OG did not have vision of the area. They've got a clockwork, but I don't believe they used the rocket flare into the pit.
Nice, bottom.
Oh, this is going out, just trying to interrupt any sort of blink dagger or hook shot or just give vision.
Yeah, they're gonna actually have to dive away defensively. Tim's as well won't
Nicely
find the angle
done.
for the hook shot. Nicely done from Noticed. They even steal the hook as well. So they get the Aegis, they get the banner, which is still currently on the floor. It's like, oh, where the hell? Where's that banner?
All right, sure. This is what I'm talking about, right? Like just waiting
Yeah.
that little bit too long, taking their foot off the gas. It's still a net worth lead for OG, but I mean, I'm just looking at what Gaben thinks, and it's about a 65, 70% win probability for PARIVISION at this stage of the game, which honestly I'm pretty on board with, right? Like if they stuff things up, OG is still in a position where they can look to try and end the game in the next 10 minutes or so. But if that doesn't happen, I have concerns about them if it goes to the later stages of the game.
Absolutely, and it looks like we may be in a position where we're heading to that stage when probability 73% actually for PARIVISION. So large advantage for them. And what do you even want to see out of the Aegis? Like, do you want to see them playing more still reactionary, like waiting for these timings, or do you feel like they can start pushing on the other side of the map?
I think they can just farm. This is a farming Aegis for them. They don't need to go high ground. They don't need to try and go a little bit premature with a lot of their movements. If they see a good fight and they hit their timing, sure, take it. But their late game is secured, in my opinion.
Minor thing, but an important thing. No one just easily forces out the Aeon disc out of Toronto Tokyo, so cooldown and a longer cooldown now. And even without the Aegis advantage, we are seeing OG probably going to be able to take a tier 2 tower down bottom. PARIVISION will look to respond in their own way.
Yep. As long as they're getting something in exchange, I don't think they care all that much on PARIVISION, right? Like the issue still stands.
Hook shot
Nice
stolen.
hook shot.
Tries to start to get the telekinesis back. The Roar and Rolling Thunder's there as well, but the damage
Can't
is
kill
just the
him.
thing that's lacking. Toronto Tokyo will not die.
It's just space for the tower, though. They get the tier 2 tower up top.
Yeah, but they got to get out, and they will. Okay, space created. Tier 2 go down. Satanic level 20 now.
Yeah, they still have issues going high ground on OG. That's my main concern. So you're happy to trade tier 2 for tier 2 just because it opens up a possibility for you to then go up onto the high ground if you get a successful fight. But I don't think they really care all that much about this bottom area of the map not being available to themselves right now. They're happy to take the riskier farm. They've got the Aegis to play around with, and at the very worst case, they can just throw a couple of TB illusions down there to keep things pushed out.
Yeah, Europage quick on getting out of this mid lane. He stuck around for even a second longer. Potential catch that they had onto the snap fire.
I'm just seeing the TB illusion running through the Radiant jungle right now, just being like,
Yeah.
no pushing for you. Skem's going to do his best to stop that, just off of his Aghanim Scepter and having the 2 creeps there, but should be enough to be able to stop this one. Just trying for a pickup to enable, again, that push up into the high ground. Roche Banner still in the pit, by the way.
Walking by himself without anyone really remotely close.
Can't be doing that. Can't be giving up a huge kill streak to Notice. Not that he even needed it at this point. And now 70 seconds on the sidelines. still have that glyph available, but should be a relatively easy push into the high ground for PARIVISION here. They might want to force it in the mid lane first, just to try and get an early glyph out of OG, just so that you've still got an ability to go just into the other lane and continue the push.
The decision will be through top instead. So activate the meta. There goes your Aeon Disc again. A couple early procs, something you bring up previously about the decision for this item here. Now you're going to need to try and come up with a way to mount a defense.
Still no snap for 20.
Cookie Steal is actually quite nice for 9 class inside this eventual clockwork initiation. Got to keep that in mind as well. Got the telekinesis save, the force, the cookie, the false promise. Not an easy way for Dire to start, and they won't even have a way to start by the looks of it. This full set of barracks are going to be claimed.
Doesn't say
Snapfire's alive. They will go in. Tim's going to find the angle, but there you go. I mean, there's the telekinesis on the other side of the cogs. And now Dire, how do you get in the middle? Because with the backline, no one. He's making sure that everyone has to run past the Rolling Thunder, and if they get past the Pango, well, then they're running into the Terrorblade.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if you don't have meta anymore. Your Page is gone. What happened to this game, bro? It was such a weird game here, and it's a best of 1-2. This game is just over.
Non-scaling draft. This is what's going to happen if you don't make absolutely every poster winner, you know. And I really feel like PARIVISION did their best to get the objectives that mattered to them, right? Like the first tower that they got was that tier 1 top. It enabled a little bit more farm on the Terrorblade. He didn't join into anything, didn't get sucked in to the team fights that OG were wanting, and well, they match exactly what we were talking about in the pre-game as well, right? They have these really early games that are either a sink or swim sort of situation where you get the win early, or if it doesn't pay off, it ends up in an early GG against you. So very clean win coming through there from PARIVISION, and seems like Satanic feels a pretty similar sort of way, just business as usual.
Bro, I'm so confused. I'm trying to work out what just happened.
I was saying it for 35 minutes, bro. I said it was what's gonna happen.
I know. No, yes, but like, it still feel, even with you saying everything and then seeing how the game played out, yeah, it still felt weird. Because how long do you have this lead on OG? And honestly, I feel like OG played a very decent game.
They did.
I was impressed with the early game, the move, like the lane to the early game to what we were seeing from them. But I just like a couple of mistakes, and this is probably largely the lineup where if we see like, even if your initiations didn't work with like a clock initiation, how much the map that PARIVISION were able to get afterwards.
Maybe it's just OG saying, look, let's try and play into our strengths, play early, dominate the game early, because we're not going to win late game against PARIVISION. They're far too good, they're far too disciplined, like that is an area that they specialize in. But I think maybe the meter swung a little bit too far the other way, and they went all in on the early game. I mean, speaking of OG, I think you and I were there over in Stockholm in like 2022 or something like that, when it was the old OG roster with Amaron and everything. They were going up against a C roster and Fnatic were up like 30-2 or something like that. And I said to you, like, if they don't end this game in 10 minutes, they're going to lose. And that's exactly what happened. Like, they were absolutely dominating on the mid coddle, and it just didn't work out. This game, pretty similar, honestly. GLYPH played a fantastic game. Skem played a fantastic game. Natsumi, I really couldn't have think of too much more that he could have done there, but they just weren't able to get those really big objectives that they were wanting before it was too late and PARIVISION started to scale into their own right and then just ball down these lanes.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Blast 7. There you go. That is a convincing victory for PARIVISION. 35 minutes just over is what it is required of them to get game 1 and our first victory on board here to start the new season. For us, we now get to look towards 2 brand new teams. We've got BetBoom taking on LGD. Yes, you heard that right, LGD. This is Ex-HEROIC, if anyone is unfamiliar, you know, with the recent news, but we'll fill you guys all in. We've got a break. When we come back, second series. See you guys soon. And we are back and ready to go with our second series of the night. Two brand new teams and a old organization that is coming back to join us, Daniel. How exciting. LGT Gaming.
You love to see it. You know, it's not the same one that everyone knows and loves, but I reckon it'll gain a few fans over, the next few months in particular, because, I mean, a lot of fans were fans of them when they were Heroic, a proud representation of the Americas region as well as some exciting young talent as well. And that's really what you want to see in Dota 2, particularly on Tylong. I think he was the one that really burst onto the scene and has made such a name for himself.
Absolutely. Damn. They look good in those jerseys, though. This is cool to see. I mean, we'll see how they're able to perform. I don't know. This is how long's it been now since LGD haven't been in the scene?
Oh, don't make me answer that. I mean, they were what, 2 TIs ago, maybe? I don't know. I might be completely wrong here.
It's been too long. It has been too long, unfortunately. So, yeah, there we go. We get to see the Ex-HEROIC boys. Good to see that the roster is staying together, though. And that is the most important thing. And then good to see they have backing. Of course, no surprises. BetBoom, you got the 5-man there. Kiritich, GPK, Miero, Save, and Katomi. Of course, we saw them before Dream League Season 29. We saw them with the victory at PGL Wallachia. How did they go at this Dream League? I don't remember, actually.
I think they got through playoffs fairly well, and they got a bunch of points, which they absolutely needed for their qualification there. But I want to say they finished 8th.
I think that they lost the playtime in low bracket round 2, which I think is about 8th. Yeah.
Yes. Well, whatever. I think they finished around that sort of period. Yeah.
Yeah. 7th, 8th.
Cool.
So we shall see.
What do you reckon? Like, there's the 3 Merlinis meme. What about that with, GPK, Save, and God, who was the third one? Miero, I believe. Just looking so similar across the board. It's hard to tell them apart sometimes, but certainly not with their gameplay. Could not be more different. GPK so up in your face, Save like the silent assassin, I essentially call him. He's just so elusive, hard to catch, able to dish out so much damage from afar. It's kind of crazy how much he's able to do in a lot of these games.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's get ourselves underway. No messing around here. We've got our second draft. BetBoom, they're going to be on Radiant. They're playing with second pick. We've got LGD on Dire with first pick. Again, I'm going to say it. There'll probably be a couple times throughout the group stages that I say, goddamn, dude, these best of ones are cool. Like, this is this is definitely a very different thing for us, where we're usually, I mean, best of 2s in group stages, so sleeper, so snooze. I feel like it's either like one-way stomp back and forth. It's almost always like tie, or regardless, like the series is just stompy. And then, your best of 3s are always an interesting one. We get the best of 1 craziness instead, with just your brand new gameplay. Not really with the stat fight. That's kind of something interesting. I know Tylong has been another one who's been dabbling with the mid snaps, but we're just getting like brand new gameplay consistently after every hour.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing that I'm also interested in is these are 2 of the teams that have a little bit more of that, I guess, uniqueness to them. Like, are there really that many unique hero picks anymore? He is one of them. Like, Save on his coddle, like, come on, like, he is the coddle in the world, in my opinion. There's no one else that does it better than him. I guess people might say GH, but Saves the man of the future,
Save is definitely this kind of era of the coddle. Don't want to go too far back. This guy is definitely one of the better ones, and I feel like BetBoom have always been a team that draft really, really well around the Keeper of the Light too.
Just looking to try and get rid of a bunch of the things that a coddle support is going to enable. Of course, they've still got the potential to flex GPK to being the mid coddle as well, right? I'm interested to see what sort of bans BetBoom are going to go ahead and pick. Like, if they get rid of the Puck, for example, if they get rid of the Faceless Void, really does suggest to me that is an option that BetBoom are considering for themselves. But as I was saying before, this is one of the things where you do have some more unique hero picks coming through from these two teams. Obviously, the Coddle being one of them. Both of them play position 1 Necro. You've got Yuma with his Meepo as well, which is always really interesting to see. And clearly, LGD valuing how well Kiritich was able to play all during Dream League on his Kez as well, getting rid of that one in the first phase.
So now we're gonna look towards some other heroes. The broken ones being banned out.
Hoodwink has not been picked. That's my biggest
Yeah.
issue. Like, it needs to be picked right now, or banned probably from BetBoom. I think that's a pretty safe way to be able to go about things, because it's going to be damn easy to be able to get a bunch of pickoffs with those two, plus a more aggressive position 5, let's say like a 5 Tusk, for example. You know, dodging out an Illuminate charged up, initiating for a Snapfire and a Hoodwink to be able to do the majority of the damage. I can see that working pretty well across the board. But the thing that I think LGD aren't going to fall into the trap of is just being a little bit too early game centric. You know, you need to give yourselves options that if the game does balloon out beyond that 30-minute mark, that you're just not between a rock and a hard place. You need to have the potential to feel comfortable if it gets to that 45 or so minute mark. Understandable if it's not like the 60-minute mark, but you can't let the game be decided in the first 30 minutes, win or lose. You know, you got to have some sort of backup there.
What do you make of this first two pick from BetBoom with the Coddle Wind Ranger? Are you a fan of this? Because I have some hesitations. What are your thoughts?
Do you feel like they kind of fulfill a similar sort of thing? Is that your hesitations? Just so I can understand you a little better?
Yeah, in that sense, just because of the flex between, really, if Wind and Coddle are played like as a support, of course we're seeing it as save, and then you know, if it's not, Kiritich are going to pick it up, and then of course you're GBK with the mid Coddle. It's just very intrigued that they go for two heroes that can really be flexed in a similar way.
No, I get what you're saying. I'd say maybe just because of the Snapfire in particular, they're thinking like, well, okay, let's just have a bit of it like a Wind Ranger in response to it, just to be able to have that like alternative way to be able to just maneuver around a lot of these Mortimer's Kisses and that sort of thing, right? Because if you're not landing your skill shots, where is the actual control coming? Well, here's a nice way to be able to make it a whole lot more reliable, right? Nightmare into the setup for things following. Even just the Enfeeble for the cast range reduction feels really nice as well. So don't hate this pickup for KJ to be able to go the Bane here. Even just being able to wait out the win run duration, have that answer to a BK bead Wind Ranger if it is indeed being played as a core. I like it.
Is Snap really that good of a mid laner though to show this early?
I don't think so. I think it is a second phase hero, kind of like Slardar. You know, there are plenty of broken heroes in the patch that could be picked that don't reveal your draft hand, but maybe they just have a really high opinion and they would rather just say, you know what, we've got a strategy that we think is going to work around the Snapfire, and we think it's so strong that we don't want to give it up to the enemy team, which valid, but again, I just hope they don't fall into that trap of being so focused on the first 25 minutes that you give up the rest of the game. Because at least Wind Ranger, if played as a core, has that potential to scale into the later stages, provided she has other people to also do a similar sort of thing.
Yeah, but like you said, we have seen this hero. Yeah, I know last game not as much, unfortunately, with OG, but we've seen, you know, more recently that the hero has looked very solid with being able to make it towards the later stages and not have some concerns. Of course, we'll see what heroes BetBoom want to reveal, though.
I honestly was about to say this, man. I swear to God. Like, I was looking at Beastmaster as my first priority, to be honest, but it was first banned by LGD. But I'm just like, I see these three heroes, and I'm like, what do they not do well? Defend against push. You know, like, you need a way to be able to find the Bane, to be able to start things off and pick him off. Lycan, great hero at being able to do that, right? Plus, building into the Helm of the Overlord. What's your answer? It's not like Snapfire even has the full bore facet anymore. We are able to stay far back and at least nuke the wave down from afar. You really got to get into the thick of things to be able to clear things out, and I don't think Hoodwink is going to be able to deal with like a wave of wolves and Helm of the Overlord creep pushing in either. So something that pushed was top of my priority list, and if Beastmaster's gone, Lycan next best option. So love that for them. I mean, like I said before, I know it's not meta, but is this the Bloodseeker draft? Is this the Puck draft? Is this the Faceless Void draft? Because it feels pretty decent on all of them. Puck's banned.
Yeah,
But
unfortunately,
Bloodseeker, though... I mean, Nightmare into Bloodright isn't terrible for the lane. And Rupture is amazing against 3 of their heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. I
It's
just
a
wonder
trash
where the
hero,
weaknesses
but,
are.
like, yeah.
Like, what is wrong with that hero? That why aren't we getting it in a game, especially where it feels like there could be an immense amount of value with it?
Just trying to think if there even is anything else that kind of fulfills a similar sort of thing. Like, again, Void would be the only other one that I can really see. Yeah, like, if you're placing your Chronospheres very well, then the Snowball save isn't necessarily there. Time Dilation, great against the Coddle, great against the Wind Ranger. Not amazing against the Lycan, but good way to be able to control him for sure with the Chrono. Naga, okay. Nice way to be able to at least address a little bit of this split push that might be happening. My issue is still going to be high ground for LGD. I know that there was that period where you had the Dragon Scale neutral and you were just able to be so annoying with the Naga Siren that you just didn't need to commit anything and the racks just died. But I really feel like Naga Siren isn't one of those heroes these days, particularly against the Coddle and the Wind Ranger that can just easily walk up onto high ground. You need to win the team fight comfortably first.
Okay. Alright, so high ground's still a bit of a problem then for LGD. We're looking at our, I believe, offlaner. You probably would imagine a little bit of AoE control, right? Where you have Bane very single target, Snapfire no AoE, but you want some control for the kisses. To help with the Hoodwink, to be able to, for a hero to play in front of the Hoodwink. Axe is, you're definitely one of the better ones. Are there others that are coming to mind? I know previous patches versus the Lycan. You're looking at Mars, for example.
I mean, I'm thinking, who has the last pick overall? I feel like BetBoom have the ability to make this a Coddle 2, a Wind Ranger 1, a Lycan 3, and then still pick a Silencer as a position 5, because great against Fiend's Grip, great against Mortimer's Kisses, prevents the Song of the Siren save from coming through, and, you know, if they're not picking one of these direct counters to a core Coddle or Wind Ranger, feels absolutely amazing to be able to just get away with running them as both cores. And again, they're not going to have a similar sort of issue because Lycan can scale into the later stages of the game. Wind Ranger can also scale, and Global Silence is going to be good regardless at what stage of the game it is.
Don't mind me, I'm just battling the hiccups over here.
That's all right.
Just trying to survive, you know?
Did you have your protein smoothie a little too quickly, did you?
No, it was just didn't even have anything. It was just goddamn hiccups that come at you at the worst time.
Absolutely. I mean, if we're looking at janky options that's good against Naga core, Pudge, you know, like that's always been like the answer to the Naga, and as well, you're a little bit of a save against the likes of a Fiend's Grip or a Nightmare or that sort of thing as well. Gives you a little bit of that extra control as well. I'd love to see it. We talk about wanting these unique picks to start coming through. That's definitely one that's towards the top of the list there. I mean, could they get away with a Necro? They've got a good amount of magic damage. You probably can't Necro into this. But even just something else that builds into the Radiance wouldn't be the worst. Ooh. Okay, that's a nice little catch for the Coddle and the Wind Ranger. So it might lead you to not being able to go into this Silencer pick now. So you want something that's able to deal with a Kunkka off lane, so the Lifestealer band looks even better.
Yep.
I don't know if they can Ursa into this. Just because it might be... Ooh, Monkey, maybe? Wouldn't hate a Monkey King here. Decent against the Kunkka, another stun, way to interrupt the Bane and the Snapfire from range. Got a decent little setup for yourselves there. Don't hate it. Okay, they do Necro.
They do Necro.
Right. Just some AoE damage. Again, Radiance Builder. high HP pool on Tai Lung on the Kunkka, so it's a mid Kunkka, huh? Off-lane Snapfire, so Whisper
Wow.
running it back. I was wondering, like, if they were going to do it. We were talking about previously with Toronto Tokyo having played it in recent times as well in the last series, but always have the option of being able to throw it into the off-lane role there. It's just a question of, is it going to be that effective here? And it is going to be a mid coddle as well, which I feel like Tai Lung should be having a pretty okay time against. It'll be like a farm trade going on, and it's really just going to be up to the supports, particularly... Actually, both teams pretty great at rotating through in order to secure these kills, but you got to say GPK the easier kill out of the two by far.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if they can get him though. We'll see if they can get the coddle, because of course this is a hero that we've seen has always been very problematic to kill in the early game. A lot of it will come down to the warding from LGD, and just in general how the side lanes look. Good to see Whisper back in general as well. I know we did see, of course, it's the recent Dream League with, I believe it was Batchuk that was actually standing in for Ex-HEROIC. So we did see they dropped out in the group phases. Unfortunately, was only able to get a 1 series victory. But we shall see how they're able to perform all together at the Liquid facilities by the looks of it. So we saw a very interesting game 1, you know, with how things started and how things concluded, with the victory unfortunately not going OG's way. You know, for our second series with LGD versus the boys on BetBoom, how we feeling about this one?
I mean, we talk about interesting picks. You got a Necro, you got a Coddle, you got a Lycan, you got a Kunkka, you got a Bane, you got a Snapfire offlane, Naga. We're not getting the cut and paste stuff, which is really good to see. You know, teams really looking to stamp their own individuality onto a lot of these drafts. And again, you gotta give it to Blast, right? Like, the best of ones really bring this out in a lot of teams. You feel like you want to go for a few more of these gotcha drafts.
Let us see, huh? Definitely LGD Whispers interesting.
Did you ever think you would see that?
No, I did not think I would see LGD Whisper. That's crazy. Yeah, I think LGD Whisper, LGD King Jungles, huh? That's great for them to be back. Absolutely. I know we kind of touched on it to start the day. Great for them to be back in the Dota scene. Definitely, again, interesting as you thought if there was any reason for them to come back, it would be you're with the China TI with you'll take any excuse, but with the China TI with the China team, but we get the amazing
easy way to get the crowd behind you for sure.
True.
Still got to get through those qualifiers though. That was the first sort of indication that we got. Like, I looked at, who's going to be in all the qualifiers? LGD Gaming SA? What's going on here?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Let's go LGD.
We do enjoy our Lugada for sure.
Lugada. Bro, Lugada.
I remember someone called them Let's Go Disband previously, but we don't want them to disband. We want them around for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know. This is I'd rather them not disband, you know. Let's stick around, lads. Let's see how they're able to look as well.
They'll be going up against Boom Boys at TI if they do make it, by the way.
What, PARIVISION and No Vision or something?
Team Vision.
Team Vision, sorry, yeah. Team Vision, sick. Must say, like, I mean, PARIVISION's not much better, but you have this name, and you're kind of representing the name, representing the org. I know it's betting whatever, but then you get Team Vision. So PARIVISION sounds a bit cool, and then you go down, and then you get Team Vision. It's like, what is this? I don't want to be Team Vision.
I wonder if that was Ducalis being like, team named after me? Finally, just putting wards down on the map. It's all me, baby.
Right. Is of course we know Ducalis, who carries everyone on PARIVISION. For BetBoom, I'm trying to see, does Save do the carrying? Who does the carrying for BetBoom?
I mean, their mood, basically.
Their mood?
On their day, they could beat anyone, is the thing, right? But it doesn't always happen. You know, there have been a few TI qualifiers that you and I have cast with GPK mid-Morphling, where he was having a Midas queued up at about the 17-minute mark. So, you know, like, it really does depend on what the situation was to be able to start things off for the day, you know?
Nah, that's old days. No, that's previous GPK. This is new and improved.
PMAK.
Yeah, this is PMAK. I feel like, you know, I don't know if we haven't really been seeing that from him for a little bit now.
Look, I'm not in high elo EU pubs, so I can't say what he's
yeah,
like.
but I just like, at least from visually seeing from BetBoom's games, like it seems like we're not getting as many, you know, throwy, insane, like what the hell is going on performances.
Sure. It's good to see like the players that we've been following for all these years like grow and mature. And we say that as they're like bloody 23 years old now or something like that. But honestly, as someone that is older than 23 years old, the difference between me at like 18 versus 21 versus 25 versus whatever I am now is very different.
Damn, you're at the stage whatever you are now. That's rough.
Can't dox myself, bro.
I get it. No, lane's pretty boring so far, nothing crazy. I mean, Whisper free farming down bottom. So definitely interesting. We haven't seen this here. We've, of course, got a lot of the Necro towards the tail end of Dream League, largely because I think, one, because of how good playtime was performing in general. And we haven't seen at least the hero like the Snapfire really to address the Necro.
No, definitely not. I mean, you've also, again, have the Bane as a little bit of a response to that as well. Reaper's Scythe into the Nightmare is going to be a nice little bit of a save as well. So really going to be dependent on King Jungles and his positioning too. But it's interesting to see like I guess, I don't know what the right word is to use, roller coaster or like difference in roles that each team is going to need, because this Necro does not want to get involved in anything unless they're like diving him deep under his tower. Then everyone else can look to respond. Pretty similar sort of thing with Miro, to be honest, right? Like he wants to get into that Helm of the Overlord ASAP so that he could just put a ton of pressure out on the map. Whereas you think of the Keeper of the Light, him paired together with the Wind Ranger and the Tusk are just going to be constantly looking to make moves around the map, even sacrificing their own farm to be able to do so.
Do you feel like LGD have an easy way to be able to deal with this 3-man that you mentioned from BB team?
Kind of. I mean, again, it really does depend on King Jungles again at the end of the day, because if you're going to get like a power shot into a Illuminate combination, to be able to just immediately wipe that out with a well-timed Nightmare, it feels horrible, right? Like the gank is over basically at that point.
So you feel like, is this a problem then? If you think that one spell simply can just be a nuke, if that's avoided by a Nightmare, you feel like the fight's just over? Is that then a problem with Radiant's lineup?
You just got to find the Bane. You know, pretty similar sort of story from what we saw last time. You got to find, I said you got to find Ducalis on his Oracle. They did a couple of times, but not enough to be able to get enough out of the map. So again, that's just the role that they're going to have. And the difference here for BetBoom is that they've then got 2 heroes that are going to be able to carry towards the later stages of the game in both the Lycan and the Necro, rather than just the one.
Katoni,
Side though.
yeah, some back and forth going on.
Deep.
I think he's going to be fine. They tried to store there. We'll actually TP in. One with the power shot. Save. Nicely done. Snipes Theolocor down. Now Whisper.
Oh, maybe another.
Not a bad shot. It kind of puts him in a position where the shackles need to land. He does have a raindrop, which eats a lot of the damage from the power shot. Now Whisper will be fine by the looks of it. We had a mid lane gank as well. Tai Lung, actually with KJ, were able to get the kill onto GPK's Coddle.
And we said he was a squishy boy, so, you know, any time that he doesn't have his own supports to be able to provide that backup, this is always the sort of thing that's going to be happening. And, you know, it's already saved him once there on Whisper, that raindrop, so you can see Kunkka, he's got some coming out on the Courier as well. Again, if you've just got those, it's so valuable against this lineup in particular to be able to just withstand a lot of the ganks that are going to be coming through.
Well, how would you like Tai Lung to itemize? We know the Conquer can be quite versatile.
I mean, nothing really feels wrong with an early-ish BKB, right? Just being that control for the Coddle in particular. Because outside of the Lycan, what are you really
Speaking
worried
of the
about
Concord,
from a physical standpoint?
doesn't get the connection mid lane. Little bit awkward there with the spell casting. So GPK's actually okay. I think everyone's okay.
Yep,
What a missed opportunity.
Just a gentleman's agreement. Back off, do it again.
Okay, so you feel like earlier BKB is something that you're looking at here from Tai Long. You don't need anything else in regards to, we have seen some earlier maybe damage you could be liking, some armlet, there's
Blade
some
mail,
orchids.
maybe.
Okay, blade mail, all right.
Definitely an option. They do have a decent amount of unavoidable damage coming through, particularly once the Necro is going to be getting into this this Radiance as well. Helps them secure a little bit of farm as well. Makes them harder to kill. Of course, the Admiral's Rum feels kind of nice as well against these heavy nuke-style spells.
We're going to see how that's able to survive at least the sustain Kiritich, and especially with this movement in particular down to bottom as well.
It's getting hit by the envenomed weapon as well, which is kind of a big deal.
Should be able to get the kill. There's going to be no rotations coming through, and a quick and easy move from LGD. Just they'll use that Mortimer Kisses as early as they can. They don't even need to use the boat as well, which might actually make it a bit easier for them to actually secure the secure the tower. Power does go Kato his way.
So start for LGD here. Again, like any sort of draft that's easy to itemize against, it just feels, I don't know, incredibly, I don't want to say narrow or limited, but you even said in the draft, right? Like you didn't necessarily enjoy the fact that you had this Wind Ranger and Coddle that were essentially doing the same thing in terms of their flexibility, and I totally get that.
Nice setup from KJ with the wraparound Nightmare into Tai Long TPing in. And all right, 3,000 net worth lead from LGD. Man, this is a massive lead.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job of just being able to respond to essentially everything that that BetBoom have been throwing at them, and they should maybe be able to get one more. No, might still be able to get the kill here. Acorn shot, never mind. Uses the Lotus, but should be able to get the tower regardless. Maybe, maybe not.
Surely one, right? Tai Long a little bit hesitant to right click, so it just lets his support do it, It's okay. I don't need a right click. And now he comes in to get the CS. Typical cause. He didn't even get it. Alright, KJ.
Deserved, honestly.
Looks like now finally we got GPK here with the blinding. So the Spirit form up. So a bunch more damage for themselves to be working with the early game. Unfortunately, they do of course lose their tier 1 tower. Massive for LGD. We've already seen the potential for them to rotate the side lanes. Now it can be even easier with this tower going down. Tai Long's already moving to bottom.
Doesn't really enable, like, it enables it, sure, but there weren't any camps stacked up at the time, so it's not like they're going to be able to yoink those away, even with a Kunkka, so not the worst, but, that kind of just goes back onto lots of pings being put here, specifically onto Kiritich saying, he dead, look to try and focus him as quickly as possible, and I would have to say that's probably the conversation happening based off of the Naga Siren laughing coming through from Yuma there.
Let's see, unless Kiritich has got some insane read that he TPs out.
Even then,
sorry, buddy.
Hoodwink's right there, and he's on division.
Yeah, you're right. Probably going to be able to get in range.
I mean, he's even got raindrops himself, but doesn't give anywhere near the same level of value as what it's giving to LGD right now. The timing of that movement, though, from Theolicore means that he walks through the creep wave, but again, not the absolute worst. Should still net them this tower. So the net worth will continue to grow. Loving the what's in the quick buy already from KJ, by the way. Just straight blink dagger. Love it. You are the response to the Necro that's about to die.
What, this is an earlier blink. We have our, in fact, is already online from Whisper. It was a pre-10-minute blink. That is an insane timing. And you see, we was able to close the distance onto Kiritich, so they do get that kill in the end.
Nicely done. Soul Ring finished up for him as well.
Bro, it's a 5k lead.
Yep.
It's just, I mean, I know Whisper is a hell of a player. We unfortunately didn't have an opportunity, actually. Maybe we covered one of Ex-HEROIC series at Dream League, regardless of, again, not looking the best for them, but Whisper coming back and already a performance like this, it's going to be a nice feeling. Potential another kill. Nice snowball save from bottom. Kataomi. So this Mortimer Kiss is not going to be able to get a third death onto GLYPH.
He's opted to go for the Talisman of Evasion first, as they look to maybe even get a Fiend's Grip kill here onto save. A couple of ultimates are used, but totally fine for them to be able to do that.
Holy man, what's going on?
LGD power, my friend.
And then you
step up to another level.
Yeah, okay. Just join the org and all of a sudden, it doesn't matter.
Heroic, when they were playing with Whisper, they were putting some pretty good results on the board as well, have to be said.
Yeah.
He's nearly into that Manta style as well, so it's just going to restrict even more of the map that they're going to be able to farm with. And again, you really are playing around the early game as this Coddle, so this gank has to pay off. It's the Spirit Vessel gank, 2 charges in it, looking to try and force a fight around that tier 1 tower, and they are lacking a few ultimates right now on LGD, so for their sake, hopefully they don't get baited into this fight unnecessarily. They might, just scout it out. Doesn't have the mana for the Song of the Siren, but does have a Healing Lotus available.
Top lane. Yuma tried to attempt for Miera, but yeah, BetBoom are already here with the wraparound. So GPK is going to reveal himself. They should get the damage onto Theolacor. The miss on the blast, and Yuma's actually going to use the sum defensively. The only problem is that Hoodwink's kind of stuck. They know that she TP'd down, so Miera's just going to bring the forces over towards the portal, but just a bit too late. So the Song actually gets both of them out, and they do stall the push.
That was nicely done by LGD, right? Like, you want to protect this tower if you can. They get what, 4v2'd, and they get away with it with still a couple of ultimates being used to try and catch in onto you. And maybe now they're even going to get a response here.
Absolutely, it looks like they will.
Maybe.
Although Save does a pretty good job to stop some follow-up onto the Coddle. Save will probably still go down though. So dominating streak for Whisper. And they will not have, unfortunately, the Ex-HEROIC. Tai Long just out of range.
So this game feels very different to the last one, right? One, because the net worth lead is bigger, of course, but you also have those direct answers to what BetBoom are going to throw at you in the later stages of the game, right? Like, you have this big net worth lead, but you would have to say Naga is the stronger core out of it all, even when you consider, like, Necro as a bit of a counter to it, right? But all it takes is a Nullifier purchase or this Orchid that he's going for, probably going to get it way before the BKB comes out for GLYPH as well, and then you can just completely take over the map, not just with your illusions to be able to shove waves in, but also just the kill threat is going to be insane, and it really isn't going to stop.
Bottom, we see that not stopping anytime soon as well. Nothing important necessary to commit. And with this Orchid that you're mentioning from Yuma, I'm presuming you'd like to see him starting to posture like on the halfway mark of the map, because we see he's currently farming quite defensively.
You would hope so. I mean, maybe you just like play around the twin gate, just play on the bottom side of the map, send your illusions through the twin gate just to keep that top wave shoved in while still keeping control over the bottom side there.
Sure. We do see though Yuma and Theolacor combined together for a kill and to save, and meanwhile with the rest of the 3 other members on LGD, they are down to bottom. So you've got constantly, it looks like mid's getting kind of cut from Tai Long. Bottom as well. This early BKB renders a lot of the damage. Completely useless from BB.
Oh, they found Necro again.
There's another kill by the looks of him. Let's get to Omi. Nicely done. Fiend's Grip's going to be there to prevent the snowball. Just gets out of range of the cookie, but it doesn't matter in the end.
Oh, even blinks away. This is a disaster. BKB, no TP though.
Okay. So should be able to get Tai Long by the looks of it. Theolacor's nearby. Nice. It's decent bushwhack. Is there going to be any more chase afterwards? Another round here from the slow thanks to GPK. So they will be able to run down Tai Long. Now Yuma does still hold the Song. It's going to make sure that their high ground is guaranteed safe.
Yeah, he didn't have his own TP to be able to get away from that one. So Song to be able to protect the Hoodwink. Maybe a little bit too much just for a support, but clearly just wanting that potential to keep these lanes shoved away. prevent them from the comeback potential, right? Because, you know, if there was any downsides to being up by 7k 15 minutes in, it's that it's off the back of kills, and you don't want to be giving those kill streaks away for free.
Yeah, absolutely. Who got it? Okay, save. Bomb. I don't know, glimmers what you're getting with the kill streak. Not bad, honestly, I suppose, with all the damage we're seeing, Magic specifically on LGD. KJ...
Yeah, he kind of goofed that one. Didn't use Brain Sap, didn't use Wand, and then tried using the Twin Gate.
Oh, this is more important. There's up Tai Lung along with Theolacor again. They got the high ground ward.
They got a
double
stack.
ancient stack.
Mm-hmm. Feels good, man. He's already got the BKB, is that really early pickup that we were mentioning, and he's going into the Lotus Orb. Love it, right? Like, you just put that on to you. Who cares what the Necro is going to throw at you? Who cares what the Coddle's going to throw at you? You've got responses.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there's some problems when you see that these two heroes are pretty heavily counted through the BKBs. And there's just more kills, man. I mean, Kataomi. Give away another one for the boys on LGD. Like, this lead, these aren't just like minor kills.
Wei was pretty shoved in though, so Whisper's forced to TP all the way back, but I really don't think he minds all that much. You know, this is going to give him time to farm up that Boots of Travel, just making it a little bit easier for him to connect in with the rest of the team, and he's only 300 gold away. Might even just walk to where the rest of the team is right now. Play around that Mortimer's Kisses, take that mid farm.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be the case. So shortly, Kiritich will bump his head on the lane. Now,
Can't be going too deep, my friend.
Yeah, one, this is a bit too deeper, and two, you also don't see where the Tusk is.
They're looking to just try and get any free pick-off that they can. Right now, the Wolves following KJ. Looking to dodge them out just by jumping inside the roast pit with his Tumbler's toy, but they're still on the prowl. Still trying to just pick him off, but it's going to be able to out-kite them.
Miero is arguably that strongest hero. They will run into KJ's, who's trying to protect the power rune. So it's gonna give time for Dai to respond. Unfortunately, Radiant not able to make anything happen here with the Ag Shot, the Helm of the Overlord from Miero. Wanted to try and make a play, but they'll be too late for the power rune. They'll be too late for their top tower. Now they will run into Tai Lung. BKB is going to be activated. The Mortimer Kiss is coming through as well. So with the artillery, Tai Lung is completely okay. And that will be it. You just got to hope the supports don't die to the Lycan summons.
And might even be able to get a follow-up kill here onto Kiritich. You've got KJ playing around this ward that is still around for some reason.
Oh, they're going to kill GPK off to the other side. And meanwhile, they will absolutely be able to kill the Necro. Nicely done. Human with the Orchid. And now they've got the Song if they want to use it as well, and they will. Yep, aggressively is also going to get the connection onto Save over towards the left side.
This
so
is
it's
a
not
domination,
just
man.
a +1, it's +2. And yeah, what's going on, brother? The 14,000 lead? My God.
I mean, when Whisper is 9-0 at 19 minutes, that's sort of the situation that's going to be happening here. Just there's nowhere that they can run without being punished. You know, it really should be BetBoom putting a little bit more pressure on the map with this Coddle, but again, just another one of those heroes that... Lockie, what did you say to me before about, hold on, Kiritich is about to die again?
Oh,
maybe,
man.
maybe not. What did we say about GPK and the 17-minute minus queue up?
He's gone minus. No way.
What? Did I predict this or what?
No way. Coddle minus. Oh, God.
I mean, you are a early game hero. You know, once those BKBs come out, you are useless. And you are just really hoping that you're going to be able to be such a dominant force in the early game that it doesn't really matter, I suppose. But this has not gone the way you would have liked.
No, absolutely not. I mean, this has gone horribly. Like, it's... Oh, what's the probability? 4%.
Yep, sounds about right.
Yeah, honestly, really does. I mean, I don't... Is this even right in any game on Coddle to go Midas? I wonder if it is.
If I say something, I'll be in big trouble.
Yeah, okay. You know, it's... Yeah, unfortunately, it is what it is. I mean, LGD put themselves in this position. They've done an incredible job. They're already looking for another kill top lane. Core and Whisper.
Scan.
They got the shape shift, which will matter. So Whisper has to jump in for the extra chain control, and he ticks out. Nice read. Wow. That is a insane read, to be honest, from Whisper. Like, you don't want to cancel these kisses because you feel like if you do, you're missing damage. But he actually reads that they're lacking stuns instead.
Yep, lacking stuns, plus being up in his face as well. That Scatter Blast did 462 damage, so plenty of burst to be able to pick him off. And I mean, I don't want to say they're tilted out of this game already on BetBoom. You know, the Midas kind of suggested that, but he didn't even try and micro his Ancient Granite Golem there when they were trying to kill it on the top side, and they just did it very easily because it was just sitting there, immobile completely.
Yeah. Do we want to say tilted though? It just feels like it kind of happens sometimes, you know? You just get outplayed. It's just simple as that. Like,
but at least you force them to spend an extra couple of seconds killing your golem.
No, I'm right. Yeah, no, I understand. I'm not disagreeing with that. That is definitely something where you want to try and make them work for it as much as they can.
Mm-hmm.
There's now a 14k lead, a Yasha and Kyle on Whisper. Welcome
Nearly
back, my friend.
Yuma.
Oh my. Now this is, again, not a bad way to come back here, but doesn't play the last event. First game, godlike. First game as a new organization. 15k lead. Like, we're pretty happy.
Mrs. LGD just rubbing her hands right now. Just be like, yep, I made the right choice.
Yeah. Back towards mid lane we see from LGD. Oh, gone are the days of the PSG as well. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh man, that was annoying. There's our Midas up here from Mr. Coddle. Nice timing the tide away from Pylung as well. BetBoom are kind of nearby. Save was maybe going to chuck out a shackle, but wasn't really able to do too much. Meanwhile, bottom GPK is getting run down from KJ. KJ wasn't able to get any spells out.
Oh, should be able to get away. Coddle's a speedy boy, especially in the river with the Yules. Oof. I mean, it's pretty standard for the Coddle, but the greedy enchantment as well. Like, he just wants any farm that he can get.
Is Kiritich in trouble?
He's in a lot of trouble.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is lots and lots of pain. He's doing a good job to avoid some of the kisses and nuke.
Have we seen a Reaper Scythe use this game?
No, I don't think we've seen a Scythe. I don't think we will see a Scythe this game. Not with how it's looking like. Oh my. 15k.
I mean, I think they just want to take a fight where they've got some kind of items, right? Like in... how far is he? 500 gold away from the Nullifier, 1300 from BKB on the Necro, Blink Dagger coming up shortly for Kataomi. So they've got some timings coming through. Probably gonna have a Gale Force as well, on save. But yeah, I mean, it's really going to be their first minor chance to be able to get anything done. Just soloing this Ancient Black Dragon as well is Whisper.
Do they always do this? I don't even know with the snap fires. Do you go for the 4-second fire snap cookie cooldown?
Yeah, I think so. Again, like, I think it's going to be dependent on, like, are we crushing the game or do we want to play for the later stage? And I'd say 80% of the time you want to go the cookie, but if you're, like, having a horrible time and you need to bank on super scaling into the late stage, where you're going to be that right-clicker more style, I think you maybe go into the other one, but it's such a niche situation where you would.
Sure. Yeah, well, this is a quite the specific scenario here. We are going to see another fight, though.
From behind.
No, absolutely not. This is, probably one of the bigger leads that we're going to see at this stage of the game. Meanwhile, Yuma solo kill onto Kataomi.
They got rid of some of their vision, though. Andy's relatively low net worth.
Run up into the high ground into a couple of heroes currently from BetBoom. So we will get our first scythe. Let's go. You're not going to have it now. It looks like a further fight's going to continue to break out. They will do their best to try and deal with the summons. So Whisper's not going to have a problem with them running him down. And once that's been handled, now have just one more big old wolf to address. And they should have enough chain control for that shapeshift to expire. Once it does, they'll kill him afterwards.
All right, so they had the nullifier then. They had the blink dagger on the tusk, but he died beforehand. They didn't have BKB, and they didn't have Gale Force on the Wind Rangers. So again, haven't had absolutely everything. It's still going to take a while for GPK to get into anything substantial as well. So he honestly isn't in a stage where he can kind of dictate to his team what needs to happen. As soon as the other 4 hit their timings in, let's say, a minute or so, he needs to just listen to them and go.
Well, hopefully they're able to get there without losing any heroes. Makes it a bit more difficult when your wards continuously be dewarded across the map. We just saw an instant deward there from KJ.
Yeah, is their map completely dark? Yeah, pretty much just that
yeah.
mid lane pushed out a little bit, which makes it so hard for them to try and make any sort of play, because again, they need to take out this Bane to be able to start out a lot of these team fights. He really is a good answer to a lot of what you're throwing at him, but I guess with the nullifier on the Lycan, you're not as worried about the Ghost Scepter if Mirio is actually able to get in on top of him, but I don't think you'll feel comfortable just going in as well without that BKB being pushed up, right? It's going to be a while until he gets to that stage.
Yep.
Whisper takes it, why not?
12-0.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Tai Long. You're only 5-1. Yeah, nice death, brother. What are we doing?
Big
Maybe
move.
try not to die next time.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can get the Aegis.
Lycan Wolves doing their best to try scouting things out.
Oh, not bad. Tai Long does find a way to get over towards the high ground.
Oh, they found the Coddle.
On the back line, yeah, he's going to run pretty
Nice
deep into
yules.
the Coddle, but everyone else is going to have a bit of a difficult time of actually following up. So Tai Long kind of baits the Core. And
Still has
now...
BKB.
Okay, what do we get out of this, though? Just a song to the TP out.
All right. Yeah, it's a pretty nice little hold there from BetBoom, right? Shapeshift use really the only thing that you're massively caring about. And again, you're not at this stage where Kiritich is going to be able to do anything until he's got, at the bare minimum, the Aghanim Shard. Free pick-off once again for Katomi, but he's at that point of the game where he's just trying to catch out smoke attempts and try and blink away just in time.
Yeah. It was... Yes. At least with only losing the toss there previously, he's able to go back and building up that farm. Dude, Yuma's gigantic. Like, I'm trying to be like, yo, Necro, a little bit of farm, you know, this is going to be nice and all. And then I just see Yuma's net worth and it's like, okay. There's insane levels.
For sure. I mean, I remember reading something, a friend of mine was talking with Miracle, not Miracle for all of the EU fans, but Miracle, Galvin, the C Naga player, and he essentially said, like, look, Naga will win you the game, but it won't end the game for you, if that makes sense. Like, you completely take over the map, but you can't actually end the game unless, you know, you're taking a successful team fight. It's still hard to go up onto that high ground there to be able to finish things off. So that's exactly what he's doing. He's just completely controlling the map right now. He's an unstoppable killing machine. He's saving his teammates multiple times as well with the Song of the Siren, and he's nearly into a freaking butterfly for himself as well.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, we'll get the shapeshift force out from Miero. Doesn't really know which direction to run. If he kept going down to the south, he would have gotten away. He thought about the north and... Well, now is pretty unsure, and because of that uncertainty, he's going to get found in the tree line.
With shapeshift used, by the way, like this is what they were waiting for, to be able to just say, all right, let's go. 10 seconds away from that butterfly being finished up. Yuma just acting like his real hero is an illusion right now, putting it between a tier 2 and a tier 3 tower when his team is nowhere near him. But how are you supposed to kill this man?
Yeah, it's insane.
And even now, Theolacor, he's building up into that Lotus Orb just for another way to be able to be a response to the Coddle, but just the... oh, never mind, he sold it. I was thinking the Plate Mail on its own is a nice little thing to just protect you a little bit from the Wind Ranger and the Lycan. But Lily just wanting to save his gold up a little bit further. I think he's bought a Blink, maybe? Yeah.
Whisper. Tipping back over towards the outpost. They've got the Fiend's grip. So no BKB TP out, unfortunate for Kiritich. Tylon will also get Katsuomi as well. Really nice read from Dial. They have an idea that BetBoom are chilling around their triangle area. And Yuma's
putting their foot on the throat, not giving them anywhere to farm. They're just like, all right, bunch of like 2 separate sentries put down defensively just to see if there's any farm at all on the map. It's gone. I mean, basically the only thing that I would change from what LGD are doing right now, just buy a gem. That's literally it. Everything else, absolute perfection. And these were those big kills that I was talking about to enable you to end the game.
Starts to get the tidal wave back. They'll kite out the Yules, and that is just an easy way to set up for Tai Lung's torrent. And a save as well. It's alright.
Lycan? Still a BKB on Yumiro.
Ooh, get away!
Yeah, good luck getting away. Just call it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like
40 seconds with no cause.
I mean, I know Heroic, like maybe 2 tournaments ago, had a really difficult time of like closing games out. They threw a lot, but this is
Surely
not looking like it's going to be one of those games.
No. There we go.
It feels good.
Speedy one.
It feels good to be this.
Wow. Well, what do we say to this? What are we? 6 kills, 32 from LGD. Welcome back to Dota. Wonderful to have you. Welcome back, Whisper, as well.
Absolutely. I mean, no more let's go disband, let's go dominate seems like the new slogan for LGD. You know, the SA pickup coming through. The man of the hour, Whisper there himself, and like you mentioned before, just such a dominant performance. 32 kills to 6, and he was part of 24 of them without a single death. Just dominated from start to finish. And, you know, I saw what they were going for with the Necro, but, you know, clearly didn't get enough out of it in the lane, wasn't able to curtail the Snapfire snowballing potential, and even just into the Necro, wouldn't have really been able to get any impact coming through as well. Excuse me, into the Bane, wouldn't have been able to get any impact as well. Did we see a Reaper Scythe? I think we
Just
might
one.
have seen one at the end, yeah. But really not the value that you were hoping to see out of this last pick of the draft.
No, absolutely not. They thought they had something going here for BetBoom, but not the case. So LGD start off with a victory, and now we look towards our 3rd series of the night. What do we got? We got Tundra taking on Aurora. Oh man, we just continue to go from one good series to the next. So it's going to be about the same duration here for the break. So when we come back, Tundra taking on Aurora. We'll see you guys in a little bit. And we are back and ready to go here for our third series of the night. Two new teams, of course, with this beautiful best of one system. Tundra taking on Aurora. We saw Tundra have a bit better of a showing recently. Of course, with Dream League, we've seen previously, I think the two tournaments beforehand were a little bit dicey for Tundra. One win and... what was the one before? Valahia, thank you.
But I think
for
they played
Aurora,
that with a stand-in, right?
They
I
did. They
think Pure was
played.
playing.
They played Valahia with VII, and then one win Pure was there.
Yeah.
But for Aurora, I don't know, my friend. This team, they keep putting some pretty good showings behind them.
For sure. And you know me, I love any kind of melding of different regions coming together. And you gotta say, like, probably the best offlaner in C by far in WS, just in terms of what he's able to do in those clutch big game moments. And Makoto, he's been so solid across his time in Dota from that mid lane as well. Not just with one play style as well. He's very capable of being that carry from the mid lane as well, to be able to bring that on. And then just to be able to have someone of the caliber of a TI winner in Mira to go together with that carry Nightfall duo just feels incredibly solid across the board, right?
Absolutely. And of course, you have led by the best Australian talent and prodigy that there ever could be, never will be, KP as the coach. Thank you. Thank you. Tundra. You know, I'm sorry. No one. They have no Aussies there. They don't get someone else's. With
no, absolutely not. But they do have Whitemon, who is a favorite of ours. You know, again, the team built around him originally. The snack god himself. Make the gods. You know, like Old 11 was the neck god and all that sort of thing. Snack god has to be Whitemon because he is always munching on something during the draft phase. But 33. I mean, what more can be said? Like, he is up there for like greatest of all time, in my opinion. Top 5 for sure. And you know, he's got such a talented team around him. You talked about with PARIVISION, Satanic, and his ability to carry games from that one position, even if the game seems completely lost. Pure, he's another one in that exact same boat.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely he is. So we'll see how they're able to perform, because again, you know, we're expecting, you know, maybe a little bit better results from them at the recent Dream League. We saw them lose to XG 2-1 fashion. Tundra are giving us insane games, insane series, so that's at least, you know, always something that's going to be exciting heading into it. What is, at least from the games that we covered from Tundra Dream League, what are the big standouts from you at the moment, just with what you're seeing with their gameplay?
I'd say probably like Whitemon on his techies has been pretty fantastic. His Lich has been pretty amazing as well. Doom Enjoyers for the both of them. BZM's Invoker was amazing, that game that we were casting with him as well. He was one of the original people to start picking up the Snapfire too, so I'm really going to be looking towards that in the draft as to, you know, which team is going to prioritize what. I believe Tundra chose second pick for themselves as well, so they're giving up that Snapfire as a potential option to Aurora, but can't recall the last time Makoto actually played the Snapfire. It doesn't really feel like his style of hero.
Yeah, I'm trying to think as well. I don't remember really seeing Makoto on that hero, to be honest.
Yeah, he's very much just the stock standard mid laner type, you know, the spirits, the puck, the quap. Maybe a Wind Ranger here and there, but and TA when it is in the meta, but certainly is not right now. You know, you talk about heroes that have been around and always seeming to be in the meta for quite some time. TA was that hero until, what, a year or two ago, and it's just completely vanished.
Yeah, at 7.41. You know, we got a little bit of Templar Assassin every now and then, but yeah, that hero is completely disappeared. So I'm actually taking a look now at what the statistics like were TA for Dream League. Let's see, what did we get? 4 games, just 50% win rate. So not many people are crazy enough to see if they can make this TA work. Tundra did twice.
There's the man, the myth, the legend himself, by the way.
Yep, there's some cool shorts.
Australian royalty, KP god.
What are those shorts?
I don't know, man. Cactuses I'm seeing.
A dog with a Mexican hat on or something?
All right, we'll take it.
Guys, some Hispanic themed shorts, kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. He saw LGD and he was like, well, better get on board.
Oh, okay. I mean, fair. Because again, when I think of LGD, I just think of China. I'm like, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Imagine,
LGD,
by the
what?
way, if they just showed up in sombreros one day. We're talking about Mexico. They're like SA anyway, not even Central America. But anyway, I'm keen to see what KP's got in the bag here. Because again, best of ones really... I don't think coaches make their money in best of ones and best of fives is essentially what I'm trying to say, right? Like best of threes, I think you can put that a little bit more on the players. Of course, the draft is still obviously a key factor, but there's no room to hide in a best of one. And with best of fives, you can kind of like play a series meta. There's not really a series meta in best of three. It's just who's the better Dota team, you know?
Sure. You don't believe there's a series meta in best of three still?
Not as much. I don't think they last long enough to be able to have that sort of mentality, and like who wins game one in a best of five is so important relative to, you know, a best of three where they just can say, oh, it was a bad draft, let's go again. You know, I don't think there's that same sort of mentality in a best of five most of the time, because it's like the grand final for something, that winning the first game starts to put feelings of doubt into the enemy's team's mind, you know?
Yeah. No, look, I completely understand. Definitely best of fives are the most, if we're speaking about meta. Then I agree, you know, BO3 and BO2s and whatever, not nearly as much. I would still say that there's maybe a little bit just because there is some prep work, but...
Sure. Yeah, I'm not saying that coaches are useless in best of
No,
threes. I think
no,
relatively, best of ones and best of fives are where the coaches, I think, can really shine.
Well, let's see what Moon Meander can do for Tundra. You know, if he can shine, or if Mr. KP, you know, maybe who's got the bigger brain.
I'm following both on Instagram. So
Okay.
KP's been keeping up his gym routine that he learned when he was assistant coach of Liquid. TI winner now, by the way, as a coach. And Moon Meander visited like some health spa. So mentally, he's great.
Mentally, Moon is great.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Always has been. Never has been unstable or anything like that.
Nah.
I am an OG Moon Meander fan from back in the Hon days. You don't even understand. You were not even born yet when this was sort of happening. Like the Get On My Level, the iTunes playlist. Oh,
Wait, what's the iTunes playlist one?
So whenever he would get a big kill, the most one that I remember was like when he was playing the Sand King equivalent in Hon, and he would just like, as soon as he gets the kill, he would like taunt the opponent, pause, put the iTunes playlist on, and get up and dance on camera. Basically.
No way,
So
that's crazy.
It's amazing.
That's
And he changed to Manners Meander for a little bit, where he started playing in like a button-up shirt and a tie, and then as soon as he made a big play, he just ripped that off and just started dancing again. Bring back Manners Meander.
I don't know anything of this. This is I'm not aware of this Moon Meander lore.
Literally just YouTube Moon Meander Get On My Level and you'll be able to find it.
I see. Okay. Well, so this is what trash talk kind of originated with Moon.
Beyond.
Okay.
It was next level stuff.
All right, no one else competes. I mean, we've got to say for Tundra, like who takes the reins here? You know, no one else. What is Whitemon?
No.
Who else is gonna BM? You're 33 Ari, Whitemon, BZM, and Pure. Like,
probably Pure is the closest, but like he's not really toxic, you know. Not for a while, at least. But the others are pretty humble boys. You would have to say, right?
Nah, BZM, he hates everyone.
True. He's
honestly,
a known hater.
Yeah, known hater.
Look at him. Look at the hate behind those eyes.
Yeah. Known just insane person that just wants to absolutely destroy everyone 10-0 or something.
Which he did do for a lot of the year. I mean, that's one of the reasons why they are a direct invite to TI. As are Aurora, by the way. So we've got a bit of a TI preview here.
Oh, okay. Well, definitely big losers, right? Spirit and big losers. There anyone else that was really
Spirit and PARIVISION
Spirit and
are the
PARIVISION,
only two. Yeah. I think maybe the only reason is that they've had some roster swaps early-ish into the year. Like, that'd have to be it, right? Like with Not Me coming in for Panto. That's probably the big one, which was, I guess, more recent than PARIVISION's.
Sure. Yeah, I was just trying to think of anything else as to why. I mean, it's a very difficult call to make, though, but
just invite
now
9,
you have,
you know? Like, that's what I would do.
Just invite 9. Yeah. I guess. Unfortunately, what can you do? You just got to do better throughout the year. I mean,
exactly. Just do better. It's that
just
simple.
do better.
If anyone's complaining in your pubs, just type "just do better," and then suddenly things will fix themselves, and everyone will be happy.
Absolutely. I mean, do you know, like, that's just the easiest way to fix things. Just say, just get better. Just do better.
Just like when you tell someone, just calm down. That's the way to get them to calm down. It works every time. Just ask every relationship I've ever been in.
That's all I say. Just calm down, and why doesn't it
works every time?
Why am I in my 5th failed relationship? What's going on? Oh no.
Oh, how do you think, by the way? I know we said that clearly the favourites going into those TI quals, but how do we think PARIVISION and Spirit are going to go now that it is a combined one? Because there's like, not that there was anywhere to hide. They're two still incredibly strong regions, Western Europe and Eastern Europe, but now it's just the European region for the qualifiers. How do you think they're going to do in that regard?
Yeah, I think they'll be fine. They'll take a dookie on everyone. We'll see them at TI, and you know, it'll be
maybe win. It's 3-time winners.
Maybe. I mean, this is yeah, I think they'll be fine. You know, it's the other teams that are like.
I want to ask you that actually. Who is the first person that's going to get to 3 TI wins? And I'm not counting AUI because he's done it as a coach.
Well, who will do it? I don't know. I mean,
it's like
I guess
Spirit and
Spirit and
33.
Tundra. Yeah,
basically.
Or Skeeter. Yeah. Skeeter, Snay.
True.
Who will be the 1 to 3 first? That's a very good question, because if we say if I say a Ma, then you're probably they have to win this year on Falcons, so then you're a Skeeter or someone gets it.
Yeah.
Because I would probably put a Ma toward the top, but
sure,
that then my logic, you know, doesn't particularly work there, right?
Well, you're not known as being a logical person, so I totally understand that.
I would then say Skeeter or Skeeter or Snake.
It's got to be 33, surely.
You think?
You think Tundra's like outside of the past, like let's say month or two? You don't think that everything prior to that this year has been amazing?
I don't know what's going on with how I look at Tundra. You're 100% right, because this team's great. So I don't know. It's obviously some recency bias. You know, this tends to happen. My memory is a bit kind of messed up as well. I did forget they won a Birmingham, a Dream League, maybe even a Blast.
I think they got second at a separate Dream League as well, or like top 2, top 3 or something like that. So yeah, definitely a solid team.
Yeah, but we do have we got a draft. And I know we've been kind of stalling things out a little bit, but that should be up on our screen now. Cool.
Yeah. I will reveal to everyone that you were furiously messaging our producers saying, I need to talk, give me time.
Yes, of course. Yeah, you know, this is...
I really did me with you, isn't it?
yeah, I didn't want to start. I know we were speaking about kind of Moon and, you know, his different stages of his career and your Aurora TI invites. We were really getting to the stage of like just me. We hadn't reached the Aries stage of the discussion. I apologize.
And we never will.
And we never will, because we got a draft. We got Invoker, Moetza, Largo banned out. We got the Druid and the Doom removed as well. So some respect, of course. Invoker, no surprises. Largo, a little bit surprising considering. Now that I'm thinking about it, to be honest, I don't remember if Tundra, if they were one of the few teams that were playing this a lot, but I know we were getting a decent amount, of course, the Largo at Dream League.
We were indeed, even into the Doom, which, in my opinion, worst possible matchup for it, but still able to make it work. I think a big reason behind that is just like, I wonder where the Rubik is going to come out in this draft in particular, because for both Tundra and Aurora, they really highly value it. And just having that combination of the Largo and the Rubik was just so devastating, right? Like being able to have the lift into the Frog Stomp. I'm imagining that maybe Tundra can still look to pick up the Rubik as their priority, just because you have 33 on his Underlord, who really loves to play it as a great combination together for the lane as well. Yeah, I'm just wondering if Aurora feel like having this first pick overall, whether Rubik is that value of a pick at this stage.
Can we get the snap instead, huh? All right.
Well, tournament matters, huh? The era of Snapfire.
So, yeah, all 5 games that we saw in the best of 5, no Snapfire play from Aurora, no first pick. It was 2 Timber, 2 Puck, 1 Tiny. So, very interesting, very interesting.
I think I saw a couple of teams try it as a support still, but it really just doesn't feel great, you know, like getting up in their face to be able to use your Scatter Blast, not good as a support, right? Like you're wanting to hang back, you're wanting to be as far away from the team fight as possible a lot of the time, and you don't have that potential. Sure, you can scale nicely into the later stages of the game, but at least for the very beginning, a little bit more challenging, and a little bit odd that the clockwork was allowed to last until this phase of the draft, right? For, you know, interrupting the Mortimer's Kisses, you've got the hook shot, you've got the battery assault, you've got even the cogs that are going to be able to do a pretty similar sort of thing. So this is actually a pretty big deal, especially if it's going to be Whitemon playing the clockwork, because a Snapfire into the clockwork really doesn't feel nice for the laning stage, right? You're so dependent on your mana to be able to, you know, be that lane dominator, as we saw Whisper do in the previous game. But if you're just getting your mana burned constantly, a whole lot harder to be able to do that.
You miss BZM trying to eat his microphone?
That's where he gets his powers from.
It's just getting charged up. He was just trying to see if he could eat it. I don't know.
Moon just puts peanut butter on his microphone before the game just to distract him.
That's funny. All right. So what else do we want banned here? Silencer gone.
Silence is an interesting one for sure. Like, yes, again, it is a nice answer to the Snapfire in general, but when I think of like devastating early-ish game impact, I don't think Silencer Clockwork, you know? Like, you just don't have that roaming potential, I think, quite as strongly. The Clockwork maybe, but the Silencer definitely not as much. So I would have thought maybe they could have been punished if they went down that route, but clearly looking to play around this Snapfire, particularly because of the first pick. So I really feel like the remainder of the, not just the bans, but also their picks are going to be things that are kind of like block picks, things that can protect the Snapfire as well. So anything that's able to just, you know, quickly close in onto the backline and try and burst him down is going to be pretty important. Also, just looking to try and remove perhaps some of those more lane dominators.
Sure. Okay. Taking a bit of time for either side to work out what heroes they want. Our third series. We'll see. For you, I know previously the Ember, of course, like it's just specific more about the Snapfire. I know we're getting the Snap a lot in the Ember. What other mid matchups were you a fan of for this Snap? Because I'm trying to work out like why is this hero getting first picked without just knowing the matchup?
Anything that you can't outrange, basically. So you're kind of like, it's kind of doing what Slardar was meant to do previously. So you're being that like pos 2, pos 3 flex that ruins life for a lot of these melee mid laners. But the difference is you're not just like this sink or swim off the laning stage hero. You can still have teamfight impact off of a ranged sun, off of the Mortimer's Kisses. You farm a little bit quicker as well. You can transition into a different style of gameplay once it gets later on into the piece as well. So that's why I prefer it a whole lot more when you compare it to something like the Slardar, just because it's not like one strategy or absolutely nothing. Tiny kind of fits into a similar boat as well, but much more likely to see this one played as a position 1.
Yeah, so Nightfall gets his hero pretty early on.
Ooh, are we maybe going to see something like a Warlock come through? I know Cowrie really values the Warlock, and when you're playing with someone like a Snapfire and the Tiny, you're going to see a lot of value coming out from that. Even after the Black Grimoire facet was removed, they were still picking it, so clearly not putting that extreme value into like the really early level 6 off the back of consuming the neutral item.
Yeah, I don't think there was really any other teams that were even seeing at Dream League experimenting with the Warlock, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct. Other options, I mean, I'm always down for a Phoenix. I don't really think there's that much. I was about to say that you could do it to the Tidehunter, but now you've got a Venomancer that can. So clearly just something that, again, unless you are 100 to 0ing this Veno, you're going to get your impact off in a team fight. And that's not something that a Tide can do. That's not something that a Clockwork can do. So I wonder if now Tundra are going to be prioritizing a little bit more of that burst damage, someone that's able to actually confirm a few of these kills, but probably the best heroes at being able to just 100 to 0 people have been picked by Aurora already in the Snapfire and the Tiny. So what really is left they can put into this mid lane, especially with the Invoker being banned out as well by Aurora previously, that BZM can still look to pick up. I mean, Pango is there, I suppose, but again, not really a 100 to 0 hero. Storm, kind of, sort of. Void Spirit, kind of, sort of. But again, those fall into the trap of potentially being punished by the Snapfire. Timber was maybe another option, but Tundra have banned that out themselves.
Yep.
I don't know.
I'll get the Storm.
The most ranged of those options that we were talking about. So I get it. I get the value. Nice little 100 to 0 burst potential as well. So, I mean, you do have answers to the Storm, right? You've got Tiny, you've got Snapfire, you've got stuns to be able to lock him down. The lane should go totally fine. But do you need anything else? Do you need an instant hex or something like that just to be able to control the Storm? Or are they looking for someone that has a bit more tempo to be able to actually play together with the Snapfire? Like, it's crazy to me that both Rubik and Hoodwink are still in the pool here. Like, you've got some great spells to steal, and you've got, you know, Hoodwink in general, who's just a crazy good hero, you know? Even against the cogs, you can just sharpshooter yourself out of them.
Yeah, so I wonder if they actually, like, if they wanted themselves on Tundra. I know you're speaking about getting out of the cogs, but whatnot, like, both sides.
I'd be down.
Because we saw, really the big one that stands out to me was that VP series we covered, right? VP Falcons, where we saw Arbit and Hellscream, Storm and Hoodwink. They were getting a lot done out of the map. We've seen it be a combo for a long time now. They won't go that. They'll go Bane Clockwork instead, which is an interesting support duo. They both have BKB piecing control, but both don't really provide a whole lot of damage. It definitely seems like there are weaknesses with these two.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, that's the big area that I'm seeing as a whole of Tundra's draft, is that there is a damage lowness, I guess, to their draft. Horrible word for me to use, but pure, certainly no slouch with regards to being able to provide that one through. So, for example, like, is this the Alchemist draft, where you're able to pick this one up? Just being a little bit more survivable into the likes of the Axe. Give a free Aghanim Scepter over to your Tidehunter and Storm Spirit and let them be the ones to do the work.
Thoughts on Axe? How you feeling about this hero, this draft?
More combos together with the Storm, against the Storm, love it. Totally fine with it. Means that they've got most likely their position 4 still yet to come for them to be picking up here for Mira. We're talking as if this Snapfire absolutely is being played mid, but Mira, talking about position 4, like, I doubt it's going to be, but his Snapfire was the best in the world in POS 4. I mean, what are the other options that you can go for? Maybe they couldn't IO, could they? Feels pretty good. With the Axe combined together, you link up with the Tiny later on, you've got a save for Fiend's Grip. Doesn't feel too bad at all in my books. It would be, like, you could go Lion, you could go not Hoodwink anymore, you could still Rubik in my books.
Yeah, do you need a way to deal with Storm? Do you need a better hero?
Maybe. But you've got Snap and Tiny and Axe is the thing. You just need to get them off to a good enough start.
Oh, definitely these bans are going to help with that. Necro Lifesteal to particular with the Axe, with the offlane. Your Tiny matchup as well. Honestly, there's some very solid bans from Aurora.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of lane dominators that are still in the pool, Monkey is still there. Ursa, I suppose, but he's been banned out as well. They do get rid of the Lion there, so just giving a little bit more protection for the Storm Spirit. Pretty standard. Alright, so what do we got left? Pos 1 for Pure. That needs to be doing a good chunk of damage. Can you afford to go Alchemist? Because you're not going to be really doing anything for the first, I want to say, 20 minutes of this game.
I don't think you can afford it.
I mean, who is Storm playing with is my question. And so, therefore, are you able to just hold out and farm as much as possible and try and shove waves as best you can? Like, what heroes that Pure plays really can do that? It can do it, but it is very vulnerable to being ganked.
Yeah, there's lots of question marks on how this lane's specifically going to go. No, SF Bane is a very, very strong laning setup, but there are also weaknesses that come of this. The dive for me is the thing that I'm really worried about. I'm worried about when we see, you know, five minutes into the game, you've got nighttime, Venno's going to rotate through the portal.
Honestly, even Nightfall might as well, like just to be able to get that easy kill onto Pure.
So I think a couple things. Like 33 should have a pretty good time into the tiny Venno.
Yep.
I'm expecting him. Also, I think the safe lane from Tundra could be very problematic, but I also think this could be a pretty good lane as well. So we shall see. I think it's definitely on a knife's edge on how I think that lane specifically is going to go.
No, I totally get it. I mean, it's really just going to be dependent on just being able to read those early rotations in my books, because I think even if you rotate more people to this Tidehunters lane, unless it's Makoto, 33's not dying, right? Like, he's might farm a little bit slower, but he's not going to like get himself killed by going too deep. He's far too experienced for that. The other side of the coin, absolutely there's going to be rotations for Pure, so I'm really expecting a whole lot of emphasis to be put on vision around the Twin Gate areas, just to be able to pick out any of those early ganks. If they were going to prioritize any sort of vision around the mid lane as well, you would have to assume that it's going to be on the Shadow Fiend's side of the mid lane, so the left hand side of the mid lane, just making sure that Makoto is not making that rotation through with a smoke or a power rune or something like that.
Yep. All right, well, we've seen game one was interesting. You know, we did see that in the end, PARIVISION were able to get that victory over OG at 35 minutes about that. Game two was definitely, something. That one was
Something
far
great by
more
LGD.
Convincing. Yeah, LGD absolutely, blitzed through BB. Now, what about this third game? Do we think it's going to be as convincing, one-sided, 30-minute victory, or what are our thoughts?
I mean, really, just in my books, all depends on what happens with Pure this game. Like, if he gets out of this laning phase in a pretty decent spot, his farming patterns are insane. His potential to just grow in net worth far and away more than what Aurora are going to be able to overpower is far too much. However, very vulnerable in the early stages, and if you're not able to pick out a lot of those rotations, and he does get picked off a few times, then I feel like Aurora is just going to have way too much juice in the tank, and the damage issues on Tundra are really going to become more and more prominent. So for that reason, I'm going to go with our countryman KP and his Aurora boys for this one. How are you thinking?
Yes, I also I'm gonna lean towards Aurora. There's a couple things I'm a bit worried about for Tundra. So we shall see. The safe lane is the one for me specifically, and just really, I am not the biggest fan of the 3 core heroes they have together on Tundra. Maybe that's because the supports and how you can play with the Storm. We'll find out. We'll see.
We shall indeed, as we get the standard pause. So we did mention that we weren't going to talk about you and your greedy, selfish ways. However, I did see that there was this. Well, no, there was a website for the. You could build a team for this like international cup that's going on, and so like you can select Australia, and you and me are possible members for Team Australia.
No way, that's crazy.
I know, right? There's Baseskip there as well. Nat's there as well. KP, MLP's there. Poglet is there.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay. Who came up with some interesting Australian name? People to add.
Yeah, I mean, I think
funny.
they just do they have a Wikipedia page and do they list their flag as Australia?
Yeah.
I think is basically.
That's good. That's good. Some good lads to represent Australia.
Absolutely. You'd be off lane.
Yes. You'd be bench.
I wouldn't be. The coach is the only brains on the team. Or +5. He'd be 5. Mike can be 4. Best Earth Spirit in Oz.
It's an interesting wraparound from Tundra. See, they'll try and come up through the bottom.
Both smokes pop.
Which, yeah, both of them do pop. Nightfall and 33 are going to run into each other first. Meanwhile,
It's a big kill.
Makoto looks like they might be able to get it onto the Snapfire. One more right click. It's actually Whitemon that takes him out. And now Kaori's potentially going to be run down as well. Unfortunately, there's no Roche to this too early on. The bottom side, no denying. There's a fishy there. 33, hello.
He's saving it for later, letting it ferment, letting it age.
Yes.
Like a fine wine.
Yes, because rotten fish is always good.
Isn't that like a Swedish thing? Stroman or something?
I don't. I'm not sure.
It's literally a thing, and like when people even open it, they start to gag basically because of how bad it smells.
Rotten fish. Come on, bro. There's got to be better things. What are we doing with the rotten fish? I mean, it could be great though. It could be great. You know, haven't tried it.
I don't think it is.
No.
All right, so how influential are those first 2 kills? Who ended up getting it? It was Whitemon that got the first blood. +5, what a Chad, always going to be great. But even now, like with everything happening, Pure is already so low in the lane, this top side. Whitemon as well.
Pure is low. 33's low. Kaori's low.
Everybody
They're both low.
Is he going to tick out?
Is he dead? Oh no.
missed.
Well, he's got his first fish now. He's got that at least. Nice.
Seen a lot of brawling going on, and I
Yeah.
mean, not that Aurora are lacking in mechanical skill, but you got to say Tundra across the board, that is something that they have in droves. Particularly for Whitemon, like his ability to play around the fog of war is second to none, in my opinion. He's just able to juke out a bunch of spells, you know, avoid the right clicks coming through onto him. Again, Pure very, very deep here, and they now level up onto Mirror. He might be in danger.
Absolutely. Call used from WS. They got the right clicks, Pure. And they won Fairy Fire as well.
Ooh.
So Pure's going to take a bunch of damage, however. There's a tree. What does that mean? What? Can you elaborate, please?
Hopefully,
What
a
does
tree hasn't,
tree
like,
mean?
fallen on his house or something like that. That would be not ideal, but yeah, tree doesn't really give us much to go by.
Are we all good at the boot camp from Tundra?
I hope so.
33's reconnected.
It was a small tree.
Yeah, maybe it's, you know, knife. I have to imagine it's a tiny bug, but you know, it's. Can you see
It's
the
like a
tree now?
bonsai tree, you know?
Ah, yes, this clockwork. Okay, well, 3 kills early for Tundra. Again, you know what we just saw before. The pause and attempt into Pure's life. Pure does get a self delivered from the courier.
Yeah, he's used 2 pretty full magic wands, a couple of fairy fires already as well. But the important thing is just don't die. I mean, the downside is, of course, even though he's 9-1, not terrible on the last hits counter, net worth wise, he's a good amount behind, already like 350, just because he has expended, you know, all of this money on fairy fires already.
Bottom might be able to see the first kill here from Aurora. Yep, Ari will go down. So in front of the tower, 33 is going to be fine with the creep equilibrium. Actually, I have 2 waves full. Never mind.
be able to do fine. I mean, most of the time when you've got such a heavy creep wave coming in, it's you that's able to secure the Lotus because you can't really ignore the creep wave. But Venomancer just being that bully on the front lines, and I mean, double melee into a Venomancer sounds like hell in my books. Ended up walking into the cogs with own carry, but that's alright.
I was so confused because I heard the sound cue for both going off, and I didn't know how that could work.
Nice little play there, using the aggressive glyph just to make sure that the creep wave would aggro into the neutral. But again, Kaori nicely done, making sure that they're not going to get away with a bit of a freebie there. And this is going to get a whole lot more challenging now, specifically that, well, one, you've just lost your courier with a bunch of mana regen on it, and two, Ari's just hit you with a couple of power cogs after having reached level 2. So that was 160 mana that he just lost there on the Veno, and wasn't even able to get this creep wave pulled either. So despite a, you know, okay start to the lane for Tiny in particular, actually a pretty good start for him, it's going to become a whole lot more difficult now.
Do you ever get to a stage where Ari can leave the lane and make some stacks for 33, or does he need to play this lane?
I mean, I think he's just going to be forced to, because the lane's just not really going to be playable once the Veno gets a little bit stronger, right? Like, he's put 1 point into the Snake Bite, but I kind of want to see him put at least 2 points into the Plague Ward, just making it a little bit more challenging for Tidehunters there.
Wow, nice telekinesis into the double call from Mira. They also make sure that Pure wasn't able to get the last remaining raises. They will turn on the WS now to look for that kill, but they will also be lacking there as well. One sidestep, another miss.
Tries to farm it up as well. So now, again, you can just afford to get maybe a whole lot more aggressive onto the Tide, or do some pulling of your own on the bottom side, make life a whole lot more challenging for 33. And again, they've been able to get away without Pure dying yet. You know, 0-0 and 2 at this point, just off of the first blood attempt there. Will they be able to stop Mira? Looks like they might.
WS is in a bit of an awkward position. He's trying to move on over, but really unable to do anything. So, nicely done. We do see that Kaori is actually going to rotate through.
Yep, but nice presence of mind here by Pure. Just as soon as it turned to nighttime, seeing that they didn't have great vision around the Twin Gate, just getting the hell away, making it a whole lot more challenging for them to be able to even find him, let alone kill him.
Kisses has already been used as well. First, the game from Makoto weren't able to get the kill onto BZM.
He's now level 6, by the way, so can afford to be perhaps being a little more aggressive, but he won't be there for the 6-minute power rune.
Dives onto the tower, because speaking about those power runes, the supports wanted to try and secure these instead. But now you lose your carry and a little bit of damage into the tier 1 with the catapult. BZM actually wants a TP in, sees a free kill. Get some galvanized stacks. Nice read from BZM. Also deals with the catapult push. Pretty important.
Able to maybe get away on Mirror. Looks like he will be able to. Still just the 1 point in the rocket flare for now. Just looking to set up. Knowing again about, you know, we were mentioning stacks before. Snapfire, Tiny, Axe, all very capable of being able to take those ones away. And they do actually see where WS is patrolling here underneath this vision. It's a bait though.
They need more rotations if they're going to be able to keep WS alive. This would really shut down BZM's game as well. But the Storms wasted a lot of time top, but with a potential kill onto WS, this maybe would be worth it. BZM, is he going to tick out? They got him. Makoto blast, scatter blast. Pure does still get the cleanup as well. But it's a 2-for-1. Makoto will also yoink the wisdom.
Again, I just want to say it. I was really, really worried about Pure, but he's gotten away with this. 2-1 and 3, sitting at the top of his team's net worth. The issue just comes now with regards to, you know, is he... What are they doing here? They're making a big rotation towards the mid lane with the 3 of them. Maybe just anticipating Snapfire's going to TP back in, but not the case. They do briefly go underneath vision. Yep, they ping him out.
What's going on here?
What is happening?
I don't know.
I mean, the top lane really isn't playable for him anymore. I get that, but you gotta be farming, my guy.
Oh, and it's just a Veno they're gonna get. Will they? Yes, they should get the Veno. BZM will also be here. Kisses is gonna come through the cogs. A little bit too late, unfortunately, from Ari. So it's a 1-for-1. I mean, I don't know
very happy
who
with that.
this Yeah,
Dude,
okay.
1 for 1, support
Yeah.
for support, and
Yeah,
your
I
2
mean-
cores are free farming. I think that's not bad.
True. Especially Pure dies with
Yeah.
Pure's. What's
Which he
going
will.
on mid, bro?
I don't know, man.
What's coming? Is this my carry? Am I wrong? Is Pure playing 1 this game?
I get the idea. Oh, nice regen rune for BZM, so gives them a little bit of this fighting potential. He's gone Guardian Greaves, by the way, so clearly
Yeah,
just
okay.
wanting to have a little bit more survivability for himself, understanding that he needs to take the brunt of the attention. You know, this is kind of what I was mentioning before about just needing to survive until your team is big enough. You know, I thought they might be able to cheat that by going down the Alchemist route, but they went the SF pathway instead. Pure, it's going to need a little bit of time to be able to recover his game. But
Is this a
certainly-
good Greaves game though from BZM? Like,
I think he just needs survivability. He just needs to
Okay.
live and bring attention to everywhere else but the side lanes.
Right. Because yeah, I was just looking like the silencers to remove with Greaves. I know
Yeah, no.
with everything else, I know there's other good things to purge off as well. So we'll see.
Literally just
BZM's able to go.
survivability.
Radiant's bottom
Well,
tower
WS
is under attack.
still a little bit down in regards to the net worth, and this move from BZM and Whitemon. We're gonna try and add another death, and they should have the damage, and they will. Not even
get
just
two.
that. Even add another one. Up to 11 kills. Pure steps in. BZM looks like they'll even take the double sack of the Ancients.
Sure. They'll even block up. Oh no, not block up, just get a sentry down there in the middle. They will be able to get the D-Ward eventually, but the damage is done. A couple of nice kills, stack stolen, and just like that, Pure's looking healthy-ish in terms of net worth. The bad side for Tundra is that we have not mentioned the man, the myth, the legend, Nightfall for the past, like, 6 minutes, and he is far and away at the top of the net worth chart.
Yeah, this guy's free farm, and he's actually going to try and look to move to mid. Makoto, not sure really what to do. Does he want to take the power in? Does he want to break the Fiend's grip? Kaori will still die. And look at the wipe for 1 for 1.
All right, worth the rotation for Nightfall, gets the last hit.
Easy, 212 gold. Back to lane he goes.
Has the Echo Saber as well. But every minute that he spends doing this is just time that 33 is going to be able to sit back and feel relatively okay. He's going the Consecrated Wraps, so not really as worried about the Snapfire in particular. Of course, Tiny, that good mix of both physical and magic damage as well. So it's going to be very challenging to be able to kill him, but
Makoto.
just going to give him time.
Whoa! Oh my god, that is so much damage. Yeah, just hope you can avoid some of the globs. It does a good job, actually, but not enough, unfortunately. Makoto double kill. Man, that was a lot onto the Storm Spirit.
Power V amp damage rune. They try and just keep Whitemon away for as long as possible. Drags the creep wave. Might be able to afford, yep, a little shreddering into this, particularly when you've got that siege creep available. That's a nice ability to be able to open the map up here, and he's going straight into the Blink Dagger as well on Makoto. After
Bottom
this
lane.
wave, they might even have it.
Rotation down onto Nightfall. Mirror's already set up to intercept. Now 33's ready to work with the Ravage, but he also doesn't have the greatest resources, unfortunately.
from
So
behind.
33's going to die without getting this off. And now Aurora, from mid to bottom they go. Just a clean move from them. And your BZM TP down to bottom as well to really start this play. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to convert. More time wasted for him. And another game, apparently, where it's all tier 1 towers gone at such an early stage.
Smoking up as well, not wanting to even give them a moment's breathing room. Snapfire, just that absolute dominant force in the laning stage. Trying to force the Storm Spirit to come down here, and it is an arcane rune, so tempting. They'll just yoink it away under the cover of smoke.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They should know. Yeah, they're pinging out the fact that that creep wave just disappeared. How does that happen? Good positioning by Ari. Just put himself in between his carry and the rest of the team. It will cost him his life, though.
So this is now kind of the part of the game that I have a bit of a problem with on seeing what Tundra can do. We're not even at the stage yet where there's a Silver's Edge on Nightfall and a Blink on Axe. And when you have these items, how do Tundra actually play into the 5-man that Aurora will have that are just sweeping across the map?
I It's like Tide's built very much for himself now. I just wonder how much does 33 actually want to itemize for the rest of his team as well. Just to have even a pipe, I think, on its own would be okay in my books, just because it's going to provide that little bit more resist for yourself, as well as enable the rest of your team to survive at least a combo from Aurora there. But instead, looks like he just wants to keep those lanes pushed as much as possible, going the greedier build, going the Aghanim-Scepter for himself. My issue is, if Aurora just decide to try and ball down lanes, are you going to be able to respond to that? I'm not quite so sure.
Yeah. Well, speaking of the Tide, they will make an attempt onto 33's life. Ravage has to be used to get away from the kisses. Nightfall's wanting to still try and run him down because Makoto can't help. But unfortunately, that cute blink cookie play is disrupted.
All right. So they're going to be able to survive for now. And again, survival is the name of the game for Tundra. They really aren't wanting to fight unless it's brought to them, essentially. I say that despite the fact that they, rotated 4 people to between the tier 1 and tier 2 mid at like 8 minutes into the game. But I mean, that was really just more the fact that Pure couldn't lane in the top side rather than something that he actively wanted to do.
What is it build from Pure? Okay, we're going to get the Yashikaya. See what he gravitates towards afterwards. We'll see the double supports from Tundra be able to get a kill with BZM as well, so very nicely done. 11 galvanized stacks now with the Greaves, I believe, completed.
Yep. He's doing a pretty good job on BZM. You know, 7, 2, and 6. Third on the net worth charts. Snapfire is kind of stopping to scale quite as often. And, you know, she'll still have that potential once the level 12 comes out for the Snapfire. I don't think you commit onto this.
How does this even happen? Whoa, is this actually gonna work out? Oh man.
Okay.
Perfect use of the chain control. They waited for as long as possible with the Nightmare. I didn't think it was gonna be long enough for Nightfall to get back in.
No, definitely not. Now I thought he would get at least a brief moment to, you know, pop the mechanism, assemble the Greaves after the fact, get a little bit of that extra armor, but clearly not. You know, Nightfall again with another solid rotation, 4, 0, and 3 on him, stealing away some of this net worth from Tundra. And again, like you mentioned before, he hasn't even begun to peak. You know, he's just in his solid, always able to fight items right now, but still has plenty of room to grow. Was coming next? Silver Edge, probably into the BKB, Blink Dagger, Harpoon, and still probably something else beyond that. You can even afford to go like a Daedalus.
A quick pause. Should we be good, ready to go?
No tree this time?
No tree. I think I did see what the visual bug was. I mean, the Christmas tree was going crazy for me as well. I don't know if you saw it at some stage, but...
Sure. But if you're an admin and you just see tree...
Yeah, it's... like, you start panicking. You're like, hey, a tree? What are we talking about here? Like, we don't know if this is a 15-minute delay, 30-minute delay, 1-minute delay. We got a bug. We got a tree that landed on your house. 3k lead is what at least Aurora are working with.
And again, like... I want to see Aurora make something happen as soon as they've got this Silver Edge on the Tiny, because I think that's going to be your big window to be able to make a play. Smoke coming up though from Tundra, 3 seconds left on the Ravage cooldown. Looking to try and find a pick-off potentially around that Illusion Rune, but doesn't look like they're going to take the bait. They would love to be able to get a pick-off onto Makoto
Massive.
here. Oh, the vision that doesn't catch him.
Still going to be able to get the hook shot. And with this, a really important kill for Tundra. I mean, you have to bring 5 heroes. Yeah, somehow. Yoinks it. There's a bunch of gold that you would have loved to see on the hands of a core.
They're going to backdoor a tier 1 as well, so a little bit harder for them to be able to protect these stacks that BZM is looking to yoink away as well. So nice little map movement coming through from Tundra, right? Realizing that if Aurora aren't making a move right now, it's because they want to sit back, they want to farm a little bit more. I mean, we do too, but if they have Pure there as well, the damage potential is there for sure.
What's your read of the current game, sir? Because I was definitely concerned about this period of time for Tundra, but you know, apparently they can just group up and push C2 towers, Nightfall.
Oh,
Nightfall, but they definitely knew he's there. They react pretty late with a second sentry. Ravage will still fly with the Requiem.
Nice, Requiem.
Is there going to be any... Oh, yeah, it looks like there should be some extra damage. It's not a lot. It'll take some time, but it will come through. The question is, are you going to be able to escape, though? And that doesn't look like that's going to be the case, unfortunately. Ari will do his best with the hook shot. There's still a long ball lightning in from BZM, which maybe they can clean up Kaori. Is BZM going to have the mana to be able to get away afterwards, though, is really the other big question now, and that's not going to happen. So Tundra lose another core into a potential team wipe. 33, Ren down as he's trying to enter the bridge, but WS will cut away that remaining health. And what looked good from Tundra now ends in a Y.
Exactly. You know, again, it's just the damage that's coming out just seems a little, for lack of a better word, easier coming from Aurora, right? And this is even prior to the Blink Dagger being available on WS. He has it now after that successful team fight, but really couldn't have started too much better. Like, sure, you get a bit of a combo off onto the SF to be able to start things, but a great timing with the Requiem enables them to take out the Tiny there, but he's just so damn farmed that it takes such a long Fiend's Grip to be able to make it happen. I also wonder how things could have been different if Clockwork was just able to get off this Cogs there, but a little bit slow on the fingers means that he gets taunted, not able to drop it down, and it's a lot harder for Ari to just position himself in the middle of this team fight.
Backline bottom lane. So the WS and Makoto able to kill off Whitemon. Ari not able to do enough there to prevent that. They're actually thinking of going back in even. They have this lane ward. They even have some reinforcements coming through the form of Mirror. That will be it. Little concerned on how late game fights look if Mirror gets ag shot. I feel like for Dire, a lot of it is pretty committal where you need to like chain control someone in a spot and blow them up.
Yep.
Like hookshot, of course, a big thing to keep them inside the cogs. The tied Ravage into Requiem, which is more than likely a big combo, or Razors. So just a bit concerned that if you have the range on Rubik, that he can save these important people with telekinesis.
Yeah, absolutely. Not that it's his highest priority for stealing as well, but AoE Brain Sap would be nice just for his own survivability in a lot of the team fights as well.
We are going to see Aurora try and smoke behind the T2 tower. They'd love a kill onto Pure, which they haven't gotten. I was going to say for a while.
Really good on Pure, like to be able to dodge out a lot of this. Like I thought he would have like 6 deaths at this point of the game, and he still has 3. A lot for a Shadow Fiend in a normal game, but you know, this is the sort of player that he is, right? He's like, give me the high risk, high reward style hero. And he's second on net worth, so he's doing a pretty damn good job.
Lane, BZM. Thinking about going for the Storm Spirit first. Nightfall, is he going to be able to get in range? Combo back into WS. Oh,
nice, Ari.
Ooh, what happened there?
Cogs save, pushed him back, stopped the combo.
Didn't he put... He didn't toss her the axe though? What am I missing?
Yeah, I guess he just tossed him straight up. Still though, prevented an extra right click coming through, so nicely done by the Clockwork there. Good positioning by Ari once again to be able to save his team. He's been involved in a good amount of their kills as well, 13 out of the 18. Just trying for a quick snipe after the fact, just seeing if anyone was low enough to be able to get the kill, and almost did. Mira was pretty low. They're going to be hanging around though for this Wisdom Shrine. Again, you got to say, with them as farmed as they are at this point, particularly on WS's axe, not really the place where you want to be hanging around. Ari is going to try it. Oh, actually TPs.
Are they all going to mass TP down for a fight on Aurora?
Yeah, but
too late.
Okay.
Okay.
So you end up giving it both Wisdom Shrines, lose a hero, use your TPs. Big win for Tundra.
And this is a very farm support as well with the Venomancer. Yep. I know you got the Ag shot, but a bunch of net worth. So absolutely would take that.
The one breathing the biggest sigh of relief there is Pure, right? Like, he knows when he sees, what, 3 people TP down towards the bottom side of the map, he's going to have a good minimum 30 seconds where he can just farm completely unopposed, just maximizing his efficiency as much as possible. And that's why he's going relatively deep into the lane. Never before had he gone that deep. But, well, they're going to know where he is. Again, though, how do you actually get to him? You you're going to need to go through the twin gate or go for a smoke across the entire map. And by that point, he's probably just moved again.
And by that stage, it's on his next farming rotation, and he's already got the gold for the BKB. So, but that we just saw another item, right? 33 with the scepter. So we're getting to the stage. Honestly, I was expecting Aurora to be more proactive and making it a bit more difficult for Tundra to really be farming, but they seem pretty comfortable with what they're getting, like all the lanes, all the jungle. Like, it's kind of 50-50 right now.
It is, 6k net worth lead might seem like a lot, but really I do value the later game potential coming through from Tundra, right? Like SF, great late game carry, provided that you can actually sit back and right click. It really just does come down to the initiation at that point. And, well, it's going to get to the level where lanes are going to be shoved in a whole lot easier because 33's got his Ag Scepter now. So he's got full gush talents. He's going to continue doing so. You're going to have a lot of minus armor as well to be able to play around with the Tide combined together with the SF. And now you're going to look to go for a play. Okay, he goes with the rest of the team. I wouldn't have been surprised if they just used him as bait as well in the lane and then just converged in onto him. Seems like they want Roche though.
They will control this area. Pure's going to start to get the razors going, and they... What are we... Surely... Oh, I mean, Aurora fighting this, no? Like, 7k lead. If they get the read that this is going on, they should be fighting, right?
They should be, or maybe they feel happy enough with what they're able to get in exchange. The thing is, they're just sitting back and farming. They're not taking objectives. They're not doing anything, and I'm sure Tundra is like, well, what's happening? Like, we don't see them at all. What's going on? Why aren't they doing anything? But they see the Snapfire revealed underneath the vision. They saw the Rubik as well moving towards the right-hand side, so they might even be able to get a pick off here onto Mira. Oh, they catch that. Oh, it's just slightly slow there on Ari.
Okay. Shield rune still up from Makoto, able to blink away. So Mira then's also able to TP out. So no pick off that they'll find down bottom here from Tundra. But yeah, I mean, they get the Aegis onto BZM. He now has your Chiron Sunge and an amp damage. So BZM is also... the problem with this Greaves build is we can see some damage not really be output at the early game, but this is... You're getting past that.
Still has to be a little careful, though, whenever he's playing around a level 18 Tiny.
Yes. Absolutely. See. Tiny, that's going to be going Blink AC. That's what we currently have queued up here from Nightfall.
I think they're going to need that AC, again, with all that minus armor.
Do we... The 15 talent here from 33, so has the gush damage.
Who's in danger here? Although, who's actually in danger?
BZM. Just able to get out of range.
That's what we're talking about with the mechanical skill though, right? Like, such a difference being able to get away from that one barely. Even getting a nice little D-ward off here on BZM. Not wanting to let his supports do the front lining at all times. Straight away as it turns to nighttime as well. Even higher importance, BZM.
Jump on him this time. They really didn't have to commit too heavily. Tundra, what do we got? They're going to need some response. WS will jump in with the call. They got the chain control afterwards. They're trying to tempt with the Nightmare, but the save's not good enough.
Just way
down
too
goes BZM. And now Nightfall also should be able to get the clockwork. We're still waiting for some threat of the Ravage and Requiem. Pure wants to go in, but he got baited. 33 pump fake the Ravage, and now Pure unable to pick any TPR. They will still get the ultimate. Pure Requiem to try and turn, but it's just Cowrie. It is just the Venomance. Who cares? This is my position 5 that's going to die, but in the end, Tundra, they even steal the Requiem. Man, oh man, what a fight from Aurora.
Oh yeah, it just went bad to worse for Tundra, right? BZM picked off twice, going way too deep with no vision during nighttime when you're against a Silver Edge with no one nearby you, dies twice without anyone able to do anything about it. And I mean, yeah, they just were lacking the damage again after the fact. They do their absolute best to be able to try and, you know, get that that return there with the Ravage, with the Requiem and everything, but there's that BKB answer, right? The call from WS, absolutely perfect to be able to find that lockdown onto the Storm, and they do the exact same thing to the SF after the fact.
Look at this. Pump fake, jump in. Oh, he got baited. No way, that's crazy. Yep. I cannot believe he just pump faked Ravage and then walked away. And Pure was so quick. Like, that's a brother right there. Your Pure sees his offlaner, the person he's supposed to play with, like, go in, try and make a play, and there was zero hesitation. It's like, all right, that's my cue. This is when I'm supposed to go. And then
I gotta be a little careful here on the Snapfire. Just be in the patrol. Okay, might be able to get a quick kill onto the Bane. Even the Guardian Greaves not able to save him there.
oh, okay, they're fine. Through the portal one.
Nicely
to the
done by
right.
Ari again, though. I'm sure he got back to safety with that cogs. His positioning has been really good at protecting his cores, but there's only so much that you can do with your cores of farming that deep, as we saw in the previous team fight. So couldn't have gone much worse for Tundra, which means the only way is up. Not if you die like this, though.
Well, this unfortunately I think goes down. Is Pure gonna die? We got a tree throw. Another one in a second. Nightfall. Random. He's gonna be able to get away. So they use kisses as well.
And a BKB on the Tiny.
Oh, look at Mira's angle. Might actually be able to run into BZM. WS going to be there as well. Call into the Requiem.
Okay.
If we're going to more chain control afterwards, it's not even necessary.
Tip this man.
Stolen zip.
Yeah,
Oh,
wants to
almost
go for the
Katari.
follow-up. Blink dagger on the clockwork. Would have been dead otherwise. Doesn't have a... Oh, actually does have an observer ward. Could have placed it down super deep next to the base, but chooses not to. Got another pick off for the Storm Spirit. 10k net worth lead. Tier 2 tower about to fall down, giving themselves outpost control. Still plenty of time left until the next Aegis there, but it's just all about gaining that control over the map. And, you know, one of the reasons that you and I weren't massive fans of this Clockwork Bane combination. Pretty single target focused and almost zero lane pushing potential coming through from both of them. So, you know, if your lanes are already shoved in, there's not really anywhere on the map that you can get farm reliably, and it just makes it so much harder to have space for your cores to be able to play in.
Yeah.
Basically forced those players, like both of them are position 6, giving up their own games to save their cores, who have gone pretty greedy with their builds here.
Yeah. It's going to take some time for them still to get towards these items here. These greedy cores.
They're trying to make a rotation through, but we'll see the Tiny moving up towards them.
They've got to be careful how close they walk, though. Pure and Whitemorn go to the far west side, where Mira thought he was going to follow.
And they've got vision of the area. They want to try and catch this Tiny.
It's 3,600 health. Well, they're going to try, and they'll get pretty close, and they got him, in fact. Wow. Very nicely done.
Double
Bigger
call.
problems is going to be the call from WS that he finds on the back line. Makoto will be there, and you know, with the little shredder that he has with Specialist Array, these right clicks, 33 will try.
Everyone's dead.
He's got the Ravage. Is there going to be damage, or which is the big question? I mean, the Storm Spirit starting to come through from the portal, but it's just a little bit too late at the moment. Now he'll zip in. He's going to be given over a fairy. So with that extra Lotus, apologies. So with that extra mana, they'll get Mira over towards the left side as well. Nicely done from Tundra.
Yeah. Able to recover that one. Pure saying, well, about time that you were able to drop that Ravage there, but he was able to clean it up. No harm, no foul. And they're able to get a pretty successful team fight going their way now. And again, the big winner of that is 33, able to get both the unstoppable streak from WS as well as the solo kill onto Kaori. Gives him so much more farm to be able to make this play work, and it was a nice little start to the team fight as well, with the combination coming through from Whitemon and Ari.
Not bad though. Signs of life for Tundra.
For sure. And it's only going to get better, right? Like, you've just picked up well, Ari gets solo killed by Makoto. Feels bad for him. But now Makoto is starting to build into that more physical build. You know, this is the sort of game that I was talking about, where you might be ahead, but you're more worried about what happens in the later stages. You know, are my Venomancer and Rubik going to be that damage output that I need later on? Probably from a magic standpoint. From physical, though, really only is the Tiny that they have to be able to play around with right now. And so that's why he's gone into this build. You know, getting the +2 little shredder attacks. Almost has a Daedalus finished up. Smoke's going to come a little bit before then, though.
I don't know if they saw BZM though. Massive pickoff
him
because he's
now.
got the gem. They're going to be able to get the jump. They do have the bait, but they also see the bait under that ward. So no Nightmare save and no Storm life as well.
Again, though, he had the gem, and he didn't de-ward the obvious spot for an observer ward. So it's another unforced error here by Tundra that they're going to live to regret. Just when they were looking to get back into this game, suddenly they've given it right back over in favor of Aurora. 10k net worth lead, gem in their possession. Now you've got the Daedalus finished up by Makoto as well.
See how content they feel with continuing to get these barracks. It looks like pretty safe to do so. Full setup for them. And now what on the map do we still have left? We've got Tormentor, we've got Roche that's going to be up in about a minute 20 as well.
I don't know that though, so I would imagine that they're going to be just playing very heavily around the top pit, just making sure they've got their vision there, doing a bit of a wraparound while the Storm is dead, getting some D-wards off with this gem that they've been able to pick up on the axe.
Interesting. Curry buys another gem. I was like double checking, like I swear they just stole the gem, no. They just they've got two
sure.
now. Yeah, just in case, you know, he's up on gold. You never know when you're gonna lose a couple of fights. All of a sudden,
They're
your
definitely
gold's
looking
not
to try
looking
and play around this observer ward that they placed previously that resulted in them getting that previously successful team fight. WS waiting in the perfect position as well to be able to catch them out, but not going to make the same mistake twice.
No, they will not. So lanes, honestly, side lanes are in a good spot for Tundra.
Daedalus on both the Tiny and the Snapfire now, though, so you talk about that
Okay.
damage potential. They've got it massively. And they're really just pinging out WS. He is the one that's stopping them from just going all out with this Shadow Fiend, right? Level 22 on him, has the Satanic, has the Kayayasha, has the Crystallis. He's got the damage output potential. I almost wonder, does that Rocket Flare give away a bit of their position? I don't want to see Ari use another one just to still give them that element of surprise because they need to make the jump on Tundra.
33 is going to be massive. This needs to be a gigantic ravage with the Requiem before they're
They
able to
might find the
follow
clock.
up.
Nice blink.
So here's
Still-
out.
8 people still under the cover of smoke. Pretty similar duration as well.
See the Rocket Flare angle, Kaori. Just focus on a pop, BZM. Side the crit wave as well. Nightfall's going to try and find a
careful.
better
Gotta
angle.
be
Oh my
careful.
god, look at the crit! A second crit and he's gone. And we spoke about there's another hero in this game with crits. Makoto just snipes Ari down. You know, kisses were... so be it. We don't need to mention it further than that.
It was information kisses,
Yep,
you know,
yep,
just
yep.
seeing if Pure was hanging around, and they definitely had the damage to be able to get that follow-up there, and even with Roche only being up top for another 15 or so seconds, they've got the damage to be able to take him out pretty damn easily. Also, if they wanted to, they could look to get another free Aghanim shard for themselves, because Tormentor's just about to move top.
They will move a couple of the
Only
heroes
Tiny
towards
doesn't
that
have it.
side. Okay, not too bad. No, it's different now, sorry. That's still okay.
More damage for Tiny, yes please. Who has a harpoon coming out to him, by the way, as if he needed
down.
more ability to lock onto targets.
Yeah, Nightfall's sitting happy. Unfortunately,
What's in the water today? Like, we were getting
I don't know,
7-minute games, and it's been 35-ish. They all seem pretty over. Like, of course, it's Tundra. They're never out of the game. They will drag it out. They will make you hate yourselves. However, it just feels like the damage that they've got, as long as they're the ones to find the initiation, is going to be way too powerful. They can't even kill a Rune.
who really didn't have anyone playing behind him as well.
No. So they get the D-ward off. They don't lose with Rubik. They don't have a hook shot now. What do Aurora do? Do they just wait for their next item? They don't really have anything massive coming shortly. I mean, Swift Blink, sure, would be nice, but they can easily just go and get this Tormentor if they wanted to, and yep, that's what Nightfall is pinging.
Okay. So you mentioned before that Tiny's the only one without the shard, so he'll get this.
maybe just once it's level 20 as well, just so that they can be absolutely certain that they're going to have that 100%, 100 to 0 control with a couple of toss charges perhaps at level 25.
Okay. Need maybe a little bit of time, 2 minutes plus, depending on where he is on the map.
I mean, you got 3 minutes left on the Aegis, so... And a Hydra's Breath as well, by the way, for Makoto.
Oh, Ari. Hated. Some projectiles definitely weren't shown on my screen, but he gets out. Confused me for a second. Another person, Nightfall, BZM.
Should be able to get out.
Close though, very close.
Storm inside the base though, very challenging prospect to be able to take down.
And not a prospect they want to take down apparently. Nightfall is all the way to bottom.
Wants that solo farming, wants that solo kill, more importantly, onto Pure.
Man. Well, how are you going to be able to play your way out of this one, my friend? You got BKB.
They
Mirror's
didn't toss?
very late. They didn't use any spells.
Okay. No toss, no lift, no nothing, and he gets away.
Mid lane now. Theory. Oh, they'll lose the gem. And there's also an amp damage as well.
Gem's still there.
Okay, never mind. Don't get the gem. They get the kill. They get the amp damage though.
So, it's nearly level 25 now. How long have you left on the Aegis? Minute and a half. What level is Tiny? Not quite level 25. So, that's actually a pretty big deal, right? Like, sure, killing the SF at this stage of the game always going to be value because he didn't have buyback. He already, well, he wouldn't have used the BKB actually, but you would have had level 25. You would have been able to go high ground reliably. But now, you don't have that luxury. You know, you've got a level 25 SF to have to go up against. And maybe, just maybe, Pure can be the one to carry his team yet again.
He's gonna have to put a hell of a performance. Showcase what he's able to do here for Mr. Pure. I am very surprised on how Aurora continuing to play the map. Very, very concerned.
How long's left? 40 seconds. Like, do they go for a smoke? I don't think so. I think if you haven't done it by now, seems like they still want to. Maybe trying to catch Tundra unawares. Just thinking that they have the safety to move out onto the map when that's not actually the case.
I think it's what you brought up before as well with the toss charges. As soon as they got that, they went instantly.
Oh, you got to use it the first time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. 33 with this high ground ward.
Amp damage as well on the Storm. He's a little far away though.
Alright,
again, his
popped,
positioning
okay.
is so good. He's been the MVP for me by far for Tundra this game. Game could have very easily been over if not for his positioning, just to give all of that extra information over. So, no Aegis. Smoke gank doesn't pay off. And Tundra get given time to work on another item. And we've seen what a Storm Spirit late game is able to do if he's able to get into that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, I just wonder how different of a Storm it's going to be this game, because he doesn't really have the damage items. You know, Witchblade slash Parasma.
Sure.
Which is really the big one.
He doesn't have Shard. I guess that's the other big thing, right? But you do have Ag-Scepter Gush and a Shadow Fiend who's level 25. So your Shadow Raze is applying attack damage as well. So they've certainly got the wombo combo potential. It's just a matter of, do Tundra feel like they need to go now when there's not this this Aegis available, or do you farm into this Aghanim Scepter for the Storm? Like, kind of feels like they're making space for him now.
Just getting those items.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Especially if they're going to need to respond to this top lane push, because it's 40 minutes in, double siege creep wave up top. So this will be getting pushed into here.
See, WS is pinging that Nightfall is as well, so they're actually going to go back and trail this creep wave.
Yeah, they see that the TPs are coming in. They just see the Tide Hunters for now.
The thing is that they weren't taking a team fight previously. Now what, you want to do it inside Tundra's base.
I mean, if you get the initial pickoff, if they solo TP, would make total sense, right? And they do have the burst damage to be able to make it happen. But because they weren't instantly there to be able to make that jump, they have to back off again. So Tundra not making another unforced error. Similar. Tundra have actually shoved in the bottom wave, so double steam creep hitting into the tier 2 tower. Might be able to open this up.
Bottom power rune, Aeon Disc going to be expended early. They will get the arcane rune to the hands of Makoto.
Alright.
So refresher now for WS.
You seeing the double Daedalus about to be finished up by Makoto, by the way?
Oh no, I'm not. Wow. Okay.
And the Hydra's Breath, and the level 25.
My god. So much damage. It did go for the early, I know you mentioned previously with the talent as well for the Snapfire. Cookie cooldown of the Did they?
Oh, here we go. They're not going to have him for
Oh,
this
they're on the
fight,
low
though.
ground. Oh, they don't actually get the blink call from WS. So doesn't able to get the initiation. Still, BZM creating chaos in the backline, but he's got to be careful. The Battle Hunger along with the Gale
toss the
into
Ruby
33 means that his blink isn't available, so they're going to disengage.
Nicely done by Nightfall. They're actually tossing Mira back to Cowrie just to make sure he was able to get back to safety. And I mean, the thing is, though, they didn't really expend anything on either side. It was a Greaves, and that's basically it. Just a BKB on the axe. That's literally it.
I try and get back out here on Tundra. So again, I mean, this deficit, we're up to 20,000 now.
Bro, Fish is still in the pit. Still flopping around.
First blood.
Go on, have a nibble.
Maybe bottom, actually?
That's
So
a
they
gem.
should be able to get Miro. There's the gem. 33 also was able to scout out Nightfall over towards the far west.
So it wasn't him that got the kill, but just getting that assist gold for BZM is huge. 250 gold away now from the Aghanim Scepter. So again, gonna say it. Seems like a high amount of net worth lead, but it's getting to the stage of the game where that's really not going to matter as long as you've got all the tools needed to win the team fights, which it really feels like Tundra have.
Dire are scanning.
Now you've got a Swift Link as well. You've got a gem picked up for your team, 2 gems actually.
They're going to see these TPs. So 33 jumps in, so
Oh,
they have to
he's
cancel
on his
the
own.
axes, which means that Nightfall's kind of stuck here, but he does have Makoto as well, and this is a Makoto with a bunch of right-click damage. So even though you cancelled one of the TPs, you've now got kisses that are getting raid down onto 33. He'll shrug it off. Nothing too concerning. Ari, unfortunately, unable to shrug this off.
I've seen roadkill with more guts than you.
Just a classic 2,000 damage inside of one little shredder. I don't think he even crit more than once. Just kind of crazy. Oh, they might be able to catch out Bane here. Maybe, maybe not.
TP! Nice. Very good. Koto's slow walking.
Swift Link
Gonna
coming
get
next for him, maybe.
Well, we continue to build up the potential here from Tundra, and we continue to be disappointed.
You could see it. You could see that they've got the makings of a successful team fight. They just haven't been able to get it yet. Like, right now, with the SF not having buyback, of course it's more important for BZM to have his own, so he can't afford to buy out. I mean, you've lost your second lane of Rax now. You're probably going to lose Roshan as well, with it being in the bottom pit. TPing back to try and get a pick off here onto 33, but he will get away.
He already used the blink on Nightfall, unfortunately.
He's finally seen the fish. 33.
The pit one? I see.
Yep,
Okay.
he pinged it.
Yeah. Oh, they're flying out of the base on Tundra. They're going to have to deward first.
Yeah, they bought the
Radiant.
axe on Storm, so
33.
all or nothing.
Not a bad initiation. They're going to be able to disrupt the axe. WS in a bit of an awkward spot, but he's got BKB. And still a difficult kill nonetheless. They'll try and hold him into place with the Fiend's Grip, but the right clicks, finally, that's enough. Too late for Mirror to counter. Nightfall's going to be in as well. They want to shove Pure away from the team fight. Ravage is still ready from 33, but is there really going to be any follow-up?
here.
Pure will try and jump in with... Is it enough? Glimmer Cape to protect the Snapfire. The damage is getting close and they get him. Double kill from Pure.
But they get
Looking
Pure
for
as
more
well.
as well. So they're 3 for 1 in the end. They got a buyback out of Whitemont along with Ari to make the fight somewhat bearable.
3 for 3, but they don't really have the damage on either side to be able to take this Roshan as a follow-up. The only situation where they would be, of course, pure buying back for it, but they don't even have outpost control to be able to get that quick TP. So it's going to be a bit of a stalemate here. Mira caught out by that rocket flare. Just a little bit slow on some of the movements through. You can see they were trying to get a little bit of control for the Shadow Pit at the end, but just with that BKB still doing relatively healthy, excuse me. Nothing really that a Rubik can do in this sort of situation. Timing it perfectly for the follow-up there, but able to just walk it off.
Back live. Here in hook shot in. Ari. Alright. Is this Roche?
Is it? Again, no SF. That's the big thing.
Yeah, true.
Oh, fish though.
EP.
Please, 33. Get the fish.
I might have other duties that he's gonna fall back on. It's bottom wave that's getting shoved in. He's got some ancients to farm as well. He's psychic headbanding.
Yeah.
Did you see?
Yeah. Oh, all right. Well, it's clear what one team's priority is. That is making sure that they take control of this Roche area, get some vision down. Just died in that area though on Mira, so has to be careful.
That's the problem though, that you lost the gems. So
They're
now it's given
walking right
Dyro time to
underneath
get the
one.
ward set up.
They do have amp damage on this top though with the Snapfire, so... Oof.
Radiant are scanning.
Seems like they're giving some farm over to Mira here, wanting him to buy the gem. 100 gold away. But won't be able to wait that long.
They're gonna try and go around with the smoke. Gonna pick up Makoto, he's a little bit slow. He packs a punch once he's able to enter the fight.
I mean,
See with the amp damage.
He's got 550 damage pre-crits.
Okay, Ori might just walk up first to try and give them some information. They will go all the way around. I mean, this is a long wraparound. It's not going to work this time. Ari is going to scout that out.
Perfect positioning.
With that being said, though, it does kind of force them to respond on Tundra. So you kind of give up this initial stairway to enter up. Museum's going to get the start, but the core of areas to respond to Nightfall. They don't have Makoto. Makoto was all the way on the far left side, so they didn't actually have the Snapfire with the amp damage to get the kill.
And you need that damage. You don't have enough with just the others. I don't think Nightfall will be able to do enough on his own. I'd be tempted to try, though. They're grouping up in a big place.
Tries to get the initiation. Pure as well with the Requiem down to the low ground. Able to secure a secondary kill. Now Nightfall as well. It's completely isolated. No one else is even remotely close. 33. Ready with the Requiem. They get the buyback out of Nightfall, but is there even a fight that's going to be had afterwards? Like, what more is there? Not especially for Ravage. Connects onto two heroes like that, and they've got the damage as well. Aurora. I mean, 2 team fights. We've been waiting for it on Tundra, but they weren't even like super convincing team fight victories.
I mean, the issue there is that they find the Storm Spirit on his own, but they don't actually have the Snapfire there. All of Aurora were away from Makoto, so they were actually able to just turn around and put so much damage in off the back of the Shadow Fiend. You know, 2,150 damage from SF, 1,000 damage coming through from the Tidehunter, all of that minus armor as well, and they're able to just absolutely rip through him. A lot squishier at this stage compared to the Storm with that more defensive build that he went. You know, he's got the Greaves, he's got the Kaya Sanj, he's got the Shiva's Guard. He's a tanky boy on BZM.
Yoinking up everything on the map, apparently. You get the Wisdom as well. Take a look at that fight back. It seemed like it was solid from Aurora, honestly. You couldn't ask for a better way, and then you take a look at the second half of what's going on, and then you're like, well, maybe it's not so good.
Literally, like they just... Makoto was there on his own, essentially, on the bottom side, and just absolutely tore apart. So, just like that, net worth shrunk to 0, the differential between the two teams, and win probability looking pretty even too. You can see Nightfall able to dish out a lot of damage, but he needs the rest of his team backing him up there, and now, not only do you not have the Aegis, you don't have a buyback on your position 1, and that's something that Tundra are going to be extremely aware of.
Yeah, it's a very big commitment call from Aurora. You, of course, have the advantage in regards to the creep waves. Full set of barracks mid, full set bottom as well. But it definitely feels like these fights, you know, one potential fight away as well. You know, like you said, with no buyback here on Nightfall, so we're going to have to find out.
And yourself being the hater that you are, we're doubting BZM, but I mean, he can now start to build into some of that damage for himself too.
Hang on. What? People are going to tune in and have zero
And hear the
context.
truth. Yeah.
Zero context. The hater, the doubter, just a complete lies, by the way. Anyone tuning in, you know, we have an incredible comeback potential here from Tundra, but your match is talking shit. You don't have to listen. Okay, Ori? Looks like he's going to run into Ari. Ari will be able to get the start from Tundra. That'll result.
Buyback, by the way.
Okay, so it's not just a support kill, it's even more impactful as well. 80 seconds without him and 33 with the backline.
They're kind of feeding one by one here.
What's going on?
He has
WS?
refresher. Might be forced
Can he
to
blink
use
away?
it.
Oh, we didn't actually get the blink. Cancelled at the last second. So yeah, we might need to see the refresh. Well, that's not going to happen with the Fiend script from Whitemon. Now, okay, does the Rubik have buyback at least? No, he doesn't. Maybe he does. Nightfall, jump in. Trying to disrupt. We know he's the one that doesn't. They get a bunch of crits, though.
Not a lot of mana to be able to play around with on BZM, and using those Mortimer's Kisses from afar just to force them to back off. Honestly, that's probably the least dangerous part of this Makoto Snapfire at this stage. The Kisses, who cares? You know, he doesn't have the Kisses talents into it at the moment, but those right clicks are just so insane what they're able to dish out. Fight recap, yeah, 2,700 damage onto an SF. Pretty devastating.
How's Ari level 25 as well, by the way? Just try to work that one out, you know?
Free run with that charge, this feels nice.
What? Hang on.
Go on.
He bought chainmail. He ate it.
Yes! That's what we want. I mean,
When did he do this?
who knows? But essentially, like, he's been playing his role perfectly with being that barrier between everyone else and then blinking away. This is pre-jetpack, by the way, but it's just like giving him insurance, basically, that if he doesn't get that off, maybe he's able to survive a second or two, you know, able to get that cheese off, able to get the Glimmer Cape, able to hook shot away, something, just to, you know, not leave himself high and dry.
So interesting. Okay. What's the probability? 55.
50-50.
Thought it'd be a little bit more for Tundra.
Speaking of Tundra, they have 0 Ag Shards on their team, by the way.
Yeah. Who needs Ag Shards?
Aeon just not available.
Okay, Kerry. Once again, still not having buyback. Ari. Kind of run into Miro. Who ran into who?
Yeah, didn't know about that interaction. So Clockwork could just walk over Rubik's cogs as well.
So weird seeing the Rubik hit the cogs. Just the range, it looks so clunky.
They should be Rubik's Cubes.
That would be cool, that would be cool. Well, let's see if they feel safe with walking up high ground. What do we still want? Of course, we've got that T2 tower outside the base.
Aeon just popped.
We also have a fight by the looks of it. Ravage from 33. Now, they don't have Pure at the moment, so their main damage source isn't here. They're doing a good job to output some of the damage onto WS, but the full Fiends, have they got it? WS just survives on a slither of health, and meanwhile, Makoto with a double kill looking for the team fight winning here. If they got Pure, they don't. So Pure's able to get away, but Makoto will still find Ari nonetheless. 3 heroes gone, and 0 casualties in the end from Aurora.
That had to be at least 5,000 damage. Yeah, 7,500 damage that the Snapfire did in that fight.
Damn.
Basically entirely off the back of the little shredder. Like, just 2 uses of it, by the way, that he was able to just absolutely shred through all of these heroes and nearly take out Pure as well. Look at Pure's health. It, like, goes from 100 to 0 so quickly. If not for that Aeon disc, that's a dead Storm Spirit as well.
Yeah, I'm just many dead heroes. There's that 1,600 crit. There's Bane gone. There's Pure almost dead. Jesus.
I was having a look. I think he did have the Blink Dagger available as well, so maybe would have been, again, more worthwhile to just blink in another little shredder in the SF's face.
Oh, we got a rapier.
Sure.
That's a very aggressive banner usage. Let's go on.
Man, they're really just tossing this Venom out here, huh? Oh, don't. Aeon
Oh,
pop.
bait. Well, that's a rapier. We're going to keep in mind in the call. What a bait! Toss Kaori wherever you want if he's going to be
They've all
able
got buyback.
to make the space. I mean, it's such a heavy commitment. Are they going to be able to get away, though, is the main thing. Now, Mira,
Surely
he
they
will
don't
not
get
make
away.
it. It looks like Tiny's out.
Surely
he could
no.
be TP out.
Surely no.
they get at least one.
Oh my god.
Did they get the rapier? Where's the rapier? They got the rapier at least. Pure's got it.
Not enough, man.
Yeah,
Four
yeah, I know.
buybacks?
Tower has fallen.
No, 5. All 5 brought back.
5. That's great. 5 buybacks and you just get the rapier.
Yeah. Which was yours to begin with, by the way, so it's not like you've even taken it from the enemy team.
Makoto, they have a lane ward. Very, very lucky.
Skill.
Well, yeah, lucky skill, whatever. You know, the
Ravage up in 1,
supports.
by the way. They went for a blind dust there, but not able to connect onto it. Oh,
Nightfall gotta be careful. Actually, hookshot's gonna land.
Just
Look
on
at the
Rubik,
start
though.
onto Mirror. WS with the call to do his best
Double
to
call.
disrupt the Tidehunter to make sure that the Ravage doesn't look easy from 33. 33 is actually wanting to run them down.
very cheeky by WS as well. I'm hearing a Requiem being pump faked, but onto what? He ended up using the Axe ultimate, not to kill the Storm Spirit, but just to make sure that the Aeon Disc got popped. So just prevents BZM from being able to frontline. Very, very nice presence of mind there by
And now
WS.
look at the river.
Yeah.
But they're beelining straight towards Tundra's side of the map, and they've got a really good read of this. They had the lane ward, so they had the ward inside the river on Tundra, but is it enough
Surely not.
time to get Ari out? Nice hook shot, Nightmare. They may just put themselves in the firing line. Shadow
call
Fiend
again.
The Rapier again, Pure this time.
Big damage.
We'll be able to get the Satanic off, and Makoto's gone, which is their main damage source. Nightfall now having to run away as well.
I lived for so long there. Took about 4,000 damage, and for a clockwork that has 3.3k, that's a whole lot.
Actually, another? What if him to be able to live with how fast Roche may be up? It's up in
This is the
15.
gem as well.
Mira's not going to be alive.
Dire's middle tower.
We're not done with this game, my friend. You thought that maybe, you know, those 5 buybacks from Tundra with how fast that SF almost died, but no, you got Roche up in a second. Roche is up now.
You also
Third
saw
one of the
SF
game.
go to 100 HP off one right click with a Satanic popped as well. Really just is about, can he get those right clicks off? I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen it this game, but top of the net worth there on the SF. And I mean, at this stage, may as well just buy back and consume the Moonshard. He's got the gold to be able to do it. And it really does feel like a big part of the success this game is going to be around this Roshan sitting bottom for now, but moving up top in 15 seconds.
Yeah, so they actually want to fight instead by the looks of it on Tundra. And wanted to try and reclaim a important part of the map. They do have a nice observer board outside the base, so it's going to see Kaori. They will not jump off this though.
Oh, Arcane Rune as well. They've given up control of the high ground just to be able to be right there when Roche gets in. They don't have outpost control. Still a tier 2 tower top though for Mira to TP2. Who are they going to find? 33? Quick on the fingers? Not quick enough.
Has the Aeon Disc, is this really going to be able to do anything though? Wind Waker to try and get away. He's got the blink. And now with the Fiend Script's going to be there as well. BZM follow up, waiting for the Ravage along with Pure's damage. Double Vortex drag back in with the crits. They're going to lose the Tiny. It's a massive
gone in.
call. What is that? WS, are you serious? It's not
Ari.
even good enough. It's not even good enough to win the team fight. You got the Rapier on Makoto. Makoto, is he
him
going to
a
be able to
long way
close the
there.
distance onto BZM? Just
TP
random
up in 1
kisses?
second.
Anything?
Oh, doesn't get the right angle on it, and they will be able to get the kill onto the clockwork as well. That's 4 diebacks coming through there. I mean, what a call, but also just the damage again coming through from this Snapfire. Look at their HP just evaporate. Gets the initial call, pops the Aeon Disc, backs off, makes sure he's not the one getting initiated in onto. It's a nice Fiend Script coming through there, but just the perfection of the timing coming through.
What? What a call! What an insane call from WS. I mean, it's a crazy game ender right there. What an insane game. 61 minutes is what it takes in the end. 49, 42, bunch of back and forth. But man, this is the closer game that we were expecting.
Makoto just giving us the stare at the very end there, but WS, he's the man of the hour with the ability to just get a nice clean call to be able to finish it. Honestly, his calls all game were incredibly solid, right? Both popping Aeon discs, interrupting BKBs, a few, like we were saying before, unforced errors coming there from Tundra, but Aurora, they don't care. They'll take the W, they'll take the win in the best of one anytime that they can. So very solid performance all around. Probably could say that it may have gone Aurora's way if they were a little bit cleaner in some moments, but I would say from the draft to what they were able to execute in the early game, they played a pretty fantastic one.
Yeah, absolutely. They did in the end. 21-5 and 23 for this another first pick Snapfire as
Might need
well.
to get banned soon.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something going on with this hero. You know, it's been a couple days since Dream League, and you know that's all it needs apparently for the priority on some heroes to change. So just our third series of the day, a far closer series at that for us though. Next up, what do we got? I believe we got another LGD series. I think we have Glyph though over on the B stream, so that's going to be very exciting.
Coming off their win against Falcons, by the way, on the main stream in the first game of the day. Very unexpected there. So C fans, tune in because, you know, Arthur and the boys might be able to put a few more dubs on the board. But like you mentioned, they're going up against LGD, who looked absolutely dominant in their performance earlier today. So we will go to a quick break and we will be back with some more Blast Slam 7.
We are back and ready to go. LGD taking on GLYPH. We've already seen these two teams play today. Of course, we did see earlier in the day a victory for LGD. We also saw a surprise victory for GLYPH as well, taking down Falcons.
Absolutely. You know, I'm keen to see if they're able to keep that momentum going because, you know, a lot of people going to this would probably be like, oh, last two out, it's going to be GLYPH, you know, that AMC qual team, not going to be able to get the dub on the board, but you know, they got a little something to say about that. I mean, Jackie, I had a quick chat with him and he seemed in pretty good spirits going into this one as well. And of course, Coach Arthur has really been putting together a bit of a roster. I love it when they're able to have their own ideas about, you know, how Dota is played. I want to see a few unique picks start to come through as well. I know Narman, aka Hustler, if you've been following the C scene for quite some time, he's going to be loving the fact that this is like a Rubik meta, even from the position 5 role. He's very capable of playing that one there. Jokam as well. Like, if Rubik's available, they will first pick it just because he's going to pick it by far as his main priority. I believe they're also boot camping at the Alliance facilities up there as well. So all should be there in person and looking to try and maximize their potential.
Where even is the facilities? Are they Stockholm as well?
I want to say yes.
Yeah. Well, let us see what they can do with those beautiful facilities. We do have our game 1 only. Game 1 draft, just still so used to it, you know, these best of ones. But yeah, we got you. So you're in the Alliance facility on GLYPH, and then LGD there at the Liquid facilities as well.
Oh, there we go. I wasn't just talking shit. They're actually there. That's good. That's good. I mean, Arthur was previously the assistant coach of Alliance, so you know, it helps to have those connections.
So let's see, what did they get the victory with against Falcons? They ran a Wind Ranger, Treant, Invoker, Brew, and Rubik as their 5-man versus Falcons.
Just ban the Rubik. Or first pick it yourselves. I mean, Theolacor is a pretty damn good Rubik player, so I'd be totally on board with that. Bit of a block pick, you know, GLYPH aren't going to be banning it, so may as well.
Do you think Yorkam like travels with this little pillow thingy, whatever? Yeah, should be whatever it is. It's log face. Or it's a Alliance one.
So. Some is it?
I don't know.
Like some people just have their comfort things, you know, right? They want to be able to have that. I don't want to call it a body pillow, but it can, you know, sometimes cuddling something does help you fall asleep, you know.
Oh, that's cute. What have you got? What do you need, my little Denok? What do you need to fall asleep with?
A giant pillow. As long as I'm sleeping on my side, I'm alright.
I see. You're a side sleeper. You're not one of those weird, your back or stomach sleepers. Or what are we doing, bro? What are we doing?
My lower back hurts just thinking about that.
Yeah, like, come on. This is you're an absolute animal. It's just nothing else. You sleep on your stomach, like insane stuff. I think Narman was on Alliance as well, right?
Briefly.
Yeah. So I'm just seeing him at the, with the Alliance letters. I was gonna say with his bald head and then the Alliance. Wow. But
why are you associating bald with Alliance?
No, I'm associating Narman's bald head. Specific because he has been shaved for a while. So I was just
speaking of Narman, he's been in a bit of a journeyman, hasn't he? Right, like he's really just gone around a bunch of teams. He got his big break with Reality Rift, I want to say, the Singaporean organization, and then had a bit of a stint in Europe with No Bounty Hunter. I think he was on Army Geniuses for a little bit. Neon was probably his best time, but also a little bit with Geek Fam and the like. So I'd love to see him get some more success because he is such a nice guy as well, and he does have that flexibility to be able to play position 4, position 5, really wherever you need him.
Well, he's really the... I was going to say, is there a Mongolian that has done better than Narman, to be honest? Because I know we had Sanctity.
I mean, Sanctity's pretty up there.
He is, but I don't even know if he's been on that many competitive teams like Narman, to be honest. I know they were both on Navi.
Probably the next one.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, so just those three. You know, we didn't really see 11 kick
is
on.
kind of up there.
It kind of saw Set kick on a little bit, you know, and also in Europe as well. So definitely, I think for me, Namen always, I know with those Mongolian teams, you know, Lilgun, I forgot the other one, but the Southeast Asian teams, like you were mentioning, Namen has always been someone IHC, yeah. Namen has always been someone who I've been like very, very impressed by.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and
you're
stable.
Yes, absolutely. And you're speaking about Journeyman as well. Like, I mean, Emo is very interesting to me. I know he's been like in C for a while now. It's almost kind of been a year, to be honest, but it still is difficult for me to like comprehend Emo being here. It just wasn't something I was expecting.
Yeah, and I'd say he's one of the players that like hasn't really taken that much of a break, you know, like the old Chinese retirement, going away, coming back a few years when there's these big events or when there's something big happening in China. Wouldn't you know it, TI is in China this year. So you do have a lot of people coming back, and I'm really keen to see those Chinese TI qualifiers as well. But he's really stuck around, you know, not just in the competitive scene, but just consistently playing in pubs. And I love that he's kind of been this bridge between the C and Chinese scenes.
Yep.
I mean, going back the other way, you got to think we were just watching KP. He was probably one of the first. Ice as well back in the day. Hell, even Ponlo when he had his run on Team Zero there at TI.
Yep.
Snap makes it through.
Does. We saw Whisper play, right? In their previous game.
Yep.
So they get two very strong here. Well, definitely Kez and apparently the Snapfire now as well.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get the Treant Protector.
Is this the tree that 33 was talking about?
Maybe. I mean, the animation, the video animation to have the tree come in is looking like something I would pause to if I also saw him pop up in my day-to-day.
Absolutely. I mean, Tai Lung definitely can play the Snapfire as well as the thing. Like this isn't even locked in onto Whisper. You know, just the fact that he was able to be so dominant with it though is obviously a useful tool for them. I wonder where they're going to run the Kez. Like most likely, again, it's just going to be played position 1. But there are a few teams that run it mid lane, and Tai Lung has the ability to do it as well.
Does he? Have you seen this?
Yeah, I have a couple of times. It's not really a matchup that I would think of like, oh, Storm Spirit, let's run the Kez, but I'm more about like why the Treant Protector with the Kez, you know? Like, is it not more beneficial to have something that might have a little bit better lockdown for the Storm Spirit, for example? But who am I to say?
Yeah, so I mean, what does the tree give you? Like, it gives you very strong laning support, team fight overall, difficulty with taking towers, which at the moment, like GLYPH, they need to absolutely fix this, right? Into the tree and with their 2 heroes. So what are we looking for, like some offlaner to help take objectives?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, they might even just be going for an early-ish Aghanim Shard, right? Like, you're playing with a Snapfire that's probably going to be played as a position 2 or 3. So you're going to be getting active relatively early on, which means you want to get kills. And, you know, if you've got these Eyes of the Forest around everywhere, pre-gem, then that's just going to enable you to play this more active game style. So I could totally see them going down that avenue as just wanting something that doesn't require, like, for example, a bounty hunter rotating around the map, giving you information. You can just plant down a bunch of Eyes of the Forest and get the same sort of thing. So Bristle Boy, huh?
Yeah.
No real Silver Edge builder right now. I guess the Snapfire can. I'm thinking... See, this is where, like, having something like the Lich would have been more beneficial, right? Because, again, decent in the lane, you're spamming out a lot of spells on the Bristle, so it would have been nice in that regard. If it's an offlane Bristle, it could be a POS 1 Bristle. And as well, just the forced facing the team, you know, just to be able to take him down effectively with a Sinister Gaze. Right now, they don't really have any of that on LGD. Do they consider going down the avenue of something like a Mars, just for the spear? Do they consider... No one's really picking Chaos Knight anymore. Some other form of break in, like, Hoodwink's been banned. Don't know what they're going to really be considering here.
Do you like this Snapfire? Oh, sorry, Phoenix into the Snap Kez?
I mean, if you're playing this Phoenix as a position 5, and the Snapfire is going a build like we saw from Mikoto in the last game, you're using your little shredder to try and take down the egg, as opposed to do damage to, I'm going to call them actual heroes in the team fight. So in that regard, it's kind of okay.
I guess, but you have the Hydra's Breath, no? So you have the multi-shot at least.
You do, and especially later on, you're also going to have that. But I don't know. I think I'm trying to justify it because it's Narman, and I like Narman. It's fine. Like, I think you just need to really control the Kez in particular, and you're wanting to enable the Bristleback to be the one that's able to commit into these team fights. So things like Sunray are going to be incredibly impactful, because they don't really have easy ways to be able to get onto the Phoenix on the backline, right? That's the benefit for it. The Supernova might be meh, but everything else about it is pretty decent. Still do need some of that tower push, though.
Yeah. And also a way to deal with the Necro, which is quite problematic, especially with the heroes you have. I mean, I don't even know if Phoenix going Vessel is good enough. That might be too late. I feel like it really depends on how good of a start to the game that Phoenix has. I don't also know if there's many carry options in general versus the Necro. They'll ban up probably the best with the Doom.
Yeah. Is Muerta banned? I mean, he's still available. She is.
Definitely a possibility. We could see some problems mid-game fights into the... there's always going to be problems.
Yeah.
I was just saying with the kisses, but you know, the matchup can kind of go... I feel like it's actually not too bad for the Muerta into the Kez.
I mean, Zeal has been playing Omni Knight, but I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah.
Unless you go like a really early Nullifier. Or like a... Is there anyone binding to buy a Disperser this game? Not really. It would have been a good brew game.
How the lane would go into Kez tree would be interesting. I'm not quite sure. They'll ban Slaughter, so Snap's actually going to be played as a support. Which...
No. Oh yeah, I guess so. I was just thinking maybe they run the Slaughter off lane and run Necro 1 and Kez support? I don't know. Probably not Kez support.
So it's a interesting read with the... Well, because we saw last game the Snapfire was played into the Storm and it did completely fine. Of course, we understand like overall just the ball lightning to get to the Snap not really having any way to deal with the Storm. So that's what we saw banned out previously when we were looking for some like, you know, position 4 hero to provide a little bit of catch. You now have that from LGD. Doesn't really... maybe the mana drain's a little bit annoying versus the Bristle, but it's not that support answer like you were mentioning.
I mean, it is a Storm answer, which is something that they were really lacking, so good on them for that. I'm surprised at the Slaughter ban, honestly. Even the Ember. So what do you now pick into this? Like, you need more push. I don't think you can Lycan. Can you... Is Beastmaster in? I'd be okay with a Beast.
It is. They will TB though. So we have a later game carry. That
still can push.
That still can push. We did see it, of course, earlier on. Satanix TP got very active. We've already seen in previous games. It's going to be an off-lane Snapfire again, and it is actually a mid-Kez. I didn't think they would do it. But Tai Lung's actually going to play the Kez. Okay. My question with the draft on Glyph, is it too greedy like we saw previously? Where I don't remember... already the games blend together, and apparently best of ones blend even more together. There was a game where we saw, I just felt like the cores, they weren't able to do anything. And I feel like I'm a little bit concerned that like the Storm can maybe play with the Rubik plus the Phoenix. Not really. I don't know. I'm just a bit concerned for Glyph.
I think it really depends on how Zeal's lane goes in particular, because if he gets out of that lane okay, they do need to pay attention to him, right? Like, you can't let this Bristleback just scale into being an actual core as well, because then you do start to feel a little bit more areas of concern for when these team fights are starting to break out. But if they're able to control him, then, you know, you don't really care that much. He's not going to be scaling quite as easily. I don't know, like this Terrorblade, I do like it just because they really desperately needed a way to be able to push down towers. I'm just not sure if they've got necessarily the best supports, again, for confirming kills with Emo Storm Spirit. Like, Jokem is a great Rubik, don't get me wrong, and Narman, good player too, but not that burst potential that I'm really hoping for. Like, even a Lion on Glyph would have been a completely different story. Just a Finger of Death with a Storm Spirit rotation, kill a high priority target, take a tower. It writes itself, but a lot harder with the supports that they've got on Glyph.
Yeah, that's really the big problem for me. It's like you don't have that hero to play with the Storm. So let's see if that's going to be really, you know, problematic in the end or not. Is there a draft you are preferring though between Glyph and LGD?
Probably going to go LGD. Again, it is a little more unorthodox, particularly with regards to, I guess not so much more the safe lane, now with Tai Lung playing the Kez in the mid lane. And I'm keen to see how he does against the Storm Spirit in particular. Like, enough that LGD were like, oh, okay, let's not put the Snapfire there. Let's just put the Kez there and it'll be totally fine. Or does it just come down to the fact that Whisper's so godly on this Snapfire that they're just like, look, let's just not mess with a good thing?
Yeah, I wonder. I'm just trying to get up the build that we did see from Whisper in that previous game. We had, I mean, it was over so quickly, but Blink, Brute to Travel, Yashikaya into the Chasm Stone afterwards. So nothing too crazy. See if it's going to be the same build from Whisper. No First Bloods or anything by the looks of it as well. So we're going to be starting the game with the slate pretty clear. So he's going to be able to get that 2-0. Some ex-LGD members. I know Zia was LGD. I know Emo was LGD as well.
Do you think they're thinking about that at all?
Maybe a little
Maybe if
bit.
they get
Nothing.
the win.
Yeah.
Emo will take any chance to all chat.
I've always been a big Emo fan, so haven't actually had the opportunity to be able to watch too many of his games recently. See how Tai Lung goes with this mid Kez as well. There's some... Niku is really the only person that's doing to success. I know Nisha tried it once, I believe, at Dream League. Maybe someone else did it. Maybe Tai Lung did it. We didn't get any Ex-HEROIC games though. So I know you mentioned that he has been, you know, dabbling with it, but just to see like on how comfortable he is actually.
And I feel like when we've been seeing it played, like when Kiritich was playing it, I believe he went the Mage Slayer into the Desolator build, right?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm imagining it's going to be a pretty similar thing here with Tai Lung playing it, just in particular because, good God, it's a good Mage Slayer game, this game, right? Like, just reducing so much of the output of the Bristleback through the spell damage reduction, you know, making Rubik and Phoenix not really worrisome at all. And you're almost always going to be able to connect on your ultimate onto the Bristle, right? Like, he doesn't really have that many abilities to be able to get himself away from a lot of this aggression.
What do we want the Bristle to itemize in a game like this? Is there anything you're seeing, Vizio?
Honestly, I really don't know. Like, the Bristleback pick in general, especially when it's been countered by this Necrophos, I'm just not sure how I feel about it, you know? Like, what are you supposed to do? Go into, like, an early-ish Aghanim Shard just to be providing a little bit of control for the start of the game, and then, you know, just hairballing into it, slowing people down, enabling your Storm Spirit and Phoenix and TB to do a little bit more? Or do you build for your own game, but then who are you actually countering, you know? Like, maybe to try and get on top of Whisper and try and take him out as much as you can, but I'm not sure how successful that's going to be.
So it doesn't look like too easy of a game for Zeal, though, to be able to determine, like, his role in it specifically.
Yeah, not really. Like, it's nothing just completely obvious. again, it might just be that difficult to kill person that you kind of need to address. Otherwise, you lose part of your map with not too much that you can do about it. And I guess maybe part of it is going to be as well, like, in order to kill him, maybe they need to bring the lion. They need to use the Finger of Death to be able to take him out. And then that frees up time for Storm Spirit, for example, to get a little bit bigger. And Emo has a bit more impact. There's always a trade-off. I don't see Yuma having too many difficulties in this bottom lane at all. Very different story from what we saw with Kiritich with BetBoom earlier.
Can Yokan be freed up to make some stacks in the jungle for Mr. Zeal?
I suppose so. Like, the lane is always going to naturally push in whenever you're playing against a Necro, right? Just with the Death Pulse. Healing your own creep wave, damaging the enemies just to make sure you're securing last hits. So there should be a bunch of situations where you're able to do that. And I feel like that's sort of the thing that he's going to be considering now, despite the fact that the lane is kind of pushing up a little deep here. Missed opportunity to pull the creep wave, I think, but it's really going to hinder his growth potential.
Sure.
So kind of running low on mana as well. Oh,
Are scanning.
that's a nice freebie.
Yeah, you take that. A bit more difficult for Yuma to potentially
How about
follow the
KJ's
bristle.
rotation though? Just going all the way behind this this tower, trying to scout out Emo on the retreat, but he won't be there.
Yeah, so it looked like Emo was starting well in this lane versus the Kez, but once Kez was able to get a couple more levels, so they kind of got pushed out. And like you mentioned, with the supports rotating too. So they've got, this is insane vision set up around the mid lane. This is crazy.
I mentioned, like, this is the role that the Trina is going to be playing eventually in the game, but yeah, he's just placed down a bunch of observer wards beforehand just so that they've always got eyes on this Storm Spirit, because again, they know that he really is a huge amount of the damage that's going to be coming through from Glyph for this early parts of the game.
You need him to have a good start, but you also want your top lane to go well, at least for LGD and Whisper. Get first blood. We'll see. Whisper, he had a 9-minute blink dagger in the previous game. He played a Snapfire. We'll see if he gets a faster one. I think it was like 930. He's got 1300 gold currently queued up.
Good God, he's doing well. I mean, he got it before the Soul Ring in that previous game, so I don't see why not. Oop, they're going to run into Yokan here.
Yeah, both sides kind of... Really, the important one's going to be Emo.
Oh, what a
But a stun like that from Theolacore, this pickoff should get even easier. Emo will tick out to the damage from Tai Long. And Theolacore is still going to get run down. Tai Long does have the level 6, so maybe seeing an opportunity, but nothing he's going to be able to do, unfortunately. We'll have to watch from the cover of the invis.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still though, Corker support, you'll happily take that if you're LGD. I believe they even put the living armor in onto Tai Lung there as he was diving underneath the tower, so just enabling more of that aggressive playstyle. Might be able to, deny away another, or the first power rune, excuse me, from Emo. Not really as impactful, an invis rune at this stage of the game, especially prior to level 6 on the Storm, but definitely want to make things as easy as possible for Emo here. There's only so much that KJ is going to be able to do to hinder his farm as well.
Well, bottom, Zeal sees Theolacore very early on. So they're actually going to TP the Necro in front of the Bristleback. And we should be able to get our first sight of the game as well. So very nicely done. I thought with Theolacore showing himself early that maybe we could get the Bristle be able to run away, but that wasn't a problem. Meanwhile,
He's being so annoying. Oh, just out of range there. They're still actually trying to kill him.
No way. Guys, it's a tier 3 tower.
I mean, he was like barely out of range there of the Raven's Veil, so just a bare miss. They might be able to get a bit of a D-ward off here though. Sentry ward over to the left, which I don't think KJ saw, but actually is covering the Observer ward as well that they've just missed out a little bit on.
Oh, that's a nice snipe. Theolacore, yeah, gets the Wisdom's able to TP out. Now Zeal back to bottom. Unfortunately, he very shortly is going to have a mid laner and Tai Lung look to get in his face. They're going to TP down the Terror Blade. And we're seeing Jackie make a very early move. That was just helped it out, LGD.
Sure. And Whisper says, thank you very much. You know, I've got this top lane completely solo. He actually bought the Soul Ring first before the Blink Dagger this time, and he's still probably going to have the Blink Dagger at a similar timing as that previous game. So can't give Whisper a good start. Otherwise, he will absolutely take over.
Now with that move as well from Dire, it kind of puts him in a position where they're unable to really contest the power rune, so you have an amp damage for Tai Lung.
I mean, the thing is for me, like, no one needs to be down here babysitting Yuma. You know, if you're down here, it's because you think you've got a kill potential. And you do, with this Reaper side being available. For now, though, KJ, with good positioning from Zeal, means that he won't be able to find that quick and easy pick-off. But maybe once this TB's Metamorphosis wears off, that's going to be the target that they focus on instead.
Close kill.
Pretty low, man. Jackie. TB with the Treant standing next to him, being on barely any health. Sunder's available, but... Oh! Punch!
Oh no!
Oh!
Oh no! Oh! Bro, Jackie. TP's down the bottom, nothing out of the TP, farming the triangle, and just gets boinked.
To be fair, do you expect that? Do you expect the Treant there at this stage of the game? Probably not.
Man. I mean, no, I guess not.
He was really playing with fire with his HP though, being that low, considering how active Tai Lung has been around the map.
Yeah, but what do you do now? Like, what do you actually do now on Glyph down 3k and with a mid lane that went like this?
Try the Ghost Push. I mean, you don't really have anything to be able to make plays with. Again, they still have damage issues as well. At least just does get away on the Storm. But I mean, you're just about to lose your tier 1 top as well.
And maybe Jackie actually runs into KJ. But there's the team a little bit too far away though, so without the overgrowth, Jackie's going to be able to slip by.
That Blink Dagger came up about 40 seconds ago, by the way.
Wow. And he's not even top net worth as well. I mean, Yuma is insanely farm.
Yeah.
Like, is this
Zero.
Relic? Has he got Relic?
Yeah. Again, like, the counter to... What does Bristle do against you, you know? Like, if he goes onto you, pop Ghost Shroud, just 1 point is all that matters, and he's been quill spraying all game, so your Magic Wand is going to basically completely refill your HP and mana.
Yeah. And this tower is never dying bottom as well. So you're just never opening up the map. It's a very difficult position. So we're looking at... you're definitely looking at 6, obviously, from Narman, of course, with that, along with Emo zipping. But that's all you got, really. Maybe Yokam can steal a nice spell, but there's also not really the best abilities to steal.
Seems like they want to make a bit of a push of their own, though, in the meantime. And why not? You know, you've got ultis. Phoenix doesn't. You've got... siege creep, they don't. You've got a Necro that's unkillable. Oh, and they might even be trying to get this kill onto Zeal here. At the very least, just force him back to be able to get a bit of a freebie for themselves once again. And look at Tai Lung. He's just taking their Ancients. No cares in the world.
Yeah.
No cares in the world.
That works. That's good. It's good enough. Yeah, he's so okay. You've got 3 points living armor, so yeah, Tai Lung's able to completely take away this area. You take the bottom tier 1 tower.
Doesn't even completely farm the stack as well. Just leaves 1 creep there. Just be like...
So annoying.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower
Boys,
is under attack.
go on back and forth, deliberating whether this is something that's worth it or not. If you leave 1 creep or if you kill the whole entire stack.
Depends if you want to stick around, basically, is the answer to that one. I love leaving just 1, like, regular
The Skelly's the
Wild Wing.
worst. Yeah, just any, like,
The Skellies will
shitty creep.
despawn. The Wild Wing will not.
That's fair. That's fair.
Oh,
Mid lane. Let's start with an overgrowth. And they got the control. Absolutely, they do.
and it's just a 1-level Nature's Grasp that you were able to steal on your cam as well. So not really going to be all that impactful here in these next team fights. And Emo continuing to struggle. Not the healthiest amount of net worth that he's got to be able to play around with. Nearly a Kaya finished up as well for Whisper just at the 12.5 minute mark. He's got it coming out to him now. Level 10. 350 scatterblast damage. Amped up, of course, by the boomstick.
Uh-oh.
Radiant
Oh, they're gonna get Jackie as well. They'll stop his first attempt through the portal, but they've got a Hex as well. It's just a question if he's going to be able to get the Sunder. He will. But he's still dead afterwards.
Delaying the inevitable.
And meanwhile, Yuma down bottom. Is he 1v4ing?
Alright, let's see. This will decide how this game is going to go.
Ghost strategies very early on.
Alright,
Nice double stun from Theolacore. Scythe will fly out. They kill off the Necro. It literally does not matter. Yuma could not care less. That is a triple kill for Theolacore. 10-2, 6,000 net worth lead. They are rolling on LGD.
Alright, I thought it was a decent team fight for Glyph, but they just melted. What the hell happened there? You know, just a big stun coming through from Theolacore. Perfect use of the Reaper's Scythe. Sure, you die, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day when you've got Tai Long in the middle of things, just casting spells with reckless abandon.
Yeah, I mean, before that, before we got the experience of the back of that skirmish, Tai Long was actually lower level than Whisper. So, yeah, I don't even know who to say is had the better lane, the better game. This is just, this is a rough one. This is a rough one. Not what we were... Glyph just beat Falcons as well. So I was expecting this to kind of look a little bit different. But LGD, I don't know. This is potential back-to-back games where they destroyed BetBoom, and now potentially Glyph too.
I mean, SA being good is good for Dota, in my opinion. Like, just such fanatical fans that you're able to play around with, and just so much passion that they're able to play with as well. And when you've got these young talents that you're able to play behind and support, it just feels so good. You know, it doesn't matter if you're from SA or not. By the way, Zeal, he's been homed in on by Tai Long. That Mage Slayer is doing so much work, and eventually that Kazurai Katana is really going to start to tick up here.
When it's necessary. You do have that percentage damage coming through for the Raptor Dance, and of course, Finger of Death has always been a great spell. So. Yeah, I was wondering if the build would look any different from Tai Long. He's got the Manta queued up after the Mage Slayer.
Okay, so no Deso.
Which I guess not as much value with... but I say that though, but of course Snapfire is the... Eventually. Speaking of Snapfire, kisses into Globs. Just the easy pick-off, I suppose.
Doing their best to just try and defend for now, but... Again, really does feel like that delaying of the inevitable. Still giving them 21% is Gaben with the win probability. Pretty generous, to be honest, because again, I don't really know what Zeal does this game as the Bristleback, you know? Again, it's just one of those heroes that, as someone that's almost purely physical, relatively easy to itemize against. He is going to go into the Ags, and he is going to go into the Aghanim Shard, so he's going to be somewhat of a damage threat, particularly for Whisper, I believe. Like, if you're able to get onto that Snapfire and take him out, that's a lot of LGD's damage gone, but much easier said than done when you don't have a Blink Dagger to be able to play around with, and you're going up against multiple stuns, Invis from the Raven's Veil, Overgrowth, Blink Dagger on the snaps themselves.
Deal a call. Okay. A little bit too deep. They didn't get the kill onto the Ruby.
Got the ward down though.
True. Did die though.
Hater. It's not about that instant gratification, you know? It's about the delayed gratification.
Delayed gratification.
All right,
Thank
you watch. When they win a fight because of this ward, I'm going to let you know about it.
What about this bounty? You delayed it a little bit. Your extra couple of seconds so Emo could get it. You know, it was definitely enough to make it 64 gold instead of 62.
Absolutely. Value. That fish is still in the... Oh, this would be a big kill, but again, you gotta... Oh, okay, he wasn't watching there, actually.
Look at KJ.
Not wanting to commit with the team, feeling like they're just getting way too much off the map elsewhere to even bother with saving a pos 5. Not using the overgrowth as well. totally fine. I was thinking maybe he was a little bit slow on the fingers there on Whisper. You know, he didn't blink away when he had a little bit of that damage coming through to him, but they didn't focus in onto him. They get a kill, which is much needed, but you gotta stop this snowballing Snapfire.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
304. Once again, Kaya and Yasha. Yasha, Kaya.
Bots as
Tylon
well,
might run
so
it to Jackie in the low ground. They'll actually with the easy kill into the Phoenix instead. So looking to try and deal with Namen. Could have been a little bit dicey if just these two heroes initiate onto the TB, and then there's all of a sudden there's some Phoenix with a 3-point Sunray and Supernova. No problems there.
I am liking Yuma's restraint. He's like by far the biggest threat on the map right now, but he's not putting himself in a position to be easily picked off and easily killed, right? Like he's just farming aggressively, as in taking multiple camps at once and taking the lane at the same time, but he's not actually going super deep on the map, so it just makes him a much harder target to be able to pick off. You know, there's always going to be that reinforcements option with all tier 1 still standing for LGD.
Well, we might now see him start to join the team. The tier 2 Siege with what is their response going to be? Yet to get a big 5v5 just yet. LGD have quite the lead without it. Ward on the back line. Essence Cecilia instantly given over towards Theolacor, which they will try and zip in and take a fight off the back of this. Theolacor, quick Hex, does set them up for a double stun. They actually killed the Phoenix, so a 1v1. KJ is trying to enter the middle of the team fight as well, but held back thanks to the stolen spell from Yokam.
1-for-1. Phoenix does have the option of buying back and TPing in if they did continue to commit to this one there. Doesn't look like he's willing to do that though. Roshan available in 30 seconds on the top side of the map, so perhaps something that LGD are looking to wait for. Might want to get a little bit better map control in forms of vision, because GLYPH actually have a pretty good understanding of where they can go on this top side of the map, where 90% of the game is being played right now. And there's that gem. So just as I say it, KJ picks it up, protects at least their side of the map. Smoke on smoke, basically at the exact same time.
Back
They want
in
to find the
the
catch
T2
on the
tower.
TV.
And they'll get him.
Overkill.
Man.
They see the Treant. I wonder with those spells being used if they actually want to commit for this. Like a gem, which is not on the courier anymore, actually. He puts it on the courier just to be able to get away. So even if he dies, doesn't matter.
Nice player. Yokam is
And now he gets
out.
it back.
Yeah, he
What a
wants a
great
gem
play,
to try
KJ.
and find Yokam.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I feel like his maybe one of the 5s I see the most that like carry fly couriers around everywhere, so he can do exactly what he just did. You know, put it in the backpack if it ever gets dangerous. Also, put it in the courier if it does.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna get both wisdoms as well.
Has a blink as well, by the way, on this Treant. Nearly level 12 after the... how many of the shrines have they got? It's at least 4 of the 6, potentially 5, because they got both the 7 and 21-minute ones.
That's a good question then. Yeah, I'm not sure. Definitely a lot.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot indeed. 12k lead in regards to gold. Experiences pretty
They got
much
5.
equal. They got 5? Okay, there you go.
Mm.
They're going to get that in regards to objectives. You're going to get Tormentor. You got Shiva's getting delivered here for Yuma.
Middle tower is under
Dire
attack.
bring a couple of heroes to bottom, but there's really nothing that's going to be done. Emo's nowhere to be seen. Jackie's still farming the triangle. Yokam will
See ya.
give a kill.
Yes. I'm just saying they might be taking a little bit longer to be able to kill him, but no one else is joining in. I think they realize that they're taking this brief moment to be able to at least get some kind of harm on the rest of their heroes. But Zeal, he has Ags, he has Hairball, he has ways to be able to, you know, make the middle of a team fight a difficult place to be. And to be fair, that's exactly where Treant, Snapfire, Kez, and Necro all want to be, right in the center of things. So a hero like Bristleback and a hero like Phoenix are really going to excel in that sort of situation. Particularly if Narman's able to get into this glyph. Glimmer cape for himself.
Oh, definitely in Dream League, you would have been liking to buy a second glyph for some of the teams.
True. There's some odd usages for sure.
Yeah.
Quick
Some long
blaming the old
games as
man
well.
fingers. Just as they think they've hit a bit of a timing, it's into Achievers.
The high ground ward's not a bad position to take a team fight. Theolacore killed back up, but just a minimal amount. Still, they actually want to try and lead in Tai Lung with an opportunity.
Yeah, no.
Isolate the Phoenix, and also now get the ward.
Does that mean that you can just walk into Roche? I mean, Phoenix is a big part of your team fight.
Apparently
Seems
so.
like that is the case, yeah. I mean, they don't really have a great amount of vision inside of the area. Like, if they knew exactly where TB was, by all means, they would just go straight into there prior to that. And eventually they have made that decision, but it really just comes down to what are you going to be able to get in exchange for this? You can't let LGD just get this completely for free. At the very least, they would love to be able to open up this bottom part of the map, get the tier 1 tower, but it's just so damn healthy. And they've still got the living armor available as well on cooldown in 5 seconds with the Treant.
Yeah, do you defend this if you're Radiant?
I feel like they might.
And they are. So now what's a call, Glyph? Are you able to scout this out fast
Sees
enough?
everyone.
Theolacore's going to be able to get the stun onto 2. They haven't cleared the kill at the Yocam just yet. Yuma still wants to turn to try and disrupt Jackie. No TB
Oh, what
means
an overgrowth.
0 damage, and the overgrowth will make sure they do not make it out of this one alive as well. 4 heroes cut down. And just the 5th is able to walk it off, dive it off, by the looks of it. They got him. Oh, they will get him. So it's going to be a wipe in the end. Very nicely done from their LGD.
That's one of the things, you know, I always talk about. I just want to look at this overgrowth again. Such perfect timing for it. I think it hits onto 4, maybe 5. They're able to get at the very end there. Oh, wow. You love to see it from KJ. Like, he's played a pretty damn excellent game so far. Just the 1 death, 15 kill involvements, overgrowths like that. Gem picked up at the absolute perfect time, making sure he's not losing it on the courier. Like, what more could you ask for?
Yeah, perfect. Everyone has played a very, very clean game from LGD. You got Scepter now for Tai Lung, sorry. Got the... Well, it's looking like another very methodical closeout from them.
Yeah. We were saying that you got to give PARIVISION the favorites tag, but I mean, if we're going off day 1 form, it's got to be LGD, surely.
Apparently, I don't know what the heck's going on with them. Bottom, they might also be able to get Emo. Well, zipped over the cookie. Always a very difficult way to start. You just have cookie.
And again, like you were saying before, methodical. Bottom tower gone, middle tower gone, top tower, that's next. Less about a 1/3 HP. They twin gate through. They know that the actually Storm doesn't have BKB, doesn't have all that much actually. Emo's still kind of struggling in terms of net worth, but has at least finished up the Witchblade and Yashikaya, so still will be aiming to try and take out this Lion. That's right.
Jackie. Well, they got the Lion, but again, Jackie's been found and just killed off before Asunder.
Still a pretty squishy boy. A lot of the damage coming out to him is magic. I mean, look at it. Like, the only physical damage he took was 160 from neutrals. Everything else was magic or pure. It ended up resulting in Jackie's death. And with no TB to worry about, with no Phoenix to worry about, with a low mana Storm Spirit, very simple for them to just keep balling on board with this 21k lead and the Aegis and no outer towers remaining now for Glyph either. Yeah. Crystal is picked up as well, I believe, for Tai Lung. So damage time.
Okay, if you're already lacking a little bit of damage.
Definitely not the case.
Yeah, absolutely not. Well, because what are we looking in regards to the format's top 2, right? Of each group?
top
you
two
get...
go to the upper bracket semis.
Yes.
Third and fourth go to the upper bracket quarters, and then
Yep.
5th to 10th go to the last chance play-ins.
Oh, there you go. So,
I think 5th and 6th have to play one less of those.
yeah, we do have bottom 2 teams from the groups eliminated.
Correct.
Gotta keep that in mind. So, won't even get a chance to play the last chance qualifiers. So, at least already to start, but potentially you just need to close out this final fight from LGD, and they'd be 2-0 and not a bad day 1 here. So many more best of ones we've got. We've got 9 best of ones today. Plenty of action. Not even just 9 on this stream, and a 9 on the main as well. Zeal has got his back turned at least.
Emo's just trying to bait out some spells right now. Maybe even just break smokes with that zip in, but he's doing that much damage. Doesn't even have buyback as well. Holding on to a decent amount of gold, but again, just throw the Kez onto the front lines. He's level 20, he's got the Aegis, he's got plenty of damage. And Yuma, with the heart and the Shivas, he's straight up unkillable. And this is what we talk about when, you know, I was saying before, there's a lot of drafts that feel like if they don't pay off instantly, it's not going to work.
Radiant's top tower.
Very, very different story here with the LGD draft, right? Like, they've got the early game pressure from the Snapfire. They've got the Kez, which is able to do kind of both, particularly when you're playing it from the mid lane. And then Necro, you know, Yuma didn't really get active at all. Just sat back, became this raid boss, essentially. And now, what is it that that Glyph can do about it? Nothing at all. It's getting to the point, like, you know, you've gone this Essence Distiller as well on Yokam, and that's all well and good when you're playing from a lead, but he's had 0 charges for quite some time. You know, they're just not able to get those quick pickoffs, and it's now at the stage as well where he can't afford to die first.
Well, you definitely can't lose your TB though. One component away from BKB, it doesn't even really get close, to be honest. Nice glimmer, Jackie's out. We've got to zip all the way to the north. Tai Lung find Jokam under the tier 3 tower. Unfortunately, nothing that Emo is able to do in that regard.
That Katana is so annoying to have to play against. Like, there's nothing you can do. You just have to watch your health slowly tip away.
Yeah. That's so much damage as well. 20 talent. Should damage a second. Just gonna cut all the lanes. Top, they do get a Yules onto Emo, which is a bit difficult with the overgrowth from that one to connect.
The one misplay from KJ.
Come on, KJ. It's not good enough. Nah, it's alright, mate. I'll let it slide.
God, he's got nearly a refresher on Whisper. That's not right. You shouldn't be able to do this. Too good.
Yeah, very again, you're Snapfire dependent. You're looking at the talents. I think the 21 is maybe the more interesting one for me with the Fire Snap cookie charges. Again, you know, how much data we can really get from this game when it's a 26,000 net worth lead. You know, who knows if this is really the choice that you would have gone for in different games, but you know, maybe we don't see... Because did you see any Dream League games towards the end of the playoffs where we're seeing even anyone flex the snap to off lane? It was just mid, right?
It was basically just mid, yeah.
Yeah, so I wonder if maybe just even the other offlane games that we're not getting as much at the moment if we do still get this utility-esque Snapfire. We've got a Manta on Emo.
I mean, they just need a way to be able to get out of the overgrowth, I suppose.
Yep.
Nice way to dispel the Kazurai Katana as well.
And it was definitely something that we were seeing when we were getting the carry storms, and even after that, you know, the couple of weeks after, we're still getting even some mid storms that were attempting the Manta style.
He's gotten to the stage now where with the refresher, with the double cookie charge, it is the sort of draft where you do need to kind of control Glyph before they can get any spells off, right? Like, you think about Bristleback, Storm Spirit, TB, like a Sunder, a Zip Away, a Supernova. Can change a team fight around, so just having that extra level of control does feel really nice. And it's not like they're lacking in damage right now, so he doesn't need to go this pure Ranked build. Moving into the Lotus Orb next for Zeal, which I like. You know, a little bit more armor going up against the Kez in particular, but of course just a nice way to be able to save someone from the Lion lockdown and the overgrowth as well.
Looks like it'll be a methodical gameplay from LGD.
They're just waiting second Roche. Just give them an easier way to go up onto that high ground there.
Sure, there's no opportunity because again, I know I think maybe we touched on it a little bit with the BetBoom series, but you know, LGD previous Heroic, Ex-HEROIC, they had a lot of tournaments where they were throwing games. I actually think it was even a blast, to be honest, where they were just like losing every single. They had a lead, and then all of a sudden, for some reason, they just couldn't win games. So,
bro, this is actually crazy. So I'm predicting something that's going to happen. So
okay.
Whisper's going to blink in. He's going to Scatterblast. He's going to Fire Snap Cookie twice, and in that duration, Yuma is going to bot 2 onto the Snapfire and Reaper Sight, whoever he can.
Okay. All right, let's see.
I mean, Zeal's just trying to take a Tormentor at this time. I don't think they actually see this on Theolicore yet because he hasn't actually done any damage yet. So the lightning didn't go off there, but will maybe get them something. I was just saying as well, like, how much closer are they to be able to take that tier 1 tower bot? It's back to full HP, by the way. Oh, please no.
Oh no. Oh, yikes. I mean, Emo BKB, sorry, Emo Shard, EP.
It's something. But yeah, KJ has just been healing up all the tier 1s as well. So,
True.
Only top is not full.
Ah, come on. Supposed to look through all the tier 1s and see that the health, you know, topped up. It's when you know you've had a good Treant Protector game.
Oh, he has been. It's just that higher priority, and they're playing aggressively now.
I don't know. You end this game, there's a tier 1 that's not full.
Kicked.
Absolutely. Come on, KJ.
The LGD name that you got to live up to now. Who's holding the gem? Any of these boys?
Tree.
Walking around.
Tree's got one. And nothing.
Poor Emo. Forced to farm in the jungle. Oh no, he's gonna get scouted out as well. Any bots 2s? Yep.
Is it easier this time?
Oh,
he'll
my
blink and fall. What?
God.
Did he just want to zip like a little duration? It was just a tiny one, right? Just in case they followed.
Well, they did. Spoiler alert. Yeah, I mean, maybe expecting that 4 people weren't coming for him. I don't know. I guess maybe thinking how to use the Manta style yet at that point. I don't know.
Nice from Tai Long.
Ugh, BKB used, Sunder used.
Yeah.
It's not looking pretty.
No, and they've been pretty for a while. I mean, this game has been for a vast majority of it. I mean, we had 10 minutes into the game, was about 4,000 net worth lead for LGD.
They're still just farming. They could very easily just go up onto the high ground now. You know, they've got the Aegis, they've got no Storm Spirit. Force a buyback when he doesn't have a lot of farm to be able to play around with to begin with. Giving back a little bit of mana to the Kez, the Theolicore. They're doing a pretty decent job of defending this.
Yeah, but it just feels inevitable. With the double catapult, with Yuma to put there.
Maybe a little greedy from Whisper. Yeah, he could probably have afforded to help them take this a little bit easier.
Look to try and start. They want to blow up the Necro. All radio cast site, the old-fashioned when, really, you guys aren't missing too much. There's 2 heroes dead on Dire. Yuma lived. And now they're going to be back in it. Hump the Bristle inside the base. So 3 heroes gone. And game is done and dusted. LGD, all right. So a massacre that they release upon from BetBoom, and another massacre onto this time Glyph.
Who, again, They beat Falcons with the first game of the day on the other stream. So no easy beats by any stretch on Glyph. But if you just watch this game, you wouldn't know it. You know, they looked absolutely dominant. That's the man himself of the hour, King Jungles, with an absolutely fantastic performance on his Extreme Protector. But honestly, across the board, there really wasn't anything that you could fault on LGD.
Who LGD got next? I mean, we got to start looking at who their opponents are going to be. Next up for
Who's
them.
the next victim?
Say that again.
Who's the next victim? I think it's Falcons on the A stream.
It is Falcons. So Falcons apparently the next victim. It's a while away. We're a couple of hours until that series, but LGD, we'll see how they're able to perform against them, of course. For us, though, we go back over towards Eastern Europe. We got BetBoom taking on Aurora, so we're just smashing through these series left, right, and center. Already 4 done over on the B stream. On the main stream, we got Falcons against OG going on right now as well. So that'll keep you guys entertained while you wait, but when you come back, we'll see you for BetBoom taking on Aurora. 5th series of the night. Just before we got underway, I was double checking, not double checking, but I was seeing what teams we're going to be covering, and then I see Aurora, BetBoom. I'm like, God damn, Denog, what is it? It feels like every series we cover, it's just great games, great team. I know the last one was like, maybe not as entertaining, but getting into it, you see these two teams and you're already expecting like some crazy stuff.
I mean, depends who you ask if it was entertaining or not. If you're an SA fan, absolutely. If you're a fan of good Dota as well, like that was as clean as you're probably going to get from LGD. But this one should be a lot closer. Like you mentioned, BetBoom, Aurora, they've always been up there towards the top, top, let's say 6 of various tournaments. And I mean, BetBoom had one they wanted to forget. Granted, it was against LGD, who we just saw look absolutely dominant. So I wonder if this one is going to be a lot more even across the board. Will we see a Midas at 17 minutes from GPK?
That's true. Do we get the... It was Coddle, right? Yeah, do we get the mid-Coddle GPK Midas at 18 minutes because that's how bad the game was, huh? Like, that is...
Hopefully not. Hopefully we get a more even one. And because like, good God, WS carried that previous game. Like Mikoto did the damage, but he wouldn't have been able to do the damage without WS, right? Those calls, insane. Always like the split second after the BKB was popped as well by the Shadow Fiend at the time. So really have him to credit as to why they've got such an advantageous score at this stage. It is only 1-0 that they are, but we're early on into the tournament, right? I think this is the 5th series, so it's like the 10th game being played, 10th series being played out of 66. So a lot more Dota over the rest of today, as well as the next 3 days as well.
Yeah, just so much Dota for us to be entertained by. So we can go back and forth. Go back and forth with every new series that we have, and we do have our draft getting underway. So we got our first phase all done. Snapfire. You have Snapfire first phase. There you go. Welcome, my friend. You have now joined the ranks of all the other very strong heroes.
The ranks of Low Druid. I think, yeah, I certainly didn't have Snap there as like my pre-tournament first phase bans. I had Kez, Doom, Lone Druid, and Hoodwink were the ones that I had there, but or maybe Clockwork as well. But the rest certainly are falling a little bit more unorthodox with some of the ones coming through. Timbersaw certainly wasn't expecting first phase bans for. Maybe second phase. But we saw Nightfall and how much damage he was able to dish out as well. Very early mover through those twin gates too, so able to impact not just in the lane, not just in the mid game, but the late game as well. No instances of the Nightfall happening too many times I've seen in recent times. I think that's a big area of his game that I think he's addressed. Just not wanting to be as, I guess, passive of a POS 1. Like much more not reliant on his team, but much more of a better team player. I saw multiple times in that previous game that they were playing as well, just tossing Mira back to safety, just giving his supports a chance to still contribute into the middle of the team fights rather than shouldering the burden himself. There's some sick music, by the way.
Yeah, we're jamming here.
Yeah.
Getting us into the mood. This is...
I've been listening to like Didgeridoo hardstyle lately on Instagram. It sounds good. I'll link you some at some point.
Hardstyle. What are you doing listening to Didgeridoo hardstyle?
Just when I'm going for my relaxing walks.
Oh my lord. Yeah, like what mood could I possibly want to be in where I want to listen to Didgeridoo hardstyle? It's insane.
It's a new mood, maybe. Just make a new one.
It's like if maybe there were some gym sessions that is this being done with gym, or is this...
It's on the way towards considering going to gym and then going to the cafe instead.
So it's not really doing a good job to hype you up for gym.
Absolutely not. It's hyping me up for a mocha and an apple crumble slice.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That sounds good. Sounds good. I'll take that.
Mm-hmm. Well, they don't want to go up against the WS hacks. They will not take that on BB.
A lot of WS heroes Pain goes WS is very formidable, of course, Makoto's, but then, you know, you would see the Timber and the Doom, of course, back and forth between WS and
the Lard
and whether
Goat,
that be
perhaps,
Nightfall.
coming out.
True, that's slipped through. Another one is Necro I'm looking at for BetBoom because of the Tiny. We've seen, at least in regards to the carry matchup, we've been seeing this hero a little bit more. And of course, we did just see the Necro a lot at the moment. Feels like it's in a very good position, strength-wise.
How good of a lip reader are you? What do you think KP's saying right now?
I haven't been paying much attention.
Imagine not paying attention to Countryman, honestly.
Yeah, I'm looking at the draft. I'm just other screen instead. You know, he's nodding away. Yep, good idea, WS.
Yes, that was a great hoodwink pick. Thank you, team.
Yes. Bless you. I thought he was going to sneeze. Never mind.
You might still. It's keeping us in suspense, right?
Yes, yes.
Anyway, plenty of damage right now. Good laning, good scaling potential. Just good overall by Aurora. I think like there's very few drafts where they just get massively, oh no, out drafted there. And there go the Largo themselves. Okay, I'm much more on board with this. Again, like you're going to be able to cast spells so much more frequently if this is going to be like a Coddle 4, for example, which I really do want to see for save in particular, or at the very least, I want them to save it for the last pick of this phase, just because, again, you're going to be able to protect it a whole lot better than I feel it was last time around, because it was into the Kunkka, I believe?
Yes.
Thailand Kunkka with the Whisper Snapfire, I believe.
Sounds right. Does sound right.
So what's still in the pool? Puck's gone. Void is still in. Kunkka is still in. Storm still available. I wouldn't hate a... actually, catch you like that's the thing. Most of the time when you want to go up against this Largo, you want some form of anti-heal, or you just want burst damage. And I'm not really sure if Phoenix provides either. Like, you don't really have great egg hitters, sure. So it's good in that regard. But, like, are you really wanting to go a Spirit Vessel when you can just catchy lick it off? Not really. Maybe the percentage damage that your Sunray is doing is going to be really effective, but if it gets late enough, Phoenix isn't really going to be a concern for Largo. I feel like Tiny and Hoodwink might be in terms of the burst damage, so maybe that's just something that they're considering instead.
Sure.
This is a lot. Again, find the Coddle, kill the Coddle.
Instant pick as well from BetBoom. So straight into the Ember. You'll see the Coddle's going to be flexed. We've got very good heroes to buff the Ember up in the Coddle and the Largo. So you should have a good game. You've got that Chakra and the Croak eventually. So we'll see how GPK is able to perform.
Have we ever seen a Midas on an Ember Spirit before?
I don't know. Are you ready to see your first one?
No, surely not this game. Like, you've got great supports to buff you up. Like you mentioned, Croak of Genius as well. He really should be set up to have an exceptional one. And you yourself have a pretty good Vessel game here on the Ember Spirit, right? Like, up against the Tiny, it's going to be pretty good. Hoodwink, harder to run away into the tree line, reduces the impact to the Phoenix as well. I like it. So just a pos 1 left for BetBoom and a offlaner for Aurora. So again, they've banned out basically every single offlaner of the game on BetBoom. So what's WS going to be left to pick? I think Tide's still in the pool. Centaur, Underlord, and Mars are still in the pool. Mars isn't horrible.
It's not. I'm just trying to work out if you're banning Mars. I think. So if you're wanting Mars, I feel like Lifesteal is going to go here. Tiny Phoenix, you're potentially into your Mars.
And they have the last pick overall, so I think it really is going to depend on what BetBoom picked last year. But just like Muerta is a good hero, don't get me wrong. But if they ban the Drow, are they considering Slardering? Like, are they just banning the best ranged heroes so that they could still Slardar with this last pick overall for WS? I think it's definitely a possibility, especially if you're looking for that burst damage.
Yeah, I definitely think the Muerta is also...
It's just good.
Well, yeah, lanes very well with the clockwork.
Yeah.
I know what you're mentioning about range heroes specifically versus Slardar, but also just the egg too. They do ban Mars.
Yeah, it was a great Mars game.
And there is the Necro, which we brought up very early on against the Tiny. But what other options has Mr. Kiritich got?
I like Underlord this game for WS. Ranger, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to think if this changes anything. Centaur maybe priority goes up a little bit. We don't really get Underlord Blade Mail.
Any brew options? Specifically against a POS 1 Wind Ranger, not horrible. Or do they just Underlord into like Ags and then just root, kill, basically?
Sure.
Percentage against Largo feels good. Another way to be able to lock down the Coddle feels great. Magnus, another option. Just straight up take the Wind Ranger out of the fight.
Yeah, definitely a hero that we saw was kind of being experimented with a little bit at Dream League.
Although again, one of those heroes that does kind of rely on mana to be able to farm, so going up against the Clockwork Wind Ranger can be very annoying. Yeah, okay. Sure.
See, yeah, let's see what the build is going to be from Centaur. I know this hero is not quite popular at the moment.
Yeah, but against a Wind Ranger, it feels pretty nice, right? Like, you cannot get focused. You can just build a Blade Mail, and they've got a lot of unavoidable damage coming out from, honestly, every single one of their heroes. Yeah, it feels like a pretty ideal Centaur game, to be honest. Extra stun. I don't want to say it's hard to bully him out of the lane, because when GPK makes a rotation, particularly once he's got his Vessel, it's going to become a whole lot easier. I wonder how much, like, how active is Miero going to get on the map is my big question. Even if it's just to come through the Twin Gate and give, like, Crook of Genius over to the Ember Spirit, I think that can honestly change the outcome of a bunch of these team fights, just because of how frequently he's going to be spellcasting in a lot of these, because he's got save with him, right? He's already having his cooldowns reduced, and now you're reducing them even further with some, you know, splash damage coming through. What is it? Reverberating damage. Like, if GPK doesn't pop off this game, I don't know. It'll be a great performance by Aurora to prevent that, because he's certainly got all of the supporting cast that he needs to be able to do it.
Okay. How does he itemize in a game like this? You know, with the supporting cast and with you expecting that it's going to be a pretty good Ember game, is there one that you feel is more necessary though for GPK?
I want to see an early Vessel, just so that you can actually pressure this Centaur out of the lane and nice and early and reduce the impact of the Phoenix. I want to see Mage Slayer after that, just because I feel like it's going to both protect you, who essentially is the main frontliner for the team, while also obviously heavily reducing the output coming through from Aurora's heroes. Even just a casual Blightstone might be nice. Beyond that, maybe BKB, just to really not care about what... let's say 2.5 of the heroes are going to be able to do back to you, because again, your job is frontlining, and I feel like you need to both free up your carry to have a good time in the early game off of an early Urn/Vessel pickup, but beyond that, it's just about surviving and giving them time to be able to get into their big time. I've said this before about Largo. Fantastic hero if you're able to get into the Kaya Sange and then Aghanim Scepter, but beyond that, very vulnerable.
Oh, see if Miero is going to be able to reach that stage. GPK can do a lot of the heavy lifting to get them there or not. Shall see. Of course, we've seen some interesting games so far. We've had 4 best of ones. The only one that was close was the Aurora vs Tundra series, where we saw Aurora were able to get that victory. It was a very, very crazy back and forth one in the end. We've had, that was a 60-minute one. Everyone else was 36 and under. Yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
Already anticipating some of these early moves that might be coming out from Nightfall there. Just a really early... Oh, nice little save there from Miero. Save. Blinding Light leveled up first here by the combo.
Okay.
The battle begins.
The level 1 value with this spell is insane.
Yeah. You do have to get kind of close though, my only concern, and you know, going up against a Tiny and a Phoenix, not necessarily the place that you want to be. But yeah, Kato, like I mentioned before, dropping down that Observer Ward to the right there, just making sure that he's able to scout out a lot of these movements, and he will see Mira moving through to be able to follow him up. He's not really going to be overly concerned with Mira though. You know, he can always just look to try and trade with right clicks versus use mana. Assuming he's just going to be prioritizing getting the Centaur's already pretty minuscule mana pool down.
I'm really intrigued on how this mid matchup goes for Kodo and GPK. I know we've been this matchup I'm always so intrigued about. I think it's really enables a lot of skill potential between both the Ember and Storm. I think probably a little bit more Storm favored, and we can see you like very much outplay the Ember. And we had a game at Dream League where we saw the Ember have to go back to the jungle early, saving Kaori. I mean, well, you've committed for this, so you have to see it all the way through. Unfortunately, that will favor BB.
And that's one of the downsides of playing the Phoenix into this, right? You've got all of this damage over time on the Phoenix that's just really easy to be dispelled off with the use of the catchy lick. Of course, having to pick your battles, wanting to make sure, of course, that you've got the ability to secure range creeps for yourself, but when you get to that point, they're just really going to try and harass Nightfall as much as possible, trying to potentially blinding light him back into the Frog Stomp there. If there's anyone that knows how to play the Coddle, it's Save.
Yes, absolutely. Is there another position 4 that is even close to Save's Coddle? No, Seb when he was playing, but...
Yeah.
Sure. Yes, thank you. That is, yeah, you can't really forget that one. I feel like Save and GH really the big Coddle players. See what, again, I think another question I had is just the build from WS. I'm not exactly sure what we're getting a lot of the Centaurs. So when this hero is getting played, it's really the only Helm Dom carrier that we're getting that wasn't a Helm Dom, you know, builder previously.
I don't know how I feel about that. You know, if you're just wanting to put a little bit of extra pressure onto the map, which I totally understand, but also like, how much does that limit what you're able to provide just by being in a lane? You know, maybe you're just substituting that with your creep, doing it instead, and you know, being that constant presence out on the map, not wanting to put yourself at risk from something that isn't the Wind Ranger. Nicely done there, eating the tree at the perfect time on Kiritich to be able to avoid the bushwhack.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, the armor's going to be nice for WS in a game like this. Of course, I know that that's always the big thing about the Helm Don and why we're getting it on everyone because of the stats and the build-up. Shall see. Nonetheless, overall, nothing too crazy. I'm a big loser probably is Kiritich. I was just looking at the lane, seeing if there's any big winners, big losers, but...
So toxic.
Yeah, you know, he's got 12 last hits. Last hit better, bro. Did lane the Kodo? Maybe a kill onto GPK. GPK actually potentially turning around with the 1 charges, but he's got to make sure he doesn't get hit by the Remnant.
Any support rotations coming through? Yes, indeed. And it's going to be Save moving first as well. So just protecting that bottom side. It doesn't even have the mana to be able to go for the Sleight of Fist steal. Attempted it, dropped the circlet and used the magic wand, but he's going to need to TP to the bottom side just to be able to secure that for himself. So nice little move there from BB.
See, of course, frees up Miero to be alone for a little bit of time. I4 is going through free farm for the moment. But this is, like you mentioned earlier, really a lane that you're not going to shove Miero out.
No.
So
it's going to take some other people rotating through in order to do that sort of thing. I do like the instant use of the Fiery Spirits as soon as that catchy lick is used. Just wanting to make sure you're doing as much bullying while you can. Actually gonna be, yeah, pretty standard, just going into an urn here on the Phoenix. Yeah, +5. Not really too many other items that can provide a similar amount of utility at such a low cost. Still yet to commit to any sort of build in the quick buy is GPK, just pretty standard phase boost to be able to start things out. But again, really hoping that he can look to try and get some of that early value off of, you know, the early urn into a Blightstone, into a Spirit Vessel, into the Mage Slayer, just to hopefully provide a little bit more of that tempo for his team.
Yep. Well, he will be getting Renat pretty early on though on GPK. We've already got Mira hanging around mid. Unfortunately, doesn't have a lot of trees to be able to play with.
He's in full. Moves up to the side there. Mira actually getting caught
yeah.
underneath the tower. A little low though. Yeah, he's gone way too deep here.
It's got the level 6 importantly as well for Makoto.
Yeah.
Katomi won't get the blood grenade connecting onto Mira. And there's going to be no one else, unfortunately, as well. Not much save he's going to do. So let's see if this secures the power rune. Even the Lager is actually coming from bottom. So we'll protect, save, and maybe even get a kill as well, because Mira poked his head out. Both supports will die. This is probably going to favor Miero. Miero stay alive. No, double kill. Wow. What a rotation. He's loving life.
Lager hits like a truck, so totally understand that. And when you've used absolutely everything on the Phoenix, there's not really anything you can do. No dive, no spirits, no point in the Sun Ray just yet to be able to go off the cliff line.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Again, though, it always is about the trade, and Nightfall took that time to be able to farm solo on the bottom side. Still, though, he is sitting at 600? No, 900 net worth below the Largo. So obviously the double kill does help things there for Miero, but certainly not the way that you're wanting to start this one off with Largo's relatively slower build-up time.
Oh, they're going to have to TP down here for the wisdom.
They will.
WS won't get there in time, though. Oh, wow. I think that almost went off for GPK. A little unfortunate that he doesn't get it. The TP wasted from WS. He also would have yoinked the experience away. Radiant, so it dies. You know, they will get there, so 1 for 1.
Had to have a quick look for a Midas in the quick buy after that didn't work, that rotation.
Not there just yet.
No, not yet.
Top lane though, Katomi. Taking a bunch of damage, so too is WS. It looks like no one will die.
Just be careful with how deep he's going, yeah.
Okay.
Far too deep and instantly punished there by Kiritich. Looking to maybe get a little bit more here onto WS as well.
Are we... Okay.
Power shot?
Easy sidestep. But it kind of did keep running away. Which is a bit problematic when you're going to have Kiritich up in your face. And that Iron Branch, unfortunately, is not wide enough to block the whole bridge. So, very nicely done. Kiritich. Some big kills.
Yeah, here we go. Just a cute little attempt coming through there. Maybe even... I mean, do you try and, like... Body block probably wouldn't do anything. You're still going to get stomped. I believe that's the Helm Dom now finished up for the Centaur. He's just sitting on the Courier at the time. So we'll at least have a little bit more pressure up towards this top side of the map now.
Doto. Run into Miero. 1200 health they have to go through. Some one charges along with the blast from Save. If they got the damage on Aurora, they do not. So Miero is actually able to stay alive. Burn even a little bit of extra mana from Makoto as he walks away. Stuck, so he has to zip down.
And again, this is like before he has really anything on the Largo, right? Just a tanky boy. Coddle behind him, sure. Did give him the blinding light for a little bit of that mischance on everyone else, but eventually he's going to get to the point where he's going to have that Sanj component. He's going to have the Kaya just to do a little bit more of that damage and healing.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
WS is trying to drag the creep wave away from GPK. So he doesn't know that he maybe thinks the wave's already been farmed. You know, drag the camp over. There's nothing there, but watching the micro from WS a little bit too slow. Speaking of the Helm Dom, you'll lose it to Kiritich. Never mind.
Got the urn coming out to him now on GPK along with the Clarity, so I'm expecting them to really look to try and play around this damn power rune in particular. But probably won't have the urn by the time the power rune spawns, so aggressively using the glyph there just to try and keep the wave pushed in. Nicely done, keeping them away. And he'll be rewarded too. Nice little play there by GPK. Again, supported by both of the supports here, and again,
And they're running him
realizing the
down.
value of the coddle.
Yeah, it took a little bit long though. 3 remnants he had to use.
Which means he's out of them, by the way. So I wonder if the team's going to be realizing this and maybe takes a bit more of an aggressive position around this Ember. Gets the D-ward off. They've got the siege creep alive still. It's looking better for BetBoom.
Especially with how the lanes of side lanes in particular. And Nightfall shortly then we might see him pressured a little bit more. They still got this catapult wave down bottom on Dial.
Radiant are scanning.
GPK is going to... Let's see what he actually wants to do on the Ember Spirit again. Like you mentioned, you just got that urn completed. You really want this pick off. Or you can die. Either way works. Makoto looking to get Katorumi, but not able to find him.
Try and get a bit of pressure here onto Nightfall. Wasn't actually connected on, but that shackle will.
Easy. Heritage rewarded with the kill as well. So they don't have Ember here, unfortunately, so GPK doesn't get those urn charges, but tower will go down. They may be able to defend top as well.
Phoenix now level 6 as well. So a lot more team fight potential coming through for Aurora now following this. Again though, like the fact that they've been able to get an early tower for themselves on BetBoom is a big plus for them, particularly this bottom one, right? Like I really feel like it's just about giving Miero as much space as possible to be getting into his items as quickly as he can. They straight up don't have an answer to it.
That was a nice power shot from Heritage. Easier version, less cooldown.
Power rune
Intensive.
secured by all of this lane shove that they're going to have as well, right? Like Save just illuminating the waves in constantly. You've got GPK maxed out the Flame Guard. A couple of charges in the urn now as well to be able to play around with. 400 gold away from the Spirit Vessel too. And taking away a lot of the farm that Makoto would otherwise prefer to have, who also, by the way, is still going for that Guardian Greaves build, it seems, on the Storm Spirit.
Okay.
Way to be able to escape from the searing chains and the vessel, I suppose.
GPK comes in with an
Oh,
end
man.
damage, and it's going to be problematic for Aurora. The Supernova is really the only thing that is actually their saving grace in the end. If they didn't have this, then GPK could have, you know, potentially got it not 1 but 2.
Miero again though with a solid movement, right? Just yoinking him out of there with a catchy lick.
Yep.
Making sure that he gets rid of that speed debuff, and he's top of the net worth right now on this Largo. Crazy amount of work that he's able to do. Looks like they'll be able to get this chase down onto Mirror as well. So Spirit Vessel coming out now.
What is more of a problem? The fact that did Aurora's lineup need to be playing from ahead at this current position, or is it larger of a problem the fact that BetBoom are rolling right now?
I think they would have been hoping for a little bit of a better time in the bottom lane in particular. I think that's the only thing that they're really going to be kicking themselves about. Like, just because, again, Largo's a bit of an issue now. He's going to be much more of one later on. And the thing is, they've got the potential to take towers. They've got this Helm of the Dominator. They've got some more damage potential coming from Tiny, maybe in about like 3 minutes or so. But again, every single minute that ticks by is just Largo approaching that critical mass where he's not farming, where he's joining in the team, where you're able to use the Croak of Genius onto the Ember, and his damage is just going to skyrocket. He's gone for that Mage Slayer that I was mentioning before as well.
Cool.
Again, Kiritich always impresses me with how active he gets as a position 1. You know, making a relatively early move towards this mid lane, making sure it gets secured for themselves, opening up opportunities to be able to even invade into the triangle, because something that I feel like GPK has done really well is, one, cutting the wave and farming these two camps in particular, just taking them away from Makoto and his Storm Spirit. And, you know, if he's doing that, then there's only really a couple of places that Aurora can be, so opens up that ganking lane. And, of course, it's very easy for an Ember Spirit to join in relatively quickly off of his ultimate. Wonder if now, with the cover of nighttime, they will look to try and make a few of those moves there. Just a little bit harder to be caught out than using a smoke, but might just want to push that wave in one more time. Just making sure the siege creep wave isn't hitting into their tier 1 tower while they make that movement. Save in the perfect spot, just to be able to back up his Ember.
Now they're good to go.
They know they're hanging around though. You know, they walked around where Mira's rune was, so the one that they're going to run into first is going to be WS, who by far the tankiest, and it's only going to get more difficult with them only 500 gold away from that full Lotus Orb as well. Oh,
Makoto.
Dom's caught.
Dipped in. The hook shot's going to be there to follow. And Makoto is out. Now GPK looking to get some assistance, and he will have it pretty shortly. Chakra it up to get another round of the slide. And GPK very nicely done. I mean, Makoto, like you mentioned, with the save, not enough here to purge off the chains.
I mean, it was an unforced error. He just zipped into the middle of a bunch of cogs for no reason. The clock was already dead, and then had to get out. Didn't have any mana left to be able to do so.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
First death, and it's a costly one. Bottom net worth is the Storm Spirit, and this game's continuing. Get easier and easier for BB. I mean, you just have everything that they're getting on the map. I mean, everyone has to be so incredibly happy with the current map state.
Certainly isn't as big of a net worth differential as we've seen in other games. You know, just hovering between 1 and 2k, but it's, again, just what it means in terms of when they're able to make this nice water carry to be able to provide that, that defense there.
When are we... What about Radiant? What are we looking at?
Taking some farm away. Honestly, maybe it was just this Lotus that they were needing. You know, they're throwing the Centaur creep.
Oh, Storm Spirit. Into the hook shot. Into one cog. So we got a second. We did not. So Makoto's going to be able to zip away to the rest of the team. They still want the hunt, but they're going to be careful.
Oh,
they are unaware of where the rest of Aurora are, but WS...
Shadow Blade is the timing.
Let's see, we're going to avalanche into the toss back with the hook. Something a little bit awkward with him directly up into the air. They'll still get the control.
Shield rune.
But with the shield rune activated, the damage now is non-existent, so GPK is going to be okay. They don't stop the dive, nor do they have a way to deal with the Stampede. It's going to be a supernova directly in the middle, but with no way to protect it. That egg's gone.
Plenty of healing coming through as well from Save, just a couple of times in that team fight off the back of the Spirit Form. He's got the Holy Locket picked up as well, so just provides so much sustain for the rest of his team. I think he did the most damage in that fight as well, just off the back of 3 Illuminates, so very nicely done by the Coddle God himself.
And they're going to Roche as well, okay? But we'll take a little bit of time. Bull Belly's going to help a little bit with the damage to buff it up. But Roche will go down. So Radiant had the Tiger ward. They were fully aware. But not in a position where they're able to contest. The Aegis onto Kiritit's already looking for more. They'll get the hook shove towards the top left. Finding Mira. And well, the secondary support, of course, was being run down by GPK. So doing his job.
Again, this is what we talk about, though, when we say, like, BetBoom at their best are as good as any team out there. You know, like, they have just looked absolutely dominant. Wherever they make a movement, a kill happens. They're stealing away a ton of farm. They might even be able to get a kill here onto Nightfall.
And tries to go under the cover of the Shadow Blade.
Nice Lotus.
Is it enough? He's still dusted up. They're going to get him. But nothing that Radiant are able to do. Once again, I mean, they are losing far too much of the map now. I know it's only 3k, but just... it feels like this game is slowly slipping out of Aurora's hand.
And it comes down to, like, at what point are you actually going to be able to get a kill, and on who? You know, like Largo is almost unkillable now at this stage of the game. It's going to need to be coddled, but in a little bit of time, even Safe's going to have his Glimmer Cape. Much easier said than done. At the very least, Makoto should have Kaya coming out to him on the courier now, so providing him with a little bit of that extra damage output. Need to try and, I don't know, like, it's gotten to the point where there's no real need for BetBoom to play back on their side of the map anymore. They can just look to push down lanes as effectively as they can. Of course, you've got Ember Spirit that can Remnant, TP back, clear out a wave, and then come back to the rest of the team. Seems like they want to prioritize the Tormentor, though. A few decent ones on their team, for sure. Extra Illuminate heal coming through in particular.
Not even a kill?
Yeah.
There's a random mirror? Okay. Ooh. And he's full now? I swear he was about to die.
No, he just got the shard and he got the 100% heal.
Okay.
Are they going for kills or are they going for Wisdom Shrine yoinkage? Can all los dos, perhaps? Gonna try and get both. But no. I think, again, they've got this Aegis for the next 2 minutes. They could very easily just look to play around the BKB that's being delivered now for Kiritich. In particular, I just want to see them give Save the his Glimmer Cape money. Like, he really is such a big component for these team fights, and just having that passive magic resistance even. Let's not even talk about the active. The passive component just to prevent yourself from dying, Hunter Zero, is so huge.
Yep. Absolutely. I'm still just waiting to see when we're going to get, you know, something a bit different though from Aurora. 3 to 15. Kill count looks far more problematic. A 5k lead at this stage, it's okay. Definitely manageable. But we just haven't really seen anything from Aurora though. It feels like many of the gameplay is the thing that is making me maybe more in the camp for BB than I am for Aurora.
Like, yeah, just what they're doing with their time for sure. I
Yeah.
totally understand as they're looking to try and move in, get another kill, which they probably will, going up against Mirror here, who's already used absolutely everything except for 4-star.
And another. Nice +1.
How is he supposed to get out though? Oh,
Like that.
okay. Didn't realize he had the Force. And now you've got a Haste Rune on your Ember Spirit. Again, backed up by the Croak of Genius Largo, by Chakra Magic Keeper of the Light, who now, by the way, has his Glimmer Cape coming out to him. So, again, when Aurora are ready to make their own move, he is absolutely the target, but you need to 100 to 0 him, and I just don't know if they've got the farm to be able to do it. Maybe soon, when Makoto Storm Spirit has the Kaya Sun completed, and he's only 200 gold away, so he should be able to time that with when this Aegis is expiring in about 30 seconds.
Well, let's see Aurora if they can time it then. They will smoke up as 3. They're gonna even TP Nightfall in as well. BKB just delivered.
Instantly gonna go.
GPK. They'll start with the Avalanche, back with the toss. They're looking for the chain control, but they're not gonna find it. Katomi will take with the hook shot. So they don't get the perfect counter initiate, but it's WS. He's gonna try and do it himself as well, but it doesn't matter. Supernova used quite defensively, but it's not even in a good enough position to stay alive. And GPK, well, that's his last remnant to get away, but you know, he knows the lines perfectly, will always play them to such a fine level where his life is never in danger.
For sure. Let's have a look at that damage recap as well. 4.8k for the Ember Spirit. Closest one was Kiritich with 2.2. And this is the power of playing with... Again, it's not like a 4 Protect one, but both of these supports are just being so impactful. And even you can call Miero a support at this stage, but he's doing so much damage, having so much sustain that I wouldn't even say that. It's just enabling Ember Spirit to be so crazy at this stage of the game.
you're calling him a support. He's got second in net worth. If this was you know, you take a look at the Coddle, he's getting close to the Storm. You supporters would be like, oh my god, fourth core, bow down. Look at this legend. He's grown up from the meat.
The liquor has been there. The croaker has been there. That's all
question.
I care about.
That is, I don't know what to say to that.
That's what I thought.
He's got 0 deaths though, you know, supports that don't have 0 deaths. So that's something that they don't really go together, you know. GPK.
They're going to be able to find out Phoenix again.
Nightfall, can he do something here? This time a little bit better. The chain control, they weren't able to find it previously. This time they'll get the second follow-up stun, and that might be enough for the heal. Save, he's back to full! He's back to full, man. What is his Coddle heal?
It's GG is what it is. Yeah, this is why you ban out the Coddle when you're playing against BetBoom. Save has to play it though, you know, none of this weird flex potential coming through. As a pretty clean victory, and I mean, just having a look at the scoreline, right? 0-3-0 Nightfall, not what you were wanting. 0-3-0 Centaur, not really what you were wanting either. I get the justification for the Centaur pick, but it just goes to show how effectively they were able to target WS in the draft and be able to take away some of the better heroes that were going to be able to get perhaps a little bit more active to be able to play around this. But yeah, I was a little surprised at Mikoto not able to get much done, particularly playing alongside a hero like the Hoodwink in Mirror, and they just weren't able to get any kills. You know, 1 death, the Saves, Keeper of the Light, fantastic. 1 death, the Clockwork, fantastic. Ember died just the 1 time as well, and Kiritich, I mean, he was kind of the unsung hero there, right? 11, 0, and 5, made a lot of these early rotations, did a crap ton of damage, and just straight up carried the later stages of that game.
Well, for our first half of the day, they've been very one-sided games. You know, besides that Tundra versus Aurora series, 61 minutes, we went just the distance. You know, well, when I say the distance, you know, it's 60 minutes is when we reached that stage. So, first series for Aurora, and of course, looked very good. The second, unfortunately, unable to get the victory. So they are 1-1 with BB. Of course, and now for us, we get to look towards our 6th series of the night. We've got Liquid taking on Yandex, so 2 new teams that at least are going to be on the B stream. But yeah, when we come back, we've got our 6th series of the night. See you guys after a break.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Blast Slam 7. My name's Cryptic here with GLYPH. I am happy to say, man, we've got some fun games ahead. We're a little over the halfway point, right? It's an odd number of games today, but we've got so much good stuff coming up ahead. Before I jump into it, man, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's another Blast Slam event, right? And like you said, it's all the, it's like the group stage, but I feel like it's that we've already got so many like top teams playing against each other, so it's just rapid fire, good Dota. What's there not to feel good about?
Yeah, that's the one thing that's really fun about the Blast Slam events. Like best of ones, just sending it. Like all these teams just playing like 3 series a day, just all best of ones, like seeing who comes out ahead. And there's not really like there's always like goods and bads to best of ones, but I actually really think that genuinely it's a fun format, and it's good to challenge teams, because you can't just like coast and be like, oh, we'll experiment in game 1, or like, oh, well, like hopefully we did our research for game 1 and then see how it goes for games 2 and 3, and it's a different skill required.
Yeah, I think that's what I like about it, like the different skill, like you said. Best of 3s, longer series is certainly like the more refined drafts arguably will come out ahead, but sometimes it's good to have a little chaos. Sometimes like, pop off in this one game. You get a little upsets here. How do you bounce back from that? And I think it's fine for the group stage, right? Because you're playing so many games. Sometimes if you could do like eliminations with the best of one, that's a little dicey. But for this, I think it's a good time for it. Yeah,
I definitely agree. Our first series right now is going to be Liquid versus Yandex, and both these teams, I would say Liquid has looked stronger than Yandex recently, despite the fact that like Yandex has had a couple of really good months, but Liquid, I think genuinely has been pretty impressive. Mickey just eclipsed the 2,000 competitive match mark this morning. This is his 2001 series about to begin, so very cool. But it's a fun team to watch, as always. I think they've got a pretty good read on things.
Yeah, I think they had a slow start to the season, right, when they like started this new roster, but it's been steadily improving, and like you said, looking pretty good. Yandex, I feel like it's a dice roll. Going into an event, you're like, what form are we getting? Because sometimes they are literally winning the event, right, looking unstoppable, and then at times it kind of a little shaky. Which the competition is very high right now, and I think you can actually say that for many of the teams, right, where it feels like any team can win any given event, and it comes down to who happens to be feeling the best, who got a little better rest, what small adjustment have they made between tournaments, which that's where going back to the best of ones, sometimes, you only scrim versus certain teams, you play versus certain teams in your groups, so you get certain ideas that maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. But best of ones, you're like running to everybody, so the ideas really get spread through, and kind of curious how that's gonna play out.
Yeah, I feel like somehow, I'm not really sure how or why, but over the last couple of events that Yandex has been in, I have been able to cast very little of their games. I don't know what, like if we're always just on opposite schedules or something, but this is like a team that I never really get to watch that much, despite it having some of my favorite players to watch. So excited to see how they do here today. I genuinely think this is still like one of the best teams out there right now. It just, like you said, depends on which team shows up, which version of Yandex we're going to get here at Blast Slam. So far, they're up to 1-0. They took down Team Spirit earlier today, which Spirit coming off of a really solid placement at Dream League. So that is potentially a good start for them.
Yeah, I think this is the official DM is on the roster, right? Like they played some stuff with him, but I think the like official transfer has recently happened for Yandex. So sometimes making it official, they feel a little stronger. I do think he fits well. Not that the last roster was bad either, but I also think this new change is like pretty promising. It can sometimes take a while for a roster to, come together, but since they kind of did one with a stand-in, and he did pretty well, I feel like maybe we're already past that point.
It's so funny thinking about DM as a player, because we've talked with former teammates of his, and we've talked with him before, and people are like, he's one of the best zoo players, right? Like he is very good at these types of aura and kind of micro heroes like Lycan, Beastmaster, Enigma. These are his bread and butter, and I think the meta has shifted more towards that in the off lane a little bit, right? I think we're going a little bit away from like this Ags Beastmaster every single game. DM also, historically would just get left alone in the off lane on things like Centaur, which also not super bad or anything in the current meta. So I think he's a player who might, I don't want to say suffers the wrong word, but he's a player that gets he kind of either feasts or famines with the patch sometimes, if that makes sense.
I can get behind that, but I will also say I think he's a very flexible player, and I think on some of his most recent teams, he was supposed to be the famine player, right? Like they were investing more in the other roles. And
Absolutely.
you need someone to do that, right? You can't have like your game plan can't be all 5 heroes win lane, get farm, right? There's just not enough resources. So someone's got to tank it. Often it supports, but sometimes it's a core player. And I think that was kind of DM's role. I think on this roster, it changes up a little bit more. He can do that, right? You get some hyper farmer on Watson. Yeah, you're going to sacrifice a little bit more for him. But I think this roster has shown they will play a little bit more behind DM, give him good matchups, like help him more in the lane. And he can do that well, right? Like that's the power of having a very flexible player in DM.
Yeah, I agree. And I imagine he's going to be one of the heroes they're going to be looking to target ban more than anybody. But we have a draft underway, and so let's go ahead and hop in and see what it's going to look like to start things off. The Enigma, so DM's Enigma immediately removed. Timbersaw and Slardar will be the last bans here for Liquid as they have first pick.
Yeah, the Lone Druid taken out. This hero did get nerfed. He was kind of like super busted. Even people who weren't good Lone Druid players were picking him up and finding success just because it was broken. It's been nerfed, but the players who are still pretty good at it, Mickey being one of them, they're still willing to pick up this hero, and teams are still willing to ban it because of that, because it is still very annoying to deal with, even post-nerf. So it's taken out. Kez, another signature hero, really targeting Mickey's kind of like specialist here. Throw in the Nature's Prophet next, why not? That'll be the Pango.
We've been seeing a lot of Kez, and I'm actually, it was one of those heroes that initially I wasn't super fond of watching. I was like, it's kind of a boring hero, mostly because he was just overpowered. Now we're at the point where people are actually good with Kez, and he's considered to be quite strong because people are finally good with the hero. So I think that to me is more interesting because you can actually kind of see some really neat plays with it. I'm not super surprised to see it banned out in the early phase, but the first pick Doom for Liquid, a little bit surprising to me.
Well, this has been a hero that's been kind of on the rise. There's a lot of tanky heroes in the game right now. I feel like I've said that several times throughout the years, but it's true again. So the percent HP on the Infernal Blade has been pretty good, and we're sometimes even seeing it as a carry Doom. We'll see if that flex comes in. But in the offlane, it kind of does what it's always done. It's like very stable, gets to the Doom, kind of just shuts down that lane or a specific hero, which there's a lot of mobile heroes still in the meta, like Storm Spirit, Puck. They just don't like dealing with the Doom. Shadow Fiend should do fine versus the Doom in the lane. I feel like this often becomes a farming lane. So Shadow Fiend gonna be fine with that. But also, you can actually threaten the Doom. We'll see what supports come out, because I think that'll be really important to this matchup. But if you can kind of set up those raises, then you can get through a hero like Doom. He is pretty fast, though, so he can kind of like run away from those raises, especially if you find the speed creep to get the early aura. Then you kind of just like sidestep some of these raises, you're good to go. Or just drag creeps and avoid the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah. You just get like the Windlace and Phase Boots, and then the Kobold Aura, and you're just like, all right, later. Like, I have 500 MS. Like,
It's
what are you
pretty
gonna
ridiculous.
do?
He's so fast.
It's a classic. That's one of the things that makes Doom kind of a flexible laner. Sometimes, like you know, if you pair it with a certain fort position, it can turn into a kill lane, especially if you find the right creep. Other times, it's just, oh well, I'm super fast, I'm annoying, and eventually I'll hit level 6, so their carry can't lane against me, right? Like, he creates the kill lane, and you don't really want to play into a Doom and give him those free kills. So it's no surprise we're seeing it kind of picked up despite some of the nerfs. I like the Treant Protector and the Enchantress ban, though, because to me, Treant is kind of popping up as one of the all-star 5s. Plays really well with Shadow Fiend. Dang it, I was gonna one of the heroes I was gonna say that you can turn a Doom lane into a kill lane with is Coddle, and they took it.
I mean, that's exactly why you steal it away, right? You don't want to give that up. There's still a lot of good heroes to pair with Keeper. Shadow Fiend is okay because you're actually a hero who farms based on mana. Like, that's kind of rare amongst carries. I mean, to some degree, but like usually you need like some kind of farming item to really speed up. But for Shadow Fiend, it's just how many raises can you throw out at camps, and Keeper is great for that. But also, a lot of the good pairings in the mid lane are still available because so many of the bans in the early game went to the carries or off lanes. So those Storm Spirits, the Tiny is still in the pool. Ember Spirit's still here, right? A lot of these heroes love playing with Keeper, so it's very open for Yandex here.
Okay, I gotta talk about techies really quick because I feel like I need to do Trent justice here. So I just worked Dream League with Trent, right? And he was telling me like over and over and over how techies is super overpowered. And I'm curious about your thoughts on the hero coming from the support role, because it's not like a hero we actually saw that much of, but Taser might be one of the most overloaded abilities in the entire game. Like,
It's
it
pretty
does
cracked. It's pretty
way
cracked.
too much. The fact that it has a dispel built into it, it has like basically multiple disarms, it does a lot of damage, it gives move speed. Like, this thing is crazy.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. It's a lot of burst potential as well for someone like Shadow Fiend, who's a pretty squishy hero, likes to keep his distances. You know, he sees you coming in, he hits you with a raise, and then like backs up. There's not a lot of time to raise a techies who's flying in from the tree line. And you just start that burst damage, and then Doom runs at you with his, you know, we talked about the 500 move speed, now 550 because you're gonna get tasered as well. So that's kind of a sick combo. I like the idea. I do think he's a little underappreciated right now at the pro scene. Like, I don't think he's like busted anymore, but I still think he's relatively strong with some good pairings. I kind of hope they find some success here with it. It will be playing into the Bane. You can dodge the blast off damage with Nightmare if you can react really fast. And besides that, the Nightmare into raises is a classic combo. That's a very strong lane down there. Just like the off lane is going to be really strong. Keeper, Beastmaster. Well, they could still do mid Beastmaster, so there's some flex there. But I think you're fine putting those together. Beastmaster gets by on his own. 1,000,000 stacks made from Soxicotl, and then you go clear them all with the axe spam.
I'm trying to think what carry you can pick that actually like wrecks the Beastmaster lane, and I actually really like Monkey King here because it's a flex to mid. It crushes the Beastmaster lane, and it's good against Shadow Fiend as well. So I actually really like the idea of them going the Monkey King. Oh, they just picked the puck. Okay, so they just go for a stable mid laner that can get to the Bane. I think that's pretty smart. Like, both these supports struggle against the puck. Give Nisha a hero he can perform on. Like, he's always someone you can that is going to be a bad sentence. I was going to say reliably rely on.
You can.
Those are a series of words that can be said, and you know, I'm not going to correct it at this point. So it is what it is.
I like the idea though, because we're still potentially looking at a mid pairing with the Keeper of the Light, something like Storm Spirit. So you're kind of preemptively addressing some of those with the puck. You also needed a little bit more catch since Doom is not a traditional initiator, you know, And Lich and Techies, you know, they can kind of do it, especially in the early game, but eventually you want someone else to do it so that they can just follow up. So that's going to be Puck. And I also think the lockdown from Team Yandex is not the best right now, right? Keeper doesn't really have any. Shadow Fiend Requiem is something that Puck can easily dodge on his own. So it's going to come down to the Bane, which is, you know, not the easiest to get to the Puck. And then the Roar, which, okay, that one's pretty good, you know, if you get to the Puck and you roar. But it is also dodgeable with the, or not dodgeable, but like you can phase shift in time before he gets it off, and then you can get out of there.
Of course. Yeah, I like it. We'll see what they do. I mean, there is always the chance that it just goes Beastmaster mid. We don't really see it as much. I think he is genuinely more of an offlaner than he used to be. But if they're very worried and just want to put something, you know, more passive into the mid lane, it could just be the Beastmaster.
I was going to throw out the Tiny, actually. Tiny mid versus the Puck plus the Coddle, but they actually banned it themselves. You could still do the Tiny carry we have seen.
Yeah, dude, it's been looking so good. It's actually looking ridiculously strong, and Mickey is probably one of the better carry Tiny players.
Yeah, something SF does not like, right? These heroes that control him up can reposition him as well. Just a lot of burst. We kind of mentioned Shadow Fiend, not the tankiest carry out there. It's a cool idea. The Void Spirit ban, yeah, something we've seen a lot versus the Pucks. It's a very skill-based matchup, but it's a classic versus the Puck, and has a lot of dodges for the support abilities on Liquid, right? You can see the Blast Off coming in, you can get out of the mines, you see the Chain Frost coming in, you can dodge it or jump away to prevent the infinite bounces between you and your teammates, which is something else I like about this Beastmaster pick. You got a couple more summons to tank some of those Chain Frost blasts, bounces, what am I saying? I got Blast Slam on the mind. Maybe that's why they picked Techies. It's a Techies buff here.
Yeah, true. I like the Lycan ban. Kind of an interesting idea, right? Could run carry Doom, pick offlane Lycan, and offlane Lycan is pretty rough for heroes like Bane to contest. It is one of the worst matchups for the Bane. So smart ban. As for the last pick here for Liquid, see what they do. Okay, carry Wind Ranger. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. Pretty straightforward carry of the patch. It's had a lot of success. I think it plays well enough into the Beastmaster lane, but I think the overall matchup for Shadow Fiend is pretty good if she can actually get the focus fire. Just need to be careful of the Fiend grip. So it's really up to Nisha to find the Bane in these fights.
Yeah, I like it overall. It's a little bit more stun as well, something that's not easy to grab from the carry roll, but this one shouldn't be too hard to land because you have the extra summons from the Beastmaster, so there's more latch targets. I will say one downside, I feel like, you know, there's going to be a million stacks from the Keeper, and they don't have the greatest heroes to steal it easily. Like, you can do it, you all go throw all your abilities at it. At least you can do it for like the medium stacks in the triangle, but the Ancients will be a lot harder to steal with these heroes, so it's, I mean, you don't always have to do that, but it's kind of nice to have the option.
Okay. So they go back for the Ember Spirit, right? They really want their Keeper of the Light pairing. You don't want to pick the Storm into a Doom like that. That's just never a recipe for success. So they go for something like the Ember Spirit, a little bit more. It's hard to believe, but probably a little bit more mobile and tricky to catch than the Storm Spirit. I think it also just lanes a little bit better against Puck, so he won't be playing from behind. And there is that like timing early where Ember doesn't really need a lot to get active, as long as he has, like, you know, level 7, 8, and 9. Like, he's really strong, and the Coddle can kind of take advantage of that. Storm Spirit needs a little bit more time to really come online. So they're going to play for that mid-game timing with that Ember Coddle pairing.
As time goes on, this Doom, he's going to be scary. We've seen these late-game Dooms. You just Doom yourself. You're jumping in, creating that giant AoE Doom. And that's really good versus a lot of these heroes on Team Yandex. So I think your point about that early to mid-game timing makes a lot of sense. Like, don't go to that late stage where this Doom is going to be really scary. And that early to mid game, I think it'll come down to just like some fast reactions, because a lot of these, like both teams have tools against each other. You can dodge certain abilities. It comes down to like who presses the button faster, who surprises the other, and it could just lead to some key kills that, you know, come down to that mid game timing if you've snowballed one way or the other.
Well, it is time. We're going to hop into game number 1 here of Yandex versus Liquid. See which of these two teams came better prepared. But both the teams looking good so far. Both 1-0 after their first series this morning. And that's what we like to see. It's really what we like to see.
Yeah, which team's better? That's what we want to find out.
It's hard to say which draft. Like, I actually don't think one draft is like substantially better than the other. To me, there's like a clear difference in the term of kind of the timings they're playing for. It feels like Liquid's draft outscales a little bit, whereas the side of Yandex, if they're able to hit that like mid-game timing off the Ember, Coddle, Beastmaster, stuff like that, if they're able to make plays, I think they could look really strong.
I want to see if DM also goes for the pipe. Like, he'll do the Helm Dom first. A lot of times you still see people want to do like Ags, or maybe you need the Blink for catch. I feel like if you line up the pipe with the Mage Slayer on the Ember Spirit, a lot of this early damage from Liquid is magic. And you just can't take fights into those two items if they come online at a good time. Nothing crazy for the first bloods here.
The battle begins.
I say.
Ooh. Okay.
More down.
Unlucky. Well, and we're paused. So, is there any like heroes that have been standing out to you that you're like, man, excited to see them like kind of pop back up into the meta? Or is there any heroes that you've been like bummed that we're not seeing anymore?
For new ones that have recently come in, Snapfire, as a core, like a return to the core positions we've seen some players do, I think that's fun. The last time we saw it, it was like Little Shredder was kind of cracked, and like the early talents meant you like build right click and you're just like delete people. This one is more get close with the cookie into the scatter blast, and I think it's a cool aggro way of playing this off lane or mid Snapfire. You sometimes still see it in support, but I like that. Not in this game, nor is Treant Protector. That it did get banned in the draft. I think Malady, one of the best Treant Protector players out there, so very much a deserved respect ban. Plus, it pairs very nicely with the Shadow Fiend, so totally understandable why I doubt we're gonna see it. I doubt we'll ever see Yandex get their hands on it. But that one's interesting because that hero got nerfed several times in a row. You know, people kind of thought it was dead, but then it's like, yeah, well, it's still pretty good. You know, it's still
Overgrowth
it's still
is kind of a
Protector.
sick spell. You know. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, like hitting a multi-hero Overgrowth in fights right now is still a pretty massive payoff, right? Like he's constantly invisible, constantly annoying. Like he forces your team to invest in extra detection. Like there's a lot that he brings to the table besides just being a strong lane hero. I think it's always nice to see Treant Protector kind of show up, especially as we get closer to, you know, prime time of the year, right? Like where this is where all the fun teamfight heroes really need to start making their appearance.
That's true.
Just waiting on Earthshaker. That's the main one.
the last guy.
Where is he? I'm sorry, there'll be like a patch like in a week that's like Earthshaker plus 900 damage to Echo Slam, and we'll be like,
That'd
done.
be pretty sick.
He's back.
All right, 999 damage on Echo Slam, but plus 2-minute cooldown. Take it or leave it.
You get one. Make it count.
I think pros would take it. Because I mean,
100%.
That's pretty guaranteed win, you know, winning team fight, insta-kill, and you just need a couple of those throughout a game to win. Literally, you're going to get a couple of those with that kind of cooldown. 5-minute cooldown.
I've seen enough Dota games to know that you can miss like 7 black holes in a game and then hit 1 and then you win the game. So it's like, yeah, you know, it's that one ability sometimes is all you need. Mid lane going quite well for Cheer Jr. at the moment, which is expected. Like, Ember Spirit's going to beat the Puck lane at the first few levels. Eventually, Puck kind of wraps. It doesn't like... Puck's not going to win the lane, but eventually Puck just gets its CS, right? Like, there's not much that Ember can do as he gets more points in the orb. Just those first few levels, Ember's really good at shoving the wave and has better animations, better damage to play around.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to shut down both these mid heroes, and the question is really who gets more help in terms of the power runes, maybe a little bit of luck, but also how do they work with the supports. For Ember, it's going to be pairing with the Keeper primarily, and for Puck can work with either like the Lich or the Techies, and you just got to make sure those abilities land, right? It's like the coil into the blast or coil into Chain Frost. Those aren't always guaranteed successes with like some of the dodges we have talked about or some of these potentially high impact nightmare saves. So I'm very interested to see, like, as we get those level 6s, who finds success. And hopefully both, right? That'll lead to a very exciting game if both mids are popping off. Lane so far.
Bottom lane,
everybody,
you
I
say that, but Ace just takes a beating in the bottom lane. They try to make a play onto the Shadow Fiend, but gets quickly broken up there thanks to Malady on the Bane. And those raises, man, they are scary. There's a lot of damage. Playing on that level 3 timing really nicely.
Yeah, but we did mention the move speed, so just zooms on out of there.
Yeah.
Only gonna get faster too. Doesn't even have his boots yet.
Uh-oh, here's the raise. Foxy forced to now play in kind of that melee range, but not much you can do. Good setup there from Malady. Shadow Fiend, Bane. Great combo.
Problem with Shadow Fiend, the tricky part about it, there's too many good combos. You know, we talked about, it's like, oh yeah, you got a Vantreant. Oh yeah, Enchantress, like that's a good combo. Oh yeah, the Bane, you know, there's just too many.
Forgot about that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's always been a dominant lane hero. It's nice to see him back.
I don't think you're too bothered about that kill down here, though. I mean, it is first blood, which is, you know, that's a shame, but yeah, I think Doom kind of expected, like, yeah, I'm just, you know, get what I need here. Although another raise, 1 kill is fine. You know, you can't have too many.
Yeah, Taser helping make some space there against the Shadow Fiend's right clicks, but overall, I think he's not too bothered. Like, he's got himself the Falcon Blade really early, the Wand, as well as Infused Raindrop, so he's gonna have plenty of sustain. He's just chilling. Mid kind of evening out. Still a little bit of an advantage for the Ember Spirit, but we'll see as we get closer to those level 6, as well as the spawn of the Power Rune here in about 30 seconds, which one's really going to win out. Nisha putting a good amount of pressure into Cheer Jr., but does have 10 wand charges available.
Both supports coming a little early from that top side.
Oh, he's remnanting immediately. Okay, really neat play. So he's going to hit level 6, remnant to base, and come back full health to fight for that rune.
Radiant are scanning.
Do it for your mid laner, Tofu. Risk your life.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, shield rune. So you're gonna go, I mean, I guess you can dive when you have shield rune as well. Why not? Going underneath the tower here. Tofu about to burn through. They get the first kill, and Nisha will just be left here alone. Boxy will go ahead and try to offer his support. Another Searing Chains out, but the puck with Coil now a little bit scary.
And you stop your diving once he has that. Over here, though, Ace, one more raise, finishes the job. Another kill for Watson.
He is doing super well in the Shadow Fiend. I mean, he's great at playing the distance game. Right? Like, if he gets you with the medium raise, you're like, okay, well, I either have to stay in the medium area or, like, play in melee or run away. And it's like, you're like, all of those options hurt because you're gonna hit the second raise every time.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, great blast off from Boxy. Coming through here to try and contest the Wisdom Shrine. Good Nightmare as well. But with Ace there inside, well, hold on, cancel on the Requiem, but Watson just gets the kill with the raise. Doesn't have the mana now to turn around with the Requiem. So they will be able to secure their own Wisdom Shrine here for Ace on the Doom.
It's a tough choice. Excuse me. It's a tough choice to make there because I think you do kill Shadow Fiend if Doom comes over, but you lose your Wisdom Shrine, which is I don't know the math there, like on the XP you get from the carry kill versus probably both your supports, or at least one of them, right, missing out on that XP. In this case, it worked out, since they do secure the shrine. Actually, does the fight recap count for the Wisdom Shrine? I don't
think it does.
Yeah, but I think the reason it's like interesting is because you really want both level 6s from the liquid supports, right? It's like so much extra burst damage, and we kind of talked about working with puck coils. If you don't have those ults, like, oh, I guess we're just not gonna get kills, you know? So like, you can't have these underleveled supports. And for now, it's fine, right? They're both level 4, kind of getting there. I do think you need to find them a little bit more XP so they hit 6, like not too late after the 10-minute mark.
Another Nightmare set up here into the Requiem. A little bit too late on the timing though, so we'll cancel it instead. They've actually, I mean, they brought Mickey down here through the Twin Gate. I don't know if they've actually seen this though. Okay, he's gonna go back through the anyway. Doesn't want to stick around any longer, and they're not gonna get the tower.
They sense it. They know.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tofu gonna find Soxa here. DM has the roar available, but with the backup coming through of the techies, I think realizing there's no saving him. So a quick little pick off there for the boys on Liquid. Kill goes the way of Mickey as well, which is quite nice for him on the Wind Rangers. He's doing quite well. Not having as good a game necessarily as the Shadow Fiend, but closing in on the Maelstrom.
Yeah, it's important to find these kills. We've seen Liquid try a couple times, right? They were bottom, they were top.
Yeah.
So if you don't find anything, it feels really bad. You're just spending a bunch of time walking. And Wind Ranger wants a kill to speed up because she doesn't have the fastest natural farming, especially compared to Shadow Fiend. Coming over the mid rune. Here's the coil.
We'll see if they have the damage here. They need to try and layer these CCs. They have the Sinister Gauge. Do they have a Shackle? They don't, but the blast off. It's not enough. He gets out, and instead you lose the techies. Tofu now on the run. The Fiend's Grip out from Bane. Oh, boy. Not looking good there for Liquid. And Nisha, I mean, he tried to chase after the Ember Spirit. Didn't quite get him.
That was pretty good spacing of the abilities as well. I'm sure if we like break it down, there's like maybe a couple like fractions of a second you can get extra, but oh man, those are those clutch moments, right? Like just one extra stat here or like one extra level on a support could make the difference here, right? If you just have Chain Frost, if you have maybe level 5 on the techie, so like blast, okay, maybe he did level 5 right there. I don't know if he leveled it in time, but yeah, that's such a close kill, or lack thereof.
That is the most value cloak I have ever seen.
That's true.
There's people wondering, like, you know, if those little items are worth it sometimes. Yeah, that was it. That little cloak, an iron branch, the difference in him living and dying there.
And the neutral item is a Polywog Charm with Brawny, so an extra 110 health there. Huge the difference. I gotta say, a lot of this action, very quiet for DM. So he's got his Helm of the Dominator at a very nice time. Starting to get very rich. We see him at the top of the net worth, even though he hasn't really, joined that many fights. He's level 9. SF in some trouble here.
Yeah, he's dead. Nice little Doom find there.
Over by the Twin Gate Malady, also going to get found by a rotation from the Wind Ranger. Here's what they were hoping to find last time. Now they'll get the kills, and it should be the tower, which is important because up top, DM's like, yeah, you can just die over there. I'm going to take the top tower. I'm going to continue on my way to Helm of the Overlord.
This is exactly what we talked about in the, draft and stuff and pregame. Like, DM, this is what he loves. Like, you give him a little bit of space, and he's very good at knowing how much he can take over the map. He's top net worth by a pretty significant margin. He's level 10, almost has Helm of the Overlord, and he's now been part of 2 tower kills, right? He rotated mid, gets the mid tower, goes top, takes the top tower. Bottom lane, looking for another pick off here. They will find Saksa on the Keeper of the Light, trying to come defend the tower, but overall, good movements and good plays from Yandex. What a nightmare. Do they have follow-up here? I don't know. It doesn't look like it.
Just playing some games. Speed build online, phase boot drums goblet. So ready to run around.
Whee! I mean, he has Chain Lightning. He needs to get the other goblet, right? He has the Kobold Cup. He needs the whip.
Can one have 2 cups? How does he hold his sword at that point?
He's got a pretty big hand. I feel like he can put 2 goblets in his one hand. Yeah, I feel like his big Doom hand. I feel like there's room for 2 goblets there.
Oh, he's actually using like the Cthulhu skin too. He's got the tentacles, so maybe the tentacles hold the cups.
True, some real Davy Jones action.
Up top, smoke. This is the play we've been talking about. It's coming a little later than I think they were hoping for.
Oh, they're coming for the rune, which actually is the perfect place if they can actually find DM. There's going to be the silence, blast off, chain frost, thanks to the boar. That'll very easily kill him. Now Chira Jr. needs to be careful. The chain frost bouncing back his way. It will be a 1-for-1, but the feeds grip at the last second from Malady. Gets 2 supports in exchange for the Beastmaster. Some big ultimates spent though.
Yeah, I think you go with the Beastmaster being back up. He doesn't have Roar, but on the other side, they killed him with the Chain Frost and the... You needed some, like, the Mind Magic resistance, so it was enough to get him. But now that's on cooldown. I think should be out of here.
He should be, yeah, okay. Nice attempt, though. Good pressure, forcing him back to base. This is kind of a nice moment for Mickey, though, on the Wind Ranger to farm up towards that Mjolnir, right? So he's been involved in a couple of kills so far. They did find the 1 kill in the Shadow Fiend, which, Shadow Fiend's going to find his own kill bottom thanks to the good old Sleepwalk into Requiem combo, a classic. Mid lane, coil out onto the Ember Spirit. There's the Sinister Gaze. He does it again. He does it again.
He has the Mage Slayer this time, so that is so much damage reduction in that attempt. It's all magic damage pretty much going into him.
This is max blast off, by the way. Like that is as much stun as you can get out of your lineup. Malady here.
Well, he's not
gonna try and sleepwalk himself up to the high ground. Doesn't quite work. A little cheeky play, but nice kill there going the way of Liquid. Good scout out there from Boxy.
Tofu gonna insta-buy the shard. Just Brown Boots, Winlay shard. This will give you some more kill potential. Make sure you get those Chain Frost blasts.
Oh. It's Aurora mid lane on the
Nisha returning the
Nisha.
favor? No. They do finish that kill.
Oh, here comes the Chain Frost. Hold up. It's gonna get eaten up by the Beastmaster's creeps. Quite a bit going that way, actually. More than half the bounces. And just a couple auto attacks there for Watson. Oh, yeah, I got a quad
Shredded.
stack of Ancients, yeah. Max
That's a
presence
huge
aura.
play.
Is under attack.
I mean, the net worth exchange here is like 1,100 gold, but it's not showing the other 1,100 gold of Ancients.
Then the
So-
Roche to fall right after.
Yeah.
It is a dream sequence for them. It's everything they wanted.
We talked about that mid-game timing, man. This is what you need to do. The Tricore is online.
And he is going for the pipe on the Beastmaster. He's actually very close because of how good of a game he's been having. So, Mage Slayer, pipe, Aegis on top of that. All right, we've already seen 2 attempts where Tyr Jr. barely gets out, and he's then going for a BKB. So it's about to be very difficult to fight the cores, at least. And Bane still not the tankiest hero out there, so they'll at least grab a kill on him. I think this is where Liquid gonna try to slow down the game. You can make plays when you have all the ults, and I think you should. But otherwise, just kind of dodge out, use power shot, use the orb, right? Cut creep waves. Supports are actually pretty good at this. Techies can just like waddle through the trees, drop a mine, hide, TP out when necessary. But you can kind of just drag this one out.
All right, well, Mjolnir is done for the Wind Ranger, but the rest of your team is pretty far behind, and, well, Yandex is knocking on your front door. That tier 2 tower in the top lane about to die. In the jungle, they've gotten a nightmare set up here onto the techies. It's not looking good for Boxy.
Are you sure?
I'll get back to you on it.
Give me a moment to process that.
Top tower is under attack.
I think the Mjolnir's finished, but I mean, that's also magic damage, So it's another item that is actually going to get reduced by the Mage Slayer and Pipe, and ultimately, eventually, the BKBs. Whoa, is he? Watson has power treads, but his next item queued up is Boots of Travels. I don't think I have seen this before. If he actually commits to that.
I think he does. I think he does. I think he legitimately wants to be able to blink onto like, or TP onto like Beastmaster Hawk or Beastmaster Boar and just fight with them. Puck in the bottom lane just dies inside of the Roar. And there's your pipe. The entire Chain Frost eaten by these summons.
This is Yandex finding what they wanted. The mid-game timing has begun. They're gonna claim the final outer tower. There's 2 more tier 2s. I guess if you win a big fight, you can probably push high ground actually with this lineup. Like, even though it's even sub 20 minutes, like SF plus Beastmaster could do it. But if you wait, you get the second roast. That's also fine. We'll see what they opt for. But it's time to put the pressure on to Liquid.
All right, he changed his items to something a little bit more sensible, which is the Shadow Blade. I like that one quite a bit.
That's more what I would expect. Like that or the BKB.
Yeah, I would say BKB is probably next after that, which they actually almost have their BKB on Cheer Jr., the Ember Spear, just a couple hundred gold away. Puck does finally get to the Blink Dagger. Now, this is an item that they desperately need. Might be too little too late. We'll have to see. As Tormentor Shard will go the way of Malady. Okay. Brain Sap, cooldown, and AoE. Just like really a farming shard more than anything.
I don't think you'll need it that much this game, but at least you're taking away from the enemies.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't hurt. Sometimes you turn a team fight with the or like you stay alive, so they have to overcommit because you're healing way more with the AoE brain set. This could be bots. A bot's TP right there.
It is, I mean, it's a 9,000 gold lead. You have 40 seconds left on the Aegis. I think with this, if I'm Yandex, you're looking for like pickoffs, but it's really next to Aegis that you pretty much want to end the game with, I think. Like next Roshan is pretty much that time. Like you don't really want to go much later than that in this game, I think. Your team scales still, but you know, going late game into heroes like Wind Ranger, Doom, and Puck is always scary.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised they didn't do... Well, I mean, they have like 10 seconds left here. I'm surprised they didn't do more, but maybe last second? Nah, okay. Liquid gonna wait this one out. I feel like they could have gone for one more tier 2.
Bottom lane. They're trying to connect with a Puck here. He's baiting them. There's a blink reveal coming out on the Doom in a moment. The question is, will he find the Ember? Yes, he does. He gets the BKB off. Will just TP back to the fountain. So easy escape from him, but the Puck coil is going to connect there onto Soxa. And that should be the first kill for Liquid we've seen in quite a little bit. First Doom really that we've seen in exchange for the Ember's BKB. Is that worth it? Like I imagine it has to be.
Dire's middle
Well, you need to get
tower is
something,
under
so in that sense, yes. But unfortunately, they're not really able to get anything out of that objective-wise. In fact, they're losing their mid-tier 2 because while they had to commit so many cores for that kill, right? And it was just a support, so TM once again. It hasn't really changed in the laning stage. Like, yeah, you guys go do stuff over there. I'm gonna go push towers.
Dire are scattered.
DM is just so efficient with his movements.
Radiant
Like it's really one of the things, like when it comes to these like Helm of the Dominator heroes, he's one of the best at them. Very easy kill there for Watson. Good old Shadow Blade surprise. Like Puck has to be very careful, dude. If he sticks around here, just a couple.
Oh, use the orb.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, they put a sentry down. Tofu's like, don't worry, buddy, I'm on the way. Ooh. They have detection. They caught him. Can they actually get the kill? There's going to be a Chain Frost coming through. The Ice Spire on top of him. Unlucky bounces back the other way, and Watson getting
There's
healed
no way.
up.
Does he live because of this?
Oh,
They don't know he's there.
there's
No way.
He's actually going to live. He just got the pipe, 400 HP plus the heal.
Bro, that is so unlucky.
I cannot believe that just happened.
That's like the third kill they miss out. Sometimes, you know, once it's like, okay, you know, twice, okay. 3 times, you're getting tilted, man. You're getting tilted.
Yeah, that Chain Frost was like, I know that this Shadow Fiend is right next to the Ice Spire, but there's a really cool hawk flying over there that I really want to go check out. Roar into Fiend's Grip, Wind Ranger, super dead. And that's where the ease of execution in terms of the difference in these lineups really comes in, right? You have this BKB piercing disable of the Beastmaster and the Fiend's Grip, and if you find a target, you will kill said target.
No Aegis required without the carry Wind Ranger. Get the Frost Shield to buy a little bit of time, but the damage is pretty overwhelming here.
Good blast off, big jump in, Doom! They managed to find their opening onto the Shadow Fiend, but do they have the damage? Because right now, he's just turning it around instead. 2 will fall on Liquid. And another escape from the Shadow Fiend as that Doom will expire, and the heal's coming through from Soxa. They toss him a Lotus. Watson's back to full HP. The aggression does not stop, and I think Liquid have ran out of gas, man. There's nothing left in the tank here. That was everything they had.
Yeah, I mean, that's as good of a combo as you can really hope for. You caught pretty much every hero. You know, there's no Wind Ranger, but every other ability connects. This is a full health lineup, right? That is the pipe, that is the Mage Slayer. It's the Keeper heal getting pumped in. And you probably would have killed the Shadow Fiend, but the Nightmare save, right, buys enough time for the stuns to end, so then you get the pipes, the Mage Slayer, all those effects kick in, and it keeps the Shadow Fiend alive through all of that. So easy top barracks cleared up. Now you just wait for the Roche on the bottom half of the map, and you just can't bottom because that's where all the objectives are. It's a very straightforward game plan for Yandex here.
And now your Shadow Fiend has BKB, right? Like, all of these attempts have been no BKB on the Shadow Fiend. Well, now it's available. He's gonna walk in with a Shadow Blade. They're gonna look at Ace Nightmare. Getting quickly woken up. And there's your Roar. Where's the follow-up? Ember with a nice slide chains. Requiem will clip them at the tail end of it. Figuring away too, and Mickey, well, I don't think he's making it out of this one, buddy. That burn damage from Chiro Jr. is going to be more than enough. He's going to look for Tofu. 3 seconds on that Sleight of Fist. He gets a... Okay, Tofu has a blink. Didn't realize. He's out.
Now, you need it for the catch, but
yeah,
it's a little bit too late at this point. Why even get Aegis if you're going to get core kills right in front of the enemy base? You just send it. You got the Shadow Fiend, one of the best tower hitters out there. Beastmaster, one of the best you can get from the offlane. So this is bottom, and
it's mid as well.
I kind of think you could just go
I think
mid.
It's just game.
If you want to play safe, you could go for Roche, but yeah, they're walking over, cutting straight through the base.
Roar's up in 25 seconds. You have double BKBs still available. I legitimately don't know how they kill anybody outside of like Doom and a full duration focus fire. It's like this was exactly the timing we were worried about, right? Like you have a Beastmaster Ember Coddle. Like these guys are gonna be playing super fast, and Shadow Fiend is not a hero that's like needs a ton of space. Like this has always been a hero that comes online with a, you know, fairly early because he's such a strong lane hero. We're gonna see the Roche attempt here begin. Liquid smoked up, looking for the wraparound. The smoke's gonna get popped. Chiro Jr. grabs it, does get caught from a shackle, but he needs help. Silence onto the puck. Feeds Grip, he's dead. Doom out, but Ace just gets deleted instead. Aurora on the other side is gonna find Tofu as his Chain Frost once again gets eaten alive by the summons, and there's the GG, the last play Liquid's gonna make in this game.
Had the stats. One more. I made it. Nice. Watson getting one more for the road. Yeah, look at that. It's like nice.
That's textbook
Easy
DM,
peasy.
dude.
Let's go. Yeah, it was really well done. I think it really did come down to that early game. The support combo from Liquid is very powerful when they hit their 6s early and you just start getting a couple kills and you snowball it. That blink, for example, on the Lich comes online way sooner if he's having a better game. You can get more kills, but they kind of didn't connect on those first couple rotations, and you know that's probably more props to who we're seeing on the cameras right now, right? They just dodge out some of those plays. I think one did work, right? They killed the Shadow Fiend and the Bane on one rotation, but I think that was like their second or third attempt at making that happen. And because of that, the levels come a lot later on the supports. That means your burst damage is a lot lower, and that means there's more time for the magic resistance to come online. We can also throw out, you know, there's some unlucky moments, like barely missing out on kills on 20 health, 100 health, right? If any of those happen, maybe your game speeds up and it's looking like a more competitive game.
Yeah, and that's, you know, it's every little thing matters. And Yandex, I will say, I think it looks like they came better prepared for Liquid's draft. They see the first pick Doom, somewhat of a greedy hero, and I think they just kind of read it really well, and they pick themselves a very active lineup. You play into the strengths of DM in the off lane, the Ember Spirit as well, even though it's like, you know, quote unquote counter picked, you know, or whatever, but it's just such a good combo with Keeper of the Light always, right? Like you have this very low cooldown, slight chains, and yeah, they get themselves a very, very nice game victory here over Liquid. They'll move to 2-0. But we've got a lot more games still to be played today. These are all best of ones. So we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with our next series in just a little bit. Everybody stay tuned. We'll see you after the break. Hello and welcome back, everybody. It is non-stop action here at Blast Lab 7 as we just finished up the series of Yandex versus Team Liquid, and Yandex coming out swinging today, it would seem, as they just put the beat down on Liquid. But we're just going to go straight into our next series. It's going to be OG versus Xtreme Gaming. And OG, we actually haven't seen a little bit of this team in a little while. They have not really been able to make it to some of the recent events. And as a result, this is going to be kind of the proving grounds for them once again. The same roster, though: Natsumi, Yopaj, Toronto, Tokyo, Tims, and Scam.
I think this might be the first big tournament since they made the change with Toronto, Tokyo. It was certainly like a eyebrows raised for a lot of people. Like, unexpected to bring Toronto, Tokyo into an SEA lineup, but it kind of makes sense. Like, if you heard about some of what they talked about, you know, drama aside of like the shot calling that they partly felt they needed, like more direction in the team. From the offlane, I mean, who better than Toronto, Tokyo, a proven TI winner? So it makes sense why they grab him. I think there's still a question of like culture fit, communication, and yeah, we're gonna see what progress they've made. Currently 0-1, but you know, just a 1-game sample size versus PARIVISION, who just came off of a tournament win. So I don't think there's much shame in that loss. Let's see how they do now versus XG.
I don't know, man. 0-1, it's cooked. That's just, you know.
Write it off. It's done.
I mean, that's all. That's how. Yeah, that's Twitch chat most of the time. But yeah, their opponents, Xtreme Gaming, they've been looking pretty good. I'm gonna give it to them, right? Outside of a couple meme moments at the recent events, we've got the Ame emote now for that one. So that's a good thing to have. But Ame, NTS, XXS, FY, and XNova. I think this has been the most successful team out of China for probably the last 12 months. I don't really think there's much other like high-level competition, and Xtreme Gaming has been proving themselves over and over and over that they are like a top contender in the playoffs as well. So I expect them to do well, even though you know, they're not off to the best start at the moment. You know, they dropped to PARIVISION and Liquid so far today, but there's still time for them to turn this around.
Oh yeah, snack corner back there. You gotta have that power up before these matches. Looks like maybe they just had lunch or dinner.
Yeah, they got for them, something delivered there.
See if the food power up is here for them. Do you think this is a roster that... I mean, I feel like this is true for like all the Chinese teams, especially XG, which tends to be at the top lately of them. Which is like, you know they can do it, and it's just what form are they going to show up? Because sometimes they look amazing, sometimes it's a bit shaky. I think a lot of questions are often thrown at the draft, where they kind of have their own style, and sometimes it's, you know, they show why they're doing it, why they're picking some slightly different stuff. You're like, oh man, this is genius, this is amazing. And then sometimes it's like, well, this is why you should be following the meta a little bit more. You know, if you pick stronger heroes, this would be easier. So it's, I respect sticking to the style, you know, like what they believe in. Yeah, there is a question of how long do you do that when you haven't been getting the big tier 1 wins, right? Like, when are you forced to adapt a little bit more, or, you know, when is it, we're really sticking to our guns, you know, we're gonna make it work, this is what we believe in.
Damn, bro, do you see that? That guy just straight took Yopaj's mouse away from him. He's like, no, this is my mouse now. That's messed up. He's like,
I know you're about to pick some stupid shit over there, bro. I'm taking this.
This is mine.
Oh, he's gonna two-hand his drink, you know, he's powering up. He's like, don't get distracted here, man, I got you. I'm warming this up. Mouse warmer for you.
All right, well, in terms of the initial pick bands of the draft, the Drow Ranger is a little bit surprising until you remember that this is like just something Ame loves to pick and something that Xtreme Gaming love to play around. So it's not you know, the first time. It's not the first time we're gonna see, and it's not the last time we're gonna see a Drow ban in the early games here against Xtreme Gaming. But they get rid of the Storm and the Puck as well. So only core bans from OG as they go into the first pick. The only support ban is Clockwork. That tells you something.
Oh, there's a lot you can grab.
Oh,
Probably
boy.
Pango, flex pick. Don't know how much we got to talk about that one. So I want to talk a little bit more about Drow, since it's not something we see all that often. You know, I know we're not going to see her here because she's banned, but I actually think Drow's an interesting one because I think conceptually the hero kind of makes sense for a lot of the popular picks. There's a lot of healing right now, which her Aghanims can heavily reduce as time goes on, but she's a little bit slower. And actually, in the recent tournament that just finished, at the end when they picked Gyro and the panel asked Satanic, like, what about Drow? He said, yeah, I mean, it just would have been too slow, right? Like, I couldn't have done as much. But that actually kind of fits XG, you know? Like, they do play slower, especially Ame, right? He's like, I'm gonna farm, I'm gonna get to that point. I feel like that's why they can kind of make Drow work, at least to the point where teams respect it, because it's like, yeah, I mean, we didn't expect Ame to do anything. You know, he was gonna farm until he was ready. So he's going to reach that point where Drow is ready to do stuff.
I'm trying to think if the Bane is good enough against the Pangolier, because it really does feel like Pango has been like one of the best heroes of the patch. Shocker, I know, but
That's never been said before.
I don't think Pango's ever been a relevant hero. But when it comes to heroes that actually can potentially shut down Pango, Bane is probably one of the best options because it's a support that still manages to do it, as opposed to in the past where you're like having to commit like a core pick like Primal Beast or Puck or something like that to deal with the Pangolier, whereas like you're like, oh, we'll just have Bane Fiends grip him, and like that's good enough sometimes to try and turn around a fight. So I like the idea of the Bane. We'll have to see if it's gonna be enough to stop the Pangolier. All it really takes is one Rolling Thunder to find the Bane, and then your Fiend's grip doesn't matter.
That is true, but you are just limited a little bit more compared to any other support because of that Fiend's grip. So you do have to think a little harder on where you're going to go, at least until something like maybe a Lotus Orb comes out. I also think, you know, ignoring the Pango, you know, Bane's look decent, right? So
Yeah.
I think the hero has a lot of strengths. We just saw in the last game it do pretty well.
Wait a minute, I've
and
seen
we'll
these
see-
heroes before.
We'll see what they pair it with, because I doubt that's the off lane combo there, right? It's probably position 5 Bane, though it is something you can flex, so we'll see about it. What I am interested in is I kind of feel one of the ways you can deal with Bane is to find him in the backline.
Absolutely.
And actually, OG themselves have banned out many of those heroes. Now, it does go both ways. As you go find the Bane in the backline, is like, oh, you came to me, now I can Fiend's grip you. When you were back there, it's hard for me to get there. So I think you have to go like one of those directions, and I suppose with those bans, they're leaning towards, okay, we'll just stay really far back, and Bane won't be able to get to us to Fiend's grip, except for maybe the Pango. But if he's Fiend's gripping the initiating Pango, then it's like, okay, yeah, the backline is free, right? That's what we wanted. Maybe that idea, you know, following through with the Hoodwink, a very long-ranged hero, stays in the back. Bushwhack can maybe catch the Bane if he does get that Fiend's grip, but maybe you can just start fights away from the Bane because that Bushwhack.
I like the idea of something that can find Bane, or you can go for something. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say you could go for something like a Silencer, which is a great option, you know, for taking team fights, which is, you know, kind of grown in popularity. It's also very good at protecting your Rolling Thunder. They go for the Enchantress to try and counter the Beastmaster lane a little bit. I think this is smart. We saw last game, like the Lich just can't play into Beastmaster, right? The whole idea is that you want this Chain Frost to be like a way to pick off heroes 1v1. But when you factor in like 5 summons from a Beastmaster plus like a Pipe Aura, the hero just falls off completely. So instead, they're going to turn that kind of damage around with the Enchantress pick. And now I want to talk about the possibility of like the direct lane counters to heroes like Bane. So summons, very good. Heroes like Enigma, very good against Bane, but so are heroes like Lycan. And I'm curious if they want to consider one of those, because I think it's just Pango mid. Like all of those bans to me makes me think it's going to be a Pangolier in the mid lane. Okay, they're literally just running back the draft from last game.
That was a sick draft, guys.
We should do that.
Let's try it. I mean, it worked, right? It did. It was quite powerful. And this actually could be a carry Beastmaster, right? Like Ame is he's the guy who popularized that. And that means it'll be a very fast tempo with the Keeper of the Light. Even if they don't end up laning together, eventually you come up to work together. You can give him the mana he needs with the Ags build, since one of the nerfs to that is the increased mana cost. So Keeper helps mitigate that. But it could just be Keeper playing with the Tiny in the mid lane, run around, jump, avalanche toss, tried and true combo, very powerful. It's very open going into this last pick, because you could also do the Tiny carry, right? So a lot of options here.
Exactly.
OG, I think no matter what version of like mix and matching, you're gonna have to deal with a lot of early pressure. So whatever you want to grab here, it can't be too slow. Okay, Dawnbreaker, that works, right? Into any of these mix and match carries, possibly some final carry pick still coming out. Dawnbreaker's pretty safe. A lot of kill potential with the Hoodwink, one stun into another, just dump all the damage. And then the Dawnbreaker ult, always nice for whoever does get Fiend's Grip. You can jump in. You can't cancel it right away, but like you're providing some healing, and then eventually you'll land to help cancel it. I do question if the initiation is enough, because
that was my big problem.
You have the Pango, but we talked about the struggles of Pango into Fiend's Grip, so you're a little bit more limited. So a lot of pressure onto this Hoodwink to just land the bushwhacks you need.
The Necro carry ban, very smart.
That would be cool.
To me, the most straightforward thing here is just run Tiny mid. That being said, like Tiny Bane is also quite strong, and Tiny as a carry can come and play active fairly early, similar to what we saw with the Shadow Fiend of the last game. So yeah, it leaves this draft very open. And now it's just going to come down to like if Ame wants to play some like really bizarre pick here, or if they're going to pick, something more straightforward and just keep that Tiny, in his hands, and then, maybe counter pick the mid lane now that they know that it's Pangolier, right? Like there is still a Huskar, which they could just 24 pick Huskar them, honestly.
I don't know if I'm that impressed by NTS Huskar though.
I mean, you gotta know how to play it, man.
You say that, but like there is a degree to it, and especially when you compare that to just classic Ame Faceless Void or something, coming up here. I don't know. I think even though I think XG could commit to a very fast-paced draft, I feel like final pick that's still like, here's our slow game-winning carry, The other four will just make space for our carry, which is not a bad strategy either, right? It just feels very true to them. But I think with this Luna, I don't know, man. Like a Luna outscales a carry Beastmaster, so you really do put the pressure on yourself to like make sure your lanes go well and win the game fast. And I feel like XG style is typically go slow, go late.
Yeah, it really is. I feel like we're gonna see some random Ame hero here. The Terrorblade would have been good, but it is banned. He's frothing at the fact that he can't play the drought.
Oh, we are gonna go fast. Let's go.
Okay. Snapfire mid. NTS. Ame on the Tiny. I will say, I think the Luna into the Beastmaster lane is perfectly fine for Luna, especially since you have the Enchantress as well. So I don't think we're going to see like the same level of Beastmaster farm that we saw last game. Luna is just a much more dominant laner, I would say, than the Wind Ranger, like on average. Like the Lucent Beam spam, pretty easy. And then Enchantress, I mean, one of the stronger fives that you can put in lane versus a Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think you don't have to engage though, since you have the keeper, right? You're just playing weird laning rather into that strong lane. Go do a bunch of stacks. But OG's lineup much more prepared to steal stacks away if they want to try for that. I'm excited to see how the Snapfire pays off. It's been getting more popular, but I haven't gotten to see too many core snaps yet myself. And the first one I'm getting to cast with you, so I'm excited for that. I think Pango should be okay. He is a melee hero, so it's a bit tough into like getting close and taking extra damage from the Snapfire. At the same time, it's Pango. It's hard to shut him down, right? He's gonna go roll somewhere at some point, and the supports have a good amount of damage, especially when you add in some of the core damage of the Luna and the Dawnbreaker there, maybe helping in. So even if he gets shut down in the lane, I'm sure he'll be able to find something.
I got some info on this actually.
Okay.
The Snapfire into Pango is massively Snapfire favored. It is not even close. It was referred to as a cheese pick in the last tournament. When Pangoliers were getting picked, the Snapfire was coming in and just absolutely obliterating it in the mid lane. So it is, we'll see what they can do here on XG, you know, if they actually get to have that much success. But I think the tournament winners, right, like PARIVISION, they were talking about, I think no one was just like, yeah, he's like, this hero's a cheese pick, like it's not okay. You know, he was someone that like had some success on as well, but this should be a 70-30 lane for NTS in the mid lane. Like this should be a pretty massive outdraft in the mid lane at least, but it doesn't always go that way. There's influence from the side lanes. You have Enchantress, which you cannot underestimate how much this hero can affect other lanes.
30 seconds to battle.
So we'll see what they do.
Perhaps you could change that dynamic with the first blood. Smoke
Yeah,
running in.
oh, absolutely.
But it is into the wards already set up by XG. And actually one's gonna break now. Probably have an idea. I say that.
I mean, they have Night's Vision off the Luna, right? Not crazy.
The battle begins.
Just a little bonus from the passive. All right, no first bloods. But 3 runes over to OG. Oh, they did take a beating here, actually. This one's, you gotta be careful here. Toronto Tokyo with this Dawnbreaker plus the Hoodwink. It's a lot of damage. And Tiny is a pretty tanky hero, but as you get low, you enter that kill range. Maybe not level 1, but level 2 when that combo of spells is ready.
So one thing I will say is Toronto Tokyo, one of his best heroes has been Dawnbreaker historically, I think. In terms of like the way he plays, he's very aggressive, and I think he's actually really good at this hero, but it does feel like it's going to have its weaknesses in this draft just because I don't like see the clear usage of the ultimate. Right, like Pangolier, if he's getting Fiend's Grip, if you don't have like, if it's not on top of the Bane, you're not really gonna be able to just like go and cancel the Fiend's Grip easily. But we'll see how they can do it.
That's just one of the abilities. Toronto Tokyo's laying into him.
Yeah, man. I remember his Dawnbreaker literally winning them tons of games when he previously was playing off lane. So I'm happy to see it. I kind of forgot about it in term, you know, it's been a while since we've seen Toronto Tokyo in the role, so. But he's gonna feel very comfortable on it, clearly. So
Luna
both
doing pretty well up here as
blocked.
expected.
I'm surprised Scam blocked the hard camp there, but I guess no points in enchant quite yet. Wants wants to use it on the boar anyway a lot of times, so he's chilling. NTS. Oh, he went 2-point shield crash. Interesting. So changing the build here because of the matchup. A lot of times we just see people max out the swashbuckle, but shield crash going to make him a little bit more durable in the lane. He's actually doing quite well. Going to be at a pretty unlucky CS advantage here if NTS can pick up these creeps under the tower.
I do question how much experience comes in here on these heroes. Pango, evergreen hero in the mid lane, right? YoPosh, Grandmaster, plenty of experience with all sorts of matchups. Snapfire has only recently returned to being a core. And sometimes that can mess you up a little bit. Like, the mid lane is a very technical lane, even if you do have these theoretical cheese picks, such as the old Huskar and maybe the Snapfire. I'm learning, you know, I'm still seeing here. And I wonder how much NTS has actually practiced this particular hero and matchup.
He needs to be a little careful on YoPosh here, because the 35% damage amp is pretty nuts if he gets a cookie. Well, never mind. He's just going to use the Scatter Blast there to farm. So fighting between the supports here in the jungle. Tim's trying to keep an eye on X-Nova, see what he's up to. Tiny still farming super well in the bottom lane despite everything. Not, you know, not abnormal for this hero. Okay, except he might just be dead. One avalanche, needs a little bit of help, but Toronto Tokyo into the tower. Nice Nightmare to pull him back. Does have the Lotus to still play around, so it'll be okay.
I think that's the story of the lane, right? Where Tiny is farming well, and I feel like that's because Toronto Tokyo's been putting more emphasis on pressuring the Tiny, trying to get these kills. And so Ame's had to buy more regen. Despite that CS lead, the net worth is not that different right now. So if they could convert any of these to a kill, you know, then suddenly the plan would have paid off. But so far, he's barely living every time. Bane probably not going to be as fortunate as they find him down bottom. Did have some burst heal. The Tiny's here.
Ooh, first blood is down. Ame should get the return and does thanks to the tree toss. So, I mean, since it's first blood, I think you're happy about that on Toronto Tokyo. The wave is also in a really good spot if Tims can keep this outside the tower. So overall, I think this ends up being a nice win here for the Dawnbreaker. She'll come back full HP and mana. They need to make sure to keep this wave pushed in, though. And Ame, unfortunately, for them, he got a pull on the easy camp.
Carry player.
Smart.
Doing what he needs to. It's going to free up the Bane to head mid after that death. Power Rune is coming up here. And it's one of the ways you can help save YoPosh's game, who is starting to struggle a lot more into the Snapfire.
Dire's structures are fortified.
He does have level 6, though. Oh, he gets the Arcane. No way. I mean, you just ripped the Rolling Thunder, I'm sure, right? There's no reason not to. With the Enchantress coming in, he's just got to make one more bounce off the wall. He'll get the kill onto X-Nova. Now looking back to NTS, and he has the full barrage back. Oh, he misses the shield crash. That might keep NTS alive. And now it's going to kill YoPosh instead. That is a really rough mistake that you cannot make. It's going to cost you potentially all 3 heroes. Oh, YoPosh. A 3 for 2 that should have been a 2 for 0.
I didn't see the cooldown of the ability. He may
it was
not
way
have
up.
been able. Oh,
It was way up. That was just a misplay.
Tried to get
It
a
was
saving
up
grace.
when he was like hitting the wall back after stunning her. He had like a full 2 seconds of uptime before he cast that.
That is unfortunate, then.
He, I think, was trying to min-max, like, oh, I'll hit Snapfire and Coddle or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's up now.
right? Like there's no excuse for this. He was trying to like get
It is kind of, yeah, you can see the min-max. That's like right at the edge. If he had just done it like a fraction of a second sooner.
Yeah,
But
that
instead
is-
it allows her to get this ult off, which clears up. I do think for how bad this mid lane could have gone, that's still kind of acceptable, right? Like it's, you're at least killing the Snapfire mid. You're making value out of that first roll, but it could have been cleaner.
That should have just been a 2 for 0, like half the tier 1's health, and then just back. Like that is just. I mean,
Fire saves
Snapfire
lives.
is like 800 gold in front of the Pango now because of that. Like that is pretty rough.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Do you think that's muscle memory cursing him? Because he had the arcane rune. Maybe he wasn't prepared for that.
Nah, that is straight up just greed, bro. That like, there's nothing else. That's just pure greed. He was like, I'll hit the shield crash on both, and then instead whiffs it on both. Gets no barrier, and then instantly kills all 3 of his teammates. Kills him and his 2 teammates as a result. There's just like, they wanted too much, right? Just get the Snapfire kill and back, right?
Dream too big. Can you blame a man?
I mean,
Maybe a
yes.
little.
Absolutely. Well, at the end of the day, it is space for Natsumi. Copium, he's just chilling top lane.
This
Max Blaze.
Well, hold that thought. Toronto Tokyo gonna get taken down by another Snapfire ult. And Ame kind of showing why the tiny carry. Pretty versatile pick. Not only do you get a lot of damage, but the Avalanche Toss, very nice to set up some of the damage from something like Snapfire's ult. Success is gonna get found over here. Should be a kill with the roll. No
Dude,
greed
I
this
was thinking to
time.
myself, I'm like, dude, he's gonna get stuck in the cubby there this time. Like, yeah, there's just something's gonna go wrong, isn't it? Nah, they end up getting the 2 for 1. Nice rotation in from the side of OG here to look for that Beastmaster, farming those jungle camps.
Nice use of the Helm of the Dominator, dragging the creeps away to protect that top tower. Because I actually thought they were going to lose that off that 2 kills in the triangle.
10-minute power rune will be an amplify damage. We've seen this before. Nah, they're not going to go for the dive this time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I know they want to live in this triangle. Keeper, Beastmaster. This is your bread and butter. Enchantress being very annoying. Just keeping an eye on it. Getting vision, stealing camps. The smoke actually gets broken. I feel like they knew they were in the triangle. I think they're gonna take a wider berth.
Are fortified.
There's no way this still works, right?
Maybe with amplify damage, but yeah, it's not looking good. Okay, yeah, definitely not gonna happen. They just back. Luna does have that top lane pushing in with a catapult, so it did a little bit of damage to the tower, but
I didn't know Beastmaster was there. But that's a whole rotation. Didn't really pay off. I suppose you can say XG also rotated several heroes up there to match that. But NTS has boot to travels actually, so not as big of a deal for him. They're gonna try bottom now. Support's coming down here. I may actually use the Avalanche.
this, I mean, they scan, like, he realizes that he's about to get ganked, scans the twin gate, and is like, oh no. Mortimer Kiss is gonna come through. A nice Lotus from X-Nova. It's gonna be enough to keep him alive. Okay. Good rotations in to save the Tiny, but Tim's looking to go through. Yopaj, nice rolling Thunder, instantly Fiend's Grip. Tim's doesn't have a way to cancel it to keep him alive, but the Luna Eclipse will finish off the Snapfire as Toronto Tokyo will rejoin the fight. Going in for the Starbreaker as well, will connect onto the Beastmaster. They end up getting 2 big kills anyway, so really good commitment in this bottom lane.
In the end, it worked, but that is the least distance I have ever seen a full duration Rolling Thunder travel. Fiend's Grip into Roar, just stationary ball. Oh, one more. Turn. Lots of damage here. He doesn't have the Mage Slayer quite yet.
He's got a Haste Rune. He was feeling it. He's like, I'm safe. I'm good. Don't worry about it. How do you feel about the Haste Rune? Haste Rune. How do you feel about the...
I like Haste Runes.
Yeah, Haste Rune's very good. Yes. How do you feel about the Mage Slayer over Diffusal this game?
I generally prefer Diffusal because I think it lets you set up a little bit more with the self-slow into like burning people's mana. But I kind of get the idea of the Mage Slayer here. You have a good amount of healing on your team, and now you're reducing the enemy's damage as well. And a lot of this early damage is magic, much like the last game. Even carry Tiny right now depends heavily on like the avalanche toss damage, because his right click is not quite there yet. And then you got like Snapfire ult, Beastmaster with the axes, Coddle, right? So I get the idea, and I think it fits his job of like go in and tank stuff. But then it's got to be good rolls, which maybe he's getting Fiend's Grip, and in that case, it's got to be a good bushwhack, because after that, you don't really have anything. You don't have the Diffusal slow, you don't have other stuns really. Celestial Starbreaker and Lucent Beam, not really things you can play around that easily.
Toronto Tokyo is playing off some big stacks here in the triangle as well. Gets himself the 4th stack on the Ancient Camp, which he will probably take for himself. He's got 4 points Celestial Hammer, now 4 points Starbreaker. I think he's about to feast on these. Meanwhile, XXS just working towards the Aghanim Scepter. So did go the Helm of the Dominator early, but going back for the Ags. How do you feel about that as opposed to the Overlord, which we've seen, you know, I would say more often now for the Beastmaster, thanks to the Drums of Slom getting, I would say, pretty heavily nerfed.
I think it's fine this time, because Helm of the Overlord, you want that creep to be like unkillable, you know, and it just kind of causes chaos, wrecks fights. But Luna can farm it pretty easily, and I feel like Pango and Dawnbreaker actually also don't have that much trouble with it.
This is a really good read on this smoke. They see Scam and Natsumi coming up for the tower, and they know exactly what OG are up to, so they will just concede the tower.
It's like the 4th time we're up here or something. Finally, the tower will fall, thanks to the Troll Summoner and the Enchantress. Despite how many, I feel we have seen 4 versus 4 heroes quite often this game, considering it's 15 minutes in. But the kill score is only 6 to 7. Where's the bloodbath, guys? Why are you bringing so many heroes? Troll Summoner still alive, going mid with the catapult.
As I was gonna say, I was like, this Troll Summoner is putting in work, man. 2 towers potentially. Big avalanche into the Mortimer Kisses. Nicely done. The catapult. 1 more auto attack. They'll be able to deny the tower now if they want.
Carry rotation your mid ultimate for a position 5.
You get the rune secure,
You at least get the rune. Shield rune. Not, I guess it's okay with this new Snapfire, right? Who is getting a little closer in fights.
Oh, yeah.
At the same time, I think it's also okay to just sit in the back and ult, and then the shield rune's not doing as much. If he had the blink already, it would be better.
Yeah, well, they're gonna look for the Dawnbreaker. She can just ult away, but she's taking a beating.
So much
okay,
damage.
They will commit the Fiend's Grip to secure it. At 35% damage amp, pretty good. Meanwhile, they're looking for some other plays. Roar is gonna find the Luna. Nice. Wait a minute, the Nightmare actually maybe buying her a moment of space, but they have surrounded her. They bring in the rest of the team. And Ame even finishes off the kill onto Tim. So they find 3 kills around the map. And now can finally look to try and pushing this tier 1 tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Good movements from Xtreme there, finding openings across the map.
scattered from OG. They had gone into that area so many times and it just became too comfortable. But this time they did not have the right heroes and the right vision to safely do that. I do like that Skem snuck back here though, realizing, yeah, I can't really defend this right now until people are up. Just gonna go steal some farm from the enemy, why not?
I'm going to be curious to see how well this Luna is going to scale into the Tiny, because Natsumi is actually going for the early Aghanim Scepter, which I think sometimes is very good, but you are playing into another Zoo hero like the Beastmaster, right? So there are going to be Hawks, there's going to be the Boar, there's going to be the Helm of the Dominator. Like, these types of creeps definitely absorb like decent chunk of the beams. But if you happen to find a Snapfire ulting, you know, if she's not blinking into the fight to just like blast you with all these spell damages, she's sitting in the back like dropping the ult, like you could respond in kind, drop the Eclipse on top of her, force her to stop, or the Bane, I guess, as well. Like there's definitely some options there.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I don't think we see as much anymore.
And there it is. Instant Fiend's Grip into the Mortimer Kisses. They were looking for the opening. They cancel the TPs. They give it up. Another kill topside here for NTS.
This is what you want when you have the Snapfire. You need setups for the Mortimer's Kisses. And this time you got Bane, Fiend's Grip, and Nightmare, I guess, in a way. You got Roar, you got Avalanche Toss. So any number of heroes, it's like, oh, I see the tiny bottom. Does that make me safe top? Like, maybe not. Right, and then that's what the Boot to Travels is really good for, because if he's missing, right, he could go to any of these heroes wherever they are on the map, especially like XXS with his summons. The idea is really cool, and so far paying off. I think he's gotten like a kill like every ultimate, right, which is exactly what you want. Luna is still holding top net worth, but back to the Ags discussion. I am curious how much that's going to pay off, because like you said, it could be absorbed by the creeps. It doesn't. She doesn't get damage anymore, right? Because that facet's gone. It didn't get added in anywhere. I don't think so. And I feel like that's when people were really doing the Ags build, but now it really is about either sniping that Snapfire or Bane. They are sneaking away Roche here, which I was going to say is an objective for both teams, because the Beastmaster Ags and Enchantress tanking this for heroes like Luna and Pango, which they didn't. He's chucking everybody out. Get out of my pit.
Oh, barely. Okay. I was like, someone's got to hit him real quick, but yeah, they do manage to get it, so. Nice timing, grabbing the Aegis there before it moves to the top half of the map, which would be a lot more difficult to contest against Xtreme, right? You have the Mortimer Kisses, you've got kind of the Roar, Coddle to play around, you know, all outside their outpost, so. Yeah,
and now all your heroes are already on the bottom half of the map, so you can just head over to Tormentor in a moment. Though maybe if they see this Tiny, you try for him first. They're pinging it.
Early Silver Edge. They have Dust. It's gonna connect. GLYPH off the mark with a Swashbuckle, but there's he just dodged like every spell, walking back and forth. He's taking a beating though here, 1v4. In comes Dawnbreaker, and Ame will finally die. So, like you said, it's a play for the Tormentor mostly though.
Yeah, you had to. I guess that's worth it. They had to throw everything at that Tiny to finish that off. And I feel like XG did not expect him to live that long, because no one really responded. But funny enough, he lived so long, I think they could have responded and possibly won that fight.
Wait. Oh, Skem got it. Okay. Not that bad, I guess. I think you would much rather have the Hoodwink Shard, but is what it is. Yeah, it surprised me. I was not expecting him to survive that long either. But Tiny just casual 3,300 health and 20 armor. No big deal.
Usually Skem plays pretty greedy, but he feels one of his jobs is to just tank up this game, so this shard will be a little less value. Maybe if this game goes late, he can scale up. For now, as we see, even those defensive items cannot save him versus the combined damage of 4 heroes. Ooh, line drawn straight towards that Tiny. Tim's reading it. He's like, I know Ame. I know he's over here. Let's go get him.
Dawnbreaker's ult's only 15 seconds on cooldown as well, so Toronto Tokyo should be able to join them if they do find him. And there is no Fiend's Grip as well, so I think he feels pretty safe over there. XXS, however, is going to walk right into him, pops the BKB, and will just tunnel down Tims.
That's a lot of healing.
Oh my goodness, the stick, Lotus, everything to keep him alive. Definitely catching the Beastmaster. I mean, it caught me off guard, and we can see everything. What the heck was that?
They had the vision of a ward in the mid lane, so they saw that movement coming in. He thought, yeah, I'll just kill this squirrel real quick, but maybe did not check the items like we did not. That was a lot. Plus the Dawnbreaker heal, keeping him alive. Easy Beastmaster kill.
Dang, that was nuts. That was so close to just killing him immediately, but well played.
Wow, I'm surprised they didn't feel a little bit more confident down here to try for that Luna. They had Tiny, Bane, and Snapfire.
Speaking of Tiny, baiting Skem potentially. He's gonna pop the dust, try and run, but yeah.
It's a slow hit, but it's a heavy hit.
You just need one. You just need one. Now the Silver Edge makes more sense to me. I was like, why does he go on the Silver Edge? I mean, it is a pretty solid item on the Tiny for sure, but does give him that kill threat into the Enchantress, which is funny. Smoked up in the mid lane. XXS. Well, they find a Fiend's Grip instead onto the Dawnbreaker, and she's dead before anything else really comes out. Sharpshooter will connect onto the Snapfire, and the Roar, well, it canceled the Pangalier's roll. YoPaj will throw it now as the Luna trying to chase after them. There's going to be their first stun here. They'll get the second. They get themselves the kill. Now looking for FY. Tims does get him with the Essence Distiller, so they know where this Coddle is. And it's going to be up to Natsumi to try and clear it as they will cut him off on the Pangolier. A nice 2 kills, turnaround. And they still have got that Aegis for another 30 seconds, but I don't know if you can get much else out of it at this point.
I think you have to slow down though, because even as the Aegis expires, the Butterfly is now on the way on the Courier. And although you kind of trade offlaners, Beastmaster actually used his BKB and his Roar, whereas Dawnbreaker just got Fiend's Grip and killed, right? So she's actually got everything ready to go. I think you can just group up and do a little bit right here, even as the Aegis is gone.
Yeah, they need themselves some Lotus Orbs on the side of OG. It's a real good Linken's and Lotus game. I don't know when or who's gonna get them, but if you can prevent Fiend's Grip or Roars this game, the fights are so much easier. They're almost to the Aghanim Scepter on the Pangolier, which is kind of one of those massive damage upgrades for this hero. And with this Butterfly, Natsumi is just going to be pumping out damage. So you've already got these Eclipse, that's super low cooldown, tons of magic damage in the fights, but now you're going to have that kind of right-click power as well. Lots of AoE damage coming out from the Luna now.
I'm a little torn on this Ags, actually, because I feel like he could have done Lotus to protect himself or his Luna. Like, it would have lined up really nicely with his Butterfly timing. But I do I mean, Ags is a classic, right? It also shares, it spreads the Mage Slayer a little easier in these fights, possibly some negative armor for these glaive bounces, and you got a high damage from everyone else. So I get the idea. I hope someone queues up a Lotus soon, though.
As for Extreme big items, NTS grabbed the Shivas. He's gonna just drop the Mortimer Kisses in the mid lane as Ame, hold up. Well, didn't get the BKB off. You traded the position 5 Enchantress for the carry Tiny. As YoPaj will continue to chase, gets eyes on the FY. Does manage to get the Will-O-Wisp out, but great roll up to dodge the stun. There's gonna be the Roar. Can they keep Pangolier alive? Absolutely not. Toronto Tokyo will pop his BKB, try and stand his ground here against this Beastmaster. Natsumi keeps getting pulled back in by the Wisp. The Bane coming through, looking for that Fiend's Grip. He's gonna find him. The cancel though, in from Tims. You need to be careful. Natsumi falling low, burning. He's gonna die to a Brain Sap. XG keeping the fight alive, and instead, the big winners is they take down 4 overall.
TSS blink in a second. Yeah, one
Make it
more
5.
for the road.
That's a full
Alright,
team
see how
wipe
much
for the
damage-
Tiny.
I gotta see how much damage he did there. NTS on the Snapfire. Great positioning throughout. Didn't overcommit any moment, right? He throws the abilities, backs off, steps back in. Beautifully done. All you had to do is bait your Tiny, right? Get the Tiny kill, get OG overexcited, like, oh, easy fight here. But it helps to take GLYPH out very quickly, right? The swashbuckles and the shield crashes add up in a fight, even if he doesn't have roll, and that's just out of the picture. They already committed a lot on the Tiny, then onto the Beastmaster, and that just frees up everyone else to spam out all their spells throughout this.
Is under attack. Dire are scanning.
You're starting to kind of see a little bit of a lack of damage on the side of OG once these ultimates are down. Like the Luna, she has this butterfly, but she needs another big item, right? And she's going for the Satanic, which is not really damage. They're going to jump in here onto the Hoodwink. Big Dawnbreaker ulti on in, going to try and find XXS. They both have their BKBs. Rolling Thunder from GLYPH, not going to really do a whole lot, but there's the Eclipse. Goodbye, XXS. As now they will chase for FY. They find him on the side. And they'll get themselves the second kill. Great response immediately from Toronto Tokyo. Ame coming in with a BKB, trying to kill Natsumi. And they might have the damage with NTS. Just hits him with another cookie. The question is, can the Snapfire get out of here? Looks for Tim's, gets another kill as Toronto Tokyo caught sleeping. And now, underneath a full duration Fiend's Grip, not much he can do here as Ame gonna try and finish the job, jumps back across, and they get it. Another massive win for XG, despite what looks like a good start to the fight for
Bro,
OG.
whoever gets the first kill loses the fight. It's just, it's a bait. I guess you just commit too much going for it, right? You're trying to take out this fast kill, but you end up overcommitting damage, and it gives the remaining heroes the freedom to deliver everything in.
This Luna's not doing damage for some reason, like at all. Like she does the
It's 'cause
Eclipse.
the Ags, right? The
Yeah,
Ags
it's
is
like
not giving her bonus damage.
Yeah, it's like the Eclipse goes out, it kills Beastmaster, and then she does nothing for the rest of the fight. It's
I think it's
really
it's
weird.
hard to say, but is this Beastmaster a bait, or is it like all of the heroes are a bait? Because you take out Beastmaster, but Snapfire Tiny is a bunch of damage, right? You take out the Tiny in that earlier fight, but Beastmaster Snapfire is a bunch of damage.
Yeah.
So now we got to try the Snapfire, right? Maybe Snapfire is the one that needs to be taken out first with the Eclipse, and then you can handle the Beastmaster Tiny.
might be onto
Now you're going to do
something.
that from some money behind, though, because you lost the last 2 fights.
And now you have an Ag's Bane, so good luck.
Ooh.
That Fiend's Grip's going off.
Does she have the... Oh, the Ags isn't mini stun, does it?
No, not anymore. No, they got rid of the 25 stun
Yeah,
talent. Now it's
I
just
was
like
taking a look at
chain
that.
bounces now.
I was like, maybe if you get that, then that's like your Ags counter.
Oh, that is an amplified damage Mortimer Kisses. Quick little roar into the kill.
Like a one Snapfire ult hit Tim's and he lost like half his health.
Yeah, and that's just easy Roshan.
Second one, so you get the banner and the double catapult wave. 31 alive still. Not for XG. Never mind. Sometimes you can line that up really nicely. You get the banner with 2 catapults instantly. Nightmare save. Is it enough?
He got
The
him.
bounces. There's so
Okay.
many.
Orbital cannon success. You've taken out a hero, but you just have to wait for another 60 seconds. So, I mean, that's really all you have right now on the side of OG. I feel like it's just this Luna Eclipse.
It is a pretty low cooldown now that you have that 20 talent.
Yeah.
Only a 65 second, so get a quick kill, back out, wait, repeat. And I think this is the Satanic? Oh no, he ended up going for the BKB, which actually will help reduce a lot of the damage. Rather than trying to
Absolutely.
heal through it with the Satanic, just take reduced damage from the Ags on the Roar, the Snapfire ult, Tiny Avalanche.
I like it a lot because I'll be honest, he wasn't attacking anything in these fights. Like, we never got to see the Luna really do any damage outside of the Eclipse. So I think the BKB will help a lot, like you said. Now, taking this fight into the Aegis is spooky. The jump in. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Roar cancels it. Natsumi down to a little bit of health already. Has a lot of damage coming through into the Fiend's Grip onto the Pangolier. They gotta bail him out, but they can't. And now Dawnbreaker is stuck in the middle. 3 dead right away. You fight into Aegis, and well, you lose everything. Good positioning on Xtreme Gaming there, just baiting in OG. And that is a devastating loss.
BKB might be a little bit too late. The damage from the Snapfire is just overwhelming.
Yeah.
I'll see one more time. Both teams ready for this fight, but one team's got Aegis and an 8K gold lead. Certainly helps a lot. Snapfire free reign this entire time in the back.
And again, like, Luna runs at them and they're just like, all right, bye. Like, they just kite her out. They don't care that the BKB's over at this point. And, well, you do not have the control.
Yeah, it was also a good ult from X-Nova. Good positioning.
Oh, yeah.
He's pretty far back. And they don't have an easy way to cancel it. There's no basher on the Pango. Bushwhack can only, it's really long range, but right, there's only so far you can go. If you're in the back and X-Nova's in the back, right, it's hard to reach that far.
Yeah, as long as he Fiend's Grips Pangolier, the Fiend's Grips full duration, realistically.
And if you Fiend Grip Luna and Pango somewhere else, then yeah, Luna's like the other way you can possibly deal with it. Dropping the Ags Eclipse we talked about, right? You can't mini stun, but you can kill him at least.
Yeah, yeah. It's not looking great for the side of OG as NTS closing in on that level 25 talent here for the Snapfire. Those extra Mortimer kisses. If you thought it was rough now, oof.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's gonna be Scythe 2 halfway there.
And we've still got a minute 40 on the Aegis.
It looks like they're setting up for bottom, right? Beastmaster and Coddle are bringing the lane in. The others are getting ready for this Wisdom Shrine steal. They've already got a ward placed in this lane. I feel like this is where you drop the banner, siege the high ground, get your first barracks.
Oh yeah, you have a Daedalus delivered on the Tiny, bro. This guy's about to clap these buildings. Does hit level 25, gets the double toss charge as well, so he's gonna delete any hero he finds at this point.
Playing it safe. They really want to pick off before they go high ground.
Yeah.
I think you can force it, but I mean, this is the safer play.
They're smoked up. There's one outer tower remaining, so they figure, you know, maybe why not just get this last tier 2 tower, have all 3 lanes available. I think it's a little bit easier to siege this high ground on top side anyway.
Dire's top tower.
OG knows though, there's a ward sentry combo that I believe saw the tiny invis in that area.
Yeah.
X-Nova must have just like barely walked past those with the gem.
Hey, a Lotus Orb. We got one.
Dire's structures.
Is this what they need? A tall order at this point. 20k down. Aegis is about to expire. You just chill for 10 more seconds.
It still doesn't counter Fiend's Grip, though, is the thing now that he has Ags. Like, this is where it's like you needed this, I think, earlier, because if you still...
Ags.
Yeah, it's like if you Fiend's Grip into a Lotus, it'll stun the main Bane, but the other 2 illusions still get their Fiend's Grip off, correct?
Last I checked, Dota, the weird one with sometimes the spaghetti code changes every now and then. So we'll find out potentially in this game, but the last time I had checked, what you said is correct. The illusions keep going. Doesn't quite make sense, but it does.
Ooh, that's a Scythe on the Coddle. Whoa.
Oh, BKB popped.
Okay. Well, that's not good.
Got really scared there. I guess I can't blame him. They didn't know where a lot of heroes were, and
they're
one
all off the
avalanche
map.
cost is death. So it looks a little funny when we have the perfect vision, but from his perspective, he's sweating in those trees. Fast TP bottom. They're gonna find the Dawnbreaker. This is the pickoff they've been hunting for.
Yeah. These
Very
boots of
quick
travel
kill.
are doing sick. They have another scythe now done on the Snapfire, so double scythe. He has the double cookie stun. The amount of control coming in from the side of Xtreme, like, let's just count the stuns on the side of OG, right? You have Lucent Beam, if you want to count that as a stun, Rolling Thunder, and then you have Starbreaker / Solar Guardian, and then
And the
Bushwhack.
Bushwhack.
Right,
And
so like that's
when you
about
enchant a Mud Golem or
Ah.
a Centaur,
Okay.
or one of the river creeps.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure Snapfire has as much CC as the entire team combined.
I think Fiend's Grip alone is more CC than
Yeah,
him.
Fiend's Grip alone actually is. You're right. Just one single stun of the Fiend's Grip, right? Like, it's so hard to take the fight, especially when you're this far behind and you're just playing into like 10 times the amount of hard control.
Yeah, I don't really think of him this way, but he does have the new passive on Bane, the Icor of Niktasha, and with the amount of kills he's getting, right, he's getting more status resistance on the enemy. So like the Nightmare and the Fiend's Grip are starting to last longer and longer.
Oh gosh, I'm like looking at the buffs that are around. Yeah, it's actually kind of nuts. Roll Thunder goes in, finds the Bane. Okay.
All right, cursed him. Oh, that
They
was the
get the
gem,
gem.
too. That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good find.
Dude, negative 15% status resist. That's actually kind of cool.
Stun him into the next game.
Yeah. Negative 20% currently on the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, it's
Jump in.
It's-
Hex finds the finds the Enchantress now. Dawnbreaker's going to come in with the BKB. NTS will respond with his own, so they're going to look for their opening, but there's the Roar, trying to make space to just get out of this one. They've committed a little bit too far. Tiny is nowhere to be found. GLYPH, what a block on the bridge, but the
so much
healing
healing.
coming through from FY. They will still get it done. Okay. XG getting caught a little bit out of position here. Really good capitalization on OG.
I feel like XG was trying to be cute there. You know, it's like, oh, we lost Bane, but let's go for a sneaky kill. You know, like maybe OG gets overconfident, they spread out a little bit, we'll find something. But instead, you just end up on the map, and OG actually just 5-man. They 5-brained it. They're like, they'll think we'll split up. Let's just continue to 5-man, even though we've already killed a hero.
It's
This is
like,
a really nice block.
Like, Tiny is nowhere to be found either. Like, if Tiny's here, it's very different. Like, he kills GLYPH probably instantly, maybe one of the supports, and like, you know, you probably just end chasing the fight on OG. But Ame was in a different time zone.
Dude, maybe one day the map will be so big,
Radiant's middle tower
the top of the map will start to get dark before the bottom. We can have time zones in Dota.
That would be nuts. All right, so we finally get a little bit of space here for OG. Roshan's going to spawn in about 10 seconds. She does have her level 25 talent on the Luna, so a lot more damage for herself, right? 100 bonus damage from the Lunar Blessing, 50 going over to her allies.
are scanning.
So that's a pretty substantial damage increase for everybody, but the smoke on smoke here, 9 seconds till the Snapfire comes up. But they're gonna go in, retake the high ground. Okay, well, you definitely wanted to hold that area, I believe.
Dire are scanning.
Smoke's breaking left and right.
Well, they're gonna go with the Rolling Thunder. They catch the Beastmaster. Can they kill him before the BKB? No, he turns it around. In comes Ame. They get right on top of the Hoodwink, take her out, but that will be a full duration Fiend's Grip to cancel the Rolling Thunder once again. The blink back of the way. They get the stun out onto the Dawnbreaker. NTS, another stun comes through with the cookie. They get the kill. 2 dead as now Natsume's gonna try and TP to safety under the tail end of his BKB. Enchantress will not be able to survive. GLYPH barely escapes. You gave up the high ground. You had it. You had the outpost. You had the vision. You were smoked. XG just walk up, take the advantage fight.
It is tough to take these 5-on-5 fights no matter where you are. Like, even if you are on the high ground, which I think is preferable, like, you can still get baited because there are a bunch of AoE abilities, right? Like, Tiny just goes in, Avalanche tosses you all, positioning on the high ground. But I feel like sieging from the low ground was even harder then. Like, Bane baited himself. He, like, went in with the smoke, knows he's just going to buy back, and TP into the outpost they just recaptured.
Yeah.
Beastmaster tanky enough to also go in, and actually that's where the fight looked a little shaky because Bane and Beastmaster were kind of targeted at the same time, but they didn't have the damage to finish the Beastmaster quickly. So then it's enough time for the Bane to come back, and you just, yeah, like you said, you're already on the high ground, so the fight's easy for you. Snapfire all thrown. Oh, Eclipse onto the Tiny, but
Yopaj's gonna roll in, but just turn around. Yeah, doesn't want to overcommit, and yeah, don't blame him. That is Eclipse down. That is your big damage spell.
I appreciate the attempt because, I mean, even if you're 5-on-5, the fight's very difficult for you, so you're trying to get a fast Tiny snipe, but...
Blink Roar, instant Aeon Disc pop. Now the Mortimer Kiss is just raining in, yeah. So space being made on the high ground here to try and claim that lane of Rax. NTS gonna go in with a nice Blink Scythe into a kill onto the Hoodwink Tim, surviving for now. A second cookie pops the refresher. He's not gonna get the kill. Oh my goodness, Tim's. Don't know how he makes it happen, but it does. Here come the Mortimer Kisses, though, trying to get Yopaj. They will do it. So that was a refresher shard from NTS to find this one, and now 90 seconds without the Pangolier. A blink, a Hex comes in. Dawnbreaker will bail out Skem with a BKB, but the Fiend's Grip from X-Nova. There's going to be Eclipse from Natsumi, but they don't have the damage. They're just walking away. Cheese out from the Snapfire, and with this one, another buyback forced. This one from the Hoodwink, and you've still got 3 minutes left on the Aegis. They're looking for Tims in the trees. They won't find them, but the lanes of Rax are crumbling, and FY will keep his team nice and healthy here on the Coddle.
I feel like I don't even know who to highlight. Everyone is doing so well on the side of XG. I'll start with Bane. I feel like there have been a lot of good Nightmare saves in this game, and when you're trying to burst people down with Eclipse, losing someone for a second is a lot of lost damage, and it gives those heroes time to respond and get out, such as the million cookies coming out from Snapfire. It's like a so low cooldown, 2 charges, had the refresher earlier, popping more than Largo in this game. Game gonna end here. One final defense, but I don't really have anything.
Yeah, there's nothing left in the tank here. They don't have a BKB. They bought a Divine Rapier on Natsumi, but he just gets chain controlled up. A Hex after double cookie, it's like double cookie roar Hex. Like, well, what does it matter? Like, you just actually cannot survive through that amount of control. And XG will get the victory here over OG.
Really well done in the end by XG. I don't know. A lot of this comes down to the itemization. I feel like I kind of get the idea behind the Ags on the Luna, but I feel like the execution is so difficult compared to just a more standard right-click build, especially in a game with summons. And you don't have that much crowd control either. Like, that's when Eclipse gets really good with the Ags. X-Nova, you don't even look that excited. Like, you know, someone just jumps in, stuns, and you drop the Eclipse. That's kind of how the Snapfire worked, right? Fiend's Grip, Avalanche, or Roar, they just go in and you just dump the ult and get an easy kill. I think that was the idea behind the Luna Ags, but it just didn't really pay off.
I agree. And then I also think, like, when you're in a matchup that's not great in the mid lane, that I still cannot believe that first Rolling Thunder play backfiring as much as it did, because I mean, we look at the Nothing to Say Snapfire at the end of the game here, like 15-3-19, he was involved in so many kills and just does the most damage by a huge margin for his team. Like, he's 23,000 more damage than the next highest hero in his team, more so than the Luna even as well. And if there was a hero you needed to shut down with an early rotation, it was definitely the Snapfire, and it unfortunately backfired for them. And yeah, good composure from Xtreme. They get themselves the win. They played very well. as they will continue, their run here at Blastland. But we've got more games coming up here in just a moment, everybody, so stay tuned. We're going to be back with Aurora versus GLYPH. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back to the Blast Slam 7, everybody. We are ready to go with our next series, or at least about to, and it's going to be Aurora versus GLYPH. Now, Aurora has been looking pretty strong as of late. GLYPH, a team that kind of coming out of the SEA region, they're doing all right now. Currently a 1-1. They got a victory over Falcons this morning, and we'll see how they can do here, but Aurora's a tough team.
Yeah, I like this version of Aurora. I think this like fusion team lineup was a surprise for a lot of people when they first formed, and it was very rough to start, actually. If you first looked at it, the synergy was not there, but they've really improved as time has gone on. They've kind of like figured out what works for them. But then something happens. I don't know what, but sometimes they just like dip down and it's rocky again, and then suddenly they figure it out again and they look amazing, and they just finished second at Dream League. So hopefully still on that high and gonna continue well here. I would certainly favor them over GLYPH, but this is the lineup not to be underestimated, because all these players have a good amount of experience, and you can never count out the like explosiveness of an SEA team,
Yeah, I think Zeal is still one of my like kind of unsung heroes of a lot of the rosters he's played on. He's pretty consistent from the off lane. I think when he first popped into the scene, he was pretty dominant, but he just needed a little bit of direction, and I think that was one of the things that we talked about in different interviews with like his coaches and him specifically. He's like I feel like I'm good at the game, but I don't really have like, there's certain just like team-based things that he was inexperienced with, and now that he's got 5, 6, 7 years of playing on like high caliber teams at this point, like he's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think he brings a lot of consistency to a lot of lineups he's on, which is not usually the SEA way. Usually the SEA way is a real explosive start, very high mechanics. I think it's gonna be quite good for them. But Aurora will certainly be a test. Aurora's laning is pretty solid, at least when they're on point. The synergy between the players, they know what they like, right? Like, you kind of know Makoto's hero pool. It's very well established, but he's so good at them. Even as you prepare to counter pick them, to ban them out, he's very good at them. He's got a sick hairdo he's fixing up here too. Gotta look good to play good.
In terms of the bans, the Clockwork actually sneaks through.
Yeah, let something through.
Oh wow. First pick of the Snapfire and the immediate Clockwork response. I mean, to me that makes sense, right? Like, Clockwork is actually quite good against Snapfire and always has been. I am not sure if it's going to be the mid lane Snapfire, but
the flex is possible.
The
but
flex
I think
is there, yeah.
Yeah, I think when the Clockwork enters the game, you do downgrade it to a support. But although Clockwork has tools against Snapfire, it also goes the other way, right? You can cookie yourself or allies out of the power cogs. Little Shredder is free money every time that guy uses power cogs. So that's kind of why I like it in support, and you try to match it up into the Clockwork, because Clockwork just loses a lot of kill threat. Granted, the current version of Clockwork, which is sort of like the old version of Clockwork, now that he has lost Expanded Armature, he is less about kills in the lane. Expanded Armature was very easy for that, right? You trap him in there, it did damage, you bounce him around. This time you're kind of like pushing him back and kicking cogs at them to do damage and burn their mana. So it's more like space making support in the lane as opposed to like kill threat. You can if you bounce him back, but that's kind of hard. You have to like get behind them and then power cogs them all the way out. It's harder. And especially even more so with a hero like Snapfire against you, because she's just going to cookie out of it even if you do push her back, or you're not going to push her back at all because she's going to be farming the power cogs.
Well, with the Quap and Invoker bans, to me it kind of seems like they still want to run the Snapfire mid, but we'll see.
You can at least pretend to, right? Like, oh, it's totally Snapfire mid,
Big smile on KP over there as he's cooking together a really fun draft. he's such a fun person to talk to, actually. When it came to like interviews, we got a couple of really good conversations with him and his kind of like ideas for the team, and clearly it's been working. Like I think ever since he joined, things have been going well. Like they've been steadily improving. We'll grab the Storm Spirit. One of the better lane heroes against Snapfire. He's not really threatened by the, you know, the bonus damage aura like that, like some of the melee heroes like Pangolier are. And he has good catch as well.
That's a safe pick if it is a mid lane matchup. But if they do end up flexing it, like we suspect could be the case, that's fine. He's got a lot of safe matchups, that Storm Spirit, especially with the bans that are already in play. Maybe like Ember Spirit is like the final one that's like very annoying that is popular. But you can counter in the support role in the meantime. The Lion Hex Stun, very annoying for these heroes like Storm Spirit. Could be the support duo as well, which is Snapfire wants someone who sets up the ultimate. And Lion with the Hex and the Earth Spike, that's plenty to work with so that the two supports can just get kills on their own. Though you do have to keep an eye out for that Clockwork, right? He can just ruin the entire plan by hook-shotting in.
Glyph also have the potential of the Coddle themselves now that you have this Storm Spirit if they want to try and pair it up there. And then Aurora really have to consider shutting down the Storm somehow. You do have an 18th pick here, so you can respond with something if you really want, like the Huskar counter mid, or you could go for something like an Ember Spirit. They're going to grab themselves the Tiny. Still a lot of flex options. Like this could just be carry Tiny for Nightfall. It could be the mid Tiny.
Could be position 4 Tiny.
Yeah, true.
No matter where he goes, though, Avalanche Toss, also great setup for the Snapfire ult, which we
saw that last game.
Fan of.
That's for sure.
Now we saw, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of magic damage lately today, I feel like. And in game 1, or was it game 6 for the stream, but for us, our first game, that Mage Slayer pipe combo just shuts down so much of these magic damage, right? From the side of Aurora right now. So I'd kind of like to see Glyph consider that. Okay, this is a different route, but Repel is even better than Mage Slayer and Pipe for one person, your favorite person, possibly yourself, if this is a core Omni Knight.
I was gonna say, what if this is just core Omni? I've been wondering if we'd be seeing like the core Omni Knight come back, because it feels like it might be his best role with like the base damage at level 10, and then they've been slowly increasing the damage on Hammer of Purity and the healing that it does, which sometimes that just means like it ends up just being a support because he has more harassment in lane, but who knows? There's the Winter Wyvern, so it looks like we are getting the core Omni. The which role, though, we'll have to see.
The core Wyvern, but yeah, I don't think it's quite there yet.
I think it'd be off lane Omni Knight into carry Tiny. Like, to me, that actually sounds pretty like dominating.
Yeah, I think that
into
could
the
be,
Tiny lane.
I think that could be pretty good. And even outside the lane, like wherever this ends up, you can end up repelling the Storm, right? That's something really scary for him, is to zip in, and then there's the Lion Finger, Hex into the stuns and the fingers, and then Avalanche, right? But now you have so much more confidence without having to pop the BKB every single time you want to go in. You just get repelled first. So a lot more freedom over to that Storm. Though if you do end up running the carry Omni Knight, I don't. That's my repel. I don't know if you're putting it on the Storm then.
Time to make way.
There's so much control.
Yeah. To me, Tidehunter is probably one of the better heroes against Winter Wyvern. I mean, to be fair, there's literally nothing in the game right now that kills Tidehunter except for Storm's level 25 talent. Like, that's literally it. So I think it's actually a pretty good pick for that. It gives you a good body to put up front.
Yeah,
And
now
then
you
in
ban out the Ursa.
Yeah, I was saying now you ban out like the couple of heroes in the carry role that are actually rough for Tidehunter, which Ursa, it actually loses the lane to Tidehunter, but eventually Ursa is a very good hero against the Tide. I'm trying to think anything else in that carry role. Maybe Lifestealer. It's a pretty good Lifestealer game.
At the same time, there's so much instant stun. It's a little scary. Like, you may not even get the rage off. You have to pop it so early.
Yeah, I think you just have to rely on like Wyvern and Omni to bail you out, right? And then if you don't 100 to 0 the Lifestealer, he just rips through the fight.
I think you need damage, whatever you get here. You don't have to
Yeah.
beat. You don't have to beat Tidehunter in the lane strictly, but you need to bring damage because.
Monkey King, okay.
Okay, that's another one that does well versus Tide and has damage. Omni just, he like kind of has damage, but it's very slow because you need to build the Radiance as core Omni Knight is usually what we see. Maybe there's some new cooked up build we've got going on here, but typically it's Radiance, which is a very slow build up, and these are pretty tanky heroes on the side of Aurora, so I don't think the Radiance even scares them that much.
I mean,
Not be able to kill Egg either this game, actually.
yeah, I was gonna say one of the other things is always like Drow Ranger, but it's not the best in a Tiny because he's all bonus armor. You could consider something like, I mean, do people even, are people ever
Bro, I don't know
willing to
what
pick Troll?
you pick. I don't.
Shadow Demon actually makes
You
it
have,
so hard.
you have the lane versus a Tidehunter. You got to deal with Tiny Burst and crowd control. There's all the anti-fun from Shadow Demon. This is, I don't know. This is a very tough one.
To me, the most straightforward is the Lifestealer. I think that is like the general, it can survive the lane, it'll scale, it just needs more space, which is the, you know, whether or not they get it, we'll have to see, because it is like this Tidehunter Snapfire, you know, tiny Tricore, and we've seen how much pressure Snapfire can put onto the map. In terms of other carries, is there any that I am missing? I mean, surely, yes. I was just...
Gyro or TA, maybe?
I was thinking TA. It's just... It doesn't... Ooh, I just don't know if it's enough.
Slork?
Slork, my boy. Shadow Fiend. That is not the hero I thought they were going to go.
It is damage, and you can threaten the Tidehunter because of the raises. But there are heroes who can get to the Shadow Fiend. It's usually something he doesn't like, and then burst him down. With that said, you have the Wyvern. The BKB Piercing ult can help save Jack Boys. So can Clockwork Hookshot. Omni's there to save, you know. They do have ways to protect him. I don't know. It seems like a tough one.
My main concern was like, if you don't pick a hero, if you pick a hero that can get one shot in the carry role, I don't know how you play the game. And I think they legitimately have that amount of burst damage on the side of Aurora. And you can cover the fight as well with Ravage, which makes it very scary.
Yeah, I feel like Aurora's draft plays itself. I think they have solid lanes. The plan is clear.
All I know is Zeal's about to cook on this Omni Knight, though. This dude is about to just eat this Tiny alive.
I'm ready to see it. I do think Glyph has tools here. Their execution is just so much harder, right? Like,
Yeah.
all the different things have to go into place. Like, okay, we got to have a hook shot or some kind of control for Snapfire. Okay, we can't use abilities and then, like, just disruption saves them, right? So I was like, okay, he's got to be accounted for. Okay, Winter's Curse can't, like, grief Requiem, you know? Omni's got to make sure the repel's in the right spot. Theirs is a lot harder. But if you do connect the pieces, especially off of a strong lane, it can happen. I don't think you're allowed to make very many mistakes.
The Shadow Fiend lane is going to be strong. Like, this is not a lane Tidehunter likes. So I think they kind of prioritize that instead of anything else. Or like, we need a carry that's going to have a good lane and be able to still scale. So they kind of prioritize that over something like the Lifestealer that I thought maybe would be like a better late game scaling hero, but we'll see how they do. Man, these have been some fun games today. These best of ones, man, it's just rapid fire. We're already down to the final 2 series of the day.
Seen some different styles every time as well. Some new heroes. It's always nice. Interested in this Omni Core. I do think this hero falls very, very flat if you have a bad start. So the beginning has to go well. Yeah, Omni Knight just... he doesn't offer much from behind.
I agree. I will say, as a very big fan of offlane Omni Knights, this is a pretty easy lane for him. It's like Shadow Demon is kind of like whatever, annoying, but he's not going to be threatened by this Tiny. The only way he dies if he gets like tossed into tower. So you just need to be careful on positioning. Aurora smoked up, walking up onto the high ground. We'll see who they end up finding. And it's going to be a great disruption setup here into a ton of damage from the Clockwork. They get the purification as he's going to live. Snipes a cog back the other way to get the first blood onto Mira instead. And now Kaori forced to run away. And hold on. DJ Aura, baby. Omni Knight. I'm just kidding. Very good. Okay, they actually get themselves a first blood on the side of Glyph. This is quite nice. Goes the way of the Wyvern. Maybe not the best hero to get first blood on, but you take those.
Yeah, you take what you can get. Emo gets a Galvanize stack. And I'll tell you what, the unsung win here, Glyph didn't even use their smoke yet. They were getting ready. They just saved 50 gold for later.
Begins.
Trying to see if there's any heroes that got left like kind of low on resources, but it doesn't really look like it. Like Tidehunter took a little bit of damage, but not much. He'll just be fine under his tower.
It was early enough that everyone who was low, mainly the Clockwork, just walked home and walked back out.
Yeah. Easy boots first.
Yeah, Aurora did manage to get 3 bounty runes to help balance out a little bit that the first blood gold going to Wyvern. And like you said, Wyvern, not the strongest laner, so it's not as scary. Wyvern is going bottom, which makes sense. Like the Clockwork pairing with Shadow Fiend is really strong. In my mind, like Wyvern is usually a better 5, but yeah, I think this lane swap makes sense.
Yeah, I think you need the Clockwork to make space against the Lion Tide. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, a single Earth Spike into Gush, he's gonna lose like half his health. And maybe you have a little bit of healing coming in from the Wyvern, but not much. Dude, we are dancing on the Omni Knight. He is a great pose.
He's praying for water, apparently. Trying to stay hydrated.
Rookie mistake, dude. Not coming to the computer with all your liquids. I've got 3 different drinks on my desk right now. I come
earlier
prepared.
at the cams, XG, the whole packs of water bottles on the back wall.
That's true.
They were prepared.
It's actually really funny.
He'll just talk less in the game, He's gonna save the moisture.
What's your favorite drink to have when you're casting? Do you have like a preference? Like, do you ever like always have like one specific thing?
No, I always just save water. I mean, some kind of caffeine because we wake up at early morning, but usually it's just coffee. Got the water.
What kind of coffee?
Got to make some kind of tea and like honey,
Yeah.
Are you all at the desk ready?
Are you an iced coffee kind of guy? We don't get to leave the
PC for sure.
Yeah.
Usually hot coffee in the morning. Sometimes iced coffee.
if I'm drinking like leftover coffee because I'm too lazy to make it and I don't want to waste stuff.
Leftover? Oh, I guess like you
Like I
made
made
a
it
pot of coffee
yesterday, and
or
I'm
something.
like, I hate throwing things away, so I just keep it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
All right, into the game. No more coffee.
No,
It
there's
was
always time
declared.
for more coffee.
Not for Zeal.
Yeah, not for Zeal. He's dehydrated and
He had his coffee. He didn't have the water. That was the mistake. He had his coffee, but no water.
Yeah, I mean, that will dehydrate you. That's
Oh
a
no,
problem.
the diuretic. It got me.
Getting ganked by coffee, big problem. Never want to get ganked by coffee.
Zeal, time to do some bopping.
Dude, that Hammer of Purity, when this comes out at level 2, Nightfall is not gonna have a fun time.
It is 25 bonus damage plus then whatever bonus base damage, 30%, right? And it's pure,
Yeah.
so it can get through Tiny. Well, okay, Tiny has no armor, so I guess it would have been pure damage to him anyways.
Oh my gosh, Makoto just absolutely mind flaying Emo in the mid lane. This was so close, but barely gets the kill. He ends up dying, I think, to the creeps. Oh
Fortunately
man.
not first blood because it happened earlier. That like when you first blood in the mid lane solo, that's like game winning. But solo kill also pretty good. Makoto gonna be happy with that. Gets the bottle, gets the regen, so it's not like he's even returning to lane. Very low health.
Yeah, you can kind of just see the Tiny's gonna farm. Like we saw this last game. Like even though the Tiny's like in a rough lane taking a beating from heroes, the dude just has like 70 plus, almost 100 damage between like tree throw and stuff. So
Has been killed.
he can CS fairly well.
Ouch. That hammer purity adds up. Only 13 seconds at level 1.
Yeah. It also is a lot of regen. Like, maybe not a ton of regen, but it's a decent amount. Like, 35% of the damage is healed. So
It's like a 35 heal, essentially, right? If it's like 100 pure damage,
Yeah.
let's just say.
not bad.
He's healing.
I know we focused a lot on the bottom lane, but I guess we can talk about some of the other ones. Top lane, we've got Jack Boys on his Shadow Fiend. With the clockwork, they have managed to destroy all of the trees, which I think that's good for Aurora. I don't think you actually want to be able to. You need to be able to keep your eyes on the clockwork. Otherwise, you just keep sniping you with cogs from the sidelines.
It's so funny to me, the evolution of clockwork over the years. Now he's like, the build is now power cogs and rocket flare. And you
Yeah.
like show this to an old clockwork player, it's like, what do you mean there's no battery assault? That's his best ability. And you're like, no, well, now it's really just a mini stun. You know, you don't really need to level it.
Yeah, if you told me like battery assault would not be like the highest leveled ability on this hero for like for the last like 10 years, that was kind of the way. It's like you pretty much almost always level battery assault, which he's actually getting destroyed by Mira here.
The irony, mana burn the mana burner.
Yeah, right.
Are we gonna see a repeat from our Snapfire? Oh wait, hold on thoughts. Shadow Fiend taking some damage, but it's not a particularly high damage support on the side of Mira.
If he hit that cog, Mira was going to be in a lot of trouble. He just turns around, he's like, I'm going to get you, dude. I want this kill, but potentially goes back the other way, pops the Lotus. WS needs one more auto attack and will not be able to find the range on it. Right on the edge. I mean, 3 heroes with very little health now in the top lane. Bottom lane, another fight breaking out down here as Kaori will take down Narman, but Nightfall getting chased down by Zeal. One more auto attack, gets the purification under the tower, and he does it. All right. Omni Knight walking down the Tiny.
Hammer Purity heal. It adds up in these
Dude,
more
it's-
drawn out fights. When you can't just like instantly burst someone with Avalanche Toss and it actually ends up being right click trade, it really does help.
Lots of fighting in these side lanes. Mid is kind of whatever. I think the Snapfire has like kind of firmly dominated the mid lane after that first blood, and Emo is full mode jungle. He went Soul Ring because his lane is going so bad. So, you know, not ideal for the Storm Spirit.
Now you just gotta wait for him to get level 6 and see what plays can be made.
I mean, Makoto is about to unleash a Mortimer Kisses here anytime he sees something.
Yeah, the supports are looking to set it up.
Radiant
But it
That's
also
top
means this
lane.
power rune is for sure gonna be theirs. They have 3 observers in mid right now.
Almost finds WS there. Do not want to give him the Lotus for free. I really like that they're bringing extra pressure mid, right? They know Storm Spirit has no game at the moment. He is still not even close to level 6. And so they're going to pop the Mortimer Kisses back behind the tier 1. Look for that disruption setup. Kayara will grab the kill.
Or he gets it.
Yeah, I mean, not ideal, but you'll take it. Pops the illusion rune. They're going to put a lot of pressure now into this mid tower. They'll have to fortify. And your side lanes are going great.
The side
Except
lanes
that
were
one.
going great.
They were going great. Nicely
Yeah,
done
I-
off the clockwork.
Yeah, need to be a little more careful there. I love the idea of mid, like bringing in the supports, guaranteeing the rune, because that's the storm recovery. I think one slight mistake is they let the catapult die in the midst of that, because otherwise this mid tower is dead right now. Look at the shrine. Kaori's here. You need to bring 2 heroes over.
Zeal's not as healthy as he would like, but he does have 10 wand charges. But yeah, Kaori just snuck over and stole it.
Kodo from the back.
And with, yeah, Makoto being here, Cookie to follow, Omni Knight, no way out. 4 hero rotation out from Aurora. Gets the Omni Knight, who's having a good lane.
Whose tower is this? 4 Aurora heroes are walking out of that tower. What's going on? Bro, if you told me of the mid lane heroes here, Makoto is the one diving at like side lane tower. What in the world's happening?
Who knows, man? Kaori still chasing after Narman, getting a little bit of an assist from the Polywog there, just stunning him up, as now Mira will join. Tons of Menace stacks now. And with this, he should be able to pop this poison for quite a bit of damage. I mean, the auto attacks are doing insane damage. He had like 10 or 11 Menace stacks on him at the end there.
That's death when you get that high. Ooh, amplified damage for Emo, that's pretty good. Looking top. Tide is tough to kill, even though they bullied him a little bit. I think you need the damage from the Shadow Fiend. Unfortunately, there's no stacks to steal here either.
The Clockwork did a good thing earlier while that rotation was happening bottom. He did manage to take away the enemy wisdom shrine, so they end up trading. Otherwise, like WS getting that for free top would have been pretty rough. But yeah, this amplified damage, rotation top, not going to net them anything. Emo just going to try and jungle with this instead. So how do you feel the Omni has to itemize this game? Because in the past, this was a hero that built like Radiance. Hold that thought, mid lane. Another disruption into Mortimer Kisses mid. It's a 1-for-1 trade though, as now Mira needs to try and get out of here. They have a Cookie to make a little bit of space. Scatter Blast to slow him up, but the chase down from Zeal. Great TP in from him to shut it down. So a 2-for-1.
The Omni Knight, he is going for drums, which, yeah, I'm a little torn by. I mean, Hammer Purity is kind of low cooldown now, so the more right-clicking you do, right, that's another way to do damage instead of the Radiance, which we did mention earlier. Yeah, I mean, some of these heroes are pretty tanky. I don't know how much they care about Radiance. Open to the idea, but it's not something I've really seen all that much.
Well, mid lane, we're gonna see the zip in from Emo. Get the kill there on Tamira with the help of Narman. Disruption though on the other side, as they really want to make sure Makoto grabs the power rune. It's just an invis, but you know, it's something.
Getting way top, Jack. Boys.
Oh,
Early Requiem
Ravage to cancel the Requiem. They have a cookie to cancel it again. Oh, the most unfortunate of circumstances for the Shadow Fiend. Very good use of the Ravage. A lot of revenge there coming out from WS. And for a hero that's had a really rough lane, to get the kill onto the Shadow Fiend is huge.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That'll be the boot to travels for Makoto. I would have thought he already had it for how much he has shown in all the different lanes, but now it'll be
True.
even easier for him.
Uh-oh. WS maybe sticking around a little bit too long. Nice cookie from Makoto, but they have so much chase here with the Storm Spirit. Good TP in. Sticking around. I mean, a little bit greedy from the Tide there, I'll be honest. But let's see what they can get for more. I mean, this would be an insane kill if you get the Snapfire. He does have Mortimer Kisses, so if you do not get the kill, he will turn on you. Stun in the hook shot from the Clockwork to find it. Mira not gonna make it out. Kaori burned of all of his mana as the Storm Spirit will continue to chase. What a series of events for Emo on the Storm Spirit. That's a huge win.
Look at the stacks too, and the Storm, who got solo killed, who spent the whole game jungling, suddenly he's at 9 galvanized stacks. Does not look like he had a huge problem.
Nice repel. Nightfall coming in. Avalanche does not do a whole lot to the repel. So they just walk away. They steal the entire set of stacks. They get a TP from the Tiny and Mortimer Kisses and walk away. That is a huge win for Glyph.
I think Nightfall should have came sooner. I missed if he had his teleport, but when the supports went in to help Snapfire, I almost think it's worth bringing in as well, because you had the Snapfire ult. You know, you were like ready to fight with that and protect the stacks.
I thought my big thing is I thought you Snapfire ult the second they try to start taking the stacks. But really good movement there from Glyph. They get themselves a
Radiant's middle tower.
pretty good amount of XP and gold for their team. Hook shot into the bottom lane. Finds the line. Jeez. All right, Zeal demonic purged up underneath the tower. Surely he's no way out of this one. In comes Narman though. Big's Winter Curse does catch the Snapfire, trying to get the kill onto the Lion as well. Will be able to. Makoto nearly dying in the process and needs to be careful. The Clockwork on the hunt, but yeah, not gonna be able to find him.
That is something we didn't really talk about. Shadow Demon is very good versus Omni Knight because the Purge just removes a lot of the buffs you like to have. Can't remove Guardian Angel, but Repel is one of your selling points. So not having that feels pretty bad. He's going Midas. I'm very uncertain about this build. I mean, I guess you need farming speed since you skipped Radiance. He will attack fast. Drums and Midas?
Yeah.
No one saw
It's
that.
just, yeah, it's just weird. This was kind of the big question mark, right? Like, what will Omni Knight accomplish? Kaori tries to go for the Wisdom Shrine Steal. Quick TP in from Emo. Dude, on the other
Is he gonna
side,
kill him?
Clockwork got it. That is crazy.
I mean, this is what new Power Cogs is really good for. The push back into like kicking everyone away. You kind of need to bring multiple heroes if Clockwork is in the area, because he can beat any single hero, even if they're in the shrine with him. He can push everybody out.
It's so much damage, dude.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still a very even game though. 8-12, only a 2,000 gold advantage here for the side of Glyph, as they will take the bottom tier 1 tower. They haven't really been able to pressure like top or mid too much. as they'll have the clockwork up here, just trying to make sure that WS cannot get this. That being said, Mira's coming through, does hit a nice earth spike. Clockwork's tanky though, and if he gets these cogs on a turnaround, which he will, Finger of Death comes through, hook shot off the mark, but Wyvern with a good cold embrace. Mortimer Kisses will be committed as there's the repel, and we talked about it, right? If you have these spells and you don't have that burst initially, you could get almost anybody out of danger.
All right, I will say for Zeal's build, like he just finished the Midas. This is when the Radiance would have been done. And Omni Knights going for Radiance just don't get involved, really. They just like sit and farm the Radiance. But he's been pretty active.
No, continue. I mean, bottom lane, Shadow Fiend is dead, but go ahead and continue.
He was active down there, but he's active here, right? Like he's been using these drums, using his abilities. It's part of why Glyph has anything going for them right now, really. There was one play without him that went well, but a lot of the action has involved the Omni Knight. He's 4-2-4 right now, which usually for the core Omni Knights are like 0-0-0. Hey guys, I got Radiance. I'm ready to start playing the game.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, with this Midas, it is going to accelerate his farm quite a bit. So I am curious to see what he turns this gold into, right?
Radiance.
Huh?
A Radiance. It's back.
Storm Spirit, who again got solo killed early on, was 0-1-0, is now 5-1-4.
That's just the emo roller coaster, man.
Yeah, 13 galvanized stacks for him off the back of this Kaya, and now I think Kaya Sange is going to be done soon. Unless he just wants to go for an early BKB, but I think, yeah, he's just going to go the Kaya Sange now.
How close are we to any blinks? Because although we were hyping up the amount of stuns and setup for Snapfire's ult, actually none of these heroes have like the gap closer inherently. You know, they need to get to the blink dagger, and I think that's part of why these fights have been tough, because if you're just trying to walk up and use stuns, you're walking into a Clockwork, you're walking into a Winter Wyvern, the Requiem starts, right? Omni Knight has a million seconds to respond.
Oh, very nice hex there from Mira into the Hearth spike to follow it up, but that means Emo, green light to go in, do whatever he wants. Demonic Purge there on Zeal, the Avalanche, the toss, the Ravage. With the Mortimer Kiss is doing a lot of work. A nice Winter's Curse. Requiem, he's holding it for next game, I guess. I don't know, wait a little bit too long, but they still managed to turn it around. Take down WS, now Nightfall. Committed a little bit too far. Shadowblade will not save him. A massive win for the side of Glyph.
We're just not quite connecting the abilities fast enough.
Nah.
It's Glyph that their heroes are, like, whatever they've gotten involved in, they bring the heroes and they do it. You know, they just commit to whatever they're going for. I think this is like the second, maybe third fight from Aurora. Feels like the heroes are kind of trickling in. You know, maybe need to be here a little faster so that you can get this Ravage off sooner, that the combo is happening faster. Right, by the time they're all here, the supports are already dead, and so you don't get this disruption save right now on the Tidehunter. He's practically killed by his teammates here.
Yeah, that huge Winter's Curse, like, just doing so much damage to the Tide, which is great. And, well, you really need, like, Snapfire to be able to play aggressive in these fights, and at that one, she just can't do it. And we're starting to see this Storm Spirit who, I mean, really just
galvanized stats.
Yeah, like, really should, I mean, props to the side of Glyph. I don't know how he managed to end up in this position, but he is having a fantastic game.
When you look at the scoreline, Emo is 7-1-7, and you would not expect his one death is a solo death to a Snapfire in the mid lane, you know? They even got Roche while, I think we were watching the replay in case you guys missed that. So Emo can play even more aggressively now.
Omni's gonna go the Blink Dagger. I like this a lot. So we saw in the last fight, right before he died, he gets the repel off onto Emo, so the Ravage just doesn't bother the Storm. he gets to kind of do whatever he wants, and that is, you're playing around the playmaker, right? If you can keep Emo topped off in these fights and make sure that he has like the mana and the health to continue to chase down these heroes, like the supports are going to struggle a ton.
Radiant are scanning.
And WS, he's working towards an Aghanim Scepter, but he is so far away on this Tide.
You know what? Halfway there, and I think he's gonna get a blink first. So full Aghanims away from Aghanims. Okay, Tiny has his blink. All the blinks are coming online in the moment here. Mira's blink is close. Shadow Demon also going for a blink. Is 4 blinks the game changer? Usually I'd say that's too many because there aren't actually any stats on it. But I do think these fights are actually determined by which spells are going off in what order. I've never seen an Omni Knight use his ult to secure Tormentor. But hey, the whole team is healthy and they don't know you used it. I like that.
I mean, what else are you going to use it for, you know? It's not like there's not a ton of physical damage come out from an Aurora outside of the Tiny, and you have the Wyvern for that, right? So I kind of like the idea. Just keep your whole team on the map instead. Dude, he's got a full Witchblade now on the Storm Spear coming out.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Okay, here's a smoke. 4 blink reveal. No one expects the 4 blink reveal. Oh, never mind. WS won for the Ags. The 2 blink reveal.
Well, Emo
Blink
jumps
X.
in, gets
Too
the
slow.
repel though. What a timing there from the Omni. No way. And Nightfall does manage to pick off the Winter Wyvern. The Mortar Kiss is doing a lot of damage as well as the Nightfall. They go for the TP out. The Ravage will cover him. But now WS, oh yeah, he's out as well. All right, simply just TP out. What are you going to do? A 2 for 3 overall. I think still pretty good for Glyph. They still have the Aegis. Oh, and he finds a regen. Okay, that's good.
Even better. Bro, what a timing on the repel. As Lion is blink hexing. And he didn't even know Lion was coming in, so it's kind of just like a coincidence.
Yeah, he just saw the smoke break.
Yeah, it's like a planned thing, right? It's like, okay, Emo's up front, get ready to protect him. Even if they had gotten it, I mean, he has the Aegis. He probably still would have been okay, but you have way more of a fight because the supports will live longer. They'll use their abilities. Instead, Emo lives. They instantly kill the Lion. Shadow Demon doesn't really get to do what he wants to do, and it's not even done apparently. Big Winter's Curse. Nightfall killed his own teammate. A team wipe. Dude, Glyph is cooking here.
They're just completely outplaying Aurora. Like, all of these blink daggers, like Winter Wyvern just biding his time. He's like, someone's gonna walk near the Tiny and he's gonna die. And well,
talk about blink reveals.
Yeah, turning all of that damage. You know, Nightfall's been farming all game, looking to try and find a hero to kill. It turns out the hero was his own ally.
A lot of pub players wishing they could do that.
Now 9,000 ahead after that series of 2 team fights. Aegis, it's about to expire, right? Just 15 seconds, so they got everything they could have asked for out of it. A couple of big, massive wins. Tier 2 tower on the bottom side of the map, and Emo now up to 26 galvanized stacks. As he will buy a gem as well, or rather Wyvern will buy him a gem. The rich get richer.
I did say in the draft, I felt like Glyph's execution was going to be tough. Like, it could work, but the bar's really high. I mean, they're nailing it. You know, this is exactly what. Okay, maybe the first minute in the lane was like not it. You know, but after that, it's been really good finding all the right targets, especially the supports. Yeah. Lion and Shadow Demon have to do a lot in these fights, and that is the 12th death for Lion.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you noticed. Yeah, he has been getting absolutely bullied by Emo this game, right? Every time they find him, he's just getting killed. Shadow Fiend solo in the bottom lane, dying there. It's pretty rough, but Zeal is going to looking for Makoto, holding the hook shot for this TP out, and I think Makoto knows he needs some help. The hook shot's going to come through, gets in and traps Kaori on the Shadow Demon. Emo's going to come through, find himself a nice kill. You need to be careful. I don't know if you... Okay, they are just going to leave. So Nightfall will clean up the clockwork. That's a little slip up there from Glyph. The Shadow Fiend just completely alone bottom. Like, really deep, too.
Some classic Shadow Fiend. It was a good find from Aurora, right? You do need to look for some kind of pick off there, and you kind of know, yeah, we're not killing anyone near the Omni Knight, so go find the Shadow Fiend on his own. That alone would have been fine. Like, yeah, sometimes you lose your carry, but Glyph then, you know, overcommits a little bit. The kill on the Snapfire does take quite a while, and that gives the rest of Aurora time to show up and get some return kills. So gold lead starting to bounce out again, down to 6K. I think the next big moment is going to be this Roche that is 1 minute from respawning. He's halfway to the BKB. Once he has that, the Winter's Curse loses some of its value. And that's a big part of why these last few fights have gone their way. Ooh, fast blink.
Nice attempt off a hook shot there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay.
Okay. Dude,
You
he's
know,
saying this is so worth. He's saying it. He's like worth. That's so funny. I like the idea. The idea is to bait a response and get out alive, which if it wasn't for was it Clocker that canceled it, right? It was going to work.
Scanning.
It's like a message received type of moment, yeah.
I think even dying is kind of worth it. The whole team went there.
It is kind of some space bottom. If they find something with Nightfall here, it would be sick. And they do see the clockwork underneath the tower. Finger of Death comes out. Couple auto attacks. Needs the toss. And to safety he goes. Mira, not going to be as lucky, though. I mean, get out on Nightfall. The problem is every kill just keeps going to Emo, man. He's 12, 1, and 12.
31 stacks of Galvanize. This is actually absurd. And he does get the D ward. Like, they kill the clock, but it's obvious why they saw him. So it's now some vision off the map. He's hovering at just below 30 mana regen on this Storm. That's insane. I'm actually not sure I've seen a Storm with this many Galvanize stacks.
I don't think I have
time.
ever since it got, like, nerfed. In the early days, I think I've seen it, right?
Yeah,
What it
you
used
getting
to be,
like
like,
5 stacks
absurd.
per ult level and all that. Yeah.
And you didn't lose as much previously as well. Now you lose, you know, half of them or something if you die, right? Or no, you lose 2 per charge. Oh my god, 2 charges per charge.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
like nothing now.
All right, Roar is out. And
I don't think you
doesn't
can fight this.
I mean, they're trying to bait this, right? They're definitely trying to bait in Aurora to take the fight. And it looks like it's going to work. Here they come. Smoked up Emo. Does have the ability to just kind of zip in and try and break this smoke. Do have a ward sentry. They'll get rid of the ward. And revealing a little bit about where they are.
It's just so tough now, though, because there's 3 BKBs on Glyph. All the cores have it, right? Whoever you jump, if it's not Omni Knight can save them. If you jump Omni Knight, Winter Wyvern can possibly save him. And if you're jumping Omni Knight, in a way, he's enabling his cores, you know, because he is taking the damage, which means the cores who he's supposed to protect are in a way protected.
Ooh, they see Nightfall. They have vision. He gets the blink out. Essence Stiller doesn't quite connect, but they get on top of Kaori. The BKB is out from Emo. They lost the Wyvern immediately, but he will buy back. Requiem comes out, but a nice BKB from Nightfall, trying to get any sort of turnaround here. But the Cog's actually causing too much of an issue. He can't find the opening. Tries to go down to the low ground with a harpoon. Cookies to get him to safety, but there's a Wyvern looking for that Winter's Curse target, but instead they just rip through Nightfall and just no chance of standing his ground. You
too many-
cannot get away from these guys.
Yeah, there's too many targets you have to take out of the fight. So that's why a full 5-on-5 is so difficult for Aurora at this point. If the items were different, you know, the goal is different, then it's easier. But at this point, after Glyph had a good lead, yeah, they threw a little bit, but they had the items necessary to make Aurora's team fight difficult. I really think Aurora needs pickoffs more than anything. I don't think a direct 5-on-5 outside of huge mistakes is going to go their way. And we've seen Glyph has not been making that many mistakes when it comes down to actually executing in these fights.
Nah, their team fighting has been on point, and honestly, a lot of it has been clockwork, like really good placements in these cogs. Having the blink dagger on this hero is also just super nice. I'm a big fan of it. Allows them to get in, and then they hold their BKBs, right? Until they know, like, hey, we can commit and just kill Nightfall, so just BKB and do it.
And part of the reason you can do it is because you have Repel, right? You got the free BKB first. It's part of why Storm could chase so hard there.
Speaking of Storm, Kaori, just not a whole lot that he can do here.
We used to count Shadow Fiend souls for how many he was going, but now I'm here counting Galvanized stacks. What is he gonna get to in this game? 14, 1, and 3. Like, how much higher can he go?
Yeah, I don't know, man. He has so much mana regen. It's actually just nuts. Well, with plenty of time left on the Aegis, they'll grab the mid-tier 2 tower. Hook shot, finds an invis Tiny. The Hex does come out from Mira, but he's gonna have to BKB and try and run. Instead, we'll turn it around onto the clockwork, but the saves! It's gonna be up to the Mortimer Kisses if they can kill him, but they can't. He will survive, and here comes Emo once again. The gem's gonna be able to give them all the vision they need to find these kills. 2 more dead. I guess you got the clockwork.
He did end up burning out at the very end. I think it's like the last tick, but he will happily trade his life for a tiny carry kill, and you got the Shadow Demon as well. Can you push high ground? You have 3 minutes on this Aegis. I feel like you can poke this, but playing it safe. They're backing up, fixing lanes.
Ooh, okay, great jump from Zeal though. Just comes right in. Immediately pops the repel, keeps him alive. Makoto is doing a ton of damage, and this is an arcane rune on him, so we'll see if he can get anything else, but nah, now that his BKB's expired, the turn goes right back the other way. It's a double kill for Emo. And Zeal once again at the ready to bail out his team.
Which was a sneaky play from Glyph, because really, why didn't they push bottom, right? Like, why aren't they pushing bottom? And so from the side of Aurora, they see this hero mid, they're like, okay, quick, get him, you know, like, you know, the others have to be pushing bottom, right? No, they're all behind him mid. And now they're bottom.
There's your hook shot. Push back with the cogs, and Kaori quickly cleaned up. A bonus damage in from the Shadow Fiend, more than enough. Zeal repelling off the clockwork as he will jetpack his way back to his team. And with no Ravage for 85 seconds, Tiny, yeah, I mean, he's technically alive, but I don't think it has any intentions of contesting this lane of Rax. Glyph will grab it. Maybe look mid as well. Dude, Emo just feels so confident knowing that Repel is at the ready. And he just finished up an Octarine core as well on Omni Knight. So even more often.
Mana is a little low for these heroes, though. So I think you gotta be a bit careful.
Storm will fix that in just a moment. He's, I think he'll be okay. He's almost got his Parasma. It's coming out on the courier here in just a second. That is a huge damage boost to this hero.
Just casual 30 mana regen. Oh man.
Zip in. They force the BKB out of Makoto immediately. There's your Parasma.
At this point, I'm not sure you have the damage for all the kills. Like Snapfire ult, Tiny, and Disseminate. Okay, you got one. There's other heroes to go for. I'm not sure Aurora can take these extended fights.
This Clockwork has been such a menace, man. What a nice find on the Twin Gate there. On the other side, Mira was trying to make a play for the Wisdom Shrine. And I think gives it up, realizing that the enemy heroes are coming. And now he is in a really rough spot. If he dodged, dude, this would be the greatest dodge ever, but no. Zeal just, dude.
There's no way.
No.
He was ready to blink
Oh, they
over.
found him. All right, they found him.
What got him? Does Wyvern have extra night vision?
I'm actually not sure. So I was wondering the same thing.
Was she like flying at the very tail end or something? Maybe? I don't know. He just felt it in his soul. He was playing with them.
Soul Read, man. Gotta give credit to the Soul Reads.
That would have been the greatest escape. That's a win, you know? Even if you lose the game, you're like, I dodged through there. That was sick. I like this. He just keeps using him for this. And it kind of makes sense. Yeah, on the other side, it really is. The new Snapfire build is very magic damage, right? In the past, you would probably save this for the little shredder, because that thing used to do like 5,000 damage in 2 seconds. But now it's really about the ultimate. So you've got BKBs, you've got Repel. Like you mentioned, the Wyvern Cold Embrace protects you versus the Tiny, who can only target one hero, and nobody else is really that scary. So cool way to use this ability.
It's also like a 45-second cooldown since he has Octarine, so I don't think he really cares all that much. Like, they're looking for the Tidehunter mid, and his ult's back off
right
cooldown, so it's looking grim for Aurora here. They are down 17,000, but I mean, we've seen worse gold leads. It's just this snowball effect where it doesn't feel like they can deal with this Storm Spirit. Yeah, they get a nice blink out here on both of these heroes. They are dodging the gank. And you're like, oh no, Emo burned all his mana, but it comes back so fast.
The idea for Makoto. Just got a split push, but it's so scary versus Clockwork Storm, so you can't even hang around that long. You just have to like push one wave, TP out. You gotta go disrupt, blink out. You can't stay versus lineup. It's too scary.
Jump in, they find Kaori thanks to the flare set up there, and he will die once again to the Storm Spirit. The Parasma damage, just enough to tip it over the top.
Cry some more.
And just staggering those death timers, man, it's such a problem. Like, your Tidehunter just respawns, you know, as your Shadow Demon goes down. There's just not much you can do to stop it. Aghanim Scepter done on the Omni Knight now, so global radius. Very cool.
Wow. Barely didn't see him there. I was gonna say, can he solo kill him, but
oh, they found Nightfall under a ward. He's gonna have to BKB, but oh my goodness, the Shadow Fiend. Hook shot off the mark, triple force stab, I think. That was Harpoon, double force stab. All right, nice grab. WS goes in,
Get this
gets the
Clockwork.
immediate ravage, but guess what, man? Cold Embrace, BKB, Repel. Yikes, man. That is your tiny BKB and 4 ultimates onto a Clockwork, and he lives.
yeah, that is the game summarized in one clip right there. If someone wants to show that. I mean, what started that is tiny farming there, which I gotta say felt pretty greedy. I think you didn't need to force that, like, BKB get out, which ultimately led to the rest. Now Roche is up.
Third and probably the final Roche of the game at this point. I can't imagine it's going to take much more for Glyph to try and go high ground here, so.
Pressure for Zeal is going to be great.
It's going to be the Aegis into the Shadow Fiend. I actually like this. I think you want your Shadow Fiend on the high ground, hitting the base, right? Like, you need to break the buildings. But, yeah, refresher for Emo. I was like, does he buy out the Aghanim Scepter? He does. He's sending it on the courier right now.
Okay. For the Aghanims, fine. Otherwise, I feel like with Zeal, refresher... I mean, I guess we already saw Clockwork not die, so maybe you don't need more saves. But for sure, nobody dies if Zeal has the refresher.
Yeah. But you just hit 25 on Storm, right? Like, his zip now, every time he zip onto a hero, it's just 2,000 damage. Okay, Nightfall stuck, trying really hard not to press BKB, now has no choice. Forced to try and run away. Now the Winter's Curse. Where is it? Big Vortex on the backside. Finds 3. He's got a refresher. There's your Winter's Curse. Tidehunter and Snapfire are stuck. And instead, they'll just chase for the Shadow Demon on the other side. So 2 heroes are dead. You lost the Clockwork, I guess, but a necessary sacrifice.
They even steal away a gem. or was that? Oh, Clockwork was holding the gem that Emo had. Ooh,
there's your Ravage. I mean, this is your only hope. They're trying their best, but they don't have it, man. There's nothing left in the tank here for Aurora. The Tiny was not ready to go with you. A refresher into another Ravage, and
they're gaining health.
Their health is going up. So less than ideal. Less than ideal, I would say.
Yeah, I would say it's also unideal to lose your mid barracks, but here comes Shadow Fiend. What even stops him, right? There's no Ravage, there's no Snapfire ult. Can you chain stun him? I don't know, there's an Omnight behind him.
Maybe himself? Illusions? Maybe? Okay, well, you just get double Vortex behind the tier 3 tower, and both your supports are gone. Nightfall jumps in. There's going to be the GG. No BKB for him anytime soon. This was a beatdown by Glyph. They looked super good in this series. Don't grab themselves another victory here at Blast Slam.
I like that camera shot. That is Zeal in your face with the Omni Knight, not letting his teammates die, and certainly not the Storm Spirit. Emo here finishes with 49 galvanized charges, an absurd amount to showcase a very dominant performance. 26, 1, and 15 on that Storm at the end of the game, compared to Shadow Fiend Jackboy. He's 5, 3, and 15. He had a very chill game. He was farming up. He was doing this. Look, they're all like, Emo, that was sick, bro. Thank you for carrying us.
Yeah, they cooked a really cool draft to enable him, right? Like, we had the one death early, and then he never died the rest of the game, and instead just ran over the side of Aurora, every time being backed up by the repel of the Omni Knight, or being covered by the hook shot of the Clockwork. And when things even got worse, you have Winter Wyvern, right? Like, there was so many things to keep Emo in this game and just let him do whatever he wanted. And really slick gameplay from Glyph this time around.
And then also there's a Shadow Fiend in the game.
Yeah, there's also a Shadow Fiend. Yeah, he brings the late game building damage, right? Like, there's like, all right, we need you to hit the buildings now, Jackie. It's time. It's time.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Call me when you're ready, coach.
Yeah, I mean, rough performance for the supports on the side of Aurora, right? Like, they just get picked off. Like 0 and 17, 5 and 15. Like, how do you play the game when there's a repelled Storm Spirit running at you?
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. This is the weakness of Snapfire mid. It's very much about the early burst, and then like the lion scaling goes up with the finger, right? It has to keep connecting, and the enemies struggle because they're dying, so they don't get items, so your burst combo keeps working and it scales up. But if that doesn't happen, then they eventually get their BKBs, they get tanky, right? Your burst damage just isn't enough to get kills, plus they have like the magic resistance, the debuff immunity. Is just harder and harder, bordering impossible as we get to the end of the game.
Yeah. Really well played from Glyph, but we have one series left here today, and it is a banger of a series. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with Liquid versus Tundra to wrap things up. We'll see you then. everybody here to Blast Slam 7. We've got one final series of the day. It's going to be Team Liquid taking on Tundra. I mean, this is a pretty sick series to finish things off with. Both these teams, obviously, some of the crowd favorites, some of the tournament favorites. I think anytime they walk into a tournament. That being said, Tundra, as of late, has been struggling, and they're starting today off 0-2 against Aurora and Spirit. So they need to turn things around a little bit.
Yeah, it's I mean, those are two pretty strong teams, so kind of understandable. Like, it's not that crazy to lose to them, I feel like. But like you said, you know, this is a tournament favorite kind of team. But we have been saying the competition is very high, and actually because they're such a tournament favorite team in any tournament they go to, they are very studied. They have been going to every event. It is a long grind, so at some point it all gets to you. You know, you get tired, and you can't always perform at the very best, but you want to be, you know. So I'm sure they'll turn it around here.
Yeah, we'll definitely see, because Liquid, you know, they struggled in their last series. They kind of got handed to them by Yandex, you know, that really early aggressive lineup that, you know, Liquid was just not prepared to deal with. They went a little bit greedier, and then it just kind of snowballed out of control from there. So, you know, we'll see what they can do here. They've learned, I'm sure, maybe had some time to grab some snackies, you know, hydrate, you know, get ready for
That
this
might be a
final
mistake.
game here. Yeah,
Zeal
apparently,
showed
right?
us water is for the weak. You must deny yourself.
That was wild. I like the
VII.
offlane. No, it's not a good sign for Tundra. I really liked the offlane Omni last game. It didn't have like the best lane. It was okay, but the value it brought to the team afterward was kind of sick. I think
Yeah, I
it
thought the
might
build was
just
cool.
yeah, it might just be something that Zeal has practiced and played with, because I think other players would play it less active around the map, right? Like, he was getting involved despite going for a Midas as his second item right after the drums. So it's interesting. We'll definitely have to add that to the pocketbook of heroes to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I was looking into it a little bit in between the games. So the Radiance build has dropped off, I hadn't realized. But a lot of people are still doing like Echo Saber and other right-click items. That was a lot more utility focus from Zeal, which I think really paid off, playing behind his... Well, I was going to say Shadow Fiend is a great hero to play behind, but actually it was most of the Storm in the end, while Shadow Fiend just farmed up, got strong. So a very cool idea. I don't really see Tundra or Liquid copying that one. That doesn't really feel their style.
Well, we'll see what they kind of bring to the table here, as we've got a draft just now underway. It'll be the first ban puck for Nisha. Do not want to play. Okay, they really don't want to play against Nisha's heroes.
Does anybody?
Yeah, I
Does
guess.
anybody
Right?
want to play versus Nisha's heroes? What's one more blue mid hero? Leshrac. Take him out.
True. Yeah, Lash. Yeah.
Makes
Let's
sense.
say
Yeah.
Slardar or something.
Wrong blue. Wrong blue. Maybe Kez, though. Both these teams, the Lone Druid and Kez, are things that make a head and pure play. We saw some teams ban it versus Liquid because they don't play it as much themselves, but this is one you got to respect both sides for. The Invoker, a BZM classic. A lot of mid heroes getting taken out here.
I wonder if they're gonna ban the Doom on Liquid. I think Largo Doom might be the last like 2 bans here for Liquid. I know you really just don't want to give those up to Tundra. Like 33 loves both of them and really kind of prioritizes his own game if they're available. And they actually banned the Shadow Fiend, which is showing to is turning up as a pretty big winner in the safe lane. You know, at least today.
Especially with so many bans on the mids. Shadow Fiend, we've talked about some of the pairings with Shadow Fiend, and there's a lot of them, such as Clockwork. But if you had let Shadow Fiend in, you know that safe lane's going to be a nightmare. Because like no matter what you ban in the next phase, like there's some pairing coming out.
Do they get rid of the Doom? Or is there something else that you really don't want to deal with here?
I feel like you can make a case for any number of things, but I
Yeah.
feel like banning Doom versus 33 is always a safe bet. And the Liquid boys will be very familiar with that, having played with him. But maybe because you're so familiar with it, you have an idea against it, right?
Snapfire, okay. I mean, BZM has cooked on the Snapfire as well, so I'm not super surprised. A lot of mid-hero bans. So Tundra, they have a lot of options. We saw Liquid go for the first pick Doom earlier. Did not quite work out. I think that the response in the draft was very smart, though, from Yandex.
Beastmaster's also in the pool.
And there it is. So there is the Bane. There is the Beastmaster. There's still Pango as well. But not the best into Doom. Interesting.
Centaur. We used to see this more when this hero was a little stronger. As a response to the Doom, because you like Doom someone and you just stampede them out, right? And you reset the fight. I would argue Stampede is, I mean, it's good in its own way, but if both ults are down, you're sadder about not having Doom, right? Because Centaur still offers his aura, still offers an AoE stun. So you just back out of that and then re-engage. I also think it fits Ace's playstyle a lot, right? Even though Centaur has been dropping off, I think it's still something that Ace is just very comfortable with, and Liquid is comfortable with playing around.
It even plays well into like the eventual Ags Doom as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to play for like the self Doom, you still have the ability to just like stampede somebody and try and get them outside of the AoE there.
Yeah. And there's still a lot of supports that pair with it. You don't even have to think that hard about it. You can save it for later if you want. But something like Shadow Demon, for example, still in the pool. You can use that to buy time in Doom. You can use that to pair with the Centaur. You could also pick a heavier roamer if you want to influence the mid lane more, which I'd say both these teams really like to play around their mid lane because, you know, for Tundra, 33's farming, Pure's farming. The other side, Ace is going to be farming with the Centaur. Mickey is a more involved carry, but carry still got to farm, right? So it's a lot about this mid lane, and Centaur's perfectly fine to be left alone. So you could pick a roamer to put more emphasis there.
Okay. Pretty safe support pick, but a great combo. Like Hoodwink Centaur has always been pretty strong. I like the Witch Doctor ban.
I can't believe we're seeing more of it, actually. Pro Dota 2026.
Yep, there he is, Mr. Bane.
This one's pretty strong. It's a very good response to Stampede, Nightmare, and Fiend's Grip. You can get two heroes. They just can't run away. Good in general. You can have the Nightmare save versus someone who's been bushwhacked. We've seen several setups, just Fiend's Grip into whatever damage you want to dump in. The Snapfire is taken out, but, you know, carries are going to do it. Mid lane, I mean, who else is there? It's got like Ember, Queen of Pain. One of those heroes is going to come out later, and they're going to play around the Bane.
Okay. Keeper of the Light. I think you need to take the Ember Spirit away. I don't think you can give like Coddle Ember over the enemy team when you lack this much catch. The question is, what can you pick on Tundra to then like put mid lane? Because there's a few options, right? You have the Huskar, you've got Monkey King to try and win the lane. They'll grab Treant Protector first.
They have the tree heroes. This
Yeah,
one's kind of cool because Bane is very annoying. He has so much crowd control on his own that he can just be like hiding in towers you're trying to split push, and then he Fiend's Grip or Nightmares, and then everyone TP's in. But with Treant, you can either scout it out yourself while invis, or put some trees down if you do get the shard, and give a little bit more split push potential to teammates. The Drow is coming out. We were talking about this a little earlier. If we would see more of this hero.
It is very good into the Doom lane. Like, Doom actually has like no pressure that he can put on Drow, and the Treant Protector makes it even stronger. So a very cool pick. I have a feeling we're gonna see like an Ember here, something that plays around the Keeper of the Light from the mid lane.
Could you do Doom carry though?
And pick a new hero for 33?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what that would be. It's not super straightforward. The alternative is you just pick like a carry that counters the Drow. Yeah, there's the Ember. It like I anytime I see Coddle and there's like a mid opening, it's like you run down the checklist. I feel like is Storm open? No. Is Ember open? Yes. Okay, we go to Ember. Like the combo is so good.
It is soft lockdown though.
Yeah.
So if you get someone else who's pretty mobile in the mid lane,
yeah, there's
though
a
actually
Huskar
so many are
ban.
banned out. I'm trying to like, you know, which one's left.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's not a lot of mid heroes left, and I think you just need to give BZM a hero that to enable, and he'll be fine. Like, it's Ember, even though it is soft lockdown, it gets so much damage from the chakra magic from the Keeper of the Light, like double the amount of slight chains in every single fight. And he's not the easiest to kill. Like, he's still fairly tanky with the Flame Guard. He's gonna have to probably build a little bit tankier because of the Drow Ranger. If he's not able to get like on top of the Drow, you know, she could potentially catch him on a gust and kill him.
Nisha going down the list of mid heroes who's left.
Yeah, I mean, you have like Monkey King.
Yeah, I have to imagine that gets banned out by Tundra on the next one. So then what? We've seen Sand King's really dropped off, but Sand King plus Hoodwink is a classic. Is there any room for Necro? That'd be wacky.
I think
feel like
Necro's
his
been
hero.
played better as a carry. The problem is like Pangolier wouldn't be bad, but you're into Bane Doom, so it's a rough Pango game. Other matchups in mid.
Oh, Kezban's cool. I thought we talked about it earlier. I forgot about it. Yeah, that's a good ban.
Oh yeah, really smart, really smart.
They might consider banning the Monkey King themselves as well on Liquid, because I feel like you could take it on Tundra.
You could.
Centaur matchup's not bad, and you can easily get towards the Drow, but you would be playing in the trees, which Treant and Hoodwink can find. So yeah, okay, Tundra bans it out.
Ban it. I'm trying to think of the hero pool here for Pure and what's left that plays well on the Drow. Like Terrorblade is probably one of the ones that comes to mind. Like, he's always been a decent hero. Or I'm sorry, into like some of these off lanes, but it's a rough into the Drow matchup is the issue. Like, it plays well into Centaur, Treant and stuff, but you just like get one shot by a Drow randomly. So they'll ban the Ursa. That one's pretty safe. The Bear Assassin, as we like to call him.
Love Bear Assassin. So you might have to go for regular Assassin Sven with his big burst physical damage, AoE aura, armor for Drow.
I kind of like TA.
I'm open to that.
There's always like Faceless Void, but I feel like that's just not a good matchup into the Drow either. I think TA is a little bit safer because Refraction covers you.
I don't think it's... Yeah, the team doesn't have that much damage to pump into Chrono either. But it is good versus Stampede.
I mean, dude, it's one of those things where like Spectre is still always going to be one of those counters to Drow, but like no one ever picks it. It is carry doom. They go back for the 33 Largo at the end of the day.
I thought about the Largo when you were asking, and I didn't say it.
I mean, is Largo even good into Drow though? Isn't like her whole thing about like, you know, having a silence and hypothermia?
Yeah, but I don't think core Largo cares as much about healing. Like support Largo does. Core Largo is like going to get to the Ags and do damage, and is like, oh no, you're reducing the healing that I'm not pressing because I'm pressing my Hot Foot Hustle, which also counters the slow that Drow has. You've got the Dispel versus Overgrowth, which is really powerful, the Silence. Largo's main issue is mana. I actually think that the Coddle combo is very interesting, and we just haven't seen it very much yet.
True.
But I think one of the things that makes Largo weak is the mana management at the start of the game. So this should be a lot more free for him, plus there should be a bunch of stacks to get to the items faster. The carry potential with the Doom carry is where it's like, will you get outscaled? But we have seen Dooms do pretty well as the game goes on.
Are they just gonna
and
pick
laning
something?
into Centaur should be okay because you have % HP damage.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what you can pick here. Like, you could do something like a Viper. If you really want to just like win the mid lane. Bristleback, interesting. Is it Bristleback mid or Centaur mid actually?
Okay,
it's gonna be
Bristle.
Mid. Yeah.
Something BZM does typically.
Yeah, I'm unsure how I feel about it. Because like you don't want to pick something that's just like hard countered by Ember Spirit and getting doomed, right? Like that's just really bad. So I was trying to think of like what heroes maybe you can play back and avoid the doom. Bristleback instead is like, I've been doomed, oh no. So it kind of works.
He's just so tanky. I would have thrown out like a mobility hero because we mentioned the lockdown outside of like Fiend's Grip and Doom, which are pretty big cooldowns, is not that strong, but so many of them were banned out. And Bristol is high mobility in a different way, right?
Yeah.
Like his is just insane movement speed, which also kind of works if you don't have hard lockdown, because this is a hero that doesn't mind buying a Lotus, for example, or just BKB, you know, those kind of dispels to remove the chains. And at that point, you're just sprinting out of Frog Stomp, right? It's like, you better Fiend's Grip me, you better Doom me. But if you Doom me, I might just be running out anyways, even without Stampede. So kind of have to throw the Fiend's Grip on a Bristle, which is like, it's okay, but it feels kind of weird.
An interesting draft from Liquid. I'm curious to see how it's going to play off. I think, again, like I look at the team and Tundra's lineup seems a little bit easier to execute. You have this Bane Fiend's Grip, which we've been seeing just completely dominate in a lot of fights. If Mickey gets a lot of farm, like if he has a good lane, which I think he should have a good lane against Largo, he could potentially just straight carry this game. I just don't know how greedy 33 is gonna play. You know, like how much is he just gonna like sit back and farm? You know,
bro, it's 33. The scale's up to the as far as we can go.
It's 11 out of 10 on the greedy build, if you're asking.
Yeah,
we'll see.
I think this hero, he can do more. Like he wasn't just straight nerfed. It was more of a rebalancing. And he can do a little bit more early than he used to be. And then the power spike with Aghanims and Crocogenius at 15, that talent, that used to be just absurd. It is much more reasonable now, but still good, you know? So you still have to get to that point if you're playing the core Largo. And I think he's set up to do it. Core's actually coming up here as well. I wonder if they're thinking about some potential lane swapping or if they're just here to cut trees against Tree and Protector.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. And I think instead they're gonna maybe make a rotation through the Twin Gate bottom, but Okay, and they'll smoke him at the tail end of it. And yeah, some deforestation happening here. So no trees will be left for the Treant Protector. This would, I mean, this twin gate rotation would be absolutely huge if you found someone. I think what they were expecting is that they would come up top and cut the trees, but that Pure would just be sitting super far back in his lane instead.
Yeah, they're trying to catch someone who's waiting back here by the tier 2 and like cliff. That's where you wait usually if you're the carry not joining top. Kind of where Mickey is right now, who should be fine. That was close.
Yeah, just out of range of the Nightmare.
The battle begins.
How long do you wait here with the Treant? Do you try to find somebody?
Mickey, he's gonna be just fine. Okay.
Cannot get it.
Well, that being said, Tofu's gonna see them coming through the twin gate. And he's just gonna start wailing on them. We'll see who ends up winning this. Whitemon taking a beating from the 2 supports. But yeah, nice trade there for those guys.
Take turns. Boxy, your turn.
Oh, the easy evade. Nice, calculated.
You don't get a kill, but I mean, look at this lane, right? Ace and Boxy are full health, and Pure and Whitemon are down to 1/3. So this should put you in a very good spot for Liquid's off lane. It did sacrifice the top side a little bit. We see that 33 and Ari have already started to get the lane in a good spot for themselves. I think this is worth it.
I think it is as well. Like, the Treant can definitely create a lot of sustain for the Drow, and I don't feel like they have a great combo between Largo, Coddle. I guess maybe it's just the Blinding Light, right? Like, because you want to try and make some sort of combo with Frog Stomp. Blinding Light, I think, pushes you too far, so it's hard to, like, you'd rather just have, like, a mini stun or a slow or something, but...
Yeah, but I actually don't think you can kick Largo out of here, because Catchy Lick gives you the regen on kills now. So when you use it to see your cure creep, it's a lot of free regen, but you obviously run out of mana. But now you have a keeper, so you never run out of mana. And you just do little things like this, right? You trade a little bit. It's not the kill that you could get with a different support, but you'll do it again in like 20 seconds, right? Because you have so much mana, or at least once you get level 2 and you have Chakra Magic.
Yeah. The level 2 timing in this lane for Tundra is very scary, right? Like, we see them make the play there. They now have the Chakra Magic, and it's going to be scary.
I will say, we've been talking a lot about the side lanes. I'm taking a peek at the last hit charge. He's just kind of cooking in that mid lane. He's gotten a lot of denies, though. The fighting is very close. He is so low in that mid lane. Oh, my goodness.
Ooh. I mean, Ember, how long on that bottle? He doesn't have a bottle. He has a salve coming out instead. So Nisha rushing the bottle instead to try to just put in as much pressure as possible. And it's paying off. Yeah, Nisha's cooking this mid lane. Holy heck.
This is another approach. At the start of the draft, we were talking about, okay, maybe you bring supports mid a lot because both teams tend to play around the mid laner. But another approach is just pick a really hard counter. Like,
huge bushwhack bottom from Boxy. Sets up a double kill.
There's a big wave pushing in, too. You're going to miss so much CS if they shove this in.
That is best case scenario there from your Hoodwink. The double bushwhack, the acorn shot onto both heroes, the stomp, that was sick. All started from, I mean, you know, that initial harassment from the Treant Protector, right? Keeping him low the whole lane stage.
Tofu knows sentry somewhere.
He's happy to have his trees back, though.
Pure is really struggling on this Doom. Doom carry usually has a pretty stable start, but that level 1 trade now into the death.
They're gonna look for him again. I mean, he has to avoid trees, and he can't. There's gonna be a nice nightmare. buying him some space, but yeah, Pure very low and with no resources, and instead they'll just turn to Whitemon. They have a Lotus on Boxy to play around, and with that, Acorn Shot, Stomp in one. He actually
Change
gets
it
the
to
Stomp
Doom.
onto the other target. Doom is dead instead. Oh man, disaster for this bottom lane.
If he had bushwhacked Whitemon, they would have gotten another double kill too, but they wanted to guarantee they killed the Doom, which I think is very reasonable. Ari not even gonna live thanks to the catchy lick.
Yeah, very nice placement from Tofu on that Nature's Grasp, cutting off the whole lane.
The double slow is very strong.
Yeah. I mean, Liquid's cooking the lanes right now, dude. 0-4. A little bit of a gold lead. Nisha
2K
might need to be
gold lead at 5 minutes is a lot.
Nisha might have overcooked mid here. He's trying to keep his back turned to BZM. Oh, Tofu comes in with a Lotus! No way. Blood Grenade is out. He's healing a little bit, down to 15 HP, but he's going to live under the tower thanks to the bonus regen. That was like the last possible second for the Lotus to keep him alive.
Thank you, Tofu. Tofu
That
bullying
was nuts.
BZM now.
This might be, I was gonna say it might be bait, but no, he's stuck around a little bit too long. Nisha was
Tofu, why are you feeding in my lane, Tofu?
top lane. Mickey just solo killed 33, by the way. 3 points in the Frost Arrows, just walked him down until he died.
Guessing he didn't have enough mana to remove some from himself. Rune. Oh, PZM got it. That's actually gonna help him get a kill here now on Boxy. Can he turn it on to Nisha?
I think he needs a little bit of help here on the Bristle. He's dead. Okay. This is Ember Spirit Coddle. It's already kind of happening. Very good stuff from BZM, though.
White one here. Hold.
Yeah, they're baiting Mickey super hard off this one.
Very nice. The double reposition. Catchy Lick into Nightmare.
Well, they were cooking the lanes. They had a big gold lead, but now Liquid, it's pretty much dead even.
Gold lead is still slightly in their favor, but Ember is fully online now. He is supposed to not be able to make plays right now. He's supposed to be in recovery mode, but he's got his level 6. He can move around the map. He stole some camps from Nisha.
It's like 700 gold up on the Bristleback, man. Like he's doing great. 600 now, but bottom lane, nice little walk down there. Good combo again. Yeah.
This is third death.
I mean, and this is Ace having 3 points retaliate too, right? Like he doesn't actually have a lot of damage in his spells.
There's one weakness to Pure. Like his late game clutch factor is pretty good. You know, that's why they trust him with a lot of these like game winning carries in many cases. But sometimes his laning stage is a little flaky, I feel like. There are moments it just like, it snowballs so much.
Sometimes you just look at your safe laner and he just queues up the Midas at 0 and 3 and you're like, huh.
Hey, I was gonna build a Midas. What the heck?
I'm kidding. Yeah, Doom's gonna build the Midas anyway. 8-minute power rune, spawns bottom. It's a haste, and with it, BZM just yoinks it away. And they're just keeping the heroes mid, right? Like both supports from Tundra are just running at Nisha, and they're gonna get another kill on him, and they'll look for more thanks to this haste rune. They'll just continue to burn him down, keeping his eyes on Boxy, maybe now looking for Tofu, but he's invis, so drop a sentry a little bit too late though.
Ooh, Whitemon caught sight of him with the night vision. Can he get the nightmare?
He's trying so hard.
Is under attack.
All right, this mid lane Bristle has completely fallen flat, bro. I don't know what it's supposed to accomplish now, because it is almost level 7, but it is 0-0 and has as much farm as or less farm than the Doom that's got completely obliterated in his lane.
Yeah. To a degree. Okay, so it wasn't even if it had failed, in
They're
a
just gonna
way,
go
did
kill him
it
again.
But like, did it succeed to a certain degree? Because look at the side lanes; they're so good for Liquid.
Yeah,
like, was
maybe,
his job just to draw this much attention? Maybe, right? I think he wanted to win and like not give, like he wanted to draw the attention without dying those 3 times, 2 times, I guess.
That's a good point. They TP a lot of heroes mid here to protect the ancient stacks because they know, right? Ember Spirit can contest these very easily. Whitemond's coming in as well, level 5 on this Bane. There's no Fiend's Grip, but BZM, he wants to take these ancients, and Boxy is just burning. They managed to get through the Flame Guard, but it'll Remnant back across. Can't get the kill. Nice use of the stick. And now turning back towards Whitemon. Does have a Leech Seed to root him up, but there's just not enough damage. And another 10-minute Power Rune's gonna spawn. Amplify damage for the Ember. He's gotten all of them.
And they're all amazing at the.
Yeah.
I think they've all led to a kill. But still, the goal, like, even as much as this feels Tundra's favored, I look at the goal and it's like, oh, it's still 2K for Liquid, you know? It really is these side lanes that are so
Ace is
free
huge.
because we keep looking mid. Yeah, and that's what we knew we would see as soon as the Centaur pick comes out, right? It's like, oh yeah, Ace is gonna be farming over there. And he is. Now, he's not ready to give back to his team quite yet, so this is the part you just kind of have to get through. But I imagine with the Lotus, you start playing with him, and we've kind of been seeing like, oh, we just can't deal with chains, we can't deal with this. But the Lotus solves all of that.
Yeah,
Solves
the Lotus
Fiend's
is
Grip,
huge.
solves Doom.
Ember doesn't quite have his Vessel yet, and he actually has no charges on his urn as well, so not easy for him to get a lot done with it at the moment. Nisha TPing mid, trying to keep his tower alive. Boxy hiding in the trees here with a sharpshooter. So if you get like a bushwhack play, you know, maybe you find something, but
I mean, it's really hard to kill BZM with Nightmare behind
really
him.
is.
You need Overgrowth to start, and as long as Nightmare's there, it just won't work. But you don't even have Overgrowth yet, because you know, those last couple fights haven't really gone your way.
Tofu reading this movement well, but not well enough. They still find Mickey. He gets the Gust on top of him, trying to run away with the Stampede. A lot of help. It's a deep dive under the towers. BZM is committed pretty far. He doesn't have Overgrowth. He's trying to get the Leech Seed to ensnare him. He will hit him now, trying to just slow up BZM here on the Ember Spirit. Another Gust in one, but he's into the river. He's going to be nice and safe. The Gust, hold up, connects. Do they get the Sharpshooter to stun? They get it! At the tail end of the silence, they bring down the Ember Spirit.
If 33 had gone to him, he could have saved the Ember, but he chose to go for the tower instead with the Catapult, which I think is actually not that bad of an idea. We see Largo, although he was behind the drought for all of this. Classic 33, farming up, not that far behind at this point.
Thanks for the space, BZM.
I mean, it is actually his job, right?
Yeah, right? Like, that's just what it is. It's really funny.
He looks over to one side lane. He's like, okay, yeah, the carry farms. Looks over to the other side lane. Yeah, okay, 33 farms. Okay.
Yeah, nice dive here in the mid lane. Good combination with Boxy. They'll get the kill. And Nisha, with a regen rune running, Pure's going to come in and hit him with that Doom. And he's got to keep his back turned, stack up as much damage as possible, but surrounded by 4 heroes. Nice pick off. Good punish out from Tundra. Stacks being scouted from this ward Tofu just placed, so he does see the Ancients here being stacked up one more time.
This is one of the ideas, I think, behind the Bristle, was that off of a good lane, you could then contest the stacks that you know a Coddle's going to make, that 33 is going to make. But now, with everything that's happened, I don't think you can really get in there. But you can see the potential. It would have been like a 1,000 gold play to run in there as Bristle and just take all those stacks. Yeah, these stacks.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you have to contest these. It's coming out a little bit too slow, though. And yeah, they've got a sentry in place here to make sure Tofu cannot get close enough. There's gonna be the Stampede Bushwhack. Hold up, big connection, big silence. He can't make it in time. They are too fast, and now they will punish Tofu for coming in too far. Last remnant spent, though, from BZM, so it's a 1-for-1. As Ace will take down the mid-tier 1 tower. So, ends up being a win, I think, for Tundra. Because they spend a lot to try and get the stacks, and they don't quite get them.
This is the thing with Largo. You're so... all this time you've played Dota, you get used to like how fast people can move. And then suddenly there's a little extra, little beat going in there, like a half-second max speed boost. And it just throws off your calculations. You end up missing the overgrowth.
They're trying to make a play on Ace, and I think realize it's completely futile, so they'll turn their attention on over to Boxy. Gets hit with a Lotus Orb. With a Fiend's Grip, do you even have the damage? I honestly don't think so without the Largo, but we'll see if they can now. Trying to can't. Oh, he doesn't get the Bushwhack off. Okay. Great blinding light from Ari actually causes Boxy to miss the Bushwhack. And they get the kill.
Largo is pretty much online. His Kaya Sange is just about done. Even if he didn't have the Keeper of the Light, like this item helps solve your mana issues so much, so you can start playing a lot faster. I like this efficiency. This like one little beat here and there, keep the stacks going, which actually is something I forgot to talk about. The Groove and Armor Aura helps you deal with the Drow, bypassing your armor.
Ace in the mid lane, pops a Stampede, looking for something, chains is out. They get nothing, and instead Boxy is now very far forward, needs to be careful.
Eat the squirrel.
Oh yeah, I think this might be a dead scroll. He's got a Lotus, gonna try and buy him some space, but there's nowhere to go. It's like they make this turnaround here in the mid lane, but no one from Liquid showed up. Like Tofu on the Treant Protector was way behind. You need the Gust from the Drow. You need Nisha to, you know, set up these Goose stacks to start chasing heroes, which he's going to now. 33 gonna look for the body blocks, and that hot feet hustle, like you said, it's a lot of movement speed.
You actually can run away from the Bristle and the Centaur thanks to that.
I mean, Tundra now taking their first lead of the game, 11-9, as Doom has just been quietly farming with Max, Devour, and Midas. He's about to pass the Drow.
Radiant are scanning.
I really feel like things fell apart on that Bristle mid. He is close to his Lotus. And if one Lotus is good, 2 Lotuses is even better.
I haven't been, you know, maybe I'm just out of the loop, but a Shard Rush on Doom. He just goes for it right away to get that 2 Devour charges and Fireball. Fiend's Grip, gonna find Nisha. He's tanky. Ace is here as well, drops the Lotus. Stampede up in 3. He still needs help. Nisha, can he get out of this one? No, they just dropped the Doom at the last second, and Ace will finally commit the Stampede, but the chase gonna continue. With BZM on this Ember, there's not really a safe way out of this. Tofu might have a nice overgrowth to buy him some space, but the Solar Bind, more damage underneath the tier 2 tower. They're falling one by one on the side of Liquid. They cannot get away.
You don't have the... I mean, we mentioned the control issues earlier, that you only have so many. And now that you're losing, now that like not all the heroes have been showing up all the time, right? They just, like you said, can't get away. Especially with 33 strumming that hot feet hustle, has his Kobold Cup. His whole team is moving so fast.
Yeah. I mean, Drow is 100 gold from the Aghanim Scepter, which is a massive power spike for this hero, but it's also kind of your farming item still. And they're gonna find Nisha once again in the jungle. He does not yet have his Lotus completed. He will die one more time as the chase now for Boxy. Doesn't have the chains quite yet, but with the phase boots and the refresh from the Coddle, 33 will eat the squirrel. And they'll take another set of Ancients. It's starting to fall apart very fast for Liquid here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think through it. At some point, Drow and Bristle do sort of outscale, I would say. But that's 20 plus minutes from now. And that's a long way to go for a lineup that's going to play pretty fast going forward. Tundra does not have the best tower hitters, though. So that is where they will slow down. Like, actually trying to take, especially the high ground, will be tricky for them.
Yeah, I think right now, the scary thing is that in the last 7 minutes, Tundra has gained 8,000 gold over Liquid.
That's a lot of gold.
Right? Like, Liquid had a 3,000 gold lead at 12 minutes. We're now 19 minutes in the game, and it's a 5,000 lead for Tundra. Like, the amount that they're getting at this point is pretty terrifying. And it's, you know, part of it's the Doom. He's got the Fireball, so he's just massively clearing camps with these. I'll make another jump into the triangle, looking for Boxy. Stampede out from Ace. Nightmare reflected on the Lotus, so they're just gonna try and turn, get the kill on the Whitemon thanks to the Drowse. That's something, but Ace needs help. He needs the Lotus Orb. It's gonna come out finally at the tail end, but he's still dead, and then there's nothing left in the tank here for Liquid. They've got to run. There's still a Doom available. They'll drop it on the Bristleback. Mickey doing his best here with the multi-shot to try and find anything, but the dive under the tier 2 tower is enough, and why not continue the chase to the tier 3? The Harpoon to pull back in the Treant. A 5-for-1, a full team wipe, and it's not looking good for Liquid. Let's just be honest.
Usually to get to Drow, you know, we imagine the Blink builders, the mobile heroes, they jump them. They are actually just walking at Drow. Through the slows, through everything. They're strumming the song, they're kobold cupping, Doom is scorching like the earth. They're just literally walking at Drow, so she cannot stand still and do the damage. Which, if she gets to, right, we see, yeah, kill the Bane pretty quickly, right? She could do some damage here. See Doom, you know, take a couple shots. But once they start going towards Drow, she's like, yeah, I gotta go or I'm gonna die.
Yeah. And he just dispels the hypothermia stacks, right? With the catchy look, right? Doom was up to like 5 hypothermia stacks. He just instantly dispels them, gives Pure a second run at life.
What is that Harpoon range, man? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know. Harpoon's wild. To me, like, I was not a fan of the Bristleback in the draft, and it just has fallen flat. To me, it just feels like not a Nisha hero, you know? Like, I don't know how else to say it. Like, this is just... You're giving, like, one of the highest skill hero, like, players in the game a Bristleback. It's just... It feels so weird, you know? Just seeing him on this.
Why it would have worked though, right? And we see from the early CS exactly what the goal was, but those 3 deaths, probably even just like the first 1, maybe even 2, that completely ruined the idea, right? This is not a hero who can fall behind that early as the mid laner. Like in the off lane, sure, maybe the carry, like, yeah, okay. But from the mid lane, he's supposed to be the playmaker in the current patch, and he's already a hero who can't really make plays because he doesn't have crowd control. So his thing is, I run at you and that's the way I make plays. But if you are losing and you run at them, they're like, thank you for feeding me more kills, right? It just doesn't work. There is no backup play besides to AFK farm, and then your side laners look at you and you're like, wait, we're supposed to AFK farm.
Yeah. And off of that Tormentor, Ahri gets the shard, so there's now 2 solar binds. So 1 will get removed off of a Lotus, the second one will not. And boy, more healing to try and deal with as well. I mean, he's as farmed as the mid bristle at this point. This is gonna be a lot to deal with.
That's not good, Ricky.
I mean, there's the hypothermia, great for healing reduction, but it's almost like there's too much healing on the side of Tundra that it's not going to matter, right? Between Largo and Caudle having that Holy Locket, I don't think they're going to care. Doom now with a Shadow Blade, looking for an opening here. Nisha needs to be careful. Slight Chains instantly dispelled by the Lotus.
Tundra hunting for a kill. They want to get something before committing to a bigger objective like Roche. They're just going to force it onto the Bristle. Lotuses are done. Throw the do?
They go for the Blink Stomp, and it doesn't quite hit in time, and as a result, they're just going to turn around. Chains out from BZM. Mickey, nice backpedal, but pulled back in once again. Nowhere to go. The Doom gets reflected, but it's still going to be a dead Centaur. Boxy cannot make his way back to the base. An absolute onslaught. 4-0. I think we're going to be seeing Tundra approaching the high ground here any moment.
Very slowly. Or they'll run there quickly, but then it'll be a slow building fall. The heroes still are not that good at taking it.
Yeah, they suck at hitting buildings, actually. And we kind of see Pure just walks bottom to farm instead.
Oh my god.
Yeah. He's like, I got waves bottom to kill. I'm level 18. I want my level 20 talent. That's what I can start hitting buildings, guys. And I have 66 more damage.
Heckin' yeah.
I mean, you went greedy enchantment on Largo. This dude literally does negative building damage.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
He was meant to play.
Oh boy, that's a dead hoodwink. Boxy has not been allowed to play.
No, this hero, I mean, it's a very squishy hero, right? You can't be on the front lines, but when your core start losing, I mean, that's kind of what has to happen. Or they just can't stop the enemy team from getting to you. So you just die right after that.
Croak of Genius on Pure as he's going through the enemy jungle here under an invis. Goes in, finds Ace. Does have the Lotus Orb. One already spent. They're going to try and protect him with a second. Instead, they'll turn around onto Nisha. No. They want the Centaur. Nice gust out from Mickey, though. Going to make a little bit of space. Remove from the catch. Look, Ace drops that Stampede into the Stomp, but they do not have the damage on Liquid. They still cannot kill anybody. And a Fiend's Grip on the high ground. They will chase you wherever. It doesn't matter. GG comes out, and that is it, man. There is nothing that Liquid can do.
This is quite GG without there being any like real tier 3 damage. Actually, they just know it's gonna get there eventually. That is an early game win for Tundra, right? They took some time. I'm gonna say this is a 26-minute GG, but that game was decided at those 5-minute rotations from the supports. And it's really funny to say that because when you look at these supports, you're like, aren't these literally the worst supports at going mid? It's like Caudle, Bane, and Treant, Hoodwink. But it's a little easier for Caudle and Bane to have impact on those rotations with the Ember than it is for Treant and Hoodwink. And that ultimately leads to the kills on Nisha that ruin that mid bristle.
Yeah, I mean, this hero needed to accomplish a lot out of the mid lane. You need to shut down the Ember Spirit because we know at some point he's gonna have a vessel. He's gonna be like level 10, and there's gonna be a Keeper of the Light following him around the map. And you have to have enough like banked on the Bristleback to be able to survive. You need to have an early Lotus, maybe a BKB, and you can just like run at the Caudle or one of these other heroes, but it just never really comes online, and as a result, Tundra just run them over 28-10. Again, they started with like a 3,000 gold lead on Liquid in the first like 5 minutes of this game. They were really far ahead just off the start of the lane stage, finding lots of kills in this bottom lane, and then, you know, Tundra recognized, let's just run a tri-lane mid. What are they gonna do?
What are they gonna do, indeed? Yeah, I think this will be one where they reflect on that mid lane in that early game. But I also think there was already a little bit of exploration in that Bristle mid pick, right? That is not something they typically go for. Maybe one of the lessons is like when that many mid heroes get banned out, maybe you're picking your mid sooner, right? They really wanted to counter whatever that Keeper combo was. And on paper, I get it. And again, I think it could have worked, but the execution just has to be cleaner. So whatever lesson they want to take from it, like, okay, Bristle mid's not us, or okay, we learned our lessons. Next time we run Bristle mid, it'll be better. You know, that'll be for them after this game. But this one is going to Tundra, who is perhaps a lot more familiar with the Bristle mid and certainly familiar with the Largo and the Doom side lanes.
Yeah, and they needed this win, right? They started the day off 0-2. Liquid will join them now at 1-2 for the first day of group stage. There's still a lot of Dota to still be played, right? This is day one. We've gotten 18 series out of the way, and I believe going forward, it's going to be a lot more Dota. So here is the schedule, and boy, where do we? Oh, this was today's schedule. Oh, sorry. So this is. We'll just take a look at the teams that have won. Yeah, I mean, I think. I'm trying to see if there's anything that like really stands out to me. I will say the big one is LGD. You know, previously Ex-HEROIC. looking quite strong, finishing the day 2-1. You know, they're happy.
I think them and GLYPH is another team that
True.
very recently formed. Although if you look at the players, right, it's not like they're new players. They're experienced. Just this roster came together recently. I think a lot of people would probably count them out, but here to play, showing some good stuff. I do wonder though if this means teams are going to study them more, right? And then that's the true test. But yeah, good start for GLYPH and LGD, former Heroic. If you're not, for those of you who didn't see that. And who's at the bottom then? It's like OG, Tundra, Liquid, right? That are like 1 and 2, which is maybe a little surprising, but it is also just day 1. So you can get stuff like that. And it's, you know, over the next couple days where the teams can really prove what they've got.
Yeah. The only team undefeated for day 1 is Yandex, which when we saw them in their series against Liquid, it was an absolute beatdown. They looked very good. So it looks like Yandex is coming in prepared, ready to go. And we'll see, you know, how that translates into tomorrow, because it's a team that I think in best of ones is actually quite strong. I'm not sure if, you know, if like everyone would agree with that, but I think generally they have very good drafts, and I think they have like a pretty deep hero pool. So maybe they have a better read currently on the patch and the meta than maybe some of the other teams, but like you said, a lot of studying to be done tonight before they come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's a fun start, right? Fun day 1, but it's only gonna get better as the teams come up with new stuff, right? I think those are the more exciting games. Day 1 into a tournament, you get surprised, you get caught off guard. Maybe you're still settling into your new tournament, location, wherever you're playing from. And it's as you get more comfortable that usually the games get a little bit even closer and closer.
Yeah, but that's gonna do it for us here on the B stream. We've managed to, get through all of our series today. A long day, of course, but we're gonna take a rest. We'll be back tomorrow bright and early with more Dota 2s. So thank you all so much for watching. Make sure to go check out the A stream if you want to see the final games wrap up over there. But have a wonderful evening. See you tomorrow.